In the wake of the cataclysmic end times, the Empress Ling Chengen awoke to a world turned upside down. After decades of toil and hardship, she found herself transmogrified into a realm of beasts. Faced with the prospect of either hanging herself with a noodle or confronting the several beastly husbands her father had procured for her, she hesitated but ultimately resolved. Against the former her dismay, her father's description of the fair-skinned, handsome beast husband one revealed he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. The formidable beast husband number 2 had been left disfigured and withdrawn. As for the others, Ling Chengen could only exclaim in frustration, "To hell with these beast husbands." She had grand ambitions to lead her iron cavalry, conquer vast territories, unify the beast plains, and reclaim her imperial throne. Beast husbands would only hinder her swift ascent to power. Yet, as fate would have it, before she could realize her plans of conquest, the beastly suitors she had once sought to escape began to present themselves willingly. Ling Chengen scoffed, too late, witnessing the mighty bridge above the floodwaters of the rainy season, the warm abodes where the beastmen resided during the cold season, and the flourishing offspring of various beast races. The beastly suitors, once resistant to her rule, now bowed before her, pledging their fealty. "If you allow me to serve you, I shall be the sharpest blade in your hand. If you desire me as a husband, I will be the most understanding and devoted companion." Chapter 1. The Empress's Resolve. "Sister, wake up quickly." A warm hand struck Ling Chengen's cheek twice, jolting her from slumber. She glared at the small, red-haired child before her, initially assuming it was some reckless soul disturbing her peace. However, upon opening her eyes, she was met with the anxious gaze of a 7 or 8-year-old girl, adorned with a pair of fluffy cat ears. Ling Chengen was now fully awake. Sitting cross-legged on a grassy mat, she turned to survey the empty stone cave and then glanced at the small girl beside her. In a moment of impulse, she pinched the girl's chubby cheek. Tears immediately welled up in the child's eyes as she bolted outside, wailing, "Father, sister hit me." "Wah." Ling Chengen was taken aback. "Crying over a pinch? Are you made of water?" The girl had just slapped her face, and she had yet to express her irritation. The child's cries soon faded, replaced by the entrance of a burly man who lifted the grass curtain of the cave, cradling the weeping girl. He comforted her while casting a concerned glance at Ling Chengen. Ling Chengen's focus was drawn to the man's tiger tail. After enduring the apocalypse and fighting through hordes of zombies and beasts, she had finally ascended to the throne of Empress, only to wake up in this primitive beast world. Was this truly reasonable? "Leave me be, I wish to die," she murmured. Upon hearing this, the tiger-tailed man gently set the girl aside, hoisted Ling Chengen onto his shoulder, and declared, "Are you ill? Let us seek out the shaman. I will carry you." Seeing her vitality, he sighed in relief. Ling Chen approached the tear-streaked girl and squatted down, flicking her forehead. "When did I hit you? You slapped my face first. Is it not fair for me to pinch your cheek?" The cat-eared girl clung to the man's leg, peering out in indignation. "Sister, you're so strong your pinch hurt." Ling Chengen's smile faltered as she looked up, uncertain. "Brother-in-law? How many?" The girl tilted her head and replied, "Yes, sister. Don't you remember? The southern tribes united to divide our spoils and females, but they were defeated by father, so naturally, they must present us with their spoils and females." Ling Chengen struggled to piece together the scattered memories of the original owner of this body. The previous occupant had met a sudden demise, leaving her with little knowledge. All she understood was that she shared the same name and was in a beastly realm, with her father as the tribe's chief. The details of tribal warfare eluded her completely. How had the original owner perished? Ling Chengen pinched the girl's cheek again. "You talk too much. All right, I understand. You want to receive people, right? Ill go." Ling Chengen strode to the cave entrance, lifting the grass curtain to gaze at the vast wilderness and primitive forest before her, letting out a long sigh. Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented. Had she known she would end up in this resource-scarce beast world, she might have simply chosen a life of leisure in her former existence. Frustration boiled within her. It was yet another day of contemplating chaos and destruction. This wretched Lefino, this beastly existence. She was no longer human, but a mother tiger, a female beastman. Clenching her jaw tightly, she dashed towards a nearby stream. kneeling by the water's edge to wash her face and regain composure. The cool water splashed her visage, awakening her senses. Having read numerous novels about beast worlds during the apocalypse, she recalled that most depicted a society where males outnumbered females, with males possessing superior combat prowess. At the time, she had scoffed at such a premise, but now she found it to be true. However, the females in this realm were not entirely powerless. They simply appeared weaker when compared to their more robust counterparts. Ling Chengen regarded the large stone nearby, determined not to be outmatched. As a queen who had fought her way through to the end of the world and claimed the imperial throne, she could not abide by the notion of being weaker than others. If she could not protect herself, she would rather find a noodle to hang herself. After a moment's contemplation, she clenched her fist and struck the stone with force. In an instant, the boulder shattered into fragments. Then, she noticed two plump fish swimming boldly in the stream. Raising an eyebrow, she pounced into the water, emerging triumphantly with both fish in hand. In the apocalypse, fish were often vicious and challenging to catch, but here, they were abundant and unbothered. It seemed the beast world had its merits. At least she need not worry about hunger. Resigned to her fate, she decided to embrace her circumstances. Thus began her day of revelation, starting with two delectable roasted fish. As Tiger Father Ling Xiao emerged from a cave, he found Ling Chengen squatting on the rocky shore, busily attempting to kindle a fire. He approached the fire pit, perplexed by his daughter's antics. "What are you doing?" "You're creating a cloud of smoke." "I'm trying to start a fire," she replied, looking up at him, irritated by the soot covering her face. Realizing that the Beastmen primarily consumed raw meat and lacked the concept of cooking, Ling Xiao nodded in understanding. With a gentle push of her head, he conjured a vibrant orange flame in his palm and tossed it onto the dry twigs, igniting a hearty blaze. "Done," he said, handing her a fish speared on a stick. "Are you still determined to learn how to roast fish?" "I've told you it's a specialty from the southern bee city. It's not something easily mastered." "Fine, do as you wish, but remember to extinguish the fire afterward," Ling Xiao instructed before turning to leave. Ling Chengen watched his retreating figure, a flicker of realization dawning upon her. Fire-based abilities? This beast world held many surprises. But did she possess any abilities of her own? Ling Chengen pondered for a while, yet could not grasp the concept. So she decided to set it aside and contemplate further after her meal. After all, she was quite idle. If she truly lacked any extraordinary abilities, she would simply begin her training anew. She aspired to become the mightiest woman in this beastly realm. No, the most formidable female beastman. Chapter 2. The crying tiger cub. A little girl clad in a single-shouldered fur skirt bounced over to Ling Chengen, cradling a vibrant red fruit in her hands. After taking a bite, she tilted her head and said, "Sister, your grilled fish is terrible. Can't we just eat it raw?" "Absolutely not, I want to grill the fish," Ling Chengen replied. Sitting cross-legged by the fire, she manipulated a stick to control the flames, ensuring that the two plump fish did not become charred by the licking fire. "Then I won't eat it later." "You can't force me to gnaw on that charred thing," Xiaoxi declared as she settled beside her. Despite sweating from the heat, she remained by Ling Chengen's side. "Is there any salt?" Ling Chengen inquired, turning her head. Xiaoxi quickly finished her fruit and nodded. "We have salt at home, I'll go fetch it." Xiaoxi dashed off and soon returned, struggling to carry a salt rock the size of her head, which she dropped onto the ground with a thud. Ling Chengen gazed at the pale yellow rock salt, lost in thought about how the people of this beastly world obtained their salt. Xiaoxi licked the salty taste from her hand and looked at her sister, who was once again in a daze. "I brought the salt rock, sister. What else do you need? Is there a pot at home?" Ling Chengen had already given up hope of finding refined salt she intended to create it herself. Purifying salt was a simple task. "What is a pot?" Xiaoxi asked curiously. Ling Chengen gritted her teeth and said, "Then when I finish grilling the fish, you must not eat." "If I don't eat, I won't eat. Your grilled fish looks and tastes awful. I refuse to eat it." Ling Chengen looked at the fish on the stick, the skin already curling up from the heat. Well, the little one had quite the backbone. Soon, she would make this cub weep with desire. The fish smells delightful." Father Ling Xiao smiled, pointing at the large grilled fish. "May I have one?" Ling Chengen placed a clean leaf on the rocky shore and extended her hand towards Ling Xiao. "Father, may I borrow the bone knife?" Seeing that she did not refuse, Xiaoxi jumped up joyfully, waving her arms. Sister, you are the best. Ling Chengen cut a piece of fish with fewer bones, holding on the leaf with one hand. Watching Xiaoxi's eyes nearly stick to the fish, she raised an eyebrow. Pleased, if you wish to eat fish, you must flatter me a few times if I'm satisfied. I shall grant you some. Xiaoxi's smile vanished as she stared blankly at her sister's mischievous grin. Sister, I want to eat. You are the best. The absolute best. Ling Xiao looked at the two remaining fish on the large leaf and pointed to the one on the left. Is this one mine? Yes, father, please eat first. Ling Chengen held no objections toward her father. In fact, she quite liked him. Ling Xiao was a genuinely good father. After the unfortunate passing of his only wife, he had moved out with his two daughters. As a beast, he had to play both the father and mother roles, hunting for food while protecting his two children, tirelessly spinning like a top. Aside from his lack of experience in caring for young ones, he was an almost perfect male beastman. After teasing the little girl, Ling Chengen shared the fish meat with the slender, cat-eared girl. She then squatted by the fire, hastily devouring the fish that lacked any seasoning. Thankfully, it was a fish from the stream, well-fed and incredibly fresh, compensating for the absence of flavoring. Ling Xiao soon finished an entire fish, leaving not even the bones behind. He patted his stomach and looked at the now extinguished fire, saying, Shall we have grilled fish again tonight? Is one grilled fish enough for father? Ling Chengen asked. Ling Xiao shook his head. One fish was certainly insufficient, but it was delicious. Can we grill more tonight? He gazed at his eldest daughter, who had finally regained her vitality, and a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. Previously, Inen had been so preoccupied with the most handsome male beastman from the Han Mountain tribe, always finding ways to impress him. Not only did she fail to hold his hand, but she also fell down the mountain path, requiring the shaman to tend to her wounds. She had slept for several days before finally waking up. As the chief of the Shilin tribe, Ling Xiao knew that Inen, being his eldest daughter, simply had a penchant for beautiful things. There was no shortage of them. Ling Chengen had no objections. She was still not full. Ling Xiao retrieved a few vibrant red fruits from his bee-skin bundle and handed them to Ling Chen. Have some of these to fill your stomach. Father will go hunting soon, and we will have more to eat tonight. Ling Xiao felt no qualms about forcibly taking male beastmen from other tribes. Rather, he was somewhat smug about it. With an air of pride, Ling Xiao declared, Father is not so lacking in discernment. Of course, I chose the finest. You shall see for yourself. Now that you're grown, it is time to have a few beast husbands, and in a few years some younglings. Our family's life will surely improve. Ling Chengen gazed at her father, who was dreaming of the future, and thought, where did your confidence stem from? As for pursuing men, well, she was currently unperturbed and had no thoughts on the matter. However, organizing a team and training subordinates, that was something she could do. Wasn't it just a few beast husbands? Once trained, they would become a battalion. Ling Chengen sprang to her feet and swiftly seized Xiaoxi. Come, let us claim our spoils. Xiaoxi protested. I still want to catch fish and later pick fruits. She was unfamiliar with the path. Without Xiaoxi to guide her, she would not know which tribe was where once. She left the forest. Ling Chengen led Xiaoxi to wash their hands swiftly before darting out of the woods. The wind in the mountains whistled past her ears, and her long hair soared behind her. At that moment, she felt an unparalleled sense of freedom and exhilaration. Chapter 3. Beastman number 1. Ling Chengen had no recollection of the beastman his father had arranged for him, so while sprinting at high speed, he inquired Ling Xiaoxi for details. Ling Xiaoxi, perched on his shoulder, breathed in the wind with glee, but upon being asked, she scratched the back of her head in mild distress. I don't know who it is either. I only know that father mentioned an agreement with their tribe, and they would hand over someone when we arrived. Ling Chengen slowed his pace and turned to Ling Xiaoxi. Which tribes are involved? Ling Xiaoxi counted on her fingers. There's the Xishan tribe, the Shuelang tribe, the Wuyang tribe, and the Yao Luo tribe. Ling Chengen remarked. The first two tribes are identifiable by their beastman types, but the latter two names provide no indication of their beastman characteristics. Point the way, and I shall transform into my beast form to carry you there. Ling Chengen gently set Ling Xiaoxi down, attempting to control his body. In no time, he morphed into a magnificent, nearly 4-meter-long, stout golden tiger. Ling Xiaoxi quickly retrieved her fallen bee-skin skirt and nimbly climbed onto Ling Chengen's back. Gripping his short fur, while pointing in a direction. In an instant, the sisters vanished from sight. With the transformation into beast form, their speed surged, and Ling Chengen felt as if Ling Xiaoxi weighed no more than a mere bag of refuse. Their initial destination was the Yao Luo tribe, the closest to Shilin. They arrived in a mere 20 minutes at full speed. The Yao Luo tribe resided within a densely intricate forest, and as they neared its territory, Ling Chengen's mental energy expanded, revealing numerous traps in the vicinity. Steady now. Ling Chengen dismissed the crude traps with ease, swiftly leaping over them until the village of the Yao Luo tribe came into view. The tribe primarily dwelled in underground burrows, with their homes constructed at the roots of towering trees reaching hundreds of meters high. Near the cave entrances, both elder and young beastmen were visible. Glimpsing the young beastmen with their ears still intact, Ling Chengen understood why this tribe did not bear a beastman name. It was a mixed tribe, much like her own Shilin tribe, comprising various beastmen types. The tribe consisted mainly of smaller beastmen, including squirrels, moles, cats, and some canid types. Ling Chengen and Ling Xiaoxi silently appeared before the Yao Luo tribe. Before she could utter a word, Ling Xiaoxi leapt to the ground and dashed toward a group of younglings. "Where's your tribe leader? We have come to collect our spoils." Ling Xiaoxi's round tiger ears perked, and her big, gleaming eyes fixated on the timid younglings hiding behind a tree trunk. "The leader is out hunting." A small red squirrel perched on a branch replied, cautiously, glancing down at the long-limbed Ling Xiaoxi. "Are you here to take away Brother Zhongzhen?" Watching the audacious Ling Xiaoxi, who bore an air of mischief, Ling Chengen felt a mix of amusement and concern. This little creature was even bolder than herself. The younglings whispered among themselves. An old beastman with a gray, bushy tail, leaning on a branch, coughed a few times before speaking. "It's not that we refuse to hand anyone over. The young leader is gravely injured and cannot accompany you." The old beastman, though visibly frightened, steadied himself and met Ling Chengen's gaze. "If you do not believe me, come and see for yourself." "Lead the way," she replied, her expression neutral, guiding the old fox beastman ahead. In her human form, Ling Chengen was tall and striking, with defined features and a healthy complexion, radiating an undeniable beauty. However, in the face of her formidable presence, these attributes seemed trivial. With her authority established, the normally outspoken Ling Xiaoxi obediently followed her lead, and the two entered the underground burrows of the Yao Luo tribe. Ling Chengen had anticipated a dim and dreary underground. Yet the Yao Luo's burrows were quite distinctive, adorned with irregularly shaped luminous crystals embedded in the walls, while bioluminescent plants thrived in certain areas. Pointing at a corner where the leaves glowed, she inquired, "What are these plants? What is their growth cycle?" Ling Chengen's perceptive mind immediately considered transplanting these luminescent plants to Shilin, envisioning a future devoid of darkness at night, no longer reliant solely on firelight. The old fox beastman responded, "Growth cycle? You mean how long they emit light, when they wilt, and when they sprout again?" The luminous grass shines for quite a long time. In a dark environment, the leaves can glow for about 3 months. After that, they will fall off and require another 3 months to regrow. If timed correctly with transplantation, we can ensure the burrows are always illuminated. However, this grass is sensitive to cold. The ones we plant near the cave entrance perish every winter, but those inside the burrow survive. Ling Chengen nodded. "I see. What about these crystals embedded in the walls?" "Those were also discovered by the young leader." Ling Chengen could not help but raise an eyebrow, murmuring, "Your young leader possesses quite an eye for valuable things." The old fox beastman did not share her enthusiasm. While their young leader was indeed clever, the tribe's beastmen were frail, and many perished each winter due to food shortages. Thus, spurred by the other 3 tribes, they had launched an attack on Shilin, hoping to seize its formidable warriors to prepare for the harsh winter. However, no one anticipated that Shilin would triumph against their combined forces, especially the tiger tribe warriors, whose strength was overwhelming. Many of their smaller beastman fighters suffered severe injuries before they could even approach. Many within the tribe depended on the young leader, awaiting the day he would ascend to leadership and lead them to a better life. To their dismay, The leader of Shilin proposed reducing the tribute of prey in exchange for handing over the young leader to serve as a beastman for Shilin's young leader. Such an affront. Yet they dared not resist. The tribe leader had initially opposed the idea, wishing to offer more prey in exchange for the young leader's stay. However, a few days prior, while hunting prey for Shilin, the young leader encountered a pack of fierce beasts. Though he narrowly escaped, he sustained grave injuries. Before losing consciousness, the young leader had instructed them to surrender him to Shilin, believing it would secure more prey to distribute among the elder and young members of the tribe. The burrows of the Yao Luo tribe were labyrinthine, with ancient roots sprawling throughout, necessitating a stooped posture to navigate certain areas. Ling Chengen followed the old fox beastman to the very depths of the burrow. This section was illuminated by a shaft of light streaming from a tree hole above, casting a glow upon a spacious chamber that had been meticulously cleared. The room was adorned with grassy mats, and on a square stone slab lay various herbs and stone-carved vessels. A massive red fox lay upon the grass mat, oozing a potent scent of blood and exhibiting a feeble breath, appearing on the brink of death. My goodness! Ling Chengen approached the grass mat, crouching to examine the 2-meter-long giant fox. The wounds on its chest, abdomen, and hind legs were deep, and due to the poor conditions, signs of festering had already emerged. Its body temperature was alarmingly high, indicating a fever. If left unaddressed, it would soon require a farewell ceremony for its remains. Ling Chengen felt a pang of concern. Although she possessed some medical knowledge, in this primitive era of scarce resources, even the most skilled could do little without supplies. With a resigned sigh, she bent down and cradled the giant fox in her arms. The old fox beast had not yet uttered a word when Ling Chengen, with an air of indifference, carried the unconscious red fox outside. Ling Chengen snorted lightly. Ling Xiaoxi, you understand nothing. Be silent, just follow me. This tribe appeared pitiful, clearly lacking the means to save anyone. If she were to leave this fox behind, it would be tantamount to condemning it to death. Furthermore, the Yao Luo tribe would suffer greatly from the loss of such a robust male beastman. They could only wonder how much longer it would take to gather the necessary prey for tribute, and they still needed to compensate for the absence of the beastman. Though not a saint, she could not bear to exploit the already hopeless residents of this small tribe. The remaining 3 spoils could only be claimed another day. Zhongzhen felt his consciousness fading, sensing the jostling motion as he struggled to open his eyes, but all he could perceive were blurred shadows. The breath escaping his nostrils was hot, as if it were burning the last remnants of his vitality. His foxtail flicked slightly, and through the slender gaps in the leaves, he caught a glimpse of her face, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Good. In truth, he was gravely injured. Maintaining human form drained his energy significantly, but he had to reach the Shilin tribe, for dying there would hold value, whereas perishing in the Yao Luo tribe would only burden his father and others further. A faint red glow flickered, and a smooth, delicate-faced man appeared in Ling Chengen's arms. She stared blankly at the sky. Realizing her oversight, she had forgotten to take the beast-skin skirt. Shortly thereafter, the old fox beast emerged, carrying a sizable beast-skin bundle. Ling Xiaoxi grumpily tossed a beast-skin skirt into Ling Chengen's embrace. With nimble hands, Ling Chengen wrapped the skirt around Zhongzhen before transforming into her large beast form. Racing towards the Shilin tribe with the barely conscious beastman and the disgruntled Ling Xiaoxi in tow. On the return journey, Ling Chengen attempted to connect with the dormant system deep within her mind. This system, acquired in her previous life, was hardly benevolent. It incessantly sought to direct her towards mindless tasks, serving as a stepping stone and catalyst for the leads of some minor worlds. Thus, after utilizing it to obtain a complete set of cultivation techniques, she had effectively rendered it inert. No, rather, she had put it into standby mode to prevent its incessant wailing from disturbing her thoughts. After channeling a portion of her mental energy, the dull gray dot gradually brightened and soon completed its activation. Then came a cacophony of wails. Ling Chengen, while running, warned, "If you continue to wail, I will utterly crush you, denying you even a chance for reassembly." The love security system let out a sob and promptly fell silent. It could not help but retort, "You untrustworthy villain. I will lodge a complaint against you." Ling Chengen, exasperated, replied, "What good will your complaint do? Your core is malfunctioning." Chapter 4. Love Security. The love security system remained silent for a long while before muttering, "You're such a villain. I will never trust your nonsense again." Ling Chengen calmly countered, "So you wish to remain offline, then?" The system replied, "I despise you." Ling Chengen found its emotional outburst utterly inconsequential and merely inquired, "Do you have any medicine?" Upon hearing her request, the system erupted, "How dare you ask me for anything? What else would you have me do?" Ling Chengen transformed her mental energy into tendrils and poked the fluffy sphere, urging, "Hurry up, we've crossed into a new world. And there is a lack of medicine. Someone is in desperate need of assistance. I have none. I lack even the energy to initiate myself. And it was only your mental energy that powered me on. How can I procure medicine for you? You might as well kill me." The love security system lamented, lying despondently within her mental domain. Ling Chengen pondered this and found it somewhat reasonable, but the situation at hand was indeed dire, especially with Zhong Zhun, the young leader of the Yao Luo tribe, in such a precarious state. "Can your scanning function still be utilized?" Ling Chengen inquired. Upon realizing she sought help, the love security system sprang to life, exclaiming, "Who would have thought you would need my assistance? If you bow before me, I shall assist you." Ling Chen narrowed her eyes, unleashing a surge of mental energy, her voice laden with menace. "It seems you wish to meet your demise." The system, nearly toppled by the turbulence within her mental realm, immediately begged for mercy. I was wrong. The scanning system is operational. I merely entered standby mode, not malfunctioning. However, activating the scanning function requires energy." Ling Chengen pressed, "Speak. How can I obtain this energy?" "Assist the male leads," the system responded eagerly. Ling Chengen regarded the foolish system with incredulity. "Did you not hear a word I just said? We are no longer in the apocalypse. We have traversed into the beast world. Do you comprehend, you insignificant system?" The system fell silent for a protracted period, and Ling Chengen surmised it was refreshing its interface. "All right, once you've calmed your frenzy, let us proceed." Ling Chengen longed to scratch her ear, but in beast form, it proved difficult. She could only shake her rounded ears. "Wait a moment, I must refresh the task," the system remarked, unfazed by their transition to an alternate realm, as this host had performed too many audacious feats previously. It had once tasked its host with aiding the leads in the apocalypse to unite and become the leaders of a human base, achieving that end. Yet, she single-handedly vanquished the entire world, obliterating all zombies and beasts, establishing a new empire, and ascending to the throne. The two leads had ultimately become her subordinates, obediently following her commands as if they were mindless automatons, devoid of any agency. Their intended outcome was, of course, never realized, as both leads learned from this unruly host how to sever their emotional attachments. As a love security system, it experienced firsthand the truth of the saying that one despises the very profession they pursue. "This time, I shall be your unwavering ally in matters of love." Ling Chengen was silent for a while before finally stating, "Speak plainly. This time, you are the protagonist, tasked with captivating an array of handsome male beastmen. The higher the level of your conquests, the more energy points you shall earn, unlocking additional pages in the marketplace module. For instance, the medical supplies you urgently require can be unlocked for purchase at the first level of the marketplace for merely 2 energy points. And the scanning function? Ling Chengen inquired. 1 energy point. Let us set aside the conquest for now. What is the quickest method to obtain energy points? By being close to your beast husband for a minute. You shall earn 5 energy points." Ling Chengen scoffed. "Am I not currently in close proximity to him? Hurry and grant me those energy points." The system, observing the man lying on her back, barely alive, suddenly felt the weight of its mission in love security. This host was indeed adept at exploiting loopholes. 5 energy points have been credited to your account. Ling Xiaoxi, squatting nearby and fiddling with the grass mat, queried, "What if he remains feverish?" Though young, Ling Xiaoxi was perceptive, a typical blend of a tough exterior and a tender heart. Ling Chengen smiled and quickly dashed into the tribe, inquiring about the location of the shaman, whom she then invited to her cave. After a brief conversation, the elderly shaman reassured her, "Do not fret, young leader. I have ample prey. I will attend to your beast husband first, and I have sufficient herbs on hand. Ling Chengen nodded and turned towards the vast wilderness. Upon reaching the boundary between the wilderness and the forest, she expended one energy point to activate the scanning function. The scanning system was intricate, and as soon as it activated, a flurry of chaotic pop-up windows appeared before her, which she could not dismiss. She truly dislikes this shabby system. The communication style is remarkably human-like, suggesting a high level of intelligence. Yet the insipid interface remains stubbornly unchanged, leaving one to ponder the rationale behind this obstinacy. Numerous pop-up windows displayed a plethora of edible plants and fungi, but Ling Chengen paid them no heed, instead scouring through the myriad notifications in search of hemostatic herbs. She intended to prepare Huanglian detox soup and wu-wei disinfectant drink. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, early medical supplies had been nearly depleted, yet injuries sustained in combat were unavoidable. The production capacity of human bases for medicinal supplies could not keep pace with the consumption rate. Thus, she turned to traditional Chinese medicine. There were practitioners of traditional medicine in her team, and, after several years of study, she had become adept at addressing common injuries and ailments. Earlier, when she had sought the shaman, she had observed the herbs he had gathered, some of which were ready for use, though they were insufficient in variety, lacking several crucial ingredients, with Huanglian being the most vital. Ling Chengen had scoured the forest for half a day, and when the system noticed her aimless wandering akin to a headless fly, it prompted her. Wild Huanglian has specific growth requirements, thriving in high-humidity, fertile soil and preferring shade over direct sunlight. According to system data, it should be found in the underbrush from the foot of the mountain to the mid-slope. Ling Chengen was somewhat surprised by the proactive suggestion. Thanks. Why are you so eager this time? The system retorted, if you continue to search in vain, your beast husband number 1 may perish. Shall I then defend your love for a ghost? Understanding the implication, Ling Chengen merely smiled and said nothing further, hastening towards the towering mountain ahead. Indeed, she soon discovered a vast expanse of wild Huanglian near the base of the mountain. After collecting some Huanglian and casually picking a few other herbs, she finally had the time to contemplate lunch. Yes, after such a lengthy endeavor, it was already afternoon. Though there were few large prey near the mountain's foot, smaller animals were abundant. With her combat experience and her formidable beastly physique, she effortlessly captured 2 deer and 3 wild chickens, also discovering 28 eggs in the nests of the chickens. In this beastly world, everything seemed to come in exaggerated versions. The wild chicken eggs, for instance, were as large as goose eggs from before the apocalypse. The wild chickens themselves were not small either, with long tail feathers, each measuring at least 2 meters in length. The deer were even larger. However, the size of the prey was advantageous, ensuring a hearty meal for her family. Ling Chengen used her claws to cut through sturdy vines, weaving a net to hold the eggs, and then secured the remaining prey tightly to her back, with her mouth carrying a pouch of eggs and herbs as she swiftly made her way home. The purple-haired Beastman crouched down, fiddling with the underdeveloped Huanglian leaves nearby, pondering for a while until a voice interrupted her. "Qingyu, what are you doing crouching there?" Upon hearing Ling Chengen's name, a middle-aged man in a leather skirt halted, furrowing his brow at the unfamiliar leaves. "That child has always been peculiar. Wasn't she chasing after you every day, asking you to be her beast husband? You refused her so many times, yet she hasn't given up. That child is quite tenacious. Perhaps she's concocting some peculiar gifts for you." Bai Qingyu frowned slightly, feeling irked by the man's teasing. The memory of the black roasted fish Ling Chengen had given him surfaced, prompting him to discard the leaves and pick up a weapon. Heading in another direction, Ling Chengen paid no mind to being watched, as long as they did not interfere with her gathering of Huanglian or lay a hand on her. There was no issue. Upon returning home, she suddenly realized a pressing problem. There was no pot to brew the medicine. Ideally, a clay pot would be best for brewing, but at present, not even a stone pot was available. However, making a stone pot was simple enough. She found several fine pieces of red granite on the rocky shore, preparing to use her claws to shape the stones when a thought struck her. Was there a volcano nearby due to the presence of granite? Upon closer inspection, she noticed a fair amount of foamy basalt on the rocky shore. Basalt is well known to be formed from volcanic lava, cooling and solidifying at the Earth's surface. Ling Chengen frowned, digging through the stone while inquiring of the system. Is there a volcano in this vicinity? The system promptly responded with a detection answer. There is an active volcano upstream of this stream, but it is quite distant from here. The basalt on the shore was washed down during the rainy season from the area near the volcano. An active volcano? When is it expected to erupt next? The system replied, unknown. Currently, there is insufficient energy to calculate the next eruption time. Ling Chengen, having recognized its relentless desire for energy points, asked, how many energy points are needed for such a calculation? 180 energy points for one calculation, with an accuracy rate of 99. 99. Would you like to run a tab? Daily interest is 50. With only 4 energy points left, Ling Chengen replied flatly, get lost. All right, I'm off. The system, aware of her displeasure from previous encounters, hastily departed. Having just recently been released from confinement, eager to enjoy a bit of freedom without facing another swift return. After cleaning the stone pot, Ling Chengen soaked the herbs, pressing them to the bottom with a clean stone before commencing her lunch preparations. Lacking proper cooking tools, she resorted to roasting on the spot. However, she had prepared several stone pots, intending to create some easily digestible food for the fox. If she wished to command his obedience in the future, she must first ensure his survival, thus fostering a sense of gratitude. Should he dare to resist, she would not be merciful. She had long mastered the strategy of kindness before force. The orange flames danced upon the dry twigs, warming Ling Chengen's face to a rosy hue as she stirred the contents of the stone pot with a long-handled wooden spoon, adding the fresh greens she had meticulously washed. The fragrant steam wafted through the cave. Ling Xiaoxi, who was applying a cold compress to her fox brother-in-law, perked up, resembling a small dog as she dashed to the cave entrance, her eyes widening in delight at the sight of the curling smoke from the rocky shore. Heavy Zhen, languishing within the cave, also caught a whiff of the unfamiliar aroma, struggling to shift his body but ultimately collapsing back down. My sister is cooking outside. She can really cook. The roasted fish this morning was so fragrant that my father and I nearly swallowed our tongues. Wait a moment. My elder sister will have it ready soon. Heavy Zhen glanced at his bandaged wound, feeling the herbs taking effect, inducing a manageable pain. What is your name? He inquired. Xiaoxi, could you bring me some water? Heavy Zhen had endured high fever for 2 days without water, and his thirst was becoming unbearable. Just as Ling Xiaoxi prepared to dash outside, Ling Chengen lifted the grass curtain and entered, carrying a stone pot filled with water. Drink from this pot, she said, placing it beside the grass mat. She reached out to check Heavy Zhen's forehead. He instinctively attempted to flinch away, but quickly controlled his body's reflex, his gaze sweeping over her slender wrist before lowering his lashes to conceal the emotions within his eyes. Leaning against the stone wall, he cradled the stone pot and raised his eyelids, revealing captivating fox-like eyes that glimmered softly as he whispered, "Thank you. Drink the water first. I'll bring you food once it's ready. For now, just rest." Ling Chengen glanced at Ling Xiaoxi, instructing, "Keep an eye on him. When the food is ready, give him a generous portion." Ling Xiaoxi immediately perked up, raising both paws in salute. "Elder sister, leave it to me." Ling Chengen turned away from the cave, while Zhongzhen remained motionless, quietly observing her slender silhouette fade into the distance before he slowly lifted the stone pot to drink water. The young chieftain of the Shilin tribe appeared quite different from the rumors, although the Yaluo tribe was not far from here. The numerous giant beastmen of the Shilin tribe made the smaller beastmen of Yaluo reluctant to venture this way. Prior to this, he had never even caught a glimpse of Ling Chengen. He had only heard other beastmen mention that among the several tribes nearby, only the young chieftain of Shilin was a female. Though Ling Chengen was indeed a female, her position as a young chieftain signified her formidable strength. This female chieftain not only possessed the form of a giant tiger, but also exhibited exceptional combat prowess, surpassing most male beastmen in battle. Due to her, the term mother tiger began to be used to describe female beastmen with notoriously foul tempers across the North Beast Plains. It was said that she had been pursuing Bai Qingyu, the young chieftain of the Han tribe. However, Bai Qingyu was an exceptionally skilled and astute beastman warrior. dismissing the ill-tempered Ling Chengen, making him one of the few capable of contending with her. Indeed, Ling Chengen's notorious temperament echoed throughout the North Beast Plains, impulsive, irritable, obstinate, and prone to violence at the slightest provocation, with little regard for restraint. Yet, the most widely acknowledged aspect of her character was her preference for handsome male beastmen. In other words, she was rather lecherous. The Yaluo tribe, being a settlement of smaller beastmen, could hardly catch her eye, thus he had never been harassed by her. However, the young chieftains of the defeated Xuelong and Xi mountain tribes had not been so fortunate. As for the young master of the Weiyang tribe, his situation was similar. Being part of a mixed-race tribe of smaller beastmen, he also failed to attract her attention. This time, the four tribes had united for mutual benefit, planning to launch an attack while the young chieftain of Shilin lay injured and unconscious, hoping to divide the entire Shilin tribe among themselves. Yet unexpectedly, Ling Xiao led the tribe's warriors and forcefully expelled them from the Shilin territory, even crossing their traps to appear directly before the Yaluo tribe's cavern. Ling Xiao declared that if they did not surrender him along with sufficient game, he would thoroughly expel the Yaluo tribe from the North Beast Plains. The circumstances of the other three tribes were not much different from that of Yaluo. Not wishing to lead their old and young beastmen on a long migration to reclaim new territory, they had no choice but to submit. Migration and the search for new land were no easy tasks. Each migration of a tribe on the plains often accompanied widespread death among the elderly, weak, and sickly. The Yaluo tribe could not withstand such turmoil. Zhongzhen's drooping eyelashes concealed the dark thoughts within. He had never hoped for Ling Chengen to show kindness and save him. Yet she did. However, the relationship between giant and small beastmen was inherently unequal. He would not naively believe that being saved once could truly lead to becoming a genuine partner of such a ferocious female. As long as they ceased their aggression towards the Yaluo tribe, he could endure it all. Otherwise, he would seek ways to eliminate Ling Xiao and Ling Chengen. Taking advantage of the opportunity to recuperate, he planned to observe them further. Lunch was prepared quickly. Aside from vegetable and egg soup, there were roasted meats. Ling Chengen took advantage of her free time to prepare several stone pots and even push down a tree of moderate thickness, using her claws to carve wood into bowls, chopsticks, and other utensils. Her craftsmanship was rudimentary, yet her strength was great, and her sharp claws made carving wood as effortless as slicing tofu. The boiled egg soup was poured into 3 wooden bowls larger than her face, after which she began to boil salt in a stone pot, not forgetting to place the herbs that had been soaked nearby on another stone stove to simmer slowly. The stone pot had a wooden lid, and she cleverly left a handle for easy retrieval. Once completed, the wild chickens, which had been dripping with grease from the licking flames, were perfectly charred and tender. Though lacking seasoning, they would certainly suffice to fill the stomach. She placed the 3 roasted wild chickens on a clean large wooden plate and called out towards the cave. Ling Xiaoxi quickly scampered over, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the beautifully roasted chickens, nearly drooling. "Look at you, so unremarkable. This chicken and this bowl of soup are yours. After you finish, remember to wash the plate and spoon." Ling Chengen carried another chicken and egg soup into the cave, placing the food on the flat stone platform next to the grass mat. Zhongzhen had already awakened by the time she stepped into the cave. Slowly sitting up and gazing at the food she had set down, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. The previously faint aroma was emanating from these 2 dishes. He fixed his gaze on the roasted chicken, then glanced back at Ling Chengen. She gently urged him to eat, leaving no room for refusal. Her patience lasted only 3 seconds. Whether he wanted to eat or not was entirely up to him. Zhongzhen naturally did not suspect she would poison him, but he found it strange. He understood what cooked food was, yet the beastmen of the North Beast Plains did not prepare cooked meals. Only in the bustling southern wastelands. In those large beast cities could one find such things. Every year, beastman tribes exiled from the south would flow into the northern wasteland. These beastmen looked down upon their northern counterparts, deeming them the lowest of the low. They would not teach the local beastmen how to cook. Instead, they would boast about their possessions while disdainfully mocking the northern beastmen as uncivilized savages. Thus, those tribes, oblivious to reality and lacking the strength to protect themselves, would soon be divided by the more ferocious tribes of the north, or driven into the harsh conditions of the Beihan River, where they would perish with resentment as the cold season arrived. How did Ling Chengen learn to prepare cooked food? Zhongzhen tore off a piece of slightly hot chicken meat and placed it in his mouth, his eyelashes fluttering as he pondered, gazing at his greasy fingertips. Chapter 6. Purifying salt. Several stone stoves were still cooking various items. Ling Chengen glanced at the few branches and logs nearby, swiftly tearing off a chicken leg and devouring it. After finishing, she spoke to Ling Xiaoxi. If you're done eating and there's nothing else, this afternoon go collect some dry twigs and leaves nearby to facilitate future cooking, all right? Sure, but do I still need to watch over my brother-in-law this afternoon? Ling Xiaoxi, her mouth smeared with grease, looked at Ling Chengen with eager anticipation in her bright, round eyes. Ling Chengen cast a glance at her, fully aware that it was nearly impossible to expect a 7- or 8-year-old child to care for an adult all day. So she shook her head. No need. He has already received treatment, and soon he will take his medicine. At least his life can be sustained. Can I go play with other little friends in the tribe this afternoon? Ling Chengen ate quickly. By the time Ling Xiaoxi had consumed only half, she had finished an entire roasted chicken along with a large bowl of egg soup, and the salt water simmering in the stone pot began to crystallize gradually. Once the moisture in the pot had evaporated completely, Ling Chengen extinguished the fire and transferred the pale yellow salt from the pot into a wooden jar. The amount of salt obtained from purifying rock salt was not substantial, and the process was cumbersome. Moreover, the salt still contained various impurities, as evidenced by its pale yellow hue. Yet, under the current circumstances where resources were scarce, achieving such pale yellow crystals from rock salt was already an accomplishment. She sampled the taste, which retained a hint of bitterness, yet it was undoubtedly preferable to licking rock salt directly. This type of salt could not be used long-term, as it might contain some heavy metals. However, it was suitable for temporary use, and there was no need to produce excessive quantities. It was essential to find sea salt or lake salt, which would be easier to purify. Ling Chengen's expression was indifferent, clearly dissatisfied with the salt in her hands. However, Ling Xiaoxi beside her was utterly astonished. She remembered that just moments ago, a pot was simmering with water. How did it transform into something resembling sand? Sister, what is this? Salt. Ling Chengen set the wooden jar aside and confirmed that the medicinal concoction in the stone pot was nearly ready, then removed the remaining firewood. Ling Xiaoxi, too startled to eat her roasted chicken, pointed at the jar full of sandy substance, exclaiming, "That's salt? How could that be? The salt rock at home is quite large. It's extracted from the salt rock at home." Ling Chengen casually tossed the remaining piece of salt rock, obscured by a large stone, in front of Ling Xiaoxi, saying, "Here, the piece you brought me this morning." Ling Xiaoxi, clutching the salt rock that had shrunk to the size of 2 fists, felt as if she was in a daze. "Sister, did you meet the beast god while you were unconscious?" Ling Chengen scoffed lightly. "No, the beast god came to see me." Ling Xiaoxi instantly became respectful, saying, "Sister, you're incredible. I want to call you foolish again." Ling Chengen smirked. "If you dare insult me again, I want to feed you, and you'll have to gnaw on your prey." Ling Xiaoxi, realizing her vulnerability, immediately shook her head vigorously, raising her right hand to vow seriously, "I promise. Now hurry and eat." Ling Chengen poured the medicinal liquid from a stone pot into a bowl, cleaned all the pots and bowls that had been dirtied at noon by the stream, and then brought a bowl of uniquely flavored medicinal soup into the cave. Zhongzhen, genuinely holding the wooden bowl, drank the soup, having consumed a small portion of the roasted chicken. Although he didn't eat much, he visibly appeared revitalized. Ling Chengen placed the bowl of medicine on the stone platform beside him, saying, "First drink this." Zhongzhen glanced at the dark liquid, catching a whiff of a bitter scent that made his head spin, instinctively holding his breath and turning away. "What is this?" "Medicine," Ling Chengen stated flatly, fixing her gaze upon him. Zhongzhen, looking at the bowl of medicine with skepticism, asked, "Can I not drink it? I've been busy all morning just for this bowl of medicine. If you dare refuse, I'll force it down your throat." Ling Chengen's teeth were clenched, and her tone left no room for refusal. Zhongzhen, seeing her somewhat menacing expression, put down the soup bowl, accepted the now cool medicinal bowl, and leaned closer to sniff it, his expression immediately contorting. Ling Chengen squatted beside the grass mat, ready to intervene at the first sign of him attempting to pour it out. Zhongjun closed his eyes, resigned, and took a sip. As soon as the medicinal liquid entered his mouth, he instinctively wanted to spit it out. Ling Chengen, quick as lightning, covered his mouth and forced him to tilt his head back. No matter what, that medicine had to go down. Still injured, Zhongjun could hardly resist and had no choice but to swallow the bitter concoction. Looking at the remaining liquid in the bowl, he felt his temples throbbing, testing his endurance to the limit. With a determined effort, he downed the last of it. Ling Chengen, not fond of traditional Chinese medicine, especially unprocessed Huang Lian, found the taste of the concoction to be indescribably unpleasant. However, since it wasn't her drinking it, she bore no psychological burden. Under her watchful gaze, Zhongjun had no choice but to tilt his head back and gulp down the entire bowl. After finishing, his expression transformed dramatically, caught in a battle between nausea and the need to endure, until Ling Chengen finally pushed a sweet red fruit into his mouth, which helped suppress the bitter flavor. Ling Chengen took back the medicinal bowl and stood up, saying, "All right, I want tea, take the food away. If you're hungry, eat a little. I want tea be here in the afternoon, and Xiaoxi has gone out to play, so you'd best lie down and rest without moving around." This time, he fell asleep quickly, and his body felt less feverish and uncomfortable than before. He slept until dusk, awakening with a blank mind, feeling as if he had lost track of time. The grass curtain at the cave entrance was indeed fully drawn, allowing him to see half of the vividly painted sky. The crimson clouds and the dark ancient woods forming a barrier, with the vast north wilderness beast plain stretching endlessly before him. He had never seen the beast plain from this angle. It was astonishingly magnificent in the eyes of the Shurlin tribe leader and the young leader. Outside, the jubilant sounds of younglings echoed, accompanied by flickering lights. Zhongjun propped himself up, realizing his hands had regained strength. He stared in astonishment at his hands, then looked up at the rising smoke above the fire. Was Ling Chengen's medicine truly this effective? It was almost unbelievable. Why had he never heard of it before? Ling Xiaoxi's clear, youthful voice, striking yet penetrating, immediately resonated across the stone beach, reaching Zhongjun's ears. Upon hearing the words Yao Luo tribe, Zhongjun instantly regained clarity, struggling to sit up, inadvertently pulling at his wounds, which caused him to gasp in pain. How could his father and the others have come? He attempted to rise and peer out at the situation, but the injury on his leg was too severe to allow him to stand. He only managed to struggle a bit, causing the medicated wound to bleed again. The dim sky was quickly illuminated by a large blaze, and the outside voices grew raucous, leaving Zhongjun in a state of urgency. Nevertheless, he persevered, leaning against the stone wall as he slowly moved to the cave entrance, standing at a height to observe the bustling figures below, quickly spotting his father's silhouette. The keen sense of smell possessed by the Beastman was remarkable. The moment he appeared at the cave entrance, Ling Chengen, standing by the hearth, suddenly turned to look at him expressionlessly. Zhongjun met her gaze, and even in the poor light, he could see clearly, instinctively wanting to evade her eyes, yet he straightened his back and quietly observed the situation below. His father, the leader of the Yao Luo tribe, Zhongguang, stood with several prey slung over his shoulders, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Ling Chengen, who stood by the fire. He threw the prey to the ground and coldly inquired, "Where is Zhongjun?" "Yes, we can offer more prey. We only hope you will spare Zhongjun." Although Zhongguang was furious that Ling Chengen had taken his injured child without a word. Surrendering Zhongjun was a condition they had to comply with after Ling Xiao's initial attack on their tribe. Ling Chengen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Yao Luo tribe cannot heal his wounds. Zhongguang replied firmly, "We can seek assistance from more powerful shamans in other tribes. They will heal Zhongjun." Ling Chen merely smiled. Before she could respond, Ling Xiao strode over, his tall figure blocking his daughter. "Zhongguang, don't go back on your word. You agreed to hand over the person. Now that you wish to renege, are you looking for another fight?" Ling Chengen set down the spoon in her hand, surprised as she gazed at Ling Xiao's towering back. To be honest, it had been a long time since anyone had stood in front of her. Her biological parents had passed away before she came of age, and she had been living under the roof of her relatives ever since. The relatives who took her in were not evil, but neither were they particularly kind. They merely ensured she had food, her clothes were hand-me-downs. And aside from doing household chores and farming, she also had to work odd jobs to pay for living and schooling. She had grown accustomed to facing challenges on her own and had never hoped for anyone to protect her. But Ling Xiao's unwavering stance made her feel both touched and elated. Although she was a mere substitute occupying the original host's body, she had truly encountered a remarkable father. She had no intention of seizing the original's life. She simply awoke one day to find herself in this body. In the afternoon, she had inquired about the system, which confirmed that the original host was indeed gone. The cause of death was currently unknown, but her presence in this beastly world was entirely due to her exceptional spiritual power, which resonated at a perfect frequency of 100 with this body. The cause of the original host's death needed to be investigated thoroughly. At the very least, there had to be an explanation. Despite her impatience and somewhat cold and selfish demeanor, Ling Chengen had no intention of abandoning her family now that she had taken on this body. She was resolute in her decision to care for Ling Xiao and Ling Xiaoxi. As Ling Xiao stepped forward, a palpable tension arose between him and Zhongguang, with a dozen or so warriors from the Yao Luo tribe igniting an atmosphere of conflict alongside the several dozen warriors at Ling Xiao's side. "Father, please hold on," Ling Chengen said, extending her hand to stop Ling Xiao from engaging with Zhongguang. She calmly maneuvered through the crowd to stand between the two factions, pointing toward the cave entrance. "Father, you should go and carry Zhongzhen back. He is injured and cannot walk." Ling Xiao, glancing at his daughter who barely reached his shoulder, felt his previously fierce demeanor dissipate, though he still cast a wary glance at Zhongguang. "Go ahead. They won't dare to cause trouble on our territory." Ling Chengen remained composed throughout, and once Ling Xiao moved away, she smiled at the clearly older and sturdier Zhongguang. "Speaking with poise, even if I hand Zhongzhen over to you, you will still need to seek the shaman of another tribe. Not to mention whether they can heal him, you must first pay a greater price to request their assistance. You will need to provide the Shilin tribe with a sufficient amount of game within the stipulated time and still hope to exchange more game to keep Zhongzhen here. Not to mention preparing additional game to seek the shaman from other tribes, while his injuries are too severe to wait. As soon as you are ready, you will only be able to collect his remains." "What nonsense are you spouting?" On or besides Zhongzhen glared at Ling Chengen. Unfazed, Ling Chengen shot him a casual glance. "Am I wrong? When I went to fetch him today, his wound was already festering and inflamed, and he was running a high fever. Your tribe's shaman cannot treat him. They can only let him endure until you are prepared with all the game. Can you take him to another tribe for treatment within 2 days? Moreover, his injury is quite serious. The longer the delay in treatment, the lower the chance of recovery, and he might even be left with a disability." As Ling Chengen finished speaking, Ling Xiao had already approached her, gently lowering Zhongzhen from his back. His expression grim, yet striving to maintain a fierce facade. He had initially thought he found a fair-skinned and beautiful beast husband for his daughter, only to discover he was on the brink of death. What loss! A beast husband could be found again. However, upon hearing his eldest daughter's words, he inwardly lamented the situation. His daughter wanted to keep this person. His daughter was admirable in many ways, but she was a bit stubborn. Just as she had escaped the emotional pit that was by Qing Yu, she had stumbled into the near-death situation of Zhongzhen. Could it be that his beloved NN was some kind of black hole? Ah, how difficult it was for a father. Zhongzhen had ceased to run a high fever. Although his wound had just opened slightly, and his body remained weak, he was now fully conscious and had heard every word of Ling Chengen's. Ling Chengen was indeed harsh in her remarks, yet he realized that her words struck at the heart of the matter. Although he did not favor this female, it was a fact that she had saved him today. He knew his own body best. This was genuinely perilous. Without the Shilin tribe's shaman's intervention and her peculiar herbal concoction from noon, he would not be standing here in a coherent state. "Father, I chose to come to the Shilin tribe with her." Zhongguang's eyes narrowed with concern as he looked at his frail child, and the usually stoic man nearly shed tears. Chapter 8. Loud conspiracy. Ling Chengen led Ling Xiao away, expressing gratitude to the other tribe members with a smile. "Father, please hurry and divide the game. As for whether Zhongzhen stays or leaves, let him decide for himself." Ling Xiao, somewhat puzzled, absent-mindedly chewed on a piece of meat, initially contemplating the dilemma of Zhongjun's fate, but was soon distracted by the explosion of flavor in his mouth. He turned to observe Ling Chengen, who was busy by the fire. "Is this roasted meat? How is it different from what you made before?" Ling Chengen replied with exasperation. "Is it not allowed for me to improve?" Ling Xiao, astonished, inhaled the fragrant aroma from his fingers and nodded. "You haven't just improved. You have been possessed by the beast god." "Indeed, possessed by the beast god," Ling Chen said hastily. "Now hurry up. I'm starving." Ling Chengen wished to avoid this topic as she was genuinely hungry. She felt as if a mere chicken had barely filled her teeth. And after such a long time without dinner, she would soon become irritable. Ling Xiao, no longer fixated on Zhongjun's predicament, was thoroughly tantalized by the aroma of the roasted meat and immediately clapped his hands, declaring, all right, I will divide it right away." Ling Xiao was solely focused on savoring the rich flavors of the roasted meat, and he began distributing the game among the tribe's warriors. Not far away, on the rocky shore of Linxi, Zhongguang and Zhongjun sat together, engaged in a hushed conversation. Observing the freshly bandaged wound on Zhongjun's leg and his pale complexion, Zhongguang expressed guilt. "Ah, Zhun, it is my inadequacy that has led to this." Leaning against a rock, Zhongjun, despite the pain causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "Father, this is not your fault. It was my choice. Moreover, while Ling Chengen's words may be harsh, they're indeed correct. Remaining in the Shilin tribe is the best choice for me, both personally and for the tribe." Though Zhongjun had spent much of the day in a deep sleep, he was not entirely unaware. His leg had festered and rotted. The shaman of the Shilin tribe had first excised the necrotic tissue before administering basic treatment using wood-based abilities. Although the Yao Luo tribe had 2 orc practitioners of wood abilities, one was merely a 10-year-old child while the other was an elderly shaman. The child's healing skills were superficial and insufficient, while the elder shaman's self-taught techniques yielded mediocre results. Additionally, due to the shaman's weak abilities, they could only temporarily sustain his life without the prospect of further treatment. As of now, the shaman's abilities had yet to recover. Zhongguang remained unconvinced. Zhongjun was his pride and joy, not only handsome, but also exceptionally intelligent. As he grew, he had become the most formidable warrior in the tribe. Had it not been for the encounter with a pack of ferocious beasts days ago, Zhongjun would not have nearly lost his life while protecting his kin. Zhongguang's back was slightly hunched. With only one child, what future awaited him if Zhongjun remained in the Shilin tribe as Ling Chengen's beast husband? After my interaction with Ling Chengen today, she does not seem to be the vicious female the rumors portray. Furthermore, compared to what I must face in the future, being her beast husband might not be so unbearable. Let me give it a try. Zhongguang listened intently to his son's plans, his expression growing increasingly hesitant until he finally voiced his doubts. "Do you think this will work?" Zhongjun raised his gaze. The corners of his eyes tinged with a sickly red, yet his dark pupils gleamed brightly. "It will work, for the sake of the young ones in the tribe. I must give it a try." As he lifted his head again, a figure stood beside him. Ling Chengen watched him quietly, her tone calm. "You have quite the ambition. You wish for the Yao Luo tribe to merge with the Shilin tribe?" Zhongjun looked up, his pupils constricting in surprise. "You heard that?" Ling Chengen replied, "Yes. I forgot to mention, my ability is psychic. As long as I wish, I can perceive any activity within a certain range." "Psychic?" Zhongjun stared at her sharply defined jawline, having never heard of such an ability before. The abilities of the beasts on the plains were categorized into 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metal abilities were relatively rare, typically bestowed upon orcs living near mountains, granting them powerful attack capabilities, but at a great cost. The wood-based abilities are relatively rare, primarily manifesting in 2 directions: healing and offense. Most beastmen with wood abilities tend to develop their offensive capabilities, with only a select few inheriting the lineage of wood powers leaning towards healing. However, the transmission of medical knowledge is exceedingly scarce in the beast plains, particularly in the northern region. He possesses earth-based abilities, which, although not particularly strong in offensive power, offer decent defense. Yet his ability level is rather modest, currently only at level 6. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's fire abilities are publicly asserted to be at level 10, yet following the tribal war, it is speculated that his true power is nearing its pinnacle. Seeing his perplexed expression, Ling Chengen directly connected with his mind, casually greeting him. A thunderous voice resonated within Chong Zhen's consciousness, causing him to instinctively cover his forehead, feeling a sharp pain. Once finished, Ling Chengen lifted him with a sense of pride, stating, "All right, ponder as you wish. My father and the others are waiting for us to have dinner together." Chong Zhen's body pressed against her back, arms encircling her shoulders. He whispered, "Since you have heard, I shall not hide it from you. Do you think it feasible for the Yao Luo tribe to merge with the Shilin?" Ling Chengen, carrying him steadily forward at a leisurely pace, replied, "Whether it is feasible or not depends on the effort of the Yao Luo tribe." "What do you mean?" Ling Chengen retorted. "If you were in my position, with nothing to offer and confronted by a smaller tribe that hinders progress, seeking protection and wanting to merge for a larger share of resources, would you easily agree? Do you think I am the beast god revered by your tribe? So selflessly benevolent?" Chong Zhen tightened his grip around her neck, asking, "Is there not even a glimmer of possibility?" "There is." Ling Chengen lightly tilted her head, smirking. "But why should I divulge the answer? Think for yourself. After all, you can't do anything at the moment. Lying around all day gives you plenty of time to contemplate. My principle is simple. I do not accept useless waste by my side." Chong Zhen gazed at her pristine ear and the vibrant, rosy lips glowing in the firelight, his eyes slightly narrowing. The beastmen of the Yao Luo tribe are petite, naturally disadvantaged in hunting, no matter how much they train. They cannot match the valiant prowess of the beastmen from your tribe. Ling Chengen set him down on a rock, grasping his chin to compel him to meet her gaze. She leaned closer, her lips curling in a devilish smile, whispering softly as if she were a descending demon. Her warm breath brushed against his nose and lips in the coolness of the spring night, her eyes a fathomless abyss of danger, ensnaring him momentarily in their depths, leaving him dazed and unaware. "Is your brain made of elmwood? Every person in this world has their strengths. Combat prowess is not the sole criterion for assessing an individual's worth. Do you understand, foolish fox?" Chapter 9. Flattery. Chong Zhen was compelled to look up at her, feeling the warmth of her fingertips against his constrained jaw. Though Ling Chengen had scolded him, he was not angered. Rather, after she distanced herself, he pondered her words. So, combat prowess is not the only measure of a person's usefulness? Her perspective was indeed quite unique. In this realm of beasts, where survival is a battle against nature, combat strength remains the primary competitive edge, a lesson learned through generations of hardship and sacrifice. Ling Xiao, she placed a bowl of mashed potatoes before Chong Zhen along with a wooden spoon, saying, "This is your dinner." Chong Zhen accepted the wooden bowl, noting the pieces of chicken atop the creamy yellow mash, leftovers from his earlier meal. "Thank you." He took a spoonful of the rich, velvety mixture, astonished by its delightful flavor, neglecting the chicken in favor of another bite. "Xiaoxi, what is this?" he inquired, having never encountered such a sticky yet richly textured food before. After delivering his dinner, Xiaoxi hurriedly went to fetch her own bowl, noticing that Ling Chengen had already begun to eat. She quickly pulled her back. "Sister, you should speak to my brother-in-law. I am eager to eat." Ling Chengen sat beside Chong Zhen, turning to him. "What do you wish to know? What is this yellow mush in a bowl?" "Potato." Ling Chengen pointed at the large, round tubers beside the fire. "That is what it is." She tossed one to him, not in the mood to explain further as her hunger took precedence. After devouring 2 large bowls of mashed potatoes and half a roasted goat, she finally felt revitalized. Perhaps it was due to her recent transition into this body. Upon awakening that morning, her mental energy was nearly depleted. The morning's roasted fish and the afternoon's chicken barely sustained her for the day's demanding activities. Yet her mental energy had not fully recovered. The greater her mental expenditure, the more she craved energy-rich food. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of the others, she quickly consumed the remaining food, burping contentedly, leaning back to gaze at the starry sky and the waxing crescent moon. Ling Xiao and Ling Xiaoxi, after cleaning the stone pots and wooden bowls, sat by the fire, worry etched on their faces as they watched her. "Inen, what is wrong with you today? Why such a sudden feast? Does your stomach feel uncomfortable?" Ling Chengen lightly patted her flat abdomen, shaking her head. The consumption of mental energy is significant, necessitating more food for recovery. What is that? My ability, Ling Chengen said, pride evident in her voice. Although it may not tangibly enhance living conditions like the elemental abilities of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, this ability ultimately elevated her to the pinnacle of a post-apocalyptic world. After finishing his meal, Chongzhen quietly observed the trio, realizing that Ling Xiao had just learned of Ling Chengen's mental abilities, which brought him a sense of equilibrium. It was indeed not his ignorance alone. This ability appeared to be unprecedented on the beast plains. Yet, there was nothing particularly astonishing about it. According to ancestral tales, the Beastmen initially lacked abilities. It was only after frequent natural disasters led to immense suffering, with many lives claimed, that certain Beastmen received the beast god's protection and awakened their powers. However, only a minority of Beastmen could awaken such abilities. Ling Xiao, merely pleased that Ling Chengen had awakened a rare ability, remained oblivious to the nuances of such powers. Yet it did not diminish his joy for his daughter. Although Ling Chengen possessed a remarkably strong physique, she had not awakened an ability until now. With her turning 16 this year, the likelihood of her awakening an ability was slim. He feared that she might not be able to inherit the position of clan leader, thereby commanding the respect of the other beast warriors. Little did he expect that fortune and misfortune could intertwine, and his daughter had received a new ability granted by the beast god. After the initial elation, Ling Xiao turned his gaze towards Chongzhen, who sat beside Ling Cheng, his eyes landing on Chongzhen's injured leg and abdomen, his brow furrowing. Now that you have awakened your ability, you must take charge of your own affairs. If you wish to keep Chongzhen here, I will no longer insist on sending him away. However, he is currently incapable of hunting, and I still need to care for Xiao Shi, so you must shoulder the responsibility of hunting and looking after him. Since you have become partners, you must not abandon one another so easily. I shall not speak of your mother's conduct. You must not emulate her. Ling Xiao's mention of his former partner brought no warmth to his expression. Although Ling Chengen did not intend to become partners with this fox, she was indeed determined to keep him, believing he could provide assistance once his injuries healed, especially with his earth-based abilities, which would be advantageous for cultivating crops. The rainy and cold seasons in the Beast Plains are harsh. Relying solely on hunting without implementing agricultural practices early would lead to mass fatalities in the face of natural disasters. In the realm of the Shurlin tribe, she momentarily had no authority over other clans, yet she held the esteemed title of the tribe's young chieftain. With her presence, if the elderly and young orcs under her care were left helpless to await death, she would be deemed utterly ineffectual. Did you hear that? Ling Xiao, noticing her distraction, gently rapped her head with his hand, harboring a touch of disappointment. Chongzhen turned a glance at Ling Chengen, who blinked innocently, suppressing a smile as he lowered his gaze slightly. Ling Xiao immediately fixed a sharp gaze upon him, stating firmly, "You two, my words were not solely directed at her. You best strive to recover swiftly. How can a capable warrior expect an end to provide for you throughout your days? I have nurtured her since childhood. Should you dare to bully her?" Ling Chengen coughed lightly, his fist pressed against his lips, and replied, "He wouldn't dare bully me, right? Father, you worry too much. After a long day, you should rest early." Chongzhen answered earnestly, "Rest assured, Ling Chieftain, once I recover, I will go hunting and take good care of the young chieftain." "What young chieftain? You and Nin are now partners. Sweeten your words. Or how do you expect the female to bear your offspring?" Ling Xiao glared at the two wooden figures before him, his irritation palpable. Ling Xiaoxi, still gnawing on a chicken bone, dared not interject into her father's discourse, but was nonetheless caught in Ling Xiao's furious gaze. She clutched the bone tightly, waiting for Ling Xiao's attention to waver before hastily fleeing. An irate old man was indeed fearsome. Even the passing kittens and puppies would be intimidated by his glare. "What I just said is true," Ling Chengen replied lazily, chewing on a blade of grass. "I'm still young and not in a hurry to choose a partner. As for offspring, that's even less pressing. Rather than making promises, you might as well follow my lead in the future." Ling Chengen turned his gaze into his eyes, declaring, "Chongzhen, if you heed my advice, I guarantee that a portion of meat will always be yours." Ling Chengen scoffed inwardly at the thought of this dog-man, who only knew how to sweet-talk. He would eventually bring him to kneel beneath her animal-skin skirt. Chapter 10. A nightly chat in the same room. Where would Chengen sleep in this cave tonight? Standing at the cave entrance, she contemplated the placement of the grass mat, yet before she could reach a conclusion, the system erupted with glee. A new mission had been issued. The two must remain alone in a room for 6 hours, and the reward would be 10 energy points. Ling Chengen was momentarily pained by the incessant chattering in his mind. Before he could voice anything, the weight of Chengen resting on his shoulder prompted her to speak up. "What is the matter?" "Nothing," he replied, expressionless, as he guided her to the grass mat. Gazing into the dark expanse of the cave, he sighed in resignation and turned to leave. "You should rest first." Chengen observed his retreating figure without calling him back. Their relationship was far from the simplicity one would expect from newly bonded orc partners. The sudden intimacy of sharing a space, even sleeping in the same area, rendered them both acutely awkward. However, having just taken medicine, his injuries remained severe, leaving him with little energy to ponder where Ling Chengen would rest tonight. Lying on the grass mat, he soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. Lying on the newly laid hay, she felt discomfort in every part of her body. The unfamiliar scent nearby made it difficult for her to fall asleep. She clasped her hands behind her head, contemplating the myriad of tasks ahead. The grass mat needed replacing, and the cave required 2 beds, ideally with a curtain to separate her living space from Chengen's. Perhaps they could even excavate another cave. Yet, residing in a cave was inherently uncomfortable. Without doors, only a flimsy grass curtain offered scant privacy, and when the wind blew, it provided little shelter. The rising temperatures masked the curtain's inadequacies, but as the cold season approached, it would not provide warmth and could potentially lead to dire consequences. Lost in her thoughts, Ling Chengen suddenly turned to lie on his side, facing Chengen, intently watching her as she breathed softly, her eyes closed. "Are you asleep?" she inquired. Chengen, lying on the grass mat, slowly opened his eyes, the drowsiness creating a soft mist in his gaze as he turned his head slightly towards the female orc, whose proximity was just a meter away. He remained silent for a long while, but the mere act of opening his eyes provided an answer. "When do you think your injuries will heal?" Ling Chengen asked, resting his head on his left arm, his body rising and falling gently with each breath. Orcs possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, rendering her unable to gauge Chengen's recovery based on her previous experiences. Moreover, the shaman had employed a wood-type healing technique on him, a power she had only witnessed the shaman wield, leaving her uncertain of its efficacy. Chengen raised a hand to cover his mouth, stifling a yawn, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. It will take at least half a month for the wounds to heal completely. Much of his flesh had been excised from his leg, and while the healing technique had successfully staunched the bleeding, the regeneration of tissue required time. "Your Earth-type abilities, were they primarily used for combat?" "Mostly. Though my offensive capabilities are rather weak, I primarily focus on defense. Additionally, I can excavate tunnels. The ones in the Yao Luo tribe were dubbed by me." Chengen spoke openly about his abilities, acknowledging that while his power level was relatively high among his peers, it paled in comparison to the strongest orcs. Especially when faced with Ling Xiao, he could not even approach without being swiftly subdued. This was no exaggeration, for he had experienced it firsthand not long ago. Ling Xiao's audacity to coerce the Yao Luo tribe into surrendering him to become Ling Chengen's mate stemmed from an overwhelming confidence. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the father-daughter duo of the Ling clan. Ling Chengen lifted her gaze. "I heard your ability level is 6? "Yes. I just reached level 6 this year." "Can you cultivate?" Ling Chengen inquired. Chengen looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" He nodded, propping himself up, and gazed down at her face. "Yes. Do you like light grass?" "I have an interest in light grass, but my primary curiosity lies in whether you can cultivate anything." Ling Chengen sat up from the grass pile, crossing his legs and meeting his gaze directly. "You should be aware that relying solely on hunting to sustain an entire tribe of orcs is inherently challenging. Each year, with the arrival of the cold season, many orcs perish, primarily the young, the elderly, and the weaker females." Chengen nodded. "This is a common occurrence on the beast plains. It has been so for millennia. Thus, I intend to alter this situation. We cannot depend solely on hunting for sustenance. Today you tasted mashed potatoes. What did you think? It can satiate hunger and has a pleasant texture, Chengen mused, leaning against the stone wall, his gaze dropping contemplatively, already grasping her intent. You wish to cultivate this fruit, called potato? Ling Chengen nodded. This fruit yields abundantly and stores well, especially during the cold season. In times of extreme scarcity, having such sustenance would significantly reduce the number of orcs starving to death. Chengen suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with hope. Are you serious? Ling Chengen crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly, and retorted, What reason would I have to deceive you? But I don't know how to cultivate such things. Chengen admitted. You can learn, can't you? I will teach you, Ling Chengen replied. Where did you acquire this knowledge? Chengen remained puzzled, wondering how the notorious female outside could possess such uncommon wisdom. Deep within, a fire ignited in Chengen, filling him with eagerness. Once I recover, I will give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success. This was a splendid prospect. If they could indeed harvest a substantial quantity of fruit and store it throughout the cold season, it would undoubtedly create a sensation across the beast plains. Ling Chengen received a satisfactory answer and pulled the animal hide blanket over her abdomen, pushing off with her feet to close her eyes. All right, the night chat is over. It is time to sleep. She fell asleep remarkably quickly, as she initially thought that lying in the same cave with a solitary male would cause her to toss and turn for a while. However, shortly after her words, she was already breathing softly in slumber. Glancing down, she saw that the person who had just been full of energy was now peacefully asleep, arms spread wide. Chengen sat up for a moment before lying back down, yet her gaze could not help but linger on the sleeping face before her. What kind of female was she truly? As the two of them slumbered in the darkness, the system finally emitted a low chuckle, decisively adding the recently captured photographs to its collection. This time, it would undoubtedly fulfill its task of safeguarding love, redeeming itself from past failures. Chapter 11. Shyness and Modesty. As dawn broke, Ling Chengen awoke from her dreams. However, her complexion was grim due to a nightmare she had experienced. She dreamt that the other 3 beast husbands prepared for her by Ling Xiao were, like Chengen, burdens rather than helpers. Not only did she have to hunt alone, but she also had to provide for 4 gluttons. The thought filled her with despair. No, today she must check on the remaining 3. If they were indeed all like Chengen, she would have to return them. Rising from the haystack, she stretched her sore shoulders and neck, gazing down at the dry grass, and painfully shut her eyes. She longed for her previous soft, large bed. The more she thought about it, the darker life seemed. With no bright future in sight. Are you going out? Chengen's hoarse voice came from the corner. Ling Chengen noticed the red fox leaning against the stone wall. Why have you transformed into a beast? She regarded his long and beautiful tail, feeling an urge to touch it. Chengen glanced at the half-drawn grass curtain, his breath still weak, and replied, It was a bit cold last night. In beast form, the fur provides better warmth. He had awoken in the middle of the night from the cold and noticed that Ling Chengen was covered with an animal hide blanket, while his own had not been packed by Ling Xiaoxi, leaving him without any covering. Suddenly returning to human form, Chengen caught Ling Chengen's gaze, and she felt a bit numb as she remarked, Even though we currently bear the title of partners, you should still maintain some decency. Certain areas ought to be covered. Chengen had already donned his animal skin skirt and looked at her quietly. Did you not see all there was to see yesterday? You did not appear shy then. Ling Chengen bared her teeth. My shyness has nothing to do with your modesty, all right? She turned her head and declared, I am not angry. With that, she stormed out of the cave. Chengen leaned against the grass mat, propping his head with one hand as he watched her departing figure, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. He had expected her to be a brazen and lustful creature, yet here she was. After their early morning quarrel, Ling Chengen, while brewing medicine at the stone stove, wished she could add some raw huangli into his bowl. However, she soon became too occupied to dwell on the morning's unpleasantness. By the time Ling Xiao rose, Ling Chengen had already prepared the game they had caught the previous day, half of which was for Ling Xiao's breakfast. Additionally, she had made a bowl of mashed potatoes, seasoned with salt and pepper, for him. Ling Xiao intended to wash up in the stream, but was instructed by Ling Chengen to take soft branches and dip them in a small amount of salt for brushing his teeth. He was utterly bewildered, but could not resist his daughter's domineering attitude and ultimately complied. After finishing, Ling Xiao felt much fresher and sat beside the stone stove to help Ling Chengen tend the fire, curiously inquiring, "How did you create this powder?" "This salt is extracted from the salt stones at home. Last night, the roasted meat and mashed potatoes were prepared with this salt," Ling Chengen explained, pointing at the nearby salt stone. Ling Xiao, resting his hand on his knee, looked astonished. No wonder the meat tasted so good last night. Ling Chengen frowned as she indicated the salt stone. Consuming salt extracted from these stones long-term is not advisable. "Father, do you know if there are any salt lakes nearby? A sea would suffice as well." Ling Xiao effortlessly crushed the fist-sized salt stone into powder, looking at her with confusion. "Salt stones are fine to have. Just a lick every day is enough for strength. There is no need to be so meticulous about it," Ling Chengen patiently explained. "Some salt stones are harmless, but others contain invisible toxins. If we find a salt lake, the extraction process is quite simple and requires little effort, yielding safe and clean salt. Why not pursue that? Furthermore, salt can extend the preservation of food. Cured meat can last for several months." Ling Xiao was taken aback. "Can this salt really preserve food for that long?" Ling Chengen, slicing the roasted lamb into small pieces with a bone knife, replied without looking up, "Yes, with the correct method and quantity. It can last a month or two without issue. Then we shall look for it while hunting," Ling Xiao declared, picking up a roasted lamb leg, ready to devour it when he suddenly noticed her slicing the meat. "What are you preparing that roasted meat for? This is your dry ration. You can take it out to eat when you're hungry at noon," Ling Chengen explained, already wrapping the portioned roasted meat in dried banana leaves and placing it in Ling Xiao's usual animal skin bag. She even filled a bamboo tube with stream water, which she had prepared earlier. She had used her mental energy to create threads on the edges and lid of the bamboo cup to prevent spillage. However, the bamboo cup still had its limitations. If tilted for too long, it would inevitably leak some water. Ling Chengen instructed Ling Xiao to be mindful of the water cup's position and make do with it. Upon emerging from a cave with an empty medicine bowl, Ling Chengen saw Ling Xiao on the stone beach, contemplating where to hang the water cup for maximum visibility. For her showy father, she allowed him to indulge in his antics. It was merely a water cup, yet he was so pleased. It seemed he would wake up smiling from dreams every day henceforth. Finally finding a conspicuous spot, Ling Xiao turned to look at his beloved daughter, seated on a stone, enjoying her mashed potatoes. Ling Chengen took a bite of roasted meat, nodded, and mumbled in response. This foolish child could sometimes be overly soft-hearted. Chapter 12. A loving father protects his child. Ling Xiao gazed at her head, feeling a twinge of unease. This child, Inen, was not only obstinate but also incredibly earnest. The reason why all the tribes labeled her as a fierce and ruthless female was primarily due to her readiness to retaliate whenever conflicts arose, refusing to cry even when injured, insisting on subduing her opponent. Throughout her life, Inen had never instigated trouble. It was usually other children who bullied her for being a large, clumsy girl. They mocked her for chasing after someone she liked, who never acknowledged her, thus leaving her with poor relationships with peers from nearby tribes. Moreover, her previous partner had been exceedingly biased, viewing her merely as a hunting tool while favoring the two other beast husbands who were sweeter-tongued and more attractive. Consequently, Inen had been oppressed and bullied by her siblings. Initially, she would come to him in tears, but over time, she grew more reticent, opting to fight back directly when angered, which led to punishments from her mother. Often, she bore these punishments in silence, only to continue retaliating against the malicious children the next day. Gradually, her relationships with her siblings soured, and she became less favored by her mother. Ling Xiao had contemplated leaving with the children long before, but at that time, his second child was still in his partner's womb. If he took Inen away, the newborn would be abandoned in a remote mountain, left to fend for itself. Thus, he waited until Shi was weaned before proposing their departure. However, that year, they faced a harsh winter disaster. As a male beastman, he was burdened with a weaned infant and Inen, who was only 8 or 9 years old. He had to hunt while simultaneously protecting the two sisters, rendering him utterly overwhelmed. Consequently, They endured that winter in a rather makeshift manner. Tragically, during that frigid season, Enin's mother succumbed to illness, leading to the disintegration of their family. Surprisingly, he did not feel regret. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. When spring arrived the following year, he departed from the tribe with the two children, embarking on a journey of hunting and wandering, ultimately arriving at the Shurlin tribe. Before his arrival, Shurlin was merely a refuge, a gathering place for beastmen drifting northward. Initially chaotic, the tribe was predominantly male, with very few females, and the elderly, weak, and infirm struggled to survive, often perishing from hunger or cold during the winter. The beastmen here were even more indifferent, each possessing a distinctive character, harshly difficult to engage with. His original intention was to find a larger tribe for shelter, but when Enin fell ill, a gaunt old beastman expended his last ounce of wood-based abilities to cure her. Subsequently, he decided to stay, rather than integrating into an unknown tribe of uncertain friendliness. He preferred to establish a tribe of his own. In the tribe he built himself, both Enin and Xiao, she would receive acceptance and respect from others. Thus, he swiftly conquered all the beastmen in the refuge, leading to the formation of today's Shurlin tribe. Ling Xiao understood deeply that Enin, though seemingly cold, had always cared for the elderly, weak, and infirm. She must have remembered that old beastman who had drained his last vitality to save her, passing away before she regained consciousness. Despite the disparaging remarks made by beastmen from other tribes, those within her tribe held her in high regard, never uttering unkind words in her presence. However, he chose not to dwell on this further. He picked up a bulging beast skin bag beside him and made his way toward the gathering point of the tribe. After finishing breakfast, Ling Xiao, she finally got out of bed. After washing the dishes, she handed breakfast to the drowsy Ling Xiao, and squatted beside her, asking, "Would you like to play outside with me for another day? Let us visit the other two tribes." Ling Xiao, she was terrified of snakes, especially of the Shi Mountain tribe, which was primarily composed of giant snake beastmen who had a peculiar affinity for raising snakes, with deep snake pits surrounding the tribe. Ling Chengen sighed softly, saying, "Then just point me in the right direction. I'm unfamiliar with both Shi Mountain and Wu Yang tribes." Ling Xiao, she thought for a moment and quickly had an idea. "Sister, go find Wu Zhua. He will surely help you guide the way." Ling Chengen, with a blank expression, directly scooped her up with one arm, carrying the struggling Shi toward the tribe, saying, "Take me to find Wu Zhua." Upon hearing that they were not going to Shi Mountain, Ling Xiao, she ceased her resistance, resting on her shoulder while continuing to eat, even pointing in a direction. After a few bites, the little girl realized, "Wait, sister, you don't even know where Wu Zhua lives? I thought he used to follow you around all the time." Ling Chengen replied, "Is it a problem that I have a poor memory?" Uncertain how to cover for her unfamiliarity with the other beastmen in the tribe, she decided to let things unfold as they may. This was her first time venturing into the depths of the tribe. Her home was in the stone cave of Shurji Mountain, conveniently located near the clear stone creek for water collection. However, the stones of Shurji Mountain were hard, making excavation challenging, and most beastmen were reluctant to invest significant effort and time into digging caves, opting instead to reside farther from the creek where the stones were easier to excavate and traps surrounded them, providing a measure of safety. Wu Zhua, whom Ling Xiao she mentioned, lived at the easternmost part of the tribe, where the lighting was better. Wu Zhua's beast form was that of an eagle, and he had carved a cave high in the mountains, requiring Ling Chengen to climb a vine ladder to reach it. Setting Xiaoxi down, Ling Chengen glanced at the precariously swaying vine ladder, doubting whether she could ascend without it breaking. Taking a deep breath, she called out toward the only cave above, "Wu Zhua." Shortly thereafter, an eagle's cry echoed from above, and a dark shadow swiftly descended. Ling Chengen stepped back a couple of paces, and with a thud, a massive eagle transformed into a teenager. Ling Xiao, having become accustomed to the frequent nudity of the beastmen here, merely sighed softly and turned to say, "Put on your bee-skin skirt and take me to Shi Mountain." Wu Zhua quickly donned his skirt, a bright smile illuminating his face as he nodded. "Sure. Si Stedin, are you taking me hunting today? My family is running low on game. Doesn't the tribe distribute the catch every day? Did he not get any?" Wu Zhua shook his head, wrinkling his nose as he caught a whiff of a peculiar aroma emanating from Ling Zhao's oversized wooden bowl, his mouth watering as he fixated on it. Moreover, in half a year, I can join a hunting team, so I need to practice my skills now to avoid being a burden to the tribe's warriors later. Ling Chengen observed his youthful features and lively demeanor, not denying his request. Chapter 13. She Mountain Tribe hunting was her forte. In the apocalyptic world, mutated creatures and high-level beasts caused numerous deaths each time they appeared. During the latter part of the apocalypse, after Ling Chengen and her subordinates eliminated the zombies, they turned their focus to the elusive mutated beasts. Ultimately, with the support of her loyal guards, she managed to hunt down all the formidable beasts. Surely, the prey in this beast realm could not be more formidable than those chaotic mutated creatures, right? Xiaoxi, what are you eating? Let me have a taste. Wu Zhuo leaned over to look at the yellow-orange potato mash in Ling Xiaoxi's bowl, reaching out to touch it, only to be met with a spoonful from her. Don't put your hand in my bowl. This is mine. Ling Xiaoxi protectively shielded her food, glaring at Wu Zhuo. This is what my sister made. Ask her if you want some. Sister in. Wu Zhuo gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Ling Chengen closed her eyes, conceding, all right, he's just a 15-year-old boy. Come to my house. There's a bit left. We'll set off after eating. Wu Zhuo's face lit up with joy as he scooped up the still munching Xiaoxi, swiftly moving forward, causing her to punch his head in protest. The journey to Shi Mountain was somewhat lengthy, so Wu Zhuo transformed into his giant eagle form and flew Ling Chengen directly there. It was Ling Chengen's first time riding such a flying creature without protection. She felt curious at first, but quickly settled down. Wu Zhuo's speed was remarkable, far surpassing her fastest running pace on the ground. Even without being fully grown, he carried her for an hour without showing signs of fatigue. Shi Mountain was located south of the Sherlin tribe, but not directly south, slightly to the east. The flight took about an hour. Ling Chengen patted Wu Zhuo's back and asked, do you come here often? Wu Zhuo, gliding gracefully on his broad wings, replied cheerfully, of course. Among all the beast tribes, Shi Mountain has the most snakes. As a golden-crested giant eagle beastman, my favorite prey is snakes. You don't understand. Snake meat is delicious, especially tender. However, my sister always takes very little, sometimes even saying she doesn't like it, and lets me eat it all. Instead, it is Ling Xiaoxi, that insufferable little brat, who harbors a deep-seated fear of snakes, yet never misses a chance to indulge in their consumption. Ling Chengen, on the other hand, is not afraid of snakes. He merely dislikes them. When you venture to Snake Mountain to hunt snakes, do the orcs of the Snake Mountain tribe not cause you trouble? Wu Zhuo, gazing at the towering black peaks that pierce the clouds, replied with a smile, of course, I would never hunt in the territory of the Snake Mountain tribe. They have their own rules. Within a kilometer of the foot of Snake Mountain lies their domain, where outsiders are forbidden to hunt. However, beyond that kilometer, the orcs do not concern themselves with hunting those snakes. Moreover, the snake tribe orcs actually consume snakes as well. Ling Chengen was somewhat taken aback, so the snake tribe orcs do not shy away from consuming their own kind? Wu Zhuo shook his head. The Snake Mountain tribe is rather unique. The orcs here primarily feast upon giant snakes, which are ferocious and will consume anything flesh and blood. I heard from the elder orcs in the clan that during the 2 years of severe drought on the plains, they had even hunted down wandering orcs. However, the giant snakes are most afraid of our golden crest giant eagle orcs, which is why they have driven away the nearby large flying orcs to ensure the safety of their kin. But won't the flying orcs retaliate? Questioned Ling Chengen. Wu Zhuo quickly shook his head. No, our golden crest giant eagle clan is quite peculiar. We have never lived in groups, instead preferring small family units. And we reside in very remote areas, often on cliffs. Thus, should the giant snakes unite in attack, even the fierce golden crest giant eagles would struggle to withstand them. For although they might evade the giant snake strikes and ambushes, many weak hatchlings would still perish in the chaos. Furthermore, flying orcs are swift, and living at a distance offers greater safety. They mainly come here to hunt. Should they seek revenge, they would find it difficult to locate us. Ling Chengen, aware that her inquiries were becoming suspicious, nonetheless deemed it more vital to acquire information than to maintain her disguise. Wu Zhuo was a chatterbox. Just the first 2 words from him were enough to spill forth a torrent of words. Ling Chengen patted his mature back feathers and praised. I did not expect you to be such a conscientious orc. Flattered, Wu Zhu gleefully spiraled her through the sky, heading directly towards the forbidden zone of Snake Mountain Tribe. Ling Chengen grasped his back feathers, nearly flung off, and could not help but smack him on the head. Fly properly. If you throw me off, you're done for. Wu Zhu immediately complied, stabilizing his flight. Just as they were about to land, a large grayish-green snake suddenly emerged from below, its mouth wide open to strike at them. Ling Chengen prepared to retaliate, but Wu Zhu deftly maneuvered to the side, gliding past the snake's razor-sharp fangs, while Ling Chengen, unable to maintain her grip, fell off his back. Unfazed, she flipped herself onto the back of the giant snake, clenched her fist, and delivered a powerful blow to its massive head. With that single strike, the colossal snake, standing at 10 meters tall, crashed its head heavily onto the ground, causing a localized tremor in Snake Mountain. The snake den below also collapsed in 2 places, sending countless snakes scurrying for their lives, emerging from the debris in panic. Observing the giant snake lying on the ground, tongue flickering, yet motionless, Ling Chengen hopped down from its head and boldly leaped onto a large rock, watching as the multitude of smaller snakes fled in terror from her presence. Wu Zhu descended from the air, landing beside Ling Chengen, transforming into his human form. Looking somewhat guilty as he rubbed his head, "Sister N, I truly did not mean to. No witties." Ling Chengen dismissed the incident where he had instinctively evaded the attack, inadvertently tossing her off. Had she been in his position, she would likely have fared no better. The inhabitants of the Snake Mountain tribe were utterly despicable. They had resorted to violence without hesitation upon her arrival. Was this what it meant to be a devouring giant snake? Ling Chengen gazed at the nearly 20-meter-long giant snake, feeling a sense of solitude, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to the mutated giant snakes of the apocalypse. Indeed, this is the devouring giant snake, an adult specimen, characterized by its grayish-blue scales. However, the young tribe leader of Snake Mountain possesses a beast form that differs from the ordinary devouring giant snakes. He is 18 years old this year, thus deemed an adult. Yet his scales are a striking and rare purple. Wu Zhu continued, snapping his mouth shut. "How could I forget? Sister N, you've seen Chang Yinbu's beast form before and even praised its color." Ling Chengen pondered silently, for she knew little of the stature or appearance of the young tribe leader of Snake Mountain. "Oh, now I know. The young tribe leader of Snake Mountain is called Chang Yinbu, and his beast form is that of a purple devouring giant snake." As she sorted through this newfound information in her mind, an enraged voice echoed from the mountains. "Which ignorant youngling dares to cause a ruckus in my Snake Mountain?" Chapter 14. The Escaping Beast Husband. Accompanying the furious shouts was an even larger devouring giant python. Its scales were darker, and its jade-green eyes glowed like lanterns, glaring down at the 2 individuals atop the rock. Upon noticing the unconscious young member of its tribe below, the devouring giant python immediately erupted in fury, raising its oppressive tail to strike at the duo. Ling Chengen swiftly seized Wu Zhu, leaping gracefully to evade the attack, landing atop the still unconscious giant snake, declaring, "If you strike again, I will kill it immediately." The previously enraged giant snake halted abruptly, although it was evidently still furious. "Let it go. Who are you?" "I am here to collect a debt. My father is Ling Xiao, the chieftain of the Shurlin tribe." Ling Chengen sensed that proclaiming her name might not hold much weight, as she had not participated in the prior conflict. In the eyes of the visibly irate snake tribe orcs, she posed no threat. The moment her words fell, the devouring giant snake fell silent. Meanwhile, the snake beneath her began to stir, shaking its dazed head, turning to look at the 2 on its back, initially contemplating a sneak attack, only to be thwarted by the swift intervention of its elder. "You dare to launch a surprise attack after I knock you out with a single punch?" Ling Chengen and Wu Zhu leaped down from the snake's back, watching as the grayish-green giant snake slithered away, quickly disappearing amidst the jagged rocks and towering trees. Once the snake had retreated, the middle-aged snake tribe orc relaxed his stern demeanor, donning a somewhat unnatural smile as he remarked, "I did not expect the young tribe leader of Shurlin to personally visit. That young one earlier had never seen you and was merely following tribal orders to guard this area. He would have attacked only if you crossed the boundary, not intending any offense." Ling Chengen, uninterested in further entanglement, had already wasted an hour getting here and had plans to visit the Wuyong tribe soon. She was disinclined to beat around the bush, stating directly, "I am here to fetch someone. Where is your young tribe leader?" The orc hesitated, his expression shifting awkwardly, and he stammered, well, Ling Chengen, noticing his sudden change in demeanor and his faltering speech, realized that this retrieval mission would likely not proceed smoothly. "I have arrived. Whether he is injured, maimed, or deceased, I must confirm with my own eyes," Ling Chengen declared, her patience wearing thin. The snake tribe orc's face twitched, his embarrassment palpable. "No, our young tribe leader is neither dead nor injured." "And where is he?" "He has left," the snake tribe orc exhaled, as if relieved, and then regained his composure. "The orcs of our Snake Mountain tribe mainly consist of exiles from the southern Beast King city, and the young tribe leader was banished here with his mother. A few days ago, a team from Beast King city came to announce that they had cleared the young tribe leader's name and took them away. They should have already arrived at the northern Beast Plains. If the young tribe leader Ling intends to pursue, you might still catch up, though you will likely need to cross the border." Ling Chengen's expression darkened, while Wu Zhu, upon hearing this, became furious, pointing at the orc. "You Snake Mountain tribe are utterly untrustworthy. You clearly promised to hand over Chong Yinbua, yet allowed the Beast King city to take him away. Such capriciousness will undoubtedly lead to a loss of trust, and once word spreads, no one from Bei Shou Yuan will be willing to engage in business with you again. How will you stand your ground on the desolate plains then?" Ling Chengen remained remarkably composed, casually perching on a stone behind her, capturing the little black snake coiling around her ankle and casting it far away. "Do you think I should sprint 1,000 miles just because you said so?" She lifted her misty black eyes, fixating intently on the middle-aged Beastman. "Your Shishan tribe was defeated, yet you left at such a critical juncture of offering tributes. And the young clan leader just followed along without a second thought? Do you believe that as long as Chong Yinbua departs, our Lin tribe will be utterly powerless against your Shishan, and you can simply pay us a little more in tributes, leaving us with no recourse, effectively giving up?" Although Ling Chengen was young and her voice was not loud, each word sent cold sweat trickling down the beastman's back. "Well, the nobles exiled from the Beast King city to the desolate plains. Do you genuinely think fleeing will absolve you of this debt?" The snake tribe Beastman bowed his head, saying, "We can offer double the tributes, hoping the Lin tribe will let this matter go." "Wu Zhuo, let's go." Ling Chengen took a step down the mountain. Wu Zhuo transformed into a giant eagle, soaring past her, and in the blink of an eye, they ascended to the heavens, gliding northward. Only after leaving Shishan's territory did Wu Zhuo inquire, "Sisterin, why not accept double the tributes? The people have fled, and we fought hard. Shouldn't we gain something?" Ling Chengen gazed down at Wu Zhuo, lightly huffing. "Do you think it's that simple? Accepting double the tributes would mean relinquishing their young clan leader." Wu Zhuo was still somewhat dissatisfied. "Is that it?" Ling Chengen gave his head a light tap. "What do you suggest? Slaughter all the serpents of Shishan? You may not mind the effort, but I certainly would find it troublesome. Provoking those colossal serpents might not lead to mutual destruction, yet our Lin tribe would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. It is simply not worth the cost." She sat cross-legged on Wu Zhuo's back, surveying the boundless north wilderness, her spirits soaring as she declared, "Wu Zhuo, do not confine yourself to the trivial gains of the moment. One day, I shall lead our kin across the borders of the wilderness and become the sole sovereign of this land." Wu Zhuo was taken aback by her words, his wings stiffening slightly as he murmured, "Sister N, while having lofty ambitions is commendable, crossing the wilderness borders should not be taken lightly. The southern beast cities are densely populated, filled with powerful beastmen. Whenever calamities strike and corpses litter the plains, the beastmen of North Wilderness yearn to cross the borders in search of new habitats, yet they invariably meet their demise. We can remain in Bei Shou Yuan, becoming its rulers, and that would be an impressive feat." Ling Chengen regarded the unambitious golden-topped giant eagle, refraining from countering his words. Yet a surge of pride blossomed within her. Why should borders confine us? To live is to pursue a better existence. Why should the beastmen of the north be denied entrance to the south? Why should being born in the north brand one as a sinner, a refugee, a lesser beastman? She resolutely rejected such notions. Let us proceed to Wu Yang tribe. The seeds of ambition that had taken root in Ling Chengen's heart grew stronger, and a certain thought became ever more vigorous. Yet at this moment, no one knew of her aspirations to traverse the vastness and conquer all directions. Chapter 15. The inferior beast Ling Chengen clenched a small stone in her hand. Her gaze lowered as she listened to the incessant barking of the system in her mind. Unable to resist, using her mental energy to silence it, communicating. Are you done yet? You've been howling for ages. The system, in a frenzy, retorted. Not even close. How could the young clan leader of Shyness escape? This is an elopement. Aren't you going to chase after your runaway groom? Ling Chengen crushed the stone in her hand, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Are you playing the role of a domineering CEO who has fallen in love with me? This is too melodramatic. The system, still irate, hopped about in place, thoroughly displeased. No way, I can't let this go. After all the effort, the duck has flown away. I can't stand it. I am the love security system. Your partner has run off, and what am I supposed to secure? I need to think of a plan. Ling Chengen, uninterested in this erratic system, propped her elbow on her knee, pondering the relationship between the Beast King City and Beishou Yuan. Unfortunately, she lacked a map of this world. However, Ling Chengen turned to Wu Zhuo and asked, why is the relationship between the southern tribes and our Beishou Yuan so poor? Wu Zhuo flapped his wings and pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely sure. I've only heard the elder beastmen in the tribe speak of it. In the past, a few of our tribe were exiles from the south. They said that between Beishou Yuan and the southern Beast Plains lies a seemingly insurmountable abyss, so deep that one cannot see the other side from here, beneath which flows a tumultuous dark river. Whether traveling from north to south or vice versa, one must cross this abyss. Only flying beastmen can easily soar over it. Those like us, grounded beastmen, must traverse the abyssal iron cables. Ling Chengen was puzzled. Are the abyssal iron cables a bridge? Wu Zhuo shook his head. I wouldn't know. I've never seen the bridge you speak of. The elder beastmen said the abyssal iron cables are akin to thick ropes, connecting the cliffs on both sides of the abyss, a total of 17. Many exiled criminals from the north perished at this checkpoint, never reaching Beishou. The abyss prevents the inferior beasts from moving southward, which is why these ferocious inferior beasts only exist in our northern wilderness. System, what are inferior beasts? The system paused, finding her question rather perplexing. Yet it searched for the latest information and provided a comprehensive answer. Inferior beasts are akin to the zombified beings you encountered in the apocalypse, devoid of any intelligence, solely driven to attack living creatures, possessing an insatiable thirst for blood and flesh. However, unlike the zombified beasts of the apocalypse, inferior beasts do not possess infectious qualities. This means that a beastman bitten by an inferior beast will not become a mindless savage. Ling Chengen was aware of the fundamental cause of the zombification during the apocalypse. It stemmed from meteorites containing strange radioactive substances falling extensively, leading to rapid mutations in biological gene chains. Over 50% of the population became zombified. Less than 20% evolved into superpowered warriors, while the remaining, though not zombified, experienced significant enhancements in physical capabilities. Even so, at the onset of the apocalypse, the zombified population held the advantage. In contrast, the beast world evidently lacked zombies. Thus, where did these inferior beasts originate? System, I have limited information thus far, as your interactions have been scarce. All I know is that inferior beasts come from further north. The northernmost point of Beishou Yuan is a continuous stretch of rocky mountains and dense forests, beyond which lies a place known as Sui Yuan. Sui Yuan, as the beastmen refer to it, is the so-called Forsaken Land, a source of inferior beasts. Are there many inferior beasts in Beishou Yuan? Ling Chengen inquired of Wu Zhuo. Wu Zhuo quickly shook his head. In truth, inferior beasts are not numerous. Whenever warriors from the tribes go hunting, they make every effort to eliminate inferior beasts to prevent them from discovering the location of the tribe and attacking the defenseless beastmen within. However, inferior beasts are exceptionally difficult to deal with, often appearing in packs. Wounding an inferior beast is futile. As long as they can stand, they will attack relentlessly, seemingly impervious to pain. Currently, they have not encountered any inferior beasts, as hunting teams are likely to face them, averaging one encounter every half-month, with each meeting resulting in fierce battles. Ling Chengen raised an eyebrow. I had no idea. How do you know it is an inferior beast? If that were the case, I should be dead by now, right? Wuzhua remarked. On the night we found you, the people of Hanzhan Buluo actually killed several inferior beasts. Although they claimed that the inferior beasts attacked the Hanzhan Buluo, I found it rather peculiar. The Shurlin Buluo is not far from Hanzhan Buluo. Hanzhan Buluo is situated on the mountain, while Shurlin Buluo lies below. If the inferior beasts were to launch an assault, they would likely prioritize Shurlin Buluo rather than venture up the mountain to Hanzhan. Ling Chengen listened attentively to Wuzhua's analysis, falling into deep thought. Could it be that the original owner truly fell from the mountain path due to a surprise attack by inferior beasts? Moreover, when the chief and I found you, there were numerous chaotic marks and bloodstains in your vicinity, yet your wounds were rather minimal. Thus, those bloodstains likely did not belong to you. Ling Chengen took Wuzhua's words to heart. If Hanzhan Buluo did indeed assist her in eliminating the attacking inferior beasts, the original owner could be considered somewhat justified in her actions. However, Wuzhua's subsequent comment left Ling Chengen utterly speechless. Sister N, I must say, your taste is truly admirable. Although the young chief of Hanzhan Buluo does not favor you, his character is indeed commendable. Ling Chengen smacked Wuzhua on the back of the head, gritting her teeth as she said, "Shut up." Wuzhua covered his head. Sister N, do I have to be punished for speaking the truth? Knowing when to remain silent is a virtue, Ling Chengen imparted earnestly. Leading the way, she quickly changed the subject. Fearing Wuzhua might bring up the various eccentricities the original owner had indulged in for the sake of love. Though she was not the original owner, sharing the same body could lead to some embarrassing moments. Chapter 16. The Yulin Panda Ling Xiao sought not the spoils of war belonging to their young chief. The young chief of Wuyang Buluo already had a partner and was over a decade older than Ling Chengen. Hence Ling Xiao dismissed him from consideration. However, Wuyang Buluo had a wood-type beastman named Yu Xiaochen, whose age was akin to that of Ling Chengen. In his beast form, he resembled a small panda. Measuring about a meter in length, including his tail, he was the smallest among the selected beast husbands for Ling Xiao's eldest daughter. Ling Chengen skillfully leapt over the traps surrounding Wuyang Buluo, engaging Wuzhua in casual conversation. Do you know this, Yu Xiaochen? Of course not. Wuzhua scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. The chief is truly something. Wuyang Buluo is merely a small beastman tribe, even inferior to Yaluo Buluo. How could there be anything of worth? The duo landed gracefully within the territory of Wuyang Buluo after jumping down from a height of several meters. Upon landing, two beastmen adorned in animal skin skirts with vibrant feathers in their hair sprang forth from the underbrush, their long, sharp wooden spears pointed threateningly at their backs. Wuzhua charged ahead, toppling the two to the ground. Ling Chengen crouched beside a fallen tree trunk, toying with a rough wooden spear, inquiring, "You are the sentinels of this tribe, I presume? We are from Shurlin Buluo. I have come personally to collect the individual you promised to hand over." Wuzhua released his grip and jumped to Ling Chengen's side, looking down upon the two diminutive warriors of Wuyang Buluo. One of the beastmen, rising from the ground with an aggrieved expression, begrudgingly stated, "The chief has instructed that the person can leave with you at any time. He is currently residing in the tree house at the back of the tribe. I will lead you there." Having faced obstacles previously, the process of retrieving the individual this time went remarkably smoothly, which left Ling Chengen feeling somewhat unaccustomed. The beastman guided them around the outskirts of the tribe, wary of the aura they carried that might frighten the females and younglings within the tribe. Wuzhua pouted, feeling that Wuyang Buluo treated them like harbingers of misfortune. They arrived at a dense grove of arrow bamboo, and the beastman led them through the narrow paths within for several minutes until they halted beneath a towering tree standing nearly 100 meters tall. Ling Chengen gazed upward at the tree's expansive crown adorned with blue and purple flower spikes, discreetly narrowing her eyes to glimpse a lofty treehouse nestled among the branches. The guide shouted upwards, "Yu Xiaochen, your wife has come to fetch you." They stood beneath the tree for 2 minutes, and Wuzhua, growing impatient, stepped forward. "Shall I go up and bring him down? Is this Yu Xiaochen a small terrestrial beast? Why is he residing in a treehouse dozens of meters high?" Does he wish to hasten his demise from falling? Ling Chengen kicked Wujua's calf and shot him a warning glance. Behave yourself. It is not every day we encounter someone unscathed and present. Waiting a moment will not result in his demise. Wujua pondered the young chief of Shibuluo and fell silent. Compared to that irresponsible, lackluster Beastman, Weong Buluo's little Yulin panda was not so dreadful after all. Ling Chengen exhibited remarkable patience as she waited, taking in her surroundings. The location where Yu Xiaoqian resided was indeed splendid. Compared to the area where the beastmen of Weong Buluo congregated, this place was safer and quieter, surrounded by vibrant flora and low shrubs laden with sweet berries. Noticing Ling Chengen's focus on the nearby shrubs and the towering arrow bamboo, the beastman initiated a conversation. Xiaoqian is one of only 2 wood-type beastmen in our tribe. Unlike other wood-type warriors, he is not skilled in combat, nor is his ability particularly high. He primarily uses his powers for cultivating arrow bamboo and berries, all of which he has planted. Ling Chengen nodded, but did not engage further. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on the trunk of the giant tree. After a moment, a brownish-red, round-faced little panda slowly peeked out from behind the tree trunk, its round black eyes timidly observing the 3 below. Wujua muttered a curse under his breath, hastily covering his mouth while glancing at Ling Chengen. Yet, internally, his emotions were tumultuous. It was no wonder he swore. The chief truly understood the weaknesses of females, choosing such an adorable creature for his sister in as a beast husband. No matter how tough she appeared, she could not possibly resist the charm of such a cute little panda. This is it. He was done for. Just looking at it made his heart flutter with affection. Come down. Ling Chengen spoke with an expression devoid of emotion, her tone calm as she addressed the little panda in the tree. Obediently, the little panda slowly twisted its body and climbed down, transforming into human form as it landed, carefully donning a fur skirt from the tree hollow before stepping out. Emerging from the shade of the tree was a youth with short, chestnut, slightly curly hair, his complexion pale as if he belonged to another realm. His eyes were round, with pure black irises that instantly captivated attention with their quiet, glossy allure. Though he was not particularly tall compared to Wujua, he stood just over $1.70, exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a mythical tree spirit. Is everything prepared? He asked, lowering a fur bag from the tree hollow with a rope. Though he had yet to unpack it, Ling Chengen approached, observing him crouched at the tree hollow, his face contorted with effort as he tugged at the large bundle. Bemusedly stating, "Why is your bag so large?" Ling Chengen clasped his shoulder with one hand, effortlessly pulling him aside, and with a swift motion, shattered the wooden entrance of the hollow. Expanding the hollow's opening with a few deft moves, she bent down, grasped the corner of the bundle, and without much effort, dragged the large package out. Yu Xiaoqian stared in astonishment at her display of strength, silently rubbing his sore shoulder, too intimidated to speak. His wife possessed an astonishing amount of strength. Thus began another day of envying the larger beastmen. Why is he the cowardly little panda? Ling Chengen tossed the package in his arms and asked, "Can we go now?" As soon as the words left his lips, a loud thud resonated. Ling Chengen looked up in astonishment to see that the curly-haired boy had been toppled over by his own burden. The area beneath the tree fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 17. The illusionary lake hunt. Wujua observed the comical scene before him and couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing at the blushing Yu Xiaoqian. "Ha, he truly is quite weak." Yu Xiaoqian, initially embarrassed to the point of his face turning crimson, felt the urge to hide dissipate as Ling Chengen extended his long fingers toward him. "Thank you," Yu Xiaoqian murmured softly, placing his hand upon hers, intending merely to leverage her support to rise. However, Ling Chengen pulled him up effortlessly from the ground. Yu Xiaoqian promptly followed her. Glancing back at his kin standing a short distance away, he slightly bowed his head, saying, "Dingue, I'm leaving with them. Please inform my father." Yu Xiaoqian shook his head and spoke with a hint of detachment. "Before arriving at Wuyang, I was a wandering cub. My biological parents perished at the jaws of feral beasts, and I was ultimately rescued by my adoptive father, who was also a stray beastman. However, once we reached Wuyang, he quickly found a mate and had his own cubs. His female partner took a disliking to me." leading me to move into the arrow bamboo forest behind the tribe to live alone. The Wuyong tribe had become embroiled in a plan to besiege the Shilin tribe, only to suffer a crushing defeat, forced to deliver a substantial amount of prey to the victorious Shilin tribe. Nevertheless, as the Wuyong tribe mainly consisted of smaller beastmen, their hunting capabilities paled in comparison to the two major tribes, Xishan and Xuelang. Thus, they were unable to meet the quantity of prey demanded by Shilin within the stipulated time. Eventually, the tribe leader learned that the three other defeated tribes would offer handsome males as beast husbands for the Shilin young tribe leader, and thus turned his attention to Yu Shaoqian. After privately discussing with Yu Shaoqian's adoptive father, the latter approached Yu Shaoqian to persuade him to compensate part of the prey by serving as a beast husband for the Shilin young tribe leader. Initially reluctant due to his timid nature and fear of larger beastmen, especially since Ling Chengen was a particularly fierce female Boland giant tiger capable of flattening him with a mere swipe, Yu Shaoqian declined the request. However, after refusing his adoptive father's demand, his life within the tribe became increasingly intolerable, especially as his adoptive family repeatedly scolded him as an ungrateful wolf. And the hunting team harbored deep resentment toward him. Realizing his isolation from the beastmen of the tribe, he understood he could no longer remain there and ultimately sought out the tribe leader, agreeing to the proposed arrangement. Naturally, Yu Shaoqian did not express his initial reluctance, but Ling Chengen seemed indifferent to his minor sentiments, grasping the large package in one hand while holding his arm with the other, swiftly leaping onto a sturdy tree branch. When Wu Zhuo suddenly emerged from the woods, she seized the unresponsive Yu Shaoqian and leaped on her back. The giant eagle soared through the trees, quickly ascending to great heights. Yu Shaoqian, feeling a bit fearful, inched closer to Ling Chengen, peering down at the vast wilderness below, only to realize they were already several hundred meters above the ground. So high, he marveled, then instinctively lowered his center of gravity to avoid accidentally tumbling off Wu Zhuo's back. What do your kin say about your wood-based abilities? What is your level? Ling Chengen casually inquired as she noticed his extreme reticence while seated on Wu Zhuo's back. Not high. Only level 4, Yu Shaoqian replied, reaching into his package to retrieve a bamboo-woven box, which he handed to Ling Chengen. These are berries I grew myself. They're quite delicious. Ling Chengen opened the box to find freshly picked berries, glistening with dew. She promptly popped 2 in her mouth, raising an eyebrow. The taste is decent. Good for a post-meal snack, but as a carnivore, I require meat to feel satiated. Upon receiving Ling Chengen's approval, Yu Shaoqian discreetly exhaled in relief, genuinely afraid that the young tribe leader of Shilin would be difficult to please or disdain him for being unhelpful in hunting. Can your abilities only be utilized for cultivating these plants? Ling Chengen was particularly curious about his abilities, as wood-based powers were indeed rare and essential. Yu Shaoqian hesitated for a moment, sitting beside her with his knees drawn up, and lowered his gaze. I also know some healing techniques, but due to my low ability level, the effectiveness of the healing is quite limited. After contemplating, he briefly shared his current home situation before voicing his thoughts. You may continue to cultivate your berry plants. I do not require you to hunt for my sustenance. However, I will undoubtedly have use for your abilities, particularly since they are quite significant at present. I can provide you with meat daily, ensuring you need not worry about food, but you must follow my instructions from now on. Is that agreeable? Yu Shaoqian pondered earnestly. His demand for meat was low, favoring fruits and plants, though he did not completely abstain from meat, as it would hinder the recovery of his abilities. Ling Chengen's proposal did not seem excessive, and he nodded in agreement. Perhaps feeling more at ease, Yu Shaoqian perceived that the female before him was not as terrifying as the rumors suggested, allowing him to shed his initial trepidation. He retrieved another box of berries from his bag and contentedly began nibbling on the sweet fruit. Wu Zhuo flapped her wings, her keen eyes scanning the grassy plains below, suddenly exclaiming, "Sister In, let us go hunting. You promised that if I accompanied you, you would take me hunting." Ling Chengen glanced at the sun nearing its zenith, feeling the warmth of the direct rays, and nodded. "All right, what do you wish to hunt?" Wu Zhuo immediately altered her course, cheerfully stating, "I've been particularly eager to catch water beasts near Kiel Lake. The ones there are plump and robust. Their meat must be exceptionally delicious. Then let us head to Kiel Lake." Ling Chengen rifled through her memories of the lake, struggling to recall the original host's recollections. Kiel Lake was not far from Wuyang tribe, and it would take less than 20 minutes to fly there. The sensation of looking down upon the freshwater lake from such heights was peculiar. The water appeared dreamlike, with the southern side tinged red and the northern side a deep blue, the two hues occupying approximately a 3-to-7 ratio. Wu Zhuo landed near the northern lake, and Yu Shaoqian, clutching his large package, stood bewildered amidst the tall grass, peering toward the shimmering lake in the distance. Stay here and keep watch for any dangers. If anything arises, remember to call out, Ling Chengen instructed before descending, having already surveyed the surroundings for any large wild animals or beastmen, only spotting smaller creatures drinking at the water's edge. Yu Shaoqian nodded, watching as the two made their way toward the lake. His right hand pressed lightly against his racing heart, disregarding the sunburn on his face, anxiety creeping in. He was uncomfortable in such open spaces, as they offered no means of concealment against dangers that could arise from all directions and heights. Nevertheless, he felt intimidated by Ling Chengen, who clearly possessed a decisive character, leaving him no opportunity to refuse. Thus, he crouched beside his large package, hiding himself amidst the lush grass. Ling Chengen, with her long and powerful limbs, quickly positioned herself atop a massive boulder at the lake's edge. Wu Zhuo would dove into the water in her beast form, but the water beast swiftly evaded her grasp, escaping her claws. Emerging from the water, Wu Zhuo landed beside Ling Chengen, her sharp eagle eyes flashing with anger. Just as she contemplated another attempt to catch the water beast, a shadow suddenly approached Ling Chengen. As Wu Zhuo prepared for another strike, a trunk-like appendage shot out from the water, ensnaring Ling Chengen's waist and forcefully dragging her beneath the surface. Chapter 18. The cowardly one. Ling Chengen offered little resistance as she was dragged underwater. Once submerged, the surroundings gradually became clear. She grasped the elephant trunk at her waist with one hand, applying pressure until the tough skin cracked, blood seeping from beneath her fingers and dispersing in the water. Suddenly, the unseen aquatic beast emitted an angry roar, followed by several water arrows concealed within the waves shooting toward her. Ling Chengen had long since expanded her spiritual energy to envelop this body of water, and thus she did not overlook the nearly imperceptible water arrows. With remarkable speed, she tore the elephant trunk apart with her bare hands, leaping backward just in time to evade the arrow's tail that passed closely by. Wu Zhuo, poised to dive from the heights to assist, witnessed a splash erupting from the surface. Moments later, Ling Chengen resurfaced, shaking the wet hair from her face, securing the elephant trunk around her waist, and leisurely swimming toward the shore. Hovering above the water, Wu Zhuo observed the aquatic beast gradually surfacing behind her, eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "It's the Xiangshou Huming beast. Sister N, you are amazing." The creature appeared quite peculiar, although it was an aquatic beast. It sported an elephantine head, complete with a pair of sharp tusks, and its ears resembled oversized fish fins, adorned with exquisite scales. This water creature boasted a sea-green hue, and upon closer inspection, the seemingly transparent scales covering its skin refracted a kaleidoscope of colors under varying conditions, changing hues with the beast's control, which was the essence of its camouflage. As the grass parted behind her, Wu Zhuo revealed a small reddish-brown panda, limbs outstretched in an exaggerated display of ferocity. Placing the panda on a flat rock beside Ling Chengen, Wu Zhuo regarded the feisty creature with exasperation, stating, "What are you being fierce for? With your little frame? I could easily send you spinning with a flap of my wing." Yu Shaoqing promptly scurried to Ling Chengen's side, hiding behind her and peering out defiantly at the fierce Wu Zhuo. "If you bully me again, my wife will beat you." Yu Shaoqian was aware he could not match Wu Zhuo's strength, but now he was no longer a solitary beast, though his wife might appear formidable. He hoped to leverage her presence at the right moment. Turning cautiously to Ling Chengen, he met her playful expression, rubbing his fluffy cheeks with his paws, revealing an endearing smile. Wu Zhuo, witnessing his playful antics toward Ling Chengen, felt exasperated, dragging the half-submerged Huming beast as she continued toward the thicket. Only then did Yu Shaoqing notice the colossal creature by the water's edge, his mouth agape. The charming furry face lost its pretense of charm. His tail stiffened, puffed out, and he clung to Ling Chengen's shoulders, gazing intently. Did you catch this? Yes, it's truly a female. The facial contours were softer than those of male beastmen, with a smooth jawline and even the pink lips shaped in a diamond form. The corners of her eyes slightly lifted, her features strikingly deep, shattering his preconceived notions of female beastmen. So beautiful. After a prolonged gaze, his legs felt weak, slowly lowering his head to observe the paws resting on her shoulder. He hesitantly withdrew, awkwardly squeezing the paw, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ling Chen watched his series of small actions, unable to suppress a smile and disregarding her damp beast skin skirt. She playfully tugged at his soft, silky white, triangular ears, indulging in the delightful texture. Yu Shaoqing remained rigid, his tail propped behind him, paws clasped in front of his chest, refraining from any sudden movements. Once Ling Chengen released her hold, her mood lifted as she remarked, "Your fur is well-groomed. It looks lovely." Yu Shaoqing's beast form was exceptionally adorable. His entire being was rounded, from his pointed ears to his plump face, rounded nose, and eyes. Even his tail, when fluffed up, resembled a cylinder. These past few days, having transformed into a beastman and encountering two troublesome situations, her spirits had been far from high. But now, indulging in his soft fur somehow healed her dismal mood. No wonder so many people adored raising furry companions before the apocalypse. Upon hearing her praise, Yu Shaoqing felt light as a feather, joyfully embracing her arm and gazing up at her face with bright eyes. I'm not disliked. He had anticipated that living in the Shilin tribe would be quite uncomfortable, facing numerous challenges. To his surprise, his wife seemed to genuinely appreciate his beast form. The timid Yu Zai, was once again filled with confidence. Furthermore, his wife's scent was delightful. Unlike those females who neglected bathing and carried unpleasant odors during the spring and autumn seasons. Although his adoptive father and the tribal chief were not fond of human interaction, this unexpected marriage arrangement did not seem so dreadful after all. Perhaps he would reserve his judgment for the future. Yu Shaoqing's eyes brimmed with tears of emotion as he nodded vigorously, scurrying and leaping toward the humming beast, his gaze fixating on the prominent fist-sized imprint atop its head. Ling Chengen held little interest in this unfamiliar and oddly shaped creature. If it turned out not to be edible, she would simply share it with the other beastmen in her tribe. As for why she allowed Yu Shaoqing to choose first, that was a given. This was a precious wood elemental treasure that needed to be nurtured carefully. The system was a greedy entity. It demanded 2 energy points for a mere basic first aid kit, let alone for other specialized healing potions, each one potentially incurring substantial energy debt. This dreadful system sought to ensnare her in debt daily, relentlessly pressuring her to undertake tasks. Dream on. Ling Chengen gazed at the silvery fish gliding beneath the surface, narrowing her eyes as she contemplated the humming beast's earlier use of water arrows. It appeared that not only beastmen awakened their abilities in the beast origin continent, even animals could awaken. No wonder even the mightiest hunting teams occasionally suffer casualties. Chapter 19. The moon-feathered blue crane, the Xiangshu humming beast, weighed no less than a ton, and Ling Chengen contemplated dissecting it on the spot, selecting the parts she could carry away while leaving the rest behind. However, Wu Zhu vehemently disagreed. The humming beast was notoriously difficult to catch, and its numbers were exceedingly rare. Even the taste of its internal organs was exquisite, making it a highly sought-after aquatic creature that must be taken in its entirety. The last time warriors from the tribe captured a humming beast was 2 years prior. He had only received 20-odd pounds of its meat. The flavor still vivid in his memory, and now he finally had the chance to feast to his heart's content once more. It must be done. Wu Zhu calculated in his mind, transforming into a colossal golden eagle, stretching his wings to several meters in length, and turning to Yu Shaoqing, resembling a wooden post. Can you fetch some sturdy vines to bind the humming beast? Yu Shaoqing pondered, his front paws pressed against the ground, causing all the weeds within a 5-meter radius to wither instantly. A massive green shoot emerged from the underbrush, visibly growing larger at an incredible rate. The vine eventually reached over 10 meters before it ceased to extend. Ling Chengen approached the vine, which was nearly the same thickness as her waist, and with brute force, yanked it from the ground. As Yu Shaochang examined the green vine, the severed root coiled around the Huming beast, tying it securely with a strong knot. Let us give it a try. This is the green wishing 1,000-gene vine, capable of lifting over 1,000 pounds. Yu Shaoqing stepped back to avoid being hit by the Huming beast should Wu Zhu struggle to lift it. Wu Zhu grasped the vine with his talons, flapping his wings with all his might, soaring into the sky. With the combined effort of the mighty Huming beast, it finally lifted off the ground, its long fish tail sweeping through the underbrush and carving a deep furrow in the earth. However, Wu Zhu did not soar far before plummeting downwards. With a resounding crash, the lake-roaring beast landed on the grass, and Wu Zhu found himself face down. Ling Chengen, cradling the little panda in one arm, shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself about the so-called golden-topped giant eagle, deeming this rascal a complete fool. He had been warned against attempting such a feat. Even if Wu Zhu could manage the weight of the lake-roaring beast, he could not carry her and Yu Shaoqing's belongings as well. In that case, he would merely become a target. Without her presence, this fool would be surrounded and beaten by other wandering beastmen, ultimately surrendering the lake-roaring beast he had brought her. As Ling Chengen made his leisurely way toward Wu Zhu, a vast shadow swept overhead. Both she and Yu Shaoqing raised their gazes to behold the majestic azure bird gliding above, their expressions momentarily frozen in surprise. Was that the Yu Ling Qinghe? Yu Shaoqing peered uncertainly at the exceptionally graceful giant avian, glancing up at Ling Chengen's chin, questioning whether they were warriors from the Hanzhan tribe. It seemed likely. Ling Chengen, though unsure, recognized the familiar aura of the leading Qinghe. It had been lurking in the trees nearby when she sought out Huang Lian the previous day. A dozen Qinghe landed near the dazed Wu Zhu, and the foremost bird leaned down, using its elongated beak to nudge the prostrate golden-topped giant eagle, inquiring, "Do you require assistance?" Wu Zhu scrambled to his feet, standing atop the lake-roaring beast back, gazing up at the long-legged Qinghe that towered 2 meters above him. Tilting his head, he eyed Bai Qingyu with sharp vigilance, stating, "Assistance is acceptable, but the lake-roaring beast is off-limits." Bai Qingyu pecked at him, pushing him off the lake-roaring beast, and playfully kicked his backside, saying, "When seeking help, one must adopt a more respectful tone. Be cautious lest you provoke a beating." Wu Zhu was no match for Bai Qingyu. The latter was a 9th-level water-type ability beastman, and one of the strongest males in the Hanzhan tribe. Moreover, his ability to fly meant that even in a confrontation with Chief Ling Xiao, he would not be easily outmatched. Ling Chengen, with Yu Shaoqing nestled under her arm, brushed aside the obstructive foliage and approached the lake-roaring beast. She turned to gaze at the male beastman whom the original owner had coveted for years but never attained. One had to admit, the original owner's taste was commendable. Among the dozen Yu Ling Qinghe, the leader was the most unique, not only towering in stature, but also adorned with exceptionally beautiful and lustrous feathers, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. It truly embodied the essence of a legendary crane. No wonder the 2 giant Qinghe approached the lake-roaring beast, grasping the vines on the ground, flapping their wings twice before soaring into the air. In stark contrast to the incapacitated Wu Zhu, Ling Chengen maintained her composure, a sign of her utmost respect for her little brother. With a powerful flap of his wings, Bai Qingyu stirred a gust of wind that tousled Ling Chengen's half-dry hair, lightly tapping the ground with his long legs before propelling himself into the sky. The other Qinghe fell into line behind him, swiftly forming an orderly formation in the air. Wu Zhu, gazing at the distant Qinghe, sulkily wriggled free from Ling Chengen's grasp, attempting to lift the 2 who could not fly, while using his beak to pick up a nearby package. He fervently flapped his wings, striving to catch up with the Qinghe squad, but his efforts proved fruitless. The Yu Ling Qinghe, being significantly larger with equally expansive wings, effortlessly outpaced the young eagle, rendering Wu Zhu's attempts futile. "And yeah, I'm sorry," Wu Zhu lamented, watching the Qinghe recede into the distance, his head drooping in despair. Ling Chengen looked at him in confusion, asking, "What are you apologizing for?" "I am utterly useless. I cannot keep up with Bai Qingyu. Otherwise, you could have gazed upon him a little longer, he replied. Ling Chengen repli drille, et truly appreciate your sentiments. With a blank expression, she sighed, momentarily forgetting the Beastman she had placed on her lap. Yu Xiaochen, fiddling with the long strands of hair that had fallen onto his nose, quietly inquired, does the mistress have affection for the young tribe leader of the Han tribe? Ling Chengen, unable to bear the direct inquiry, delivered a light punch to his head. Silence, you loquacious little bird. Though Wu Zhuo closed his mouth in indignation, he remained unconvinced. Today's Njia has quite the temper. Chapter 20, Old Flames, New Affections by Qingyu spoke in a tone that was both cold and detached. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Although the Han tribe possessed a multitude of large beastmen, they primarily consisted of flying beastmen, rendering their overall combat effectiveness inferior to that of the neighboring Shylin tribe. Furthermore, they could not remain airborne indefinitely. It was imperative to maintain good relations with their neighbors. Chief Ling Xiao of the Shylin tribe was known for his exemplary character. Unlike several other tribe leaders with ulterior motives, he was undeniably virtuous, honest, and trustworthy, with firm boundaries. Losing such a commendable neighbor in exchange for the predatory snow wolves and giant serpents would pose a significant threat to the young and old of their tribe alike. Though Ling Chengen often pursued him, generating much gossip, she had never coerced him into any actions. Even after being rejected multiple times, she never crossed the line to cause him undue distress. There was no notion of love turning to hate, merely a temporary disappointment before she would return to her pursuit. From this perspective, Bai Qingyu believed that Ling Chengen's character as the young tribe leader of Shylin was quite commendable, reflecting the virtues instilled by Chief Ling Xiao. The white-headed Qinghe beside Bai Qingyu sighed softly, remarking, if the young tribe leader were willing, forming a partnership with Ling Chengen would also be a splendid arrangement. This would strengthen the ties between our two tribes, establishing us as one of the most formidable tribes on the Beast Plains. Bai Qingyu did not engage with such hypothetical scenarios, calmly stating, it is still too early to consider finding a partner. I do not harbor such thoughts at present. The white-headed Qinghe expressed concern, saying, how can it be too early? Young tribe leader, you have already turned 18 this year, and it is now April. In 2 months, you will enter your breeding period. Without a female partner, the breeding period for male beastmen can be quite trying. Bai Qingyu, having only recently reached adulthood, lacked a clear understanding of the breeding period since he had never experienced it as described by the elders. Nevertheless, he had contemplated the matter, reasoning that many beastmen had not found female partners by the age of 18 and still managed to live on, so he was not particularly worried. He believed a solution would present itself in time. The other Qinghe echoed the white-headed Qinghe's sentiments, quickly adding, indeed, young tribe leader, you should consider matters concerning a female partner. Do not assume finding a partner is a distant concern. After all, you cannot compare yourself to those male beastmen who cannot find partners. They simply do not attract females and are left to endure the breeding period alone. Bai Qingyu, somewhat annoyed by his kin's incessant chatter, turned his head and remarked, you all do not appear particularly fatigued today. How about we fly a bit farther tomorrow during the hunt, perhaps to the Wafeng River east of Qiu Lake? As soon as he finished speaking, the other Qinghe fell silent. No, Qiu Lake is brimming with prey lately. We can encircle hunt for half a month. Why venture to the far and dangerous Wafeng River for hunting? Young tribe leader, perhaps best to reconsider. Yes, we've exhausted ourselves today, the others chimed in. Bai Qingyu gazed at his suddenly weary kin, shaking his head in resignation, perhaps sensing the silence within the group. A Qinghe in the rear could not help but whisper to his companion, actually, if the young tribe leader wishes to pursue the young tribe leader of Shylin, it may already be too late. I heard that Chief Ling Xiao has already arranged several partners for her. Just earlier by Qiu Lake, was she not embracing a small male beastman? It seemed unlikely she would continue chasing after the young tribe leader now. What a pity. It will be challenging to witness such a bold female pursuing a male again. That little panda has likely not yet reached maturity. Without experiencing the breeding period together, they cannot truly be considered partners. The young tribe leader still has a chance. The young clan leader, unable to avoid the situation, would certainly not take the initiative to approach others. A formation of azure cranes split into 2 groups in the sky, with one flock heading westward and the other moving directly north. despite the two cranes executing their movements with utmost delicacy. The landing of the massive Huming beast still resonated with a thunderous sound. From within a nearby cave, a yellow and white tiger cub suddenly leapt forth, vigilantly stationed at the southernmost entrance, fixating its gaze upon the trio. Bai Qingyu raised his wings to shield his form and swiftly reverted to human shape, ensuring that his illusory bee-skin skirt was in order before stepping toward the watchful cub. Upon seeing Bai Qingyu's face, the fluffy cub instantly relaxed, dutifully squatting at the cave's entrance, refraining from approaching the oversized cranes. Ah, beauty indeed grants one the privilege to act as one wishes. Just as he prepared to speak again, he suddenly caught a whiff of blood, abruptly looking up at the cave behind Ling Xiaoxi. Within the dimly lit cavern, a pale-skinned male beastman emerged, leaning against the stone wall as he slowly approached, quietly scrutinizing the exceptionally handsome Bai Qingyu. Hearing the footsteps, Ling Xiaoxi turned to glance at Zhongzhen, raising her paw to introduce, "This is the young clan leader of the Han Mountain tribe. The male my sister loves, but cannot have." Bai Qingyu, feeling somewhat awkward, pondered how Ling Chengen had raised his sister. Ling Xiaoxi, evidently a carefree tiger cub, flicked her tail and proudly pointed to Zhongzhen's foot, stating, "This is my #1 brother-in-law, the young clan leader of the Yao Luo tribe." Zhongzhen coughed lightly, his cheeks flushed with a sickly hue, and nodded slightly toward Bai Qingyu, saying, "Hello, I am Zhongzhen." "Bai Qingyu, I shall take my leave," he replied before taking flight into clouds, heading toward the dense forest before Ling Chengen landed. The two smiled at the recently arrived Ling Chengen, saying, "The Huming beast has been delivered. Young clan leader Ling, we shall take our leave. Please wait a moment." Chapter 21. Beloved beast husband, does young clan leader Ling have any further matters? Ling Chengen set his parcel down, glancing at the Huming beast on the ground. "As a token of gratitude, please take half of the Huming beast meat." "No need." The two cranes quickly shook their heads. "The prey we hunted today is sufficient. And the meat of the Huming beast is particularly suitable for cubs. You may keep it." Wu Zhuo, though somewhat dissatisfied, understood her words rang true. With a cold huff, she leapt from the Huming beast, shaking off the small panda, clinging to her back. The two cranes observed the Huming beast on the ground, and then glanced at Ling Xiaoxi, who was rushing over with a massive bone knife, their expressions somewhat hesitant. "Our tribe has few cubs, but it seems your Han Mountain tribe has quite a few, yes?" Ling Chengen accepted the knife from Ling Xiaoxi and effortlessly divided the Huming beast in half, binding one portion with rope and dragging it over to the two cranes. "This is merely a token of gratitude for the Han Mountain tribe's special arrangements in watching over our young and elderly during the siege of the stone forest by other tribes." Ling Chengen concluded. The two cranes exclaimed in surprise. "You knew about that?" Although Wu Zhuo could not catch up with the cranes, she was not far behind, her spiritual energy allowing her to clearly overhear their gossip. Ling Chengen flicked the blood off the knife's edge, casually twirling it before tilting his head to watch the two cranes with an air of leisure. Upon seeing this, they immediately grasped the vines on the ground, expressing their gratitude before soaring into the sky with half of the Huming beast. Once their figures faded, Wu Zhuo had donned her bee-skin skirt and squatted beside the remaining half of the Huming beast, looking up at Ling Chengen. "Sister N, did they really send someone over during the tribe's peril?" "Indeed. Hence it is only right to give them half of the Huming beast." Wu Zhuo sat down, casually plucking berries from Yu Shaoqin's arms, tossing them in her mouth while expressing her grievances about Shi Mountain's lack of integrity. Zhongzhen frowned and asked, "Did Chang Yim leave?" Ling Chengen shook her head, stating, "Who has the time to engage in battle with them? Currently, several tribes are unable to consume their offerings. And with the weather heating up, we cannot store enough. We need to procure more food from Shi Mountain, but the end result is simply waste." Zhongzhen set aside the stick he was holding and looked up, saying, "If it's about the rotting prey, perhaps you could consider further cooperation with the Han Mountain tribe." Ling Chengen skillfully stripped the meat from the bones, slightly tilting her head. "Go on." Seeing her willingness to listen, Zhongzhen continued, "The Han Mountain tribe primarily consists of the Yuling azure cranes, residing at the mid-slope of Han Mountain. Higher up lies the peak, perpetually covered in ice and snow, where food stored in such conditions can last much longer. Ling Chengen neatly arranged the bones beside her. Standing up to declare, "Are you suggesting that we could accept more prey from the Shi Mountain tribe, storing it at the peak of Han Mountain for retrieval when needed? Before that, I must communicate with the Han Mountain tribe and ideally offer some benefits to ensure they guard the storage entrance for us. Your idea is commendable, but in the North Wilderness, tribes frequently face shortages of prey. Such optimism may be overly naive." Zhongzhen pointed to the potatoes on the ground, smiling. "If it were before, I would certainly not propose such a naive notion. However, considering what you hold now, especially the subsequent cultivation of this plant, you will undoubtedly require the assistance of the Han Mountain tribe's young clan leader, who is a level 9 water system beastman. If the potatoes yield as bountifully as you claim, the Han Mountain tribe will be tempted to help guard your storage entrance, which is indeed negotiable." Ling Chengen grasped his meaning and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What other insights do you have? Speak freely." Leaning against a rock, Zhongzhen exhaled softly to ease his bodily pain, slowly articulating, "After June, the North Wilderness will soon enter the rainy season. What will you do with these potatoes you've prepared for the cold season? The rainy season will likely end by late July or early August, after which there may be a prolonged drought lasting 2 to 3 months. Without water for large-scale cultivation, these plants will perish, won't they?" Ling Chengen, lacking complete memories, was not particularly familiar with the climatic changes in the North Wilderness. Only after Zhongzhen's clear analysis did she realize that cultivating food was not as simple as she had thought. Without proper knowledge, diving in head first would likely yield nothing but disappointment. "Why have you suddenly chosen to share so much with me?" Ling Chengen was aware that this fox was cunning and not as harmless as he appeared. Zhongzhen smiled slightly. "Did you not mention to not keep useless people around you? If I wish to see the Yao Luo tribe merge with the stone forest, I must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Otherwise, you would not agree, would you?" Ling Chengen squatted down to continue separating the Huming beast meat, lowering her head with a smile. "Dealing with a clever individual like you is indeed a breeze. Thank you for the compliment." Zhongzhen sighed in relief, gradually stretching his injured leg, wiping the fine sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, a droplet of perspiration clinging to his long eyelashes. A furry paw suddenly landed on his knee. The chubby, round-faced panda gazed up at him, slowly enveloping his most severe wound with a faint green glow. "You are also the beast husband of the mistress, aren't you?" Yu Shaoqian carefully covered his minor bleeding wound with all his abilities, introducing himself. "I am Yu Shaoqian of the Wu Yang tribe." Zhongzhen looked down at the fluffy paw, remaining silent for a long while. "Thank you. However, may I ask a bold question? Are you 15 years old?" Zhongzhen regarded the somewhat naive panda with a hint of doubt in his eyes as he looked back at Ling Chengen. Was she truly there to pick a beast husband, rather than merely selecting a beloved pet? Chapter 22. Frosted Silver Wolf. "I am 17, not younger than you." Observing the suddenly irate Yu Shaoqian, Zhongzhen awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a bit guilty as he said, "I apologize. I am not very familiar with the Y-ol and Shi-Oshi GMO. I forgive you." After saying that, Yu Shaoqian changed direction and energetically hopped behind a banana leaf. After a brief rustling, he transformed into human form before several others. It was only upon seeing Yu Shaoqian's human shape that Zhongzhen truly felt that he was indeed the beast husband of Ling Chengen, primarily due to the stark contrast between his beast form and human form, which was quite disjointed. Ling Xiaoxi and Wu Zhuo silently crouched nearby, observing the two, sensing an odd atmosphere between the two brothers-in-law. The thought of an unknown male beastman potentially joining their family made Wu Zhuo quietly embrace Ling Xiaoxi's neck, raising a hand to pat the little tiger's head, whispering, "You should avoid provoking them in the future. It is said that handsome beastmen often have fiery tempers." Ling Chengen kicked Wu Zhuo lightly on the backside, his expression devoid of warmth. "Stop misleading the young ones. Do you have the audacity to sit there? Hurry up and come help. Tonight we will feast, and if there are leftovers, you can take them all." Wu Zhuo's eyes immediately lit up, full of enthusiasm. "Then I shall not hold back. Come, and yeah, just give me orders, I am at your service." Ling Chengen had just cut the Humu beast in half, but did not share the innards with the Hanzhan tribe. Wu Zhu mentioned that the innards of the Humu beast were quite delicious. Although she was not fond of animal innards herself, others might not be so picky, so she planned to take some time to prepare them. Wearing a bee-skin skirt, Yu Xiaoqian noticed everyone was busy and squatted beside Ling Xiaoxi, asking, "Is there anything I can do?" Ling Xiaoxi scratched at a stone with her fluffy paw, lowering her head shyly, stealing glances at Ling Chengen's back. Not hearing Ling Xiaoxi's voice, Ling Chengen already knew this little tiger was completely engrossed in play and had forgotten about gathering firewood. She leisurely said, "Your portion of Humu beast meat will be halved at noon." Ling Xiaoxi immediately raised her head, indignant. "That won't do. I will go gather firewood right now. It's wrong to cut back on a cub's food. They will all despise you. Then why are you sitting here? Are you waiting for me to carry you into the forest?" With a flick of her tail, Ling Xiaoxi dashed energetically into the nearby thicket. Yu Xiaoqian watched the whirlwind of a tiger cub, opening his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, the yellow and white striped little tiger had completely vanished from sight. "Actually, I could help. She is so small. Would she be safe going into the woods alone?" Ling Chengen tugged at the long nose of the Humu beast, tossing its head by the stream, and gazed down at Yu Xiaoqian, whose chin and eyelids were splattered with blood, squatting before him and observing his bewildered expression. "Do not underestimate the cubs of our Shurlin tribe, nor our deterrent power in this area. Within a radius of 3,000 meters, there are no large wild beasts or inferior beasts. So you can stay here with peace of mind. If you wish to help, then help. If not, that is your own decision to make. No one needs to arrange it for you." Ling Chengen stood up, propping herself on her knees, and lightly patted his head. "Go wash your face. It's covered in blood." Seeing his assistance in alleviating her pain, Chongzhen held a medicinal herb, smiling lightly, and asked, "Are you afraid of Ling Chengen?" "A little." Yu Xiaoqian raised a hand to indicate just a tiny bit. "Perhaps it's because I have an instinctual fear of large beastmen." Chongzhen observed the few droplets of blood rolling down his fair, smooth face, and her gaze momentarily darkened, but then suddenly cleared, a smirk forming as she spoke leisurely. Yu Xiaoqian grew wary, looking up at Chongzhen's black hair cascading over her shoulders and her eyes that seemed to hold a hint of amusement. He stood up, creating distance between them. "Are you trying to incite me to leave her? What benefit would that bring you?" Chongzhen propped her chin on her hand, scrutinizing the timid yet perceptive little panda, her voice slightly hoarse, laced with a hint of laziness and mockery. As she said, "Whether to stay or go is entirely your choice. Most beastmen of the Shurlin tribe are ferocious beasts. If you choose to stay, you must adapt." Yu Xiaoqian did not understand the cunning of foxes, but his intuition was sharp. He wiped away the blood droplets precariously clinging to his snow-white chin, frowning as he looked at Chongzhen. "I do not like you." Chongzhen expressed surprise at his frankness. Yu Xiaoqian continued bluntly, "Though I may not be the brightest, I am not a fool. Your words carry double meanings, and I prefer not to deal with beastmen who always speak in riddles." Chongzhen watched his retreating figure, her fingertips lightly tapping her chin momentarily before she looked down and chuckled softly. "Though small in stature, your temper is quite considerable." A fluffy little tiger, tugging at a bundle of firewood, suddenly poked its round head out from the grass behind Chongzhen, its small round ears twitching as its big eyes curiously regarded the first brother-in-law. Chongzhen Gij is indeed as my eldest sister described, a handsome and cunning male. Chongzhen reached out to pull the little tiger from the bushes, rubbing its round face, raising an eyebrow as she asked, "When did your elder sister say that?" "Why should I tell you?" The little tiger replied, "Just a reminder, my elder sister despises those who try to outsmart her. Those who scheme against her end up getting beaten quite badly. Although I'm not a bug in her belly, I can see that she intends to keep that little panda brother in the tribe. If you scare him away, she will undoubtedly chase you out of the tribe." Ling Xiaoxi was not merely a naive cub. She and Ling Chengen were sisters. Despite their age difference, she had always loved following Ling Chengen around, so she was quite familiar with her elder sister's habits. Chongzhen's brows twitched slightly as she twirled her fingers. "So, in your sister's heart, I'm still not as good as a timid little panda?" Ling Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at him. "Where does your confidence come from?" "In my sister's heart. The Hanzan tribe's young leader is undoubtedly first, followed by my father and me. As for you, you could do nothing now, relying on my sister to hunt and provide for you. In her eyes, you are probably less important than the half-humu beast we can eat tonight. Chengen watched as the tiger cub dashed away, grinding her back teeth in frustration, glancing down at the injury on her leg, her right hand rubbing her brow. Amused by Ling Xiaoxi's scathing remarks, it was one thing to not compare to the young leader of the Hantan tribe and the Ling family duo. But now even a newly arrived panda could rank above her. Fine, she thought. She was now living off others, so she must endure. Everyone was preoccupied with their tasks, leaving no time to notice Chengen basking in the sun. After a while, Ling Chengen approached her, damp from the water, handing Chengen a stone pot. I will tell you how to cook. From today onward, you will prepare your own medicine. Is there a problem? Chengen retorted. Could I possibly have a problem? Certainly not. Ling Chengen dismissed him without even raising her eyelids. She placed the stone pot before him, filled with half a pot of water, and painstakingly taught him how to select herbs, chop them, and the quantities required for each, explaining everything clearly. Have you remembered? Ling Chengen squatted in front of him, having already piled up the stone stove. Chengen looked at the herbs that were not completely dried and asked curiously, How do you know all this? Then I shall not ask. Chengen was not angered by her retort, instead focusing on her slender fingers, earnestly listening to her guidance on preparing the medicine. The herbs need to soak in cold water for 1 beast hour, then boil on high heat for half a beast hour, and simmer on low heat for 1 beast hour. The time measurement in the beast realm is basically consistent with that of the apocalypse. 1 beast hour is roughly equivalent to 1 hour. It is not too complicated. When preparing medicinal herbs, if there are no pressing matters at hand, one can grind the small peppercorns into a fine powder using a stone mill, which can be utilized in cooking. If time permits, one might also sharpen a bone knife and soak the peeled potatoes in water. Chengen looked up at Ling Chengen, who had his back to the sun, squinting slightly as he remarked, I am still nursing my wounds. Indeed, that is why I have assigned you tasks that require minimal exertion while seated. I have considered your situation quite thoughtfully, have I not? Chengen remained silent for a few moments. Ling Chengen displayed no awareness of exploiting the injured. She had too many responsibilities. If Chengen could not manage simple tasks like grinding pepper or peeling potatoes, the thought of returning the goods might become unavoidable. Ling Chengen maintained a sullen expression as she fixed her gaze on Chengen, exclaiming, How annoying. Since the 3 of them lived together, she should at least be able to guard the entrance, right? Yu Shaoqing had just finished washing his face and interjected, I can reside in a tree. I'll construct a tree house myself this afternoon. He had just scouted the vicinity and confirmed Ling Chengen's assertion. There were indeed no wild beasts nearby, and even small animals were a rarity. So once his abilities were restored, reconstructing his tree house from the Weong tribe here would pose little challenge. Wu Zhuo approached with a cleaned thin stone slab and a bamboo basket containing cleaned humi beast meat, inquiring, Shall we begin roasting the meat now? First, stoke the fire. Ling Chengen replied, arranging the stone slab as she sliced the meat, pondering the housing situation. Constructing a tree house was indeed a viable solution, but Chengen would certainly not be able to reside in one. The cave, for now, was merely a temporary refuge. As the number of people increased, it would be necessary to separate each individual's living space for comfort. Well, can you construct your tree house by this afternoon? Ling Chengen turned to Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing hesitated for a moment before responding truthfully, It may not be feasible. It will take at least 3 days to complete it all. Chengen suddenly interjected, If the young chieftain of the Xulong tribe could come, you might save quite a bit of effort. Ling Chengen and Yu Shaoqing turned to him in unison, asking, What do you mean? Chengen explained, Su Weihua is a level 7 metal-type ability warrior, his beast form being the Shuangshan Silver Wolf, larger than yours. So if we could secure his assistance, the progress in excavating the cave would be significantly expedited. We'll see when he arrives, Ling Chengen thought, not overly optimistic. After all, she had always had a streak of bad luck. For instance, in dealing with the Beastmen, apart from Yu Shaoqing's smooth encounter, the rest had been nothing short of disastrous. She had a nagging feeling that matters with the Xulong tribe would not unfold smoothly either. This ominous premonition was confirmed before sunset. The hunting team emerged from the dense forest, surrounding Ling Xiao, who appeared covered in blood. Ling Chengen, squatting by the stream washing leaves, turned her head to see her father in a dreadful state. Ling Zhao's ordinarily robust face now bore an ominous and terrifying expression as he cradled a blood-soaked Beastman in his arms. Ling Chengen placed the half-washed leaves on a stone and furrowed her brow as she approached Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaocheng, who was tending to the newly sprouted branches of the blue jacaranda, emerged from the foliage, his expression turning to one of horror at the sight of the blood pooling on the ground. Suweiwa? Wu Zhuo keenly sensed the tense atmosphere and leaned closer to Zhongzhen, whispering, "Is that the young chieftain of the Shuolong tribe?" Zhongzhen nodded, his brows deeply furrowed, and with a swift motion, he halted one of the beastmen from the hunting team, inquiring, "How did the young chieftain of the Shuolong tribe end up like this?" The halted beastman glanced at Zhongzhen's fox-like eyes and then noticed his leg injury, his demeanor softening slightly. Although anger still tinged his voice, "It's all the despicable beast from the Shuolong tribe's doing." Chapter 23. Disfigurement and shattered bone. Zhongzhen took some time to piece together the relatively coherent information from the disjointed accounts of the hunting team. The Shuolong tribe and the Shi Mountain tribe were, in fact, the primary instigators of the joint operation involving 4 tribes. The Wuyong tribe and the Yaluo tribe were not particularly formidable in combat, yet they gambled their lives for substantial rewards, unwittingly boarding the thieves' ship. However, the main combatants remained the warriors of the Shuolong and Shi Mountain tribes. Thus, when defeat came, these 2 tribes suffered the heaviest losses. Following their defeat, the Yaluo and Wuyong tribes promptly surrendered, preserving most of their warriors, and did not dare to engage in any underhanded negotiations regarding the terms of their surrender. In contrast, the Shi Mountain and Shuolong tribes faced a different fate. Regardless of the true reasons, the young chieftain of the Shi Mountain tribe had already fled. After their defeat, the Shuolong tribe not only had to deal with the loss of their warriors, but also had to surrender their young chieftain and a considerable amount of spoils. Consequently, Su Weihua, who had initially led the Shuolong tribe into battle, became the chief scapegoat. "Not yet, but it should be soon," Yu Xiaocheng squeezed through the crowd, taken aback by Su Weihua's tragic state, standing frozen in place. Ling Chengen raised her gaze and asked, "Can you temporarily staunch his bleeding?" Yu Xiaocheng crouched down, examining Su Weihua's bloodied visage, uncertainly responding, "I'll give it a try." He attempted to hover his hand above Su Weihua's left cheek, but Ling Xiao restrained his wrist, sighing, "The injuries on his face are secondary. The wounds on his back and leg are the real concern." Ling Chengen had already removed the blood-soaked animal hide skirt and, frowning, instructed Yu Xiaocheng, "Help him lie on his side." Yu Xiaocheng carefully supported Su Weihua's shoulder, assisting him into a side position. Ling Chengen reached out to feel his spine, shaking her head. "This won't do. His lower lumbar vertebrae are shattered." Zhongzhen gazed at the figure of the old shaman, tilting his head to inquire, "Why was it not utilized for me yesterday?" Ling Chengen lowered her gaze to meet his for a few fleeting seconds before silently averting her eyes, responding, "Do you believe you are deserving?" Zhongzhen stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words, his expression shifting multiple times in a brief span. Ling Chengen, however, appeared nonchalant as she squatted beside the stone stove, lifting the lid from the pot to check on the simmering medicinal brew. With a soft sigh, she remarked, "The medicinal herbs at home are insufficient. We shall have to forage again tomorrow." Zhongzhen glanced towards the crowd that surrounded them, then looked back at the seemingly indifferent Ling Chengen, asking, "Su Weihua also counts as your beast husband. Do you not worry? What is there to worry about?" Ling Chengen replied coolly, seated on the stone, her right hand propping her chin. "The treatment is already underway. If he survives, he can recuperate gradually. If not, there is little that can be done. I'm not the one who harmed him. At most, I can dig a grave to assist in his burial." Zhongzhen rolled his eyes, scoffing. "My relationship with Su Weihua is not that close." Ling Chengen shot him a glance, her tone devoid of warmth. "My relationship with you is not particularly close either. You can pour the medicine out yourself. I have no inclination to intervene." As Zhongzhen watched her walk away in bewilderment, Wu Zhuo raised his hands innocently, tilting his head and emphasizing a grand joke indeed. Fearing that his mischief might be reported by the cunning fox, he quickly made his way over to Su Weihua. Zhongzhen observed the bubbling black potion, extending his hand to retrieve the wooden bowl for the medicine. However, he fell short and had to support himself with one hand on the stone to rise and fetch the bowl. Eventually, as the shaman's powers waned, the jade qilin atop his staff withered, transforming into a walnut-colored wooden carving that fell to the ground. He had sustained severe injuries. My powers are depleted, and I can only treat him to this extent. The rest is left to fate. Chapter 24. Family meeting the old shaman, utterly drained of his abilities, now hunched over, his brows, beard, and hair devoid of luster. Wu Zhuo quietly carried the stone pot, following the departing tribesmen into the village. Beside him walked Lei Sang, a warrior from the hunting team, whose beast form was a silver-horned night owl, grasping his weapon and shouldering the day's catch. He glanced at Wu Zhuo's cautious demeanor and sniffed inquisitively. "What is that you are carrying? It smells wonderful." "This is the Lake Ming beast rib soup that the young clan leader asked me to deliver to the shaman," Wu Zhuo proudly replied. "I had 2 large bowls of it for lunch. If it weren't so difficult to catch the Lake Ming beast, and Jie said I should leave some for others to taste, I could have finished the entire pot myself." As Lei Sang reached for the wooden lid above the stone pot, Wu Zhuo, torn between avoiding spillage and annoyance, snapped. "Keep your hands to yourself. The lid must remain on, or the soup will cool and lose its flavor." Startled by the steam rising from the pot, Lei Sang quickly withdrew his hand, but soon the increasingly tantalizing aroma captivated his full attention, rendering Wu Zhuo's words irrelevant. "How about letting me have a taste? I have never had such fragrant meat soup," Lei Sang suggested, testing Wu Zhuo's limits. Wu Zhuo bared his teeth, asserting, "Hurry, and put the lid back on. This is for the shaman. He is elderly and has exhausted his powers in treating Njie's beast husband. Do you really have the audacity to snatch this pot of soup from him? Even if I were to give you the whole pot, it would only suffice to fill a gap in your teeth." Seeing Lei Sang's pleading expression softened Wu Zhuo's resolve, and he conceded, "I can mention it to her. But Njie may not have time to prepare it. You know how things are at her home. She has to care for 3 males who cannot hunt, yet consume a great deal." "I understand that. I can provide extra meat in exchange," Lei Sang replied. "We have plenty of meat from recent hunts. Letting it spoil would be a waste. Trading it for this delicious soup would be perfect." Wu Zhuo hastened toward the shaman's cave, witnessing the tribesmen gently placing the old shaman down before assisting in tidying up his home before departing. The old shaman sat wearily at the cave entrance, and Wu Zhuo placed the stone pot before him, lifting the wooden lid to say, "Grandfather shaman, this is the meat soup that Njie asked me to bring you. Would you care to have some?" Though the old shaman felt fatigued and initially wished to decline, he paused upon seeing the steaming soup before him, his fingers trembling slightly over his knees. "Is this made by the young clan leader?" "Indeed," Wu Zhuo replied, retrieving a wooden spoon from his pocket and presenting it to the shaman with a beaming smile. "It tastes exquisite. You must try it." The old shaman lightly tapped Wu Zhuo's head with his staff, his expression serious as he admonished, "You must not jest about the young clan leader. She is destined to lead our Lin to greatness. We must maintain a sense of reverence." Wu Zhuo rubbed his head, refraining from arguing. He turned to grab a wooden board nearby to place under the stone pot, allowing the shaman to rest the pot on his lap and savor the soup at leisure. With drooping eyelids, the shaman scooped a spoonful of the soup into his mouth. After a considerable time, tears welled in his eyes as he exclaimed, "It has been so long since I tasted such fragrant meat soup." Squatting before him, Wu Zhuo inquired curiously, "Grandfather shaman, have you had it before?" "When we were in Nan Shuyuan?" "Yes," the shaman replied, reluctant to delve further into the past. Slowly sipping the soup, while occasionally savoring a particularly delectable piece of Lake Ming beast meat. Wu Zhuo, watching the shaman eat, felt his mouth water. Once his task was complete, he stood up, stating, "Well then, Grandfather shaman, I shall take my leave. I will return tomorrow to retrieve the pot. Enjoy your meal." Meanwhile, Yu Shaoqian soaked the blood-soaked beast skin skirt in the stream, replacing it with a clean one from his pack, and sat beside the fire, gazing blankly at his silent family. Half-conscious Zhongzhen remarked, "Did you two poison each other's tongues?" Ling Chengen glanced at Su Weihua, who lay in a semi-conscious state, his body twitching intermittently, and calmly stated as she sat down, "There is no need for self-reflection at this point." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. "This is not a cause for immediate concern. I will return to the Shuolong tribe tomorrow to demand additional game as compensation." Since they dared to injure our people in retaliation, we need not be polite. Zhongjin was preparing medicine for Su Weihua and lifted his gaze to Ling Chengen, saying, "The Shualong tribe is cunning. They likely have countermeasures in place. The agreement you made with the 4 tribes regarding surrendering game was flawed." Ling Xiao turned his gaze toward Zhongjin. Zhongjin continued unhurriedly. The Wuyang and Yaluo tribes cannot deliver all the game at once due to their combat strength. Thus, we are obligated to submit in batches. However, the Shualong tribe has numerous warrior beasts, and if they choose, they can present all the game at once. Consequently, any game you cannot consume quickly will spoil. Ling Xiao realized this as well, noting that they had not established whether the delivery was to be made in one go or in installments. Zhongjin's analysis was astute. The current leader of the Shualong tribe indeed had a dreadful temperament. To vent his frustrations by allowing Shilin to acquire all the game yet be unable to consume it in time, watching it rot away, was certainly within his capacity. "What should we do then?" Ling Xiao asked, somewhat surprised that Zhongjin was willing to speak up, and tentatively inquired. Zhongjin turned to Ling Chengen, implying, "I have discussed this matter with my wife. What are her thoughts?" Ling Chengen fixed her gaze on him intently before finally saying, "Tomorrow, I shall visit the Han tribe and speak with Bai Qingyu." Ling Xiao looked on in confusion, utterly bewildered by their exchange. Chapter 25. The quarrel between husband and wife. Ling Xiao's gaze was intensely fervent, and the emotions swirling within his eyes were exceedingly intricate, making it difficult for Ling Chengen to disregard them. Ling Xiao observed Ling Chengen, who was slicing the fatty meat, and opened his mouth, wishing to articulate further, but was interrupted when Ling Chengen looked up, breaking his train of thought. "Afu, how many warriors with gold-type abilities does our tribe possess?" Ling Xiao inquired, furrowing his brow. Excluding the orcs under 16, there are currently 4 gold-type ability orcs. 3 are in the hunting team, and 1 is a female orc in her 40s. If we include Su Weihua, we now have 5 adult gold-type ability orcs. As for the one with the highest ability level, it is undoubtedly him. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted to the young orc lying on the stone, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Su Weihua cannot be counted at present. I have used my abilities to probe his body. All his powers are depleted, and there have been no signs of recovery." Ling Chengen had already given up on expecting Su Weihua to be of any use in the short term. Yu Shaoqian interjected, lifting his gaze. "The wounds on his face are quite peculiar. I covered all my abilities over the wounds, and there were initially signs of healing, but they quickly reopened. I have never seen such a situation." Ling Xiaoxi turned to the newly arrived brother-in-law number 2 and whispered, "Could it be that your abilities are too weak?" Yu Shaoqian, indignant, glanced at the small yellow and white tiger beside him, defending himself. "Though my abilities are only at level 4, and my healing techniques are limited, I do possess some experience. I can roughly estimate the extent to which the wounds would heal using all my abilities. His injuries are too bizarre. It is certainly not due to my inadequacy." Zhongjin supported Su Weihua's head, examining the deep wounds on his face. After a long observation, he frowned. The wounds on his face appear to have been inflicted in 2 separate instances. Yu Shaoqian moved closer to Zhongjin, following his gaze. The shallower wounds seem to have been made by claws, while the deeper ones appear to be fresh and resemble cuts from metal or a bone knife. Yu Shaoqian brought the torch closer, squinting for a moment before suddenly realizing, no wonder. The wounds inflicted by the claws had shown signs of healing after my abilities treated them. But these new wounds have not, and instead, they are worsening. Ling Chengen's love security system was in a frenzy, loudly protesting against its expressionless host. "Ah, those scoundrels from the Shuelang tribe have marred the stunning visage of your 3rd beast husband. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable." Ling Chengen sighed lightly and communicated with the system using her mental energy. Were Su Weihua's facial wounds treated with some sort of poison or medicine? The system, puffed up with indignation, bounced around her mental domain before nodding. It should have been coated with poison from a dagger. If the host wishes to know the specific toxin, it will require expenditure of energy points for testing. How many energy points? 3 energy points. Ling Chengen, with a blank expression, replied, "Why don't you go rob someone?" The system retorted, "You currently have 14 energy points. Why be so stingy with these 3? Even without your detection function, If I simply describe the characteristics of this toxin to the shaman, he will likely provide an answer. He might even know which herbs could detoxify it. Ling Chengen had long ceased to harbor any hope for this energy point-obsessed system. Upon hearing her words, the system fell silent. Eventually, it gritted its teeth and said, "Then just one energy point." Ling Chengen rolled her eyes and did not respond. The system lowered its bottom line repeatedly until, finally, it resolutely declared just one energy point, along with the recipe for making the antidote. "This is the best price I can offer. I too have dignity, you know." Ling Chengen glanced down, tossing the sliced fatty meat into the sizzling pot, and said leisurely, "Deal." The system seethed with frustration. You are such an incredibly wicked woman." Ling Chengen felt quite pleased, replying, "Thank you for the compliment. What is the point of being a good woman? It's far more fulfilling to be bad." She relished the sight of others being unable to tolerate her while being powerless to change her. The system scanned Su Weihua from head to toe, providing the most comprehensive diagnostic results. After reviewing the diagnosis, Ling Chengen felt a twinge of sympathy for this unfortunate soul. Su Weihua's body was battered, resembling a decrepit ship on the verge of sinking. The most severe issue was nerve damage caused by a fractured spine, with a 95% chance of developing cauda equina syndrome. The old shaman had exhausted all his abilities merely to reattach the bones, but the damaged nerves had barely healed to less than 20%. The tibia and patella had suffered comminuted fractures, with about 50% healing from the abilities. The toxins in the facial wounds originated from the venom glands of the Xianlin snake lizard. This toxin would continuously erode the wounds. Orcs with wood-type abilities below level 8 are incapable of completely purging this toxin with healing techniques. The old shaman of the stone forest was a level 6 wood-type, among the best shamans in the northern wilderness, with only larger orc tribes closer to the southern wilderness possessing superior abilities. Many shamans from that region hailed from the southern wilderness and were often exiled criminals. They considered themselves noble, viewing the native orcs of the northern wilderness as inferior, refusing to assist without substantial payment. Even if they agreed to help, the price demanded would be exorbitant. Fortunately, her prized beast husband was not of such value that she would need to pay dearly. Ling Chengen prepared the antidote recipe while refining oil in a stone pot. The popping sounds from the pot caught the attention of several adults, who suddenly grew curious about the evening's culinary offerings. Ling Xiao had received half of a Sanjiao black pig today. This enormous black pig weighed over 3 tons, resembling a small mountain. While its offensive capabilities were not particularly strong, it possessed exceptional defensive abilities, comparable to an unmutated adult hippopotamus prior to the apocalypse. The Sanjiao black pig was similar to ordinary meat pigs, but had 3 long black horns and a slightly larger body, with ample fatty meat, making it ideal for rendering lard. After scooping out a basket of pork cracklings, Ling Chengen sprinkled some salt and pepper on them and placed them on a flat stone. "Let's have some pork cracklings to tide us over. Dinner will take a while longer." Yu Xiaoqian first handed the bamboo basket to Ling Xiao, who tasted it before distributing the rest to Zhongzhen, Ling Xiaoxi, and Wu Zhuo, finally taking a small piece for himself. Since the food had just come out of the pot, it was quite hot, but he covered his mouth without spitting it out, taking a couple of breaths before succumbing to the temptation of the crispy, fragrant pork cracklings. Salty, fragrant, crispy. He grasped the meaning of these words without any instruction. The clouds of gloom overshadowing his heart dissipated in an instant, and his fingers instinctively reached for another piece of pork crackling from the basket. Zhongzhen's demeanor was more refined. He carefully bit a small piece of the pork crackling, savoring the rich flavors, with a bit of pepper and crackling crumbs at the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiaoxi, Wu Zhuo, and Ling Xiao devoured their portions ravenously, not forgetting to sweetly praise the hardest-working Ling Chengen. Ling Chengen tossed a piece in her mouth, and the taste awakened memories long dormant, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. It would be even better with some chili powder. Unfortunately, she had no time to search for chili. The pepper was a serendipitous find along the way. Ling Chengen stir-fried a bowl of potato slices with meat and casually sought 5 large lettuces she had dug up in the woods that afternoon. She uncovered a pot of bone broth from a huming beast that had been simmering since the afternoon and turned to see the whole roasted lamb before Ling Xiao, perfectly cooked and ready to serve. The campfire flickered, smoke billowed, marking the perfect moment for the feast to begin. A family gathered around the irregular stone table, gazing at the steaming meat dishes, their mouths watering in anticipation. Yet, no one dared to make the first move, instead turning their eyes towards Ling Chengen, who was washing by the stream, silently offering her a stone to serve as a seat. In the past 2 days, 3 stone pots had already been ruined. Although crafting stone pots was not particularly difficult, sourcing the materials, shaping the pots, and polishing them required considerable time. This situation was indeed becoming troublesome. Ling Xiao observed as she discarded the cracked pot, using a bone knife to slice a whole leg of lamb and placing it into her personal bowl. He reached out to gently pat her head, offering comfort. "It's all right if it broke. I'll make you a few more tomorrow morning. Don't be sad, inin." Ling Chengen shook her head, looking at the whole leg of lamb in her bowl, then glanced at Ling Xiao, who was distributing roasted lamb to others, quickly adjusting her expression. "Thank you, father, but I would like to seek out a Beastman with metal-type abilities to try forging an iron pot." "Iron pot?" Ling Xiao set down the bone knife, puzzled. "What is iron?" "A type of metal. I plan to go out tomorrow and see if I can find iron ore." Ling Chengen was mentally prepared. Although there were metal ability warriors in the Beast Plains, their metal applications varied widely. Moreover, metal-type abilities could not create materials out of thin air. They could only extract metal elements from various ores nearby and shape them as desired. Beastmen proficient in metal-type abilities typically refined metals from ore, carrying them while hunting to enable quick metal manipulation for attacks. Ling Xiao may not have understood what iron was, but knowing it was a metal made things easier. He set down the bone knife and said earnestly, "Before you head out tomorrow, come with me to the tribe's gathering point. I'll ask a few metal warriors if they have the metal you need. If they do, they should know where to find iron or more easily." "All right." Ling Chengen nodded, serving him a large bowl of lake beast meat soup with her spoon, urging, "Father, let's eat first. We can discuss this afterwards." After their meal, Yu Xiaoqian, Ling Xiaoxi, and Wu Zhu took it upon themselves to wash the array of bowls and utensils by the stream. Ling Chengen and Zhongzhan went to feed the unconscious Su Weihua his medicine. Ling Chengen carefully avoided the wounds on Su Weihua's face, pinching his cheeks to force his mouth open. Zhongzhan held a spoonful of medicinal soup in one hand and a clean bamboo strip to press down on Su Weihua's tongue with the other, slowly administering the medicine. After finishing one bowl of medicine, both Ling Chengen and Zhongzhan were drenched in sweat. Zhongzhan set down the spoon and bamboo strip, exhaling a sigh of relief. Feeding medicine is really a hassle. Ling Chen looked at the blood on her hands and, after sprinkling the medicine powder left by the shaman on Su Weihua's face, turned to wash her hands in the stream. What kind of poison did they use on him? Even though Su Weihua couldn't lead them to victory in this battle, how could they be so ruthless to a fellow clansman? Ling Chengen stretched her sore shoulders and neck, softly mused, "I don't know much about the Xulong tribe, but the reason his wounds won't heal must be due to the venom of the Xianlin snake lizard." "Xianlin snake lizard?" Zhongzhan looked up at Ling Chengen, momentarily disoriented. Ling Chengen sighed deeply. There are 2 methods to counteract the poison. One is to find a shaman with abilities exceeding level 8 to forcibly remove the toxin using healing magic. The other is to hunt a Xianlin snake lizard, using its bile and blood as medicine, combined with other herbs to create an antidote. Zhongzhan wanted to see her expression, but her face was completely shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern. "You don't plan to hunt a Xianlin snake lizard, do you?" His tone was hesitant, yet for some reason, he was already convinced that Ling Chengen would choose the second method to save Su Weihua. "You better not go hunt the Xianlin snake lizard alone. Do you have any idea how dangerous they are?" Ling Chengen tilted her head, flexing her wrists, and laughed. "What's wrong? Are you worried your long-term meal ticket might fall prey to a lizard? What time is it that you're still joking?" Zhongzhan sighed heavily, rubbing his temples in frustration. "You really have no concept of how perilous the Xianlin snake lizard is, do you?" "Not entirely." When the system presented the 2 antidote options, it had predicted that she would surely select the second. Hence, it had directly attached information about the Xianlin snake lizard after the second option. "Since you know, why would you still consider hunting the lizard?" Zhongzhan looked at her in nonchalant demeanor, feeling an urge to pry open her mind to see what was inside. The Xianlin snake lizard resides in the mist marshes to the northeast of the wilderness. The mist marshes are among the most perilous areas in the beast plains. Even flying beastmen, who possess the advantage of aerial hunting, experience a significantly high mortality rate each year in the mist marshes. Over 80% of those who perish there fall victim to the jaws of the Xianlin snake lizard. Are you out of your mind? Su Weihua is indeed in a dire situation, and I sympathize with him. But he is already incapacitated. Is he worth such a risk? Chapter 26. 3 husbands sharing a bed. Ling Chengen. You are the young clan leader of Shilin. Have you considered the consequences of risking your life for one person? What would happen to your family and the beastmen in the tribe? Ling Chengen met Zhong Zhun's serious gaze, her tone stern, arms crossed in front of her, brow raised as she replied, I have my own considerations in what I do. The mist marshes are certainly dangerous for beastmen who rely on their sight to discern threats. Yet for me, it is not so. Zhong Zhun was becoming increasingly irritated. This person truly did not heed advice. Turning her head away, she scoffed, conceited. Ling Xiao, watching from a distance as the two argued over the hunt for the lizard, felt a bit troubled and at a loss for what to do. Though the quarrel seemed more one-sided in Zhong Zhun's favor, Nin was disinterested in his words. However, this time, Ling Xiao found himself wanting to side with Zhong Zhun. But upon meeting Ling Chengen's gaze, his fleeting inclination evaporated, and the words that came out were, Zhong Zhun is right. The mist marshes are dangerous. You've never been there, and it would be easy to fall into trouble. How about I go instead? Ling Chengen, observing her father's cautious demeanor, sighed helplessly. Father, please don't stir up trouble. You have no part in the hunting team. Can you really expect me to go? Although the beastmen of the Shilin tribe acknowledge her as the young clan leader. She had only just turned 16 this year and had never officially accompanied the hunting team. Ling Zhao's sudden absence from the hunting team raised some suspicions and concerns about his well-being. Ling Xiao was the spiritual pillar of the Shilin tribe. Any slight abnormality would cause unease among the beastmen. Thus, she did not wish to waste time on explanations. Furthermore, Ling Xiao, being a land beastman, though possessing formidable fire-type abilities, had far weaker spiritual strength than her. In the extremely poor visibility conditions, the likelihood of him encountering trouble was much higher. Ling Xiao felt somewhat guilty, but insisted, if you must go, then I will accompany you. Otherwise, I simply cannot rest easy. Zhong Zhun stared in disbelief at Ling Xiao, who had not even managed to hold his ground for 3 seconds, then pointed at Ling Xiaoxi's head. Who usually makes the decisions in your family? My father. Ling Xiaoxi replied, squatting on the ground, turning to look at her brother-in-law's complex expression, and instantly understood. But once my sister decides something, it won't matter if father opposes. She won't listen to anyone. Ling Xiaoxi, observing his furrowed brow, calmly reminded, brother-in-law, you are part of our family now. Do you wish to take charge? Zhong Zhun sensed a potential trap in that statement and wisely asked, do you think I am worthy to be your sister's leader? That I cannot say, but anything is possible. If you can become the one she holds dear, she would likely be willing to listen to you. Zhong Zhun curled his lip in silent disdain and remarked sarcastically, I truly appreciate your high opinion of me. To become the person on Ling Chengen's mind? Let's dismiss that notion. He merely wished to secure a formidable ally for the Yao Luo tribe, to safeguard the frail younglings within, and to live a stable and tranquil life himself. Developing feelings for someone as domineering as Ling Chengen, who was also involved with several beastmen, was utterly absurd to him. His mother had once advised him that emotions should be bestowed upon those who were deserving. Clearly, Ling Chengen did not meet his initial criteria for a partner. Initially, when he believed he was on the brink of death, he contemplated using his own body to barter for the majority of the hunt to remain with Yao Luo. However, once he confirmed his survival, he completely abandoned the thought of currying favor with Ling Chengen through submission. Moreover, Ling Chengen had provided him with a clear path. He had no desire to die now. Naturally, Ling Chengen could not perish either. His plans hinged upon Ling Chengen's continued existence and his ability to enhance the lives of the beastmen. Pondering deeply, the crux of the issue indeed lay with the semi-conscious Su Weihua. Zhong Zhun turned his gaze to Su Weihua, who lay on the stone, his expression inscrutable, his thoughts darkly contemplating. After everyone has fallen into slumber tonight, I could simply eliminate this individual, thus sparing Ling Chengen the peril of the mist marsh. This plan's feasibility seems rather high, does it not? What are you doing sitting there daydreaming instead of resting? Ling Chengen prepared to carry Su Weihua into the cave. But upon recalling the solitary grass mat within, he abruptly halted, turning to call out to Ling Xiao, "Father, do you have any spare animal skin blankets?" Ling Xiao nodded. "Yes, I do. I shall fetch some for you." Without needing further explanation from Ling Chengen, Ling Xiao understood that the animal skins in his cave would undoubtedly be insufficient. As he passed by Yu Xiaoqian, he casually inquired, "Do you have enough animal skins? If not, I can get you some." The animal skins at home had all been collected by Ling Xiao. They were precious winter supplies. Each piece he received was meticulously tanned and infused with insect-repelling herbs, accumulating quite a stash over the years. Had he not been diligent, he would have had to borrow from others today. Yu Xiaoqian shook his head, pointing to a large bundle of animal skins at the cave entrance. "I have brought all my belongings, including the skins. It is sufficient." Ling Xiao nodded, glancing up at the blue flower tree near his daughter's cave and the nascent treehouse, refraining from commenting on Yu Xiaoqian's plans, and soon entered his own cave. Emerging with a stack of animal skins, Ling Chengen sat by the fire, selecting the excessively thick animal skins and setting them aside, then laid out some lighter ones on the ground to stitch together, finally retrieving a somewhat thick needle from the bamboo basket. This needle was metallic. Its exact material was indiscernible for now, but it rivaled a steel needle. Here, there was no cotton thread, only coarse ropes made from animal hair, which perfectly suited the metallic needle. Ling Chengen skillfully threaded the needle, prompting a puzzled Ling Xiao, who had intended to assist, to hesitantly ask, "What did you learn to sew?" Ling Chengen had already threaded the needle and calmly replied, "This is quite simple. Surely you have observed it well enough?" Ling Xiao sipped slowly from his bamboo cup, reminiscing, "You used to be quite clumsy with sewing, and then you simply refused to try again. But thinking back, that was quite some time ago. Our inin has indeed grown up." Faced with Ling Xiao's nostalgia, Ling Chengen said nothing, focusing instead on quietly stitching several pieces of animal skin together, producing a rather mismatched yet surprisingly neat animal skin blanket. Zhongzhen turned to Yu Xiaoqian, saying, "Please assist me to the cave." As they parted the grass curtain and entered the cave, Yu Xiaoqian was struck by the presence of light. Several stone pots containing luminous grass were placed in alcoves about half a person's height. Each pot of luminous grass bore several leaves, reminiscent of orchids, emanating a warm glow that illuminated the pale yellow buds at the top, brightening the otherwise dark and spacious cave. "Please make an effort to clear out those items in the left corner," Zhongzhen instructed, leaning against the wall to delineate a general area. Yu Xiaoqian inquired in confusion, "What do you intend to do?" Soon, the cave's floor and walls began to shift, extending approximately half a meter deeper into the earth as a stone bed, about 40 centimeters high, gradually emerged in the left corner. The bed measured roughly 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, with its head resting against the stone wall, and a niche beside it housing a pot of luminous grass. After producing the stone bed, Zhongzhen was drenched in sweat, his complexion becoming pallid. Yu Xiaoqian, noticing his rapid breathing, crouched to examine the wound on his leg. "It has begun to bleed again. My ability has been depleted for the night and has yet to recover. I cannot assist you in staunching the blood." Zhongzhen leaned against the wall, gradually closing his eyes, unconcerned. "It is merely a little blood. I shall not perish." He was well aware of his own body. The injury had not healed, and he had forcibly exerted his power to manipulate the rocks within the cave, resulting in his current state. "Help me to the grass mat to rest. I shall be fine shortly." Yu Xiaoqian, observing his pale visage, finally sighed softly, half dragging, half carrying him to the grass mat. "I shall inform the matriarch. You cannot be in this condition." Zhongzhen abruptly opened his eyes, coldly retorting, "She possesses no healing skills. What can she possibly do? You should prepare a sleeping area for yourself and take her animal skin blanket to Ling Xiaoxi's cave. Do not concern yourself with anything else." Yu Xiaoqian hesitated, but as Zhongzhen concluded, he promptly closed his eyes, falling asleep before Yu Xiaoqian could rise. Concerned for his well-being, Yu Xiaoqian immediately sought out Ling Chengen. As he lifted the grass curtain, he saw Ling Chengen standing outside the cave, cradling Su Weihua. "Has he fallen asleep?" Ling Chengen inquired. Yu Shaochen nodded. He has exhausted his abilities, and the wound has reopened. Manipulating the rocks is indeed far more challenging than controlling the soil. Ling Chengen pointed to the dry grass at their feet. Lay this grass on the stone bed, then fetch the animal skin blanket I just stitched. Yu Shaochen obediently nodded, watching her retreating figure, pondering silently whether she was not concerned for Zhongzhen's condition. After all, it was at her suggestion that he had strained his powers to create the stone bed for Su Weihua, resulting in his current dire state. Her apparent indifference seemed rather callous, but he hesitated to voice such thoughts. Tonight, I shall trouble you to check on him periodically, should he awaken in a frenzy. You may need to subdue him. If it becomes unmanageable, simply call for me. I am next door. Yu Shaochen replied. Given his severe injuries, he should not awaken today. Should he? In truth, Zhongzhen had not fallen asleep. He had merely closed his eyes, overhearing their entire conversation, unable to refrain from defending himself. I was not rambling. It was clearly you who could not sleep and sought me out to chat. Ling Chengen did not counter Zhongzhen's statement, but instead turned to Yu Shaochen, speaking earnestly. Though Su Weihua is gravely injured, his physique surpasses Zhongzhen's, so he may awaken sooner than anticipated. However, the nature of his spinal injury is peculiar. He may experience uncontrollable urination. I am not in a position to assist him with that, and can only ask you to help him change. Once I have completed my current tasks, feel free to voice any requests. Within my capabilities, I shall certainly fulfill them. Upon hearing this, Zhongzhen could no longer restrain himself, and opened his eyes, enviously exclaiming, "Why are you so generous towards him? When it comes to me, you are utterly stingy." Ling Chengen picked up the bamboo cup from the ground, directly shaking out the animal skin blanket and covering Zhongzhen's face. "I have come to realize that you are quite the chatterbox. Your energy may be completely depleted, yet you still find the strength to berate me." Zhongzhen removed the blanket from his face, feeling indignant as he stated, "As your beast husband, all I seek is the essence of fairness." He continued, "The reason I am so generous to Xiaocheng is that you too are utterly incompetent. You require his assistance even to walk, yet offer him nothing in return. Surely, I must provide him with some form of compensation." Zhongzhen refrained from further retorting against Ling Chengen, for her words indeed held merit. He turned to the bewildered Yu Shaocheng beside him and said, "I am currently injured and unable to provide you with any remuneration. However, I do have some private belongings stashed away, which I shall present to you once I recover." Yu Shaocheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I haven't assisted you in any significant way, so there is no requirement for payment. It is imperative I adhere to my principles," Zhongzhen insisted. Ling Chengen, picking up his animal skin blanket, interrupted their polite exchange. "Enough, you both should rest early. You three must get along. Even if you quarrel, I cannot provide another room. So temper your tempers." Yu Shaocheng replied, "Understood." Zhongzhen added, "That is beyond my control. I am a reasonable beastman, but the character of the one lying on the stone bed is another matter entirely." Ling Chen looked at Zhongzhen, exasperated. "Let us hope our dear young leader keeps silent. As long as you do not provoke him, he should lack the energy to argue with you." With that, Ling Chengen turned and exited the cave. Yu Shaocheng settled down in the spot where Ling Chengen had rested the previous night, gathering a few luminous stones from the corner, preparing to unpack his belongings. Zhongzhen propped his head on one hand, lying sideways on the grass mat, watching Yu Shaocheng unpack while conversing. "Once your tree house is complete, could you assist me in building one as well? If you require prey or anything else, I shall help you procure it once I am healed." Yu Shaocheng untied the knots, and a multitude of items suddenly spilled out, some even rolling onto Zhongzhen's grass mat. Zhongzhen, taken aback, gaped in disbelief. After a moment, he pointed at the clutter and exclaimed, "Are you relocating?" One might think he had stripped 3 layers of land from Wuyong and brought it all along. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yu Shaocheng remarked, "He is a nostalgic little panda who cannot part with his belongings. If it weren't for his inability to carry more, he would genuinely wish to transport the thicket of arrow bamboo at the entrance, along with his tree house and flower tree." Chapter 27. A dog's discourse. Before Yu Shaocheng had even finished packing, he collapsed onto the grass mat and fell asleep. Zhongzhen had already turned away, deeply asleep, leaving only the sounds of 3 breaths echoing in the cave. Ling Chengen squeezed onto Ling Xiaoxi's bed, surveying the recently organized clutter, arms crossed over his chest. Watching Ling Xiaoxi, who appeared reluctant yet compelled to tidy her animal skin skirt, and scoffed, "I didn't expect your cave to rival a dog-esque den. Ling Xiaoxi, you truly are something else." Chapter 28. The mistress's bias Ling Chengen hung up the grass curtain, allowing a faint light to filter into the cave. The luminescent grass continued to emit its glow, casting light upon the faces of the three individuals within. Zhongzhen lay flat in the corner. Chapter 29. The iron pot takes shape ultimately. The responsibility fell upon the shoulders of the Han tribe. Ling Chengen, rarely showing signs of stress, rubbed his balding head, tapping his chin with a finger, brows furrowed in thought, letting out a soft sigh. Zhongzhen found amusement in her furrowed expression. "Surely, you are not afraid to face Bai Qingyu?" Ling Chengen replied. "What is there to be embarrassed about? I fear I may not even gain entry to the Han tribe. The original owner's record is traceable. It seems he has already been blacklisted by the Han tribe." "Then, thank you very much," Lu Hua said, genuinely feeling ashamed, as he, a grown man with nothing to his name, felt deeply impacted. Orders from Chao Qing were issued one by one, and the soldiers under his command grew increasingly synchronized. On the treehouse, the bandit archers either fell to arrows or cowered in fear. "Destroy the vehicle. We must puncture the tires of the fierce donkey," Liang Yuan exclaimed, hurriedly bending down to inspect the tires. Such a terrifying formation, with only their presence here. Even the most advanced modern weaponry would struggle to breach it. What if we simply pretend this incident never occurred? The leading man, at his core a rogue, recognized Yi Ao's formidable strength and immediately conceded. Earlier, at the banquet, the elderly matriarch had kindly arranged for someone to meticulously wrap her palm. With bamboo houses now constructed, it signified that the city walls had been completed. Otherwise, they would not have the leisure to construct bamboo houses. "Gold powder," Tang Feng exclaimed, snatching the torch from Liang Yuan and moving closer to the golden gate. By the torchlight, he scrutinized the ancient door, discovering it was not as smooth as he had envisioned. Deep scars from axes and knives marred its surface. Moments ago, the commander had stated that this time, you would achieve merit in atonement. What exactly did you do wrong? Makarov recalled Andropov's words in the chairman's office. Li Haoran focused intently on driving while also carefully listening to his wife, finding merit in her words. Meanwhile, a group of prominent figures from Tianyang, led by Shen Wanrong, observed the scene with utmost seriousness. The stir-fry rice with sausage she had made twice before was prepared during the journey to combat the locust plague and had yet to be made for Xie Yong and the others. In March of the first year of the Jiuzhou Empire, Empress Ling Chengen announced to the world that on May 1st, he would unite with the Song Kingdom to implement unified governance across all nations. In the distance, a stretched Lincoln came to a halt, and Anmond suddenly froze, an ominous premonition causing her heart to race. When Qili awakened, he opened his eyes to see Qi Yanzheng beside him, rubbed his eyes, then closed them again. Could it be that even the underworld had Qi Yanzheng? The two wasted no time rolling away, exerting their full strength to evade the pressure from Wei Yuan. With the advantage of terrain and the support of a pile of chaotic stones, as long as their forces were sufficient and defensive facilities and strategic supplies were ample, they need not fear the countless blind monsters and fierce weasels. As Yuan Yi issued such commands, the Iron Hoof Air Combat Team's aircraft swiftly maneuvered to avoid the faint red glow. The mother and son envisioned their future lives, growing increasingly animated in their discussion while feeling ever thirstier and hungrier. Ahead lay a puddle, the bright light stemming from something akin to luminous stones at the bottom. Are you saying that the senior cultivator who crossed the heavenly tribulation is about to attend Yanhua University? The imposing man turned, his demeanor exuding authority, which only deepened the reverence of those who bowed their heads. Every material in the hall was of exceptional quality, the vast majority being top-tier items that Zhang Mu had never even encountered, such as dragon meat, ancient species flesh, and the flesh of colossal beasts from beyond realms. Exotic birds and rare beasts emerged in abundance, along with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chapter 30. Cranes of Han after polishing the iron pot. Ling Chengen quickly lit the stone stove and tested the pot, which had not undergone high-temperature smelting. It was serviceable. This pot was made of pure iron and could be considered a wrought iron pot. It had simply bypassed the phase of high-temperature refining, resulting in the removal of a significant amount of impurities from the metal. All right, thank you. Ling Chengen confirmed the pot was satisfactory and requested assistance in crafting a spatula. As he lay down, a sense of relief washed over him. He could finally disclose all the methods to everyone instead of the tedious process of gradually revealing them. Akin to squeezing toothpaste, Zhang Xiao felt uncertain. He was unsure if he was truly in reality. Additionally, he noted the sun's position, indicating that noon was still far off, suggesting that the previous dream had not consumed much time. Yes, once the travel expenses are recorded, I will reimburse you, Jean Mingho stated. As Kaido, captain of the Beast Pirates and one of the 4 emperors of the sea, William hoped that it would be Luffy himself who would confront this formidable adversary. However, this notion now appears rather naive. Sanji and Robert Sandbow have succumbed into unconsciousness, and Trafalgar Law has lost an arm. Nevertheless, gazing upon the dwarf, Gandalf felt a flicker of hesitation within him. The dwarf was integral to a grand scheme of his. Would departing now give rise to unforeseen variables? Indeed, it is the Chilean eye. Had we known of its existence earlier, we might not have lost so many disciples. The elder of the Fulling sect echoed in agreement. To this, Logan wholeheartedly concurred. Having a perfect wife had always been Logan's favorite topic of boasting while drinking in the tavern. With such a profusion of sanguine waters, Qin Yu believed that once digested, his prowess, be it the black hole golden elixir or his physical strength, would surge significantly, surveying the entire chamber. Apart from a corridor they arrived through and the corresponding metallic door, not a single hair was present. Discussions of security vulnerabilities seemed ludicrous. Yet at this moment, Lukeek discovered that the sole remaining talent within her did not appear to be as useless as she had initially presumed. Moreover, if troops were to emerge from Yeqing, their first target would be the city of Yuancheng, which lay less than 20 kilometers away. However, this was contingent upon Arya regaining her complete divine essence. If her recovery were merely a fractional restoration due to the accumulation of divine fragments, while beneficial in the long run, it would undoubtedly pose an immediate detriment. As if to send off these 6 war gods, the day of the decisive battle saw the heavens and earth in tumult, with thunder and lightning clashing at the zenith of the sky. The 6 combatants surged against the wind, soaring towards the heavens. Just handle this move as you wish. Ouyang Ting Shuang snorted coldly, showing no intent of retreat, as her deep blue blade cleaved fiercely towards her opponent. The person outside had vaguely heard some commotion. Upon hearing the term obsession, she hastily lifted her skirt and dashed over like a gust of wind. The names on the gravestone gradually became clearer. Chu Luoyi could discern only a simple inscription, Xiang Yu's tomb, devoid of a surname or any indication of the Ouyang clan status. Just as Lukeek was lost in thought watching Chu Jiajia, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Then I apologize. As the words fell, he tossed aside the covers and lay down beside her. After a meticulous examination, Lin Hang inserted the newly replicated Ling Yun into the original mass, and before long, they amalgamated, resulting in a slight increase in size. Chapter 31. A matter of pride. Qinghe maintained a poised demeanor. Bai Qingyu could hardly withstand such an ambiguous flirtation, lowering his head to uphold his usual indifference. It was not until he had consumed half a bowl of mashed potatoes that he belatedly realized the creamy, pale purr in his bowl was surprisingly delectable. After a sprinkle of salt, the flavor intensified remarkably. The 50,000 soldiers of Sisui passed behind Liang, witnessing the series of duels among the generals, understood what it meant to be a true warrior. Within the grand tent, 18 lords congregated under the pretense of welcoming Liang, yet their true purpose was to deliberate the matter of the alliance leader. Susui. The voice of the youth during the voice change was somewhat grating, though not as severe as that of the Celestial Emperor. Soaked through, the sensation of carrying Tian Yingying was markedly different from that of carrying Qiu Shirin last time. Whereas there had been a semblance of distance then, now, carrying the damp Tian Yingying felt devoid of any barrier. Lu Yao, upon seeing the array of new dishes, could hardly contain her enthusiasm. After sampling each one, She was completely enamored with the chef's culinary skills and insisted on sending her family's cook to learn from him. Lost in fanciful thoughts, Chunan recalled a popular phrase from the 21st century, "Master, just yield to me." With the advancement of the economy, many traditional practices have naturally undergone commercial adaptations, unveiling the more unsavory aspects of human nature in the pursuit of profit. He was not particularly afraid of the celestial beings of negligible strength. Rather, he feared being recognized as someone not affiliated with the Lingxiao Palace. Amidst the astonished gazes of Hu Xiao and Zhang Sanli Si, he posed his inquiry, and they widened their eyes, initially believing his life was forfeit. Unexpectedly, he merely inquired about the location of 2 prisoners in a stone cell, and they pointed it out in a daze. The match between the Chinese team and the Cameroon team was about to commence. From the moment both teams entered the arena, the players from Cameroon felt a chill enveloping them. They could also visit the life and death stage within the gate, requesting the steward or elder to sign a death contract. The victor would claim all possessions of the defeated, including their life. Even he, with his cultivation, could not help but shudder. Fortunately, the warmth from the fire spirit within him countered the chilling aura, which would have otherwise frozen his blood. How could this be? Logically, it should have ceased by now. The true energy had already begun to transform. So why was it still being absorbed? Lin Tianxian was in a state of frantic urgency. According to his past experiences and the memories left by the original owner of his body, the seed should have stabilized by now. At that time, it was likely that no sect would be as eager to annihilate Weiyang Dao as the 100 Ghost Cave. The dual initiators were legendary beings. Only the master of Luoqiu Cliff of Taichuan sect was aware of this, and he confided in Jin Haozi. Presently, within the entire Taichuan sect, only Jin Haozi and the scholar in the green robe knew, and they concealed the rice measuring tool deep within the Wudao secret realm, ensuring no information leaked. The two remained silent, shifting the iron pot and serving meat porridge, burying their heads in their meal. Shanji, unable to withstand the heat, had a blow on his food. Yet now, they did not represent the unparalleled, but rather this obscure Dugu guild. Thus they felt unrestrained. They then began to devise a plan to eliminate this creature. Chapter 32. Oath of Status. Wuju fell to the ground, single-handedly bearing the large pot of Ling Chengen. And before she could inquire about the next task, she heard Ling Chengen instructing, "Place the pot over by the stone stove, gently now. If that thing breaks, we shall have no means to prepare food." Originally quite boisterous in her movements, Wuju instantly softened her approach. Shun Xinran accepted the water, took a sip, and continued to vehemently curse the heavenly order, her words fervent and impassioned. Nodding slightly at Wei Yuan, Zhu Qing noticed some familiar faces. It appeared that emissaries from the 5 halls of Wuchun had also arrived. Wei Yuan and Chong Ji, who was hidden behind Wei Yuan, represented the Zhu Hall. The remaining halls followed Zhu Hall's lead. Initially intending to tarnish Xiaoxi's reputation, the outcome was counterproductive. These days, Xiaoxi's fame soared, not only discrediting several hosts, but also establishing ties with the police station. The implication of this statement was clear. These sword cultivators with shattered hearts were nothing but burdens. In a moment of peril, she seized a chair and dashed toward the restroom. Zhu Xiaoer cried out, "Mother, it's Xiaoer who cannot articulate and has caused you harm." While Hong Yishio could only sigh, feeling utterly helpless. These soldiers withdrew magical artifacts from their bosoms and offered them to the heavens. Those witnessing the artifacts appeared numb. The eloquent Lu Langzhong resorted to coercion and seduction. The opposing side had shown signs of wavering, but at a critical moment, news arrived from outside that Qishuo was leading troops and demanded the village open its gates to welcome them. Due to his age, he had numerous dietary restrictions that he needed to communicate to Lin Jueming. To avoid any issues arising from excessive or incorrect seasonings when entrusted with meal preparation in the future. Dancing in the moonlight, the pure and ethereal beauty of the ice-like figure was a well-known poetic tribute in our city of Suzhou for quite some time. Today, it seems you're not as pristine as the rumors suggest, Chen Qingning mocked. The critical issue does not lie here. Whether or not the vampires acknowledge their status is of little concern to the Miklichu family. The pressing matter is that ever since this incident came to light, Public forces that have maintained good relations with the Muklichu family have expressed their condemnation. Each palace or residence is guarded by a contingent of elite soldiers. As fierce protectors of the current emperor's domain, these soldiers possess combat abilities that are only slightly inferior to those of the imperial feather guard. Ultimately, it was concluded that Li Qingmu, in a fit of rage, hurled a teacup at Madame Yu, resulting in her being scalded and fleeing in panic. Only a few are aware of Tian Hanshan's character and his ties with the Liang family, causing some cultivators to weep openly. Xia Zijing, how could you occasionally be so frustratingly foolish? Qingqing shot me a glance. Li Qingmu also felt that the enmity between Yao Yuan and Granny Ji was genuine, yet he dared not place too much trust in the words of allegiance. After a while, as the anger in Yu subsided, she picked up the purple sword again, realizing that she was left with no choice. Upon arriving at the back of Baiyan Mountain, she had also lost track of Su Feng and knew not where he had gone. The only clue remaining was the purple sword. This child has always been quite understanding of the rules. How could she be so muddled as to enter this hall without permission? Was she not inviting ridicule? Chapter 33. The Bet Before the Couch. Ling Chengen looked at the seemingly composed Chongzhen and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Chongzhen retorted, displeased. Nothing. Ling Chengen shook his head, pondering. You are indeed correct. This is my cave, and it is also your home. However, have you considered that Su Weihua is also my beast husband, and this can somewhat be regarded as his home too? Su Weihua glared at the two who were lost in their own conversation, her tone laced with disdain. Despite being a senior agent of the S.H.I.E.L.D., Ingyan had witnessed all kinds of grand scenes. His sturdy chest rose and fell, clearly struggling to maintain the decisiveness of his words. You little brat, what are you saying? The young man was enraged, eager to charge forward. It was not until he saw Qin Wentian completely leave that Su Yun's stern expression finally relaxed slightly. At that moment, Selah, who was about to be forcibly removed from the courtroom, began to struggle, shouting loudly and drawing numerous eyes. Yet, we glanced back to the second floor. The gunmen were already embroiled in fierce combat, and the relevant personnel from Huagua had arrived. Not only Zhang Qing, but even the usually unflappable Chu Yu. The indifferent Wei Xiaoge and Han Lan were all astonished, exclaiming in surprise. Upon seeing her turn around, Gu Huai raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Since the death of John Manning, fewer and fewer people have pursued the truth behind his demise. This serves as clear evidence. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. That afternoon, as a lawyer, he handled a class action lawsuit involving one of the plaintiffs, reporting to the Judicial Behavior Committee and the Bar Association. The battle commenced once more, with the remaining 20 to 30,000 people engulfed in chaos. Although the Hongwu Great Hall was spacious, accommodating a battle of such magnitude felt rather cramped. Ironically, she had exerted herself to fundraise and prepare supplies, and thus he could not hold her to account further. Many who heard would only commend her. Conversely, at that moment, Lin Sisi was undoubtedly the most exhilarated and enthusiastic in the arena. Yuge had indeed not disappointed her, proving to be remarkably impressive. However, when Qin Shaodian made this remark, it bore no malice, indirectly informing Hu Baosheng that despite his age, as long as he could endure hardships, he could still become a qualified disciple of cultivation. Li Wanqing, Zhu and Shi Willian had once accompanied Su Yin to the Wanshun Palace, where the palace supervisor, Lord Yang, was now enjoying tea with them beneath the bell tower at the northwestern corner of the palace walls. Nan Gong Nanyue revealed a bitter expression, understanding how deeply Xian Du Mu I despised her betrayal. Yet, she simply could not tolerate the realization of her wish. Young master, are you hungry? I can send someone to prepare some food for you. Ling Jing cautiously approached Jin Liunian, although she felt a fresh wave of fear from his previous actions. His brilliance still ensnared her in a fervent obsession. In the water town of Nancheng, the stream flowed smoothly, gliding over the stone bridge and bringing a refreshing coolness to the sweltering city. At that moment, within a quaint traditional residence in Nancheng, the tidy courtyard lay quiet and desolate, with the neatly arranged side rooms, yet the central door stood wide open. Chapter 34. The Useless Fox. Ling Feifei poked at the intriguing spot, wrinkling her delicate nose in surprise as she questioned. This was a question she had contemplated but never had the chance to ask. Now that she had the opportunity, Yue felt it necessary to inquire thoroughly, as her curiosity about the matter was piqued. The space contained minimal furnishings, save for some peculiar carvings on the walls, uneven bricks underfoot, and a semicircular ceiling adorned with 4 oddly shaped sculptures at its corners. In the identity of and by Emperor's son, as soon as the word goes out, countless talented prodigies would flock, crying and pleading for him to accept them as disciples. Of course, these actions were merely for show. The two factions ultimately needed to reconcile, and how this performance would unfold and conclude beautifully depended on Wu Shun's orchestration and direction. Instantly, the crimson wine mingled with blood, streaming from the center of Mountain Brother's head, trickling over his nose and lips until it dripped to the ground. He lifted his head forcefully, his eyes swirling with a faint purple aura. At that moment, Chun Hao's vision in the Shumi realm turned to a grayish white, while beneath his feet, the Black Wind Mountain continued to condense pale green spiritual energy, slowly rising into the air to hang beneath the sun. Just then, as Li Quanfeng poked his head out, he was met with this scene, causing him to tremble in fear. Had it not been for the pain in his lower regions, he would have lost all composure. Should they manage to secure some support in terms of munitions here, it would certainly ease their troubles. Yet, one puzzling aspect remained. Why did he only appear at the last moment? Was it perhaps due to the activation of this black-eyed stone? All those who could witness the innocent deaths here could drag their souls down to hell. Of course, these were merely Su Ao's inner thoughts, which he did not voice. Fearing Lin, he would deem him unreasonable. Although Sima, he had changed, and Zhang Chunhua was no longer the same. Zhang Emo still found it hard to believe he could remain unrepentant for a lifetime. Bai Yu observed as Wang Tianxiang's anger gradually subsided after slapping him twice, feeling an urge to stoke the flames further. Jiang Linger looked proudly at Lin Yi, her expression brimming with anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. She had even imagined Lin Yi's astonishment and regret. Today, they could not only earn a handsome wage, but also discreetly pilfer some treasures from the tombs. Thus they performed their tasks with diligence. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui felt as though a ship anchor had sunk into her heart, plummeting to the depths and causing her pain, her complexion paling slightly. Beside her, Erkue kicked him in the rear, scolding, "What are you doing? The cave is about to collapse, and you still dawdle. Are you seeking death?" Hu Zi, trembling, quickly felt around on the ground, muttering a few words after finding nothing, then hurriedly followed us upwards. The news of Jixian's breach could not remain concealed. Although Gong Sunzan was leading troops to the frontier, he had received a secret report before the fall of Jixian. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice suddenly resonated in Yi Bai's ears. The two individuals within the carriage exchanged glances, as if preparing to scrutinize the blooming flower upon each other's visage. Employing the formidable warriors Guan Yu and Zhang Fei as bodyguards, apart from Cao Cao, who could rival them in the Three Kingdoms, perhaps no one else could compare. Not even Dian Wei and Su Chu, who served as his protectors. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, prompting Han Anshi to lie down on the bed. Feigning death, a He Qian signal. Most crucially, upon noticing the marks upon the foreheads of the two individuals, Jiang Yu inadvertently grasped the true nature of this stone cavern. Lin Xiao, within the trunk of this tree, harbored a crystalline beast. Li Xian enveloped the tree with his mental probing, meticulously examining it before grasping Lin Zhao's sleeve and addressing him. At this juncture, Lu Zhuan found himself in an empty space, his blades striking nothingness. Shueji was not on the first floor, but rather in the second-floor bedroom, clutching a blanket and shivering. Over the course of 2 days, the electronic engineering department had systematically arranged personnel to clean the office building, and various office supplies have been delivered for installation, including telephones, fax machines, and broadband connections. Should you refuse to grant me this grand undertaking and entrust all military logistics to me, I shall venture forth to declare that you are bullying the innocent. The rampaging beasts seemed to vanish from the earth, creating an illusion of peace's arrival. The D clan's bloodline? At another table, a bloodied figure from the Shuexiong Empire, a master of spear techniques, sat down with a calm demeanor, beginning to meditate. Fu Li sensed the precariousness of the situation and had no choice but to bow his head and soften his stance towards Gu Yu. Chapter 35, The Cunning Fox. Was a cartographer. Chong Zhen, unperturbed, turned to inquire about the incomprehensible terms. Regardless of what a cartographer is, ensure you observe how the map is drawn. However, this was a matter of necessity. Otherwise, Xiao Tai would not have made such a choice. Now, merely preserving one's life was a cause for quiet laughter. Haha, please. Take a seat. The old man scrutinized Su Yang. Yet he was undoubtedly astute, for a single remark nearly caused Su Yang to wish for a hole to hide in. Simultaneously, just before noon, the third batch of guests ascended the Mo Yun platform. Sun Yin paid no heed to her, fixated instead on the floating figure of Mo Ning. Observing her entire being enveloped in blood-red mist, a single glance invoked an intense aversion. When Murong Yin arrived at Kongming Mountain, they were merely 7 or 8 years of age. 10 years passed, and they had long forgotten each other's existence, until years later when Yang Fan visited Shanghai City. With a muffled groan, a mouthful of blood spilled forth, and a figure clad in a blue robe shot forth like a cannonball. Master, there is a situation. Just as Yang Tianlai was about to continue, a man entered from outside. Amidst the chaos, a young and dashing man slowly walked through the door of the precinct. Nevertheless, even so, the recovery of the great demon was evidently not an immediate endeavor. The two had ventured to KFC for a meal, a suggestion from Mo Xiao, who had a penchant for KFC. Despite the global outcry decrying it as junk food, KFC's business remained unaffected, thriving more than ever. When she was silenced, Mo Xian rushed over, and shortly thereafter, she regained her voice. The War King had not anticipated that Yi Qing Luo would dare to act against him in front of so many subordinates on his territory. From behind the screen emerged a gentle young man. With an outsider present, Mo Yu kept her hood drawn to conceal her face. Ana could only gaze at his silhouette, feeling as though her feet were rooted to the ground, unable to move. As Pei Yin and Ling Mukin seemed about to vanish from sight, Su Kuei engaged in a brief internal struggle before ultimately deciding to follow. The occupants of the living room fell silent, yet their expressions revealed a mix of helplessness and affection. Those with the Xian-yin bloodline were unable to condense spiritual energy. Yet within their bodies lay another form of elemental energy, known as Xian-yin Qi. Sun Wan blinked, contemplating the supplementary card in her bag. Along with Su Jun's various cards, how much should she manage in total? Lin Meiwen could not suppress the twitch at the corner of her eye. What did it matter if she hadn't had a proper meal in several days? Just yesterday, she had enjoyed hot pot, and this morning she found herself starving, as if she had always lived in dire straits. The night birds within the forest seemed to sense Ka Lei Ti's desolation, startling into flight, flapping their wings toward the horizon. Qing Rue Yang gazed at the emperor adorned in a brilliant yellow robe encircled by 5-clawed golden dragons, suddenly questioning whether this was truly his brother. He remembered when he was young. Qing Rue Fan embodied the recklessness of youth, pursuing every whim without hesitation. Although 3 years of recuperation and the elixirs left by Tang Xiao had restored a modicum of vitality, it was but a mere fraction. The comings and goings within the Prime Minister's residence were accompanied by furtive glances exchanged with Yi Han, yet due to their status, they could only speculate from behind. Chapter 36. A Public Humiliation. Yu Shaoqing prepared a bamboo basket filled with fresh berries, with 2 large, red apples resting atop. He sat upon a stone, observing Ling Chengen's flurry of activity, first tidying a bone blade of 4 arm in length, then grasping a gun with a black golden muzzle resting on the stone wall's rack. Witnessing his performance, Su Lan nodded in approval. Mere stubbornness was not a means of navigating the world, and she had initially feared that Ling Feng would dismiss the token without a second thought. Whenever attending an event, the hosting party typically managed the catering, and this occasion was no different. The evening meal had been entrusted to Gothenburg University for arrangements. Third princess, please conduct yourself with propriety. This is a private matter of mine, and I kindly request that you refrain from intervening. His tone was resolute, yet he remained determined to protect Xian Xian. Jing Chun wiped away her tears and led her master toward the 7th floor, with Qi Xing Yang trailing behind, worry etched upon his face. Qi Xing Yang understood that someone had tampered with the oil, yet without evidence to prove who was responsible, they could only resign themselves to misfortune. Haha, no, no, no. To be precise, this is merely one of the reasons. The true motivation for my steadfast desire to befriend Chu Xian lies in his age. Zhuge Qingyun's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Zhao Yunjia was no fool. Sun Ling'er's loyalty had been dramatically showcased during the incident with the bandits. Chu Xian snorted softly, a torrent of energy erupting from his skin, coalescing into a luminous ring that surged forth like a tsunami, effortlessly calming the surrounding tempest. What is this madness? Sunin blinked, half believing as she accepted the manuscript, flipping it open. In their previous lives, the story between them and Su Weiji had no conclusion. In this life, fate had twisted them into their current predicament. Who knows what he has done? Perhaps he has simply aged. His steps have become more frail than my father's, and I can hardly discern any virtues beyond his stature now, but Kaylee lamented. The Imperial Guards, alerted by the commotion, swiftly encircled them. Even Xiao Qian, who had been entangled with Yin Yuan, had to withdraw and rush over. Days later, in the imperial capital, the city remained as vibrant and prosperous as ever. With a cerulean sky, unblemished by clouds, and under the sun's rays, the imperial city thrived, occasionally graced by a gentle breeze, amidst the bustling sounds of the city. Even the combat effectiveness of the military has been sufficiently bolstered, with the so-called army of 300,000 being no less. However, when Master Lu departed from the Gui Ling Brigade, he was unaware of Old Ho's hometown address. He was even less aware that Old Ho's identification number in the Gui Ling Brigade was entirely fabricated. In truth, Old Ho's real identification number was 5 years older than his actual age. Qin Yu smiled, though her smile carried a tinge of bitterness. Gazing through the diamond-shaped window, she observed several peach trees in the courtyard, their vibrant blossoms radiating a brilliant red. The lush green grass on the ground dazzled the eyes with its vivid hue. By the time the earth demons discerned that it was a colossal sword, Lin Feng had already arrived at the scene, reverting from his sword transformation state. Li Si found amusement mixed with exasperation at its pitiful demeanor, as if it were seeking her sympathy. The essence of Yuan gives rise to vitality, and vitality condenses into spirit. If the essence of Yuan does not belong to oneself, then naturally, the vitality cannot belong to oneself either, which explains why Xiao Yao could not control the rabbit spirit. Chapter 37. A lack of virtue. Ling Xiao pressed his lips tightly together and replied, "She is alone. I will assist her. Rest assured, clan leader Ling." After Bai Qingyu spoke, he turned and gracefully spread his wings, soaring towards the horizon. Soon, the blue crane completely vanished from Ling Xiao's line of sight. Ling Xiao gazed blankly into the distant sky until Zhong Zhun slowly emerged from the cave. Squatting by the stone stove, puzzled, and asked, "Clan leader, what are you looking at?" Even a truly sacred artifact pales in comparison to the crude artifacts in their eyes. It was evident that Kuda before him possessed a glimmering intellect, giving Yu Qiu the impression of a highly intelligent individual. The massive Kuan in the chaotic sea had vanished, replaced by a colossal dragon rising and falling. At that moment, a sudden wave of intense fear washed over me, causing my heart to race as I instinctively took several steps back, only to collide with something soft. Simultaneously, a plump, pale hand patted my shoulder, bringing with it a pungent odor mingled with floral fragrance. "Is this your second question? Please proceed outside and pay the consultation fee of 100,000 yuan." Yu Qiu stated matter-of-factly, "I can scarcely fathom how Zhong Tianya has endured so much and borne such burdens while managing to survive." The 9 individuals shouted in unison, forming a circle, their artifacts emitting radiant divine light, enveloping them. Young Master Le, the head of the guards, reminded Lugu not to overestimate himself. Why did he feel such a strong resemblance between this child and himself? At the moment of the embrace, he sensed that this was indeed his child. Though she could not yet grasp the purpose behind these photographs, she believed that Ji and had already devised a plan for their use. They recognized the young master who had summoned them. He was none other than the esteemed client. Had the bullet shifted downwards by a few centimeters, there would have been no doubt that it would pierce his heart. Ji Xing and Ji, you were equally unwilling to fall behind, executing their most formidable forbidden techniques in simultaneous assault on Wang Chen's true form and his fire lion incarnation. Qin Li Sex Flusha. Yet she noticed Ian with his head bowed, seemingly oblivious to her unusual demeanor. She forced herself to remain calm, and upon realizing Ian had shown no signs of movement, she assumed he had fallen asleep once more, shaking him persistently. Li Chun, on the other hand, saw hope in Hong Lian. The heart of desire would surely shine brilliantly within him, reaching a state of perfection. The onlookers were taken aback by the scene. A single punch had slain a formidable Lingxian cultivator. What kind of strength was this? Qian Chong felt a twinge of anxiety, as he had not anticipated that Ling Tian could not withstand even a single blow from him. If Li Qing desired it, not a soul would survive on Piamiao Peak. The nodding, almost dazed motion had yet to fulfill its intended purpose. Amidst the dazzling sights, she was suddenly tossed into her own bed. As images of the scene outside the cave flooded her mind, she realized that he had been observing her to ensure she was uninjured. In an instant, Minua felt a warmth in her heart. At that moment, Lung Ran was evidently paying attention to her previous statement. Could she possibly be aware of the occurrence of that rain? The enigmatic nature of that rain? Thus, as soon as she finished speaking, he posed his question. I will not, Fu Hong declared resolutely. A shui, should I ever betray you, regardless of the reason, you may strike me down without hesitation. And I shall harbor no grievances, he said, tightening his grip on Jiang Shui's hand, emphasizing each word. Chapter 38. Canine-like behavior, sensing the scent of prey. The little winged dragon yawned widely, its head barely peeking out of the cave when a pair of long, powerful hands seized its neck. Before it could react, the entire dragon was thrust out of the cave, plummeting down the cliff. As it fell rapidly through the air, buffeted by the fierce winds, the little winged dragon struggled to flap its fleshy wings, narrowly managing to halt its descent just before hitting the ground. Zhao Yuan ultimately yielded to the old general, and 5 days later, the entire team set forth, with the old general accompanying them. Fei Yu slightly bowed in respect to the 5 black-robed figures, while Ling Hantian remained impassive, continuing to observe. Follow us, and you will naturally meet him, the man said, gesturing for Mu Gu to head towards the source of the explosion. Weakness does not warrant sympathy for those who have fought their way through the ruthless world of cultivation. Lin Xianzhu's predicament was merely a consequence of his own folly, lacking sufficient strength or influence. Tian Heng gritted his teeth. Not expecting to be outmaneuvered by Su Jin today, the price for Li Hanqin's actions had cost him 3 lives. Because Lu Haiquan had no concerns, he was often entrusted with perilous tasks, which he completed flawlessly each time. As this continued, Zhao Fengyu's halo was gradually overshadowed by Lu Haiquan. An elder looked perplexed. The colorful magnetic mountain had once been a treasure of the Moon Palace, and they had naturally witnessed the holy sun of the Moon Palace demonstrate its power. At the instant the ship collided, an explosion erupted. Though the sound was not loud, it ignited the vessel, and in no time, the entire ship became an inferno. Although the leader of the Ghost King sect possessed commendable cultivation talent and skills, with his current level, he could barely wield that immortal artifact, much like his Dragon Soul Cauldron, which would eventually falter under prolonged use, as long as he could endure for a few minutes. The leader of the Ghost King sect would succumb without a fight. Since the meatball remained motionless, it would naturally stay put. It was best to let Yuan, the foolish cat, handle the work. After saying this, Luo she unconsciously found herself in tears once more. Time, once lost, never returns. Hatred is an unbearable torment. And regardless of whether the outcome is reconciliation or continued animosity, those unpleasant years can only manifest as wrinkles and tears. The left shoulder blade was penetrated by a Dragunov sniper rifle, inflicting 30 damage. The holographic data from the simulation system configured on Xiao Zhao was clearly relayed through his earpiece. Suddenly, there was movement in the cell, akin to a mouse gnawing on furniture. Sun Rife could hear that sound making its way from the depths of the cell, traversing numerous obstacles until it reached him. It was only after the first match began the following evening a silver key lay quietly in the palm of Paisai's hand. Wei or Gidge, you should not speak this way. Paisai timidly interjected at that moment. She even contemplated whether her master had a deeper connection with this Xiaolong. Mengqi initially left an impression on Li Yuanjia and his trusted advisors as a formidable warrior, albeit lacking in unconventional strategies for victory. possessing foresight, yet not rigid in his methods, employing troops with great prudence. Was he not the ideal candidate for safeguarding supplies and logistics? Apart from his youth, he bore no other flaws. Chapter 39. A Passionate Kiss. In the dark, damp, and gloomy corridor of the 9th level of the prison, only a few flickering candles illuminated the passage. Based on the information currently known, the greatest calamity of the Qinqiu era seemed to stem from the Shao brothers. On the high platform, observing the crowd, Wu Shang understood that their hearts were filled with excitement, yet gradually quieted down, yearning for further commentary. Shen Modong spat in annoyance, her face flushed. Sitting gloomily at the table, idly pushing her food around, spilling a few grains of cooked rice onto the table. It turned out that after Du Ziyuan completed the last page and showed it to Liang Yuxing, the latter couldn't help but react. Loda indeed felt guilty. He had not anticipated that the spatial ring would contain tracking magic. He was thankful that he had swiftly discarded the demon general's belly and consumed the ring. Otherwise, he would have likely been pursued by the magic guild mid-meal. The 3 demon corpses, aware of Yang Hao's prowess, dared not act independently. Under the command of the demon tiger, Zhou Tai and another demon corpse arranged themselves into a triangular formation, ready to strike. It seemed this demon tiger possessed the consciousness of the elder of 10,000 demons, Yang Hao mused. The so-called immobilization was, in fact, the use of immense pressure to suppress all actions of the opponent. Liu Bing subsequently produced a rope to bind Yue Wei's body and then took out a pill. Smiling at Yue Wei, the raging lion had clearly been abandoned by its beast master. He felt no regret, for if he were to feel anything, it would be lamenting his failure to slay her. Within the pitch-black coffin, a pair of purple gold eyes suddenly opened, and a hand, marked with a seal, slightly moved before it reached out to touch the coffin surface. As the saying goes, the Great Way has 50 paths, heaven divines 49. All things possess a thread of life. If even heaven and earth are incomplete, how can one expect perfection in all things? The spirit mountain, while naturally fortified, also bore its inherent flaws. Currently, the celestial master of Longhu Mountain was still Zhang Tongxian, who had held the position for over a century and should have long relinquished it. Yet, for reasons unknown, he remained tethered to the mortal realm instead of ascending. Soon after, Liu Bing and Lan Jichen felt a beam of light streaming in, and the blue bubble containing them floated away. Lan Xingxin, the younger sister of Lan Qingqing, often assisted her sister with various matters. However, Lan Xingxin's gentle nature made her somewhat indecisive, lacking the agility to adapt when faced with challenges. Li Yinsong hurriedly recounted the events following Ling Yifun's departure, concluding, "I do not know where Feng Zihao has been sent. He should be fine. I was transported here and was searching for the 5-element stone when I encountered you." He then glanced at Long Fei Shue. Tang Zhou, deep in thought, suddenly had his gaze shift slightly as he spotted Zhang Huang in the distance. Had he not possessed the ability to become intangible, he might have met the same silent demise as those cosmic dignitaries. Due to the scarcity of demon cultivators capable of evading Lin Yao's divine perception, most observed situations were deemed unsatisfactory, thus creating a delicate atmosphere. With that, Ling Yifun soared towards the direction of the Piamiao sect, gazing down at the earth below. The remnants of shattered walls and scattered corpses bore witness to the attacks on various sections. Henceforth, within a radius of 100,000 miles, none dared to offend the Piamiao sect in the slightest. Noticing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the 3, Old Li shook his head and refrained from probing further. He did not elaborate on artistic techniques, for it would be akin to playing music for a cow. In contrast to the dimness of the other compartments, one adorned with fiery gold patterns shimmered brilliantly, radiating a dazzling and intense light. Upon throwing a punch only to miss, Zhang Jia begrudgingly ceased his assault, laying the unconscious Zhan Lan and the previously rescued Ling Jian side by side on the ground to assess their conditions. "Beat him," someone shouted, prompting a chorus of cheers from those around. They watched Xiang Yu fight, each encounter igniting their blood, stirring an irresistible impulse to join the Shaolin monks. After cultivating their bodies to a certain level, the 8 would individually consume a Gu Yuan Dan to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The entire process, the Hung estimated, would not take a year, allowing all 8 to become foundation establishment cultivators. The authorities were beginning to crack down on the gang, which seemed to show signs of decline. Zhu Siki remarked slowly. Observing the speed of the vehicle, it had clearly reached highway standards, arriving before Xiangyu in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing Zhao Can smile, Zhao Yun and Gao Shun exchanged glances, both expressing a hint of helplessness. However, that helplessness stemmed from uncertainty, whether it was directed at Zhao Can himself, or simply due to the perception that the Crown Prince Zhao Can was far too contrary to his father, his obstinacy rendering him uncontrollable. Chapter 40. The Crane's Clear Call. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Qingyu's eyes turned subtly as she remarked, "You claim you are not coveting me." Ling Chengen clenched his fists. "What do you intend to do?" Bai Qingyu averted her gaze, smiling. "A kiss is out of the question. You should request something else." Ling Chengen, amused and exasperated, replied, "Do you truly think so highly of yourself? Who would desire to kiss you? You are single, while I have a beast husband." I followed the sound, instantly feeling a jolt throughout my body as I instinctively glanced at Shun Duo beside me. Yingming was also aware of Hu Tsong's situation, and after conferring with Rui, appointed 2 male beasts to assist Hu Tsong, as he had more pressing security duties. The next moment, Long and Ming witnessed a long sword glowing with white light rush towards them. In the past, it was my fault. Despite all the hardships he endured to find me, he never wavered nor gave up on this love. Elder Hua anxiously peeled one, quickly stripping away the green skin, revealing the yellow-white kernels within, releasing a fragrant sweetness into the air. At that moment, Lu Xiangyue was nestled with him in a barrel, facing him, sweetly asleep on his arm, their cheeks barely a finger's distance apart, their lips almost touching. As Isu exuded an imposing aura, he dared not voice his anger, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. Gushu Kuang began to believe in Yun Yao's medical skills, extending his arm for her to take his pulse. That old rascal indeed promoted himself to ensure that debt collectors would seek him out later. Due to Su Yang's journey, her expectations for Yixing County had significantly diminished. This was far more impressive than any celebrity fashion trend in later years, with only a few styles from the 80s, bell-bottoms, carrot pants, and red skirts, carrying the fashion of the time. Influenced by the two, Lu Xian and the others began to voice their grievances about Shun Daping's lack of humanity. Yuming lightly cleared her throat, contemplating whether to step in and mediate the situation. Lu Fengyun, reflecting on her family's increasingly prosperous life, wore a broad smile. Her husband received a promotion, and her son was accepted into Xuanmu University. Everything heralded the arrival of happiness. As a wife and mother, what more could she ask for? Sometimes, she would even wake up smiling in her sleep. What about my father? Shin Daping removed his shoes before entering the house, placing the package in the foyer. He strolled to the living room, yet he found no trace of his father. With the New Year holiday spanning 3 days, his father should have been home. He glanced at the old cat, which seemed to beckon him to unleash a few kicks at the Buddha statues, before observing Zhang Minghai, who was frowning at both the cat and the statues. Li rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Although he was unaware of Sienna's intentions, Yu Ming speculated that, given the brief time, it could only revolve around either a promise of goodwill or an exchange of force. However, when that staff member had come earlier, having discovered a friend in trouble, he neglected to inform Guo Yiluan about the matter. Otherwise, Guo Yiluan would have sought out Qin Tang and Han Yin long ago, showing little interest in discussing it with Song Mengjia and Li Xiaodong. Yu and Shuang encountered a sudden surge of energy, both being hurled backward, blood spewing from their mouths. Under the thin figure's description, Chen Yufan learned that the god of war had led a group of guild members to conquer a city, slaying countless demons, thus becoming the last bastion of humanity. Chapter 41. The Swamp Battle. A cerulean giant crane dove from above, its sharp beak striking the left eye of a soil-based snake lizard with precision. Blood splattered, and the crane, after delivering its blow, departed without lingering, alongside the bifurcated snake. Lord Xiao remarked, "Despite the circumstances, my feelings for Lu Er are mutual. I have already negotiated this matter with my mother. Regardless of her approval, I shall be with Lu Er." Chu Feng displayed unwavering resolve. Fu Zhirong's warm expression remained unchanged, though his eyes subtly drifted to Ruan Xinya, revealing a hint of speculation. Taozhua, however, earnestly stated that Lu Muyu's beauty surpassed that of many female disciples in his sect, meriting the title of fairy. From a distance, the estate appeared boundless, dotted with numerous buildings, and the landscaping was meticulously beautiful. Deng Jihua's face darkened as he recalled his last visit to the Imperial University, where he had brought roses for Chengmi, only to witness Shunmi spill milk on her, a rather repugnant memory. "Your favorite beef noodles," he said, a gentle smile gracing his face, his voice softer than the babbling spring water. Suddenly, Zhang's father let out a loud cry, his face contorted in pain, his heart seething with hatred. Was it possible that Xiao Jingze had long harbored unrequited love for Han Yue, leading him to become infatuated? Or was he merely toying with himself in his current nonchalant demeanor, adding a touch of amusement to his life? That evening, Princess Xinyu visited the prison again, bearing a set of clothes, specifically a soldier's uniform from the Heartless Empire. As Yu Shang and she locked eyes for a brief moment, Fan Shui furrowed her brow, unable to decipher his gaze or his intentions. Yu Shang's sudden smile only deepened Fan Shui's confusion. "It depends on who consumes the qi gathering pill. Has our qi gathering pill fallen into the hands of the Heartless Empire?" Long Kun inquired. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a branch tremble slightly. Initially, GFA dismissed it as odd, but felt an inexplicable sense of unease as he took a few more steps down the mountain. I won't cry. Should I call a doctor?" Tong Guai asked, only to see Yunze shake his head. Since the mysterious flower array lay before Qi Jingyuan's palace, no one was permitted to approach without permission. Why, then, was someone hiding within it today? The iron-armored beast struggled to wriggle its body, launching countless Nadu larvae into the air. It had utterly disregarded the illusion's attacks, realizing that the greatest threat came from Jia Jingjin. It broke free in a frenzy, trampling and battering the obstructing Nadu larvae with brute force. Chapter 42. Tenacious and the individual before him showed signs of aging, with strands of white hair and additional wrinkles adorning his face. Gazing at this familiar visage, Chunming suddenly recalled her accomplishments. In modern times, she had held a doctoral degree. Surely, she wouldn't be stumped by a nation adept at clever riddles. After consuming a substantial amount of the fog demon spirit fragments, "I have grown somewhat," she remarked. Consequently, after finishing, he hastily paid the bill before Bian Shaosheng could, who hardly protested. Such modesty was nonsense. It was merely due to his lack of looks that he had concealed himself. "Do you have no solutions at all?" Shenzong glared intensely at the usually imposing imperial physician, who kept their heads bowed. Jiaopa cast a fond glance at Yuan Shaojun and then nodded at a steward standing at the foot of the stairs. Qin Xueli, rolling her eyes, glanced disdainfully at Yi Sibai before moving to support Yi Qinyan. Had they employed their strongest techniques from the outset, perhaps they could have swiftly dealt with the old Taoist in the blue robe, but now, with their souls exposed, their physical forms remained immobile. Perhaps accustomed to Yu Lan's flamboyant demeanor, the weakened Yulan evoked his disapproval. However, the focus lay not on the wine itself, but rather on the vessel containing it. Ashu suddenly transformed the cup into a collection of spoils. The moment he saw Ming Luo, his previously turbulent emotions subsided, indicating her peculiar significance to him. Upon hearing this, we were all momentarily stunned, recalling that there was indeed a town below, home to several hundred villagers. Yet, to our surprise, the persistent knocker outside showed unwavering determination. When there was no response from within, the knocking only intensified, growing louder. This revelation undoubtedly shocked the emperor, as he had never anticipated that Murong Yu possessed such deep feelings for Yulan, rendering her a dangerously significant figure in his eyes. Ashu and the others finally understood why this divine miracle could only be enacted in the remote void, with no threats or provocations present. The war of faith could not accommodate any compromises. As night fell heavily, it became clear that two sects could not coexist, transforming the space into an arena without retreat. He merely held her tightly, tears streaming down his face, without even the courage to inquire about her well-being. "Do not act recklessly. If I were to bite you, I might end up causing your demise," she warned. Though it seemed harmless, once tasted, she could not predict the dangers that might arise, sometimes occurring, sometimes not. She dared not guarantee it, and certainly did not wish to harm him. To her surprise, her master and mistress were unexpectedly approachable, their gazes not as piercing as Madame Yao's. In stark contrast to the bustling preparations for the coming-of-age ceremony, the atmosphere in the annex was desolate and melancholic. Shenrun paused, turned his head to observe her, as she slept soundly, the soft call emerging from her dreams. "Would you like to see fireworks?" Yanbai asked gently, glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream. In an instant, the remnants of over 20 corpses littered the steps, and this was merely the beginning. Yet Gu Feng felt invigorated by the ongoing battle. Yanbai pressed her lips together, her dark pupils narrowing, as she continued to murmur in a hoarse voice. Shenrun GLA upon receiving the gift. I glanced at Mr. Bai and, noticing his lack of reaction, expressed my gratitude to Ogu. Last night, he unearthed intelligence regarding spies in Shuegua, revealing that the courageous clans of Shuegua had discovered a weakness and were dispatching troops for a surprise attack. This compelled the military commander, Chu Chongfeng, to decisively retreat, fully aware that in such dire circumstances, failure to withdraw would lead to certain demise. The townsfolk scattered in panic, acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited them in Shueisha City, and thus they fled desperately, devoid of dignity or grace. Indeed, someone readily concurred, expressing astonishment at Sua Yin's ruthlessness. In the past, when she and her Shixiang were bound to a pillar, they often engaged in what they thought were mere brotherly scuffles, only to realize the truth of their contention. There was no camaraderie to speak of. Such sentiments found resonance among many, mostly those who wandered off the beaten path, dismissing the academic elite as shackles to their nature. A golden-haired man, resembling a rooster's comb, floated above, surveying the naval headquarters from a lofty perch. Gan Bao, feeling disheartened, shot a glance at Zhong Wanqiu. Despite stuttering when addressing her, suddenly spoke with clarity to her husband, leaving Gan Bao with a sense of mockery. The soil of the mountain was rich and fertile, basking in sunlight, nourished by snow melt and rainfall. It appeared untouched by the elements, devoid of yellow sand, black earth, or white snow. Rather, it seemed to have been favored by three forces, shielded from dust storms, the chill of winter, and torrential rains. Zhang Qing thrust his sword into the hindquarters of a deer demon, causing it to yelp in pain and bolt forward. In Chapter 43, No Responsibility, Bai Qingyu observed her expression, seemingly awaiting praise. Suppressing the urge to smile, she sighed, acknowledging her error in underestimating her opponent. The uncooperative Jin Tun lifted its head, its round eyes glistening. Regardless of Huayuer's decisions, it was evident that Yang Yuding was a target sacrificed by her design. Fortunately, in the sweltering heat, Yin Qiqi felt not discomfort, but a hint of solace. Upon hearing this, Jin Wanchang reined in his aggression, shifting from targeting the vital points of Shang Wanyun to merely circling around her, while his left palm aimed at a crucial acupoint. Guo Jingyu's panic stemmed from his awareness that he could have leveraged the Dongfang family's power, yet he refrained, fearing the stigma of treason. A thunderous roar erupted as Yi Kai's vehicle sped forward, closely followed by another car that accelerated violently, crashing into Yi Kai's rear and causing him to tremble within. Lan Yu and the arriving Hubai were moved to tears by the warm and loving scene before them. However, the appearance of the white mist merely obscured the view ahead, leaving no further anomalies, resembling an ordinary fog. At that moment, two figures descended from the sky, swirling black mist enveloping them as their palm strikes intersected. One of the malevolent figures staggered backward, his aura diminishing as the encircling black mist receded. Hearing Long Jianfei's words, Hao Er felt a semblance of reassurance, yet he noticed Long Jianfei's faint smile, a smile that betrayed ill intentions. Indeed, Lao Qian and Bei Bei were commendable. Fully capable of promotion, Wu Kuan remarked. I am displeased, he said, for I have already become Dao companions with Hong Dao Yu. She is now preoccupied with worldly matters, while I venture forth to explore. Yuan Tianbao laughed heartily. Shortly after, Chen Shi turned to leave with Tang Qingyi, entirely disregarding Ling Xiao and elderly. News spread like wildfire, and on that day, the 10,000 disciples of the sect remembered the name Li Yinfeng. Lin Feng gazed steadfastly at Bai Ling, who smiled gently in return. Lin Feng, momentarily entranced, finally spoke. The domestic milk powder market faced a severe shortage, and Group 3 was a state-supported enterprise. Now, with quality issues emerging, a deterioration could lead to hundreds of thousands of infants hospitalized nationwide, Heng Yu explained, as Chun Shi's sword approached him rapidly. A flicker of panic crossed Jin Gang's eyes, yet he quickly suppressed it, replaced by an overwhelming confidence in his abilities. The instant the gray mist made contact with the destroyer, it wailed in agony. After more than 7 years of hard work, Ma Jun's company had become a department head in a foreign enterprise, while Rin Danyuan worked as a warehouse manager. Their social achievements and prospects differed significantly, yet their reunion was met with profound surprise. In Chapter 44, The Genius of Intelligence, it resembled the formidable matriarch of the Sun family, who, despite her fierce words, could only vent her frustrations. What else could she do? Whether chastising the Empress or the Liu family, as long as the Empress's foundation remained unshaken, all was mere talk. Futile. Qing Yi was startled into awareness, hastily retracting her hand, assisting Wang Bai, casting a glance at Lien Jinyun, and coldly remarking that their friendship was indeed unusual. The lady spoke of propriety, yet she should reflect on whether she upheld her own rules before departing. I must find a place to hide, he mused. Having disrupted the marriage between the Song and Jie families and abducted the bride, my head may be worth quite a fortune. Not receiving an answer, 12 understood the other's decision and refrained from further inquiry, swallowing his food with a bitter smile. Lord Su recognized that the emperor was venting his anger. No matter how much Su Mingxi stirred trouble, she wouldn't dare cling to the emperor's leg in tears. Thus, he could only agree to withdraw. With a finely crafted black sandalwood scabbard and hilt, the robust man gazed at the prideful Hong Chun's sword on the table with great interest. Suddenly, Yu Hao's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Chen Zhan in the distance, his stare as piercing as a blade, eager to rend Chen Zhan to pieces. He opened his mouth wide, emitting a scoff, eager to see who dared to provoke him. His voice abruptly ceased as he stared in disbelief at the pile of crab shells before Ruan Yunxi, as if confronted with a monstrous sight. Though the work was plentiful, life in the Eastern Palace felt considerably more leisurely and secure, with ample benefits. Engaging in average tasks, he received the lowest salary, yet other provisions, such as food and clothing, were generously met. Lei Tian Beast observed the figure of Duangu Jin, once again enveloped by countless electric arcs, its expression changing drastically as it swiftly transformed into a streak of light, retreating hastily. However, it wasn't long before Digio was awakened from his slumber, trembling all over, while Yuan found it impossible to sleep, instantly embracing her upon witnessing her plight. Indeed, that cave was breathtaking, with water seemingly defying gravity, cascading upward in a series of graceful leaps. As the competition commenced, the brigands they had previously engaged with flocked to the registration desk, unwilling to compete against the male and female bandits. This flattery clearly struck a chord with Wang Sheng, who even smiled at the fiery man and patted his shoulder, resembling encouragement. After enduring the mental torment inflicted by the too troublesome Jade Pai Xiao, it was not without merit, for spending time with Hua Hua had made him no fool. Regardless of the emotions displayed, there is an undeniable essence within these individuals, a profound entity known as hope. Did the chefs in the canteen save a lion's head meatballs and carrot curry soup specifically for my father? Lan Yiqiao asked, gazing proudly at Song Zhua. Thus, Su Lang's acquisition endeavors proceeded smoothly, and the high-ranking officials of the 29th Army once again received a substantial donation of 3 million. She fell heavily to the ground. The impact painful, yet she could not afford to wail or weep. In the past, such a delicate body would never have sustained such a blow. Yezi, I heard you telling your father that this place does not belong to you, and this life is not what you desire. After uttering some menacing words, Wu Baozhong swept a cold gaze over the surrounding populace, his countenance marked by a sinister expression. The cavalry of Beatty Kingdom surged into the granary, seizing a significant portion of grains, meats, and vegetables. The burly man felt little impact, for his strength was formidable. However, his control over the house's powers was lacking. leading to chaos among the nearby ruins. Even sweat beaded on her forehead and along her back, despite the weather being relatively mild. Xinyu seemed to deliberately wait until everyone had gathered before making her grand entrance in her iconic red battle attire. She awaited the Serpent Queen to act, hoping to leave the demon realm swiftly, for it was prudent to avoid provoking the demon emperor. For a moment, Xie Yixiong seemed to grasp something significant, murmuring, "So, in this moment, I am actually—" Yet the words remained unspoken on her lips. The bathroom door slammed shut with a loud bang, yet Lu Jinyan, who had been silenced, chuckled softly twice, then pulled the covers over himself and shut his eyes once more. Thus, the food chain in the cultivation world predominantly functions as a duality. Demon beasts do not consume those of different kinds or those weaker than themselves. Yet humans are considered exquisite delicacies. If that is indeed the case, could it be that the so-called possession by a spirit means that Yin Sideo has long since passed away, no longer among the living? Chapter 45. Xiao Yu's home. The impact landed squarely on his face. Seeing him remain unresponsive to the blow, Jiang Yin kicked him once more before turning to leave. After taking only a few steps, she stumbled upon a skeleton, still stained with dark red blood, clearly having met its end not long ago. The Gu residence housed a multitude of servants, and Achi found it perplexing that even for a mere birthday celebration, there seemed to be an insufficient number of hands, making it quite a challenge for her. As for matters beyond the confines of the residence, those would be considerations for the future. Her sole aim today was to successfully escort Jiang Shuwen away from Fian. Lianji's inquiry caused Wen Ziyuan to pause. If his future princess were not Lianji, would he still protect her in such a manner? Meanwhile, a shui was gently stroking the horse's neck when a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, akin to the resounding beat of war drums, shaking the very ground beneath them. Wen Jian and Wen Miqing followed closely behind Luo Xianran, who personally led Master Huairong and the official from the Qintian Bureau onto the altar. Now observing Wen Jian, Luo Xianran felt that he had not secured his position. Rather, Wen Jian was fully capable of achieving it through his own strength. It was no secret that the courtesan had taken a liking to General Qin from the very first meeting, thus she had only brought this predicament upon herself. Even when voiced in a feeble manner, Luo Yanao was undoubtedly prepared for the consequences of her inquiry. Making a jest, Su Zhiheng remained unfazed by the situation before him, as he had anticipated such a possibility prior to arriving at the Yan family. The cultivator's ranks halted before the frenzied taiji of the mad demon. Xian Jinren was astonished by the overwhelming chaos and the stark division of the skies, unable to believe that this was indeed the legendary Tianfeng Island. Yin waved his hand dismissively, suddenly gazing thoughtfully at the sky, sensing something unusual emanating from that direction, an unfamiliar yet familiar sensation that his acute perception detected almost instinctively. This city seemed destined from that moment onward to embody an air of mysterious severity and a formidable, blood-soaked essence. The spiraling sword light erupted once more, as Lu Tianming unleashed a flurry of sword chi, transforming into a river of blades directed at Meng Tianzheng, invigorated by the ancient Tianzuan technique. As night fell, a terrifying message spread across countless households, instilling fear in the already tormented, impoverished populace. Why? Because they could not afford to go without food. And thus the treasure appraisal experts of Panjiayuan from bygone years could not compare to present talents in either skill or aptitude. Upon discovering this, Shenlu quickly donned a fierce expression, darkening his face as he turned away from me toward the spot where Gerald had landed. Before us stood an enormous and peculiar tower. We were positioned on one side, with patrolling soldiers nearby. Yet we remained undetected due to the piles of rocks obstructing our view. On the other side, Jing Baiqi unsheathed the Sangyu sword, inhaling deeply as he focused on the figure wielding a sword in each hand. Jing Baiqi, being a formidable practitioner of the Tianbian realm, had no fear of a mere martial spirit. However, he was perplexed by the familiarity of the figure's stride and stance. Sun Luo, Tianwan Prison. It was as if a world was unfolding, with the sky awash in chaotic divine light, resounding blasts reverberating through the heavens, as the chains of order intertwined with the laws of the Tao, collectively forming an expansive realm that crushed the void. Naturally, How could the traces of the Penglai, celestial realm, not be sufficient? Or do you believe you can escape once they all arrive? The refined gentleman rolled his eyes, then regarded Lu Yu with admiration. Upon regaining her human form, her alluring aura transformed once more, shifting from purity to a beguiling charm. A stark contrast that left Lei Yu momentarily in shock. The intensity of the pain was akin to the most heinous tortures of the mortal realm, shocking in its cruelty. According to the Liu family's regulations, those who violated the law were deemed malicious, stripped of their humanity, and should rightfully be cast out from the family's martial arts heritage. Is this truly a top-grade, mysterious artifact? How is that even possible? The white-nosed proprietor stood rooted in place, dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit inside. The immense mountain gate was constructed from the weighty Duanlong stone, entwined with fungi and moss, the weight of time leaving its indelible mark. Strands of sunlight filtered through the cracks, granting eternal life to those who emerged from this threshold. The reason was simple. The purple arcs of electricity on the barrier had mostly been absorbed by Lu Tuo's body, significantly diminishing its potency, allowing others to enter with relative ease. However, after binding with Wei Xian, Yin Yihan's 6 attributes became intertwined with Wei Xian's core, enabling him to remotely set red envelope data. Nevertheless, Yin Yihan bore the flaws of the vessel, the most significant limitation being the mode of worship. Chapter 46. Beast origin trade fair. This price exceeded the realm of normal human comprehension. Unless one were a fool, no one would dare bid. As long as no one placed a bid, Zhang Xiaoli would survive, and they still had a chance. I was taken aback. I never expected that the target the dragon and snake sought would be me. This truly terrified me. That night, the moon hung low, insects chirped chaotically, and beams of silvery light cascaded upon the pitch-black earth, illuminating the boundless darkness. Xiaoyu understood that there were undoubtedly those wishing to defeat him to elevate their own fame, for he was quite renowned among the younger disciples. Director, please elaborate on the specifics of the virus. The general continued to frown, addressing the director. Chu Feng felt as though there was nothing particularly troubling about confiding in Wu Ruwei regarding his worries. Perhaps by sharing his thoughts with Wu Ruwei, he would not feel so stifled. This matter had long been a weight on his heart, leaving him in a state of distress, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Upon witnessing this, Tai Mu Yun's eyelid twitched slightly. It was astonishing that such a massive figure could traverse the water surface with such agility. Shaking his head, Tai Mu Yun ceased to ponder further and summoned his magnificent golden wings, soaring into the air. My fire dragon, engaged in a fierce struggle with the fiery skeletal warriors, found itself in a dire battle, with the skeletal warriors exhibiting formidable prowess through their skills. Given that it was mealtime and the esteemed Hongzi Gu restaurant was exceedingly popular, the dining hall was filled to capacity. Bring him into custody. With a commanding voice infused with Xian Jinqi, Chun Feng's words echoed outside the main hall, prompting the disciples stationed there to rush in and seize the servant. The assembly within the hall, composed of the brothers from Tian Suzhuang, wept bitterly, while the newly arrived general felt a gnawing anxiety. Armed guards stood vigilant, weapons ready, wary of any attempts at unrest. Effortlessly, they evaded the attacks of the spectral steeds. Although they managed to dodge, an unsettling sense of danger surged within me, transforming my demeanor from relaxed to intensely focused. Naturally, it was a confrontation with the Blood Shadow realm. Now, Lanjiao village rightfully belonged to Taijiao village. It would certainly not falter. However, I wished to rejuvenate Chunyang Valley, as this location was known to many. Tai Mu Yun spoke earnestly. Mu Shunding, no wonder there were no reports about it. It was here with you all along, he chuckled, playfully brushing his fingers along her nose. At least they had realized that by continuing their assault, they could breach the invisible barrier, thus alleviating their urgency while striving to conserve their energy. Mu Yun, will there be danger? If so, could you refrain from going? Hu Ziming gazed at Tai Mu Yun with concern, her voice a whisper. She had always worried for Tai Mu Yun, fearing unforeseen mishaps. The second battleground was littered with over 10,000 corpses and wounded soldiers from both sides. The casualty ratio was nearly 1-to-1, but it was evident that the Song forces had suffered greater losses. The elder Taoist, Mie Chun, had already launched several strikes. yet none succeeded in reaching Luo Ping, as his opponent skillfully evaded every attack. Observing this, the people from Bu Gushan instinctively encircled Luo Ping, ready to protect him. Even in this tense atmosphere, no one dared to act recklessly. Nonetheless, they wished to convey their solidarity. Lucia smiled gently, noticing Ophelia's face turn crimson, her flustered demeanor both charming and endearing. In the morning, the old route from Dai, Shichiao, to Jihao Fabric Market was utterly congested. Those familiar with the market would typically detour through the nearby village or navigate through Chuangang. Shangguan Mingmei, already flustered, collided with Nangong Ling as he stepped out. Causing the medicine box she held to tumble from her grasp. She let out a shriek, but it was too late. In a resplendent five-star hotel, figures moved amidst a dazzling display of lights, an atmosphere of enchantment enveloping the opulent surroundings. The concept of delayed magic implies that the incantation has been completed, and the magic has coalesced, yet it remains dormant until the mage commands its release. Not every sorcerer possesses the skill to wield this effectively. It requires an exceptional mastery of magical energy. Hello, this is Xiao Shan. Is Mr. Bu Air Jingshan available? Wang Yaqiao, listening to Xiao Shan's voice, responded eagerly. At that moment, Luo Qian and Luoyang was equally determined. After all, the mission to assist He Jin in eliminating the 10 attendants was at hand. He Jin's inaction was untenable. If He Jin chose to eliminate the 10 attendants, it would force their hand against him. The terror was overwhelming, a sensation he had never experienced before, even after many years of life. Su Yuan roared like a spirited mother cat for a while, before Milan Yu finally reacted. Her face blooming with a captivating smile akin to a peach blossom. Lin Peng curiously scrutinized the unfamiliar young man before him, feeling no sense of recognition, as he appeared not to belong to their village. Old Tang had been occupied until 11 o'clock, just as he was about to grab a late breakfast. He suddenly recalled Milan's statement about managing family affairs. In haste, he dialed her number, but there was no answer. Those who dare to offend the Han, though far, shall be punished. The soldiers of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry excitedly brandished their spears, while the common folk and laborers raised their arms in solidarity. Chapter 47. Embrace and Affection. Suddenly, 3 battlecocks were cleaved in half by 3 golden sword auras, exploding like brilliant fireworks, dazzlingly blooming in the sky. Chen Feng did not intervene, as Chun Tianyu expelled Chen Jian from the Chen family. He intended to teach Chen Jian a profound lesson to make him aware of his missteps. Tang Yu, what more do you want? We've already handed over the martial tokens to you. You're being unreasonable, Wang Hai interjected coolly. Mu Haojia, witnessing this, felt a deep sense of resentment. He knew Jiang Wuji would not intervene, but felt powerless against Jiang Wuji's decision. In the eastern capital, Xiaoyao Bing'er and Zhou Xiuxiang hurriedly departed the place of turmoil under Chen Tang's arrangements. Bai Yueguang believed her fate was sealed. She ceased struggling, panting nervously as she closed her eyes, awaiting her demise. This was, in fact, a playful remark. When AOC served as a national name, it meant eternal. And who could say when that day would come? An opportunity to step into the outside world vanished amidst the fervent celebration of the Ural villagers commemorating the defeat of the monstrous bird. The next time Jida heard news of Ural village, it would be a long, long time hence. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, the forceful gust seemingly disregarding the surrounding bubbles. However, in addressing his predicament, Uncle Jean staunchly supported Grandpa Jean Guangli's stance, merely stripping Jean Guangli of his martial abilities and expelling him from the family. Rong Rong, countless eyes are upon me. Therefore, I must strive even harder. Lin Yuhao suddenly stiffened, and after a moment, he bestowed a fond smile upon Shun Rongrong, though the smile concealed an overwhelming sense of constraint. Thus, several soldiers disguised as refugees from the Dadayan Kingdom had infiltrated the frontline barracks of the Jinfeng Kingdom. After entering their tent, the leading soldier from the Dadayan Kingdom settled into a wooden chair, immediately falling into contemplative silence. The innkeeper, noticing the tension between Lu Huayong and Su Jingxin, hurriedly signaled to Su Jingxin. Though aware that Su Jingxin was no saint, he also recognized that Lu Huayong was a cultivator, incomparable to ordinary folk. If a conflict arose, his establishment would likely be doomed. Wait for me. I will be out shortly. Lin Yuhan's words had barely left his lips when a series of beeping sounds were heard. Jiejun's mother could see that her daughter was troubled, yet she never confronted it directly, adhering to an open-minded approach to parenting, allowing her child ample space. We have yet to exit this hole. The stars are still lingering nearby. If he discovers that I am here unattended, he might not hesitate to kick me out of the barrier, leaving me to deal with those 3 stars before I can re-enter. Luo Ming nodded and then took out an incense stick and a piece of red paper money. After igniting them and reciting an incantation, they witnessed the smoke from the burning red paper money linger in the air, neither dissipating nor falling to the ground. The adopted son covets the savings he has amassed over the years, and it is absurd for him to arrange a wife for him. He wishes he could save more money while he is still able to move. The prospect of marriage is utterly impossible, a dream that will never materialize in this lifetime. In her eyes, such a high-profile gathering presents an unparalleled opportunity for her and Zhang Zhe to connect with the elite figures of Donghai City. Here, I shall see how you will manage. Wei Yan. Brian remained unfazed by Walker's boisterous voice, stepping forward and bursting into triumphant laughter after making his move. Siet Donglin memorized the number before concealing it and exiting the office, only to find his bodyguards vigilantly surveying their surroundings. A gentle melody filled the air, its pure and unembellished notes resonating as if everything unfolded with natural ease. Yin expressed her dissatisfaction over Wu Haqin's vague remark, having just praised her clarity of thought. Zhang Kai momentarily blocked Zhao Feishuan's assault, while Tsang Xing accelerated his movements, revealing the bulging veins on his forehead and body, clearly indicating that he had reached his physical limit. Were it not for his own control, Tsang Xing's body would have already shattered. Early in the morning, Yi Fei was roused from his slumber by Ji Fubao, mumbling in a daze, "Did I dream again?" Although this dream seems somewhat plausible, he turned over, hoping to continue his sleep. Chapter 48, A Sour Defeat. Yu Shaoqian and Chong Zhen rose nearly simultaneously, and upon stepping outside, they encountered Ling's father and daughter squatting on the open stone beach, their drowsy eyes suddenly wide awake. The weather in Gongbang was stifling, with the chill of late October still barely perceptible. Most were clad in short sleeves or even tank tops. The executioner confidently claimed to see through by Xiaoyan's facade. Bai Xiaotian gasped, unable to believe that he had survived against that executioner. Lin Daiyu approached her and whispered softly into her ear, pinching her voluptuous waist, causing Xue Baochai's face to redden. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "You mischievous Lin girl, you've made a fool of me. I cannot let you off today." With that, she reached out to tickle Lin Daiyu. In a fleeting moment of crossing paths with the second carriage, the elderly ranger's fine sword flashed, severing the rope of the hook, and he leaped onto the opposing carriage without hesitation. As this was their first meeting, it felt rather unfamiliar, and they merely discussed some business matters, primarily the wedding arrangements for Jinyu Mei. After leaving a good impression on Zhou Hong, Maya did not linger. Who says that? Who is the grandson? Something feels off. Just as they exchanged harsh words, Bai Zhou Jiguang's expression shifted as if sensing something. The reputation of the Jia family had become infamous, and one wondered how Jia Mu, Jia Zheng, and Wang Furen managed to remain oblivious to it all. Who is Zhou Xingxiao? A prodigy in the medical field. If he were to dismiss Qin Fei, who could possibly vouch for her? Observing the thin layer of sweat forming on Jing Tianxin's forehead from pain, Li Ziyu felt a pang of sympathy. Fearing a delay in receiving news, her beautiful eyes darted around, hoping to spot her phone. At that moment, more than anyone else, she wished to stay alive. Her tears were like confessions to herself, acknowledging her desire to live despite feeling helpless. Just then, Xiao Ziyue's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. She pressed forward, seizing the initiative. Wrapping her hands around Lu Wangshi's arm, they had gathered a multitude of scientists to optimize their efforts, with Area 51 having previously provided them with cutting-edge technology. Bai Yun took a closer look. Although the monk had shaved his head, there wasn't a single scar on his scalp, prompting Bai Yun to question whether this yellow-robed monk was truly a man of the cloth. When Wang Ming posed a question, I found myself momentarily frozen, unable to fathom the scene I was about to witness. The place before me felt entirely alien, as if I had arrived here solely through Wang Ming's influence. However, there was a hint of awkwardness. Dear juniors, are you not being a tad too loud and abrupt? It's nothing. You just look so handsome when you smoke. Shui Ryue giggled, covering her mouth. Chapter 49. Fierce Female. Baishi's warning fell on deaf ears as she raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. I refuse to back down. What will you do about it? Ling Chengen patted the head of the small Ya dragon, prompting Baishi to press the blade even closer. Is there unrest at the border? Song Beiqiao slightly straightened his posture, looking toward Li Xingzhou's eldest son, Li Feng. Laura had heard of the illustrious Vizcaya industrial group from Russia, an oligarchic enterprise that emerged from the chaos following the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Unlike other economic oligarchs, Vizcaya enjoys a stellar reputation among the populace, even being lauded by certain Western media as the cornerstone of Russia. I merely assisted someone, and now they wish to treat me to a meal. I couldn't refuse, so I agreed. Gu Yangyang offered a brief explanation, omitting any details to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. After I and Tang Yu joined, the task, which took a total of 15 minutes, yielded less than satisfactory results. We failed to acquire the Zhu Linking Fang set, but did obtain 2 pieces of heavenly quality equipment, a heavenly bamboo sword with commendable attributes, and an emerald ring, perfectly dividing the spoils between us. Let me examine the attributes. Allow me to witness the rewards from a month's worth of effort. Rinjian Yinhu urged. Wow, these big brothers are amazing. Their singing is so beautiful. Qinshan exclaimed with great excitement. Regardless of the similarities, this Earth ultimately belongs to the Marvel Universe. And as a former fan, Lucian certainly knew the profound truths within that realm. She kept her eyes closed, unsure whether she was dreaming or in a semi-conscious state. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Just as the group was about to reach the location where the equipment was to be revealed, a 360-degree shockwave suddenly erupted, repelling all who sought to approach. When they charged forward once more, they found that no equipment remained, leaving only a solitary figure with their head bowed. Dream Snow, sword hanging limply in hand. Lying? How could that be? Alyssa stared in shock at Gerald, who offered no response. A white force enveloped the entire sky, with sound and sensation stripped away, leaving only a profound silence. Is there anywhere defensible nearby? Facing the Zhongzhou team head-on leaves us with no chance of victory. Why do we seek trouble with them in the first place? Nakamura grumbled in dissatisfaction. Father, we must show no mercy to spies and traitors. To indulge them invites endless troubles. I implore you to reflect carefully, considering the future of the gene state, urged the eldest prince, GZ. Now that the soul jade has emerged, does that signify the imminent rise of the tomb-digging sect? Elder Qing Yun speculated, drawing from years of experience. She deduced that he truly would not apologize, thus necessitating alternative measures. It was indeed challenging to fulfill the role of an elder sister. In her moment of despair, she noticed a glimmering ring nestled between the skeletal fingers, adorned with a piece of ancient, unpolished stone. Even Pan Xiaoming, who harbored significant grievances towards the director, could not have anticipated Zhong Feiyu's stringent and ruthless handling of the matter. Upon hearing Zhong Feiyu's decision, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Chapter 50, A Dramatic Family. The captured young snow wolf tribe orc named Sod took the form of a formidable Quan Nan forest wolf. The snow wolf tribe bears some resemblance to the Han Mountain tribe, both being established around wolf-type orcs. The majority of the orcs within the tribe are snow wolves, yet they also embrace a portion of non-snow wolf orcs. The non-purebred snow wolf orcs can never attain a leadership position within the tribe, perpetually remaining in a state of subjugation. The Kuei Nan forest wolf clan, with its towering earthen walls reaching several dozen meters high, boasts surfaces adorned with glistening spikes, creating an imposing spectacle as it presses inward with thunderous might. In an Lu Fan held a certain reputation, yet it paled in comparison to the current situation where he was the center of attention the moment he revealed himself. Was it then that the heavens had already set their sights upon him? Qin Yu's heart stilled as he sorted through this realization, only to find himself further perplexed. After all, the magical eye he had witnessed at the Tianzhu ruins occurred countless years ago. How could it possibly have seen him? With a scoff, During the next clash of blades, Huang Zhong, wielding his sword with both hands, exerted a force that caused Ma Chao to stumble in his saddle. Indeed, Li Erlong's feelings naturally surfaced without premeditation, driven by the sight of Wang Shuelan's enchanting demeanor. It was not an intentional ploy to prolong her presence, but rather an involuntary expression of his emotions, reflected in his tender gaze. Upon a high platform, Xianyuan Huangdi waved his command flag, and 100,000 chariots surged forth from the human camp like a tempest. Previously, Zhang Qin's mindless sword formation had deprived him of the chance to rescue his subordinates. Now, his sole intent was to eliminate Zhang Qin entirely. She lived her life alongside her elder brother, always mixing in with him, and had to heed her sister-in-law's every word. Although the connection between the ghost doctor and Su Xia remained unclear, it was evident that Su Xia revered the ghost Dr. Gongsun Yi with the same admiration she held for this Dr. Xia. This time, he not only denied Su Xia any opportunity for hesitation, but also left Xiao Mo Ran with no chance to react. Su Xia felt a sudden force grip her wrist, and before she knew it, she was pulled into a warm embrace and swept through the wide-open window. She exerted herself to drag the suitcase to the window, lifting it onto the sill, and with a gentle push, it fell like a leaf, creating a satisfying sound upon landing. Perhaps one day, she would witness the clouds parting to reveal the moonlight. Or perhaps, no matter how long it took, she would always consider herself merely as her brother's sister. Yet, at the very least, she was more fortunate than the man, likely in the Tianlan household, who was fuming over the loss of his sister. After basking in the sunlight for a full 2 minutes, she turned over and casually remarked, "How absurd to call someone without speaking." Xu Yin mumbled, decisively hanging up the phone. "No, I just think you and Xu Xia are such a perfect match. Why must you part ways?" Yang Yi na murmuret, wary of inciting Li Mo Ran's ire. Chapter 51. Soft-heartedness achieving this level was already sufficient. The otherworldly Ym smiled faintly as her oppressive soul power surged forth, plunging her opponent into utter despair and unconsciousness. Li Juanxiu relished the moment, allowing Xianyuan to wash his hair, his face tilted just right, accentuating his flawless features amidst the thin mist, a sight so beautiful it was breathtaking. There's no rush for the contest. We still have some issues regarding the stakes, Song Zheng said leisurely. Hearing her remarks caused my expression to flicker between hues of green and white, and Zhou Tong stepped forward to assist, pressing the flush mechanism. Feeling the sudden chill of the rushing water, which alleviated much of my frustration, Meng Weiran and his companions sat cross-legged, channeling spiritual energy. The grand cultivators emanated an overwhelming presence, a massive vortex appearing above them, as countless streams of spirit energy divided into four, howling as they surged into their bodies. After the family feast, Xianyuan and Li Juanxiu accompanied Xuanyuan's parents in the living room, engaging in casual conversation. Yet, as they neared their destination, there was not a single police officer in sight. Could it be that all the police were on holiday today? However, Qin Yu remained oblivious, his face flushed yet maintaining an air of absolute calm, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy as if he were an insatiable abyss. Perceiving the thoughts of others, Ling Yin showed no intention of intervening, his gaze landing on the inevitable path of the exquisite Yume Yinluo's dual hooks, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. "Fear not, dear sister, I am here," Zhao Fian reassured her, though she too felt like an ant on a hot stove. Wu Weiye remained silent for a moment before asking, "In such a hurry, where do you suggest I search for a home?" His expression bore a profound melancholy, akin to a startled bird fleeing its nest. What a rich vitality! Luo Ji's expression shifted as he stepped forward, his gaze scanning the robust energy of the insect-like beast until it settled at its tail. A look of profound delight emerging. Shenhu could not afford to be careless, given the speed of the strange fish and its menacingly large teeth. A single bite would surely be fatal. Suddenly, without warning, his lips pressed heavily against hers, his tongue tracing her lips and plunging into her mouth, the warm, moist sensation intensifying the previous flavor as he fully enveloped her in a passionate embrace, intertwining in an exquisite, profound caress. Abruptly, A crimson figure flashed before Ling Yun's eyes. As the towering fire child appeared in the hall, I took the fruit knife from the platter and began peeling an apple. Once, in an effort to appear more like a devoted wife, I practiced for an entire month. Now, my peeling technique was so refined that it was commonplace to peel an apple from top to bottom in one continuous strip. He believed he had done no wrong. They were brothers after all. Did his royal status, with its supreme authority, grant him the right to sever the bond between two lovers and seize everything? Zhang Durong personally assisted Chen Qingxian into the jade palanquin of the Yinshi Emperor, escorting her toward the Fenghua Palace. Lanning quietly continued her tasks, while her relationship with Cai Zhongrong grew sweeter by the day. Chu Yibai assessed the situation first and foremost, determining what would be the simplest and most direct means to overcome his adversaries. In contrast, Jing'an differed from him in this regard, which was why he distanced himself from the court. Cheng Lin unceremoniously ordered a lavish spread of dishes, while Lu unceremoniously swept half away, then reprimanded him beneath the table. The red-clad ladies shook their heads in unison. In their hearts, they pondered, how could such poetry provoke laughter? It was truly a jest, for it was crafted by a master poet. Su Jie was no fool. He understood that this was his opponent's greatest weakness, and leveraging his profound strength, he launched a relentless assault. In no time, Guyu found himself unable to retaliate, resorting only to flight, ending up disheveled and covered in dirt. King Songzi, witnessing the true deity descend, adopted an increasingly respectful demeanor. He was astute enough to realize that the blatant act of murder in broad daylight, accompanied by such a grand display, was beyond his capacity to investigate, and thus he chose to defer to his superiors. Chapter 52. You are envious of me, Ling Chengen. Upon hearing the sound, swiftly retrieved the bone blade beside him and exited the cave. He had initially assumed Yu Shaocheng was in peril. However, as Ling Chengen approached his treehouse, he spotted the small Yalongs perched atop it, clutching a chubby, reddish-brown bamboo panda struggling to maintain its grip. Ling Chengen, his head filled with black lines, observed this scene. Help. Mistress, your pet is about to devour me. Compared to the bustling scenes in Europe, North and South America, and other regions, Asia could undoubtedly be described as a tranquil haven. Chin Yu stared at the black cat with uncertainty, unsure if this form would still depend on him. Yet, in the next instant, the black cat leaped onto his shoulder, curling up comfortably and emitting soft, purring sounds. The young man, who had been the subject of ridicule for nearly half a month, delivered a resounding slap to the faces of all those who mocked him through his decisive actions. Upon receiving the command, the baronial affairs officer departed from the courtyard, leaving Lilon alone in the spacious chamber. Even in the presence of the illustrious Mushio, the banner continued to shine brilliantly, captivating countless onlookers. My lord, the rangers stationed at the edge of the forest have reported that dozens of fully armed wood elves have arrived from the northern woods. Officer Pittman spoke with urgency, striving to steady his breath for clarity. However, this would inevitably lead to a divided focus, hindering each individual's ability to harness their true potential, a limitation inherent to Chun Yu as a human. Moments later, Gao entered the hall accompanied by an envoy, who was adorned in a robe and crown, a typical attire for someone of great prestige. The conference was a resounding success, officially elevating Yake Yasi to the forefront in a magical metropolis, securing the top spot on the popularity list and significantly enhancing the brand valuation. The Supreme Emperor was taken aback, unable to fathom why Sun Qian would suddenly concern himself with Sun Zhen's safety, casting suspicions upon his intentions. Sun Qian lowered his head slightly, genuinely contemplating the crown prince's safety, surmising that this reborn prince likely had no enemies. Had it been him, he would have certainly detained the individual and engaged in earnest negotiations with Xiao Zhenxiao. The leading men even presented their legal credentials, demonstrating an impressively thorough preparation. Director Zhu realized he must provide her with an explanation, as there were few in the kingdom of Bayern who accrued over 100 million in taxes. Over the years, he had learned to coexist with such abilities and had mastered their control, while his parents had long accepted his uniqueness. He had never been one to deceive himself. Had the girl not made her intentions clear, he might have managed to convince himself that his feelings for Hualing were merely fleeting distractions. Jiandan and Huang Jianfeng received the guests around 6 in the afternoon. Huang Jianfeng had already reserved a room at the military district's guest house, planning to escort them to Shengli village with Jiandan the following morning. Everyone in the room turned to look, especially Qiu Mingfang, who could scarcely believe her eyes. The person the doctor had declared beyond saving was now staring intently at her. Ba Hu's expression soured. Having spent considerable time with these officers, he was not particularly fond of them, yet he understood their nature. If they claimed innocence, then they were indeed innocent. Otherwise, at this stage, they had no reason to lie. However, as soon as Jiandan entered, she was surprised to find Huang Jianfeng seated in the living room, conversing with Grandma Gua. Perhaps due to his recent exertions, a trace of lingering fatigue was evident on his face. In Chapter 53, Xuan Wukongke, as Jiang Shao spoke, he removed the Qilin's reverse scale, sensing its power before activating the formation inscribed upon it. A tremendous roar resonated through the earth, causing the sprawling sea of flowers that had covered the land for countless miles to vanish in an instant. As a constable arrived at the county jail, Ning Xiu handed a piece of silver to him. Eventually, Shun Yuming could no longer endure. He had not anticipated that Ling Tian would be such a master at delaying, leaving him in a state of frustration. The one who appeared was Jiang Shao, who did not come to rescue Jiang Ling. Upon his arrival, he recognized that the person conversing with the fire infant was merely Jiang Ling's spatial illusion. His intention was simply to capture this scout from the Chaos Clan to provide Jiang Ling with more information. Li Riji wandered around the courtyard of the Luo family estate, specifically inspecting the side door he had previously exited without thorough examination, now scrutinizing every detail. This was a formidable demon, a rare expert among the demon race. Typically, he was a powerful demon king, yet he fell victim to Emperor Jun's schemes, illustrating that excessive ambition often leads to downfall. And working under such a master was indeed pitiful. She smiled, a radiant smile, and asked him how he planned to save her, expressing her inability to do so, as she was merely skilled in dance, not medicine. With the support of Director Xiao, Zhao Xin and Qin Yuer no longer needed to reside in the refugee area of Bo City. Director Xiao arranged for Qin Yuer to have a double room in the staff quarters. You think you can catch up to me? Dream on. Picard laughed heartily while sending out enemy signals. All right, let's first deal with those three, and then we shall confront the Dark God King Lucifer, he decisively declared. Salik, this is the heavenly realm. Should you slay me, the heavenly kings will not spare you, Mubarak shouted defiantly. Yet, Beidou felt no displeasure. Instead, he found the atmosphere quite comforting, his smile unwavering. Others naturally followed suit, but the drunkard felt immense shame, repeatedly pleading with Lin Feng to release him, only for Lin Feng to feign ignorance, ignoring him entirely. If it weren't for maintaining appearances, do you think your meager contributions would merit such rewards? Truly insatiable. Though Brother sure thought this, his expression remained unchanged. Lin Shifan offered no explanation, for he could not, as even if he had truly been cursed, it could not be conclusively determined that it was the work of the Shuyin sect. After all, in the vast expanse of Huaxia, many could wield such arts. She had directly sat atop Lu Hao, and her movements unmistakably indicated a deliberate provocation. Wang Biao and Victoria had just made their preparations when the gods of light, Denate and Collins, had already pursued them. The deities had fully comprehended a particular principle, mastering it to an extraordinarily high degree. Hu Qian was correct. She only favored handsome youths. Although Zhou Zhenghua was not unattractive, he certainly did not possess striking beauty. This was the sound accompanying a breakthrough in strength. Chen Sihai had been trapped in the 4th rank of martial sovereign for many years, yet he had not anticipated achieving such a breakthrough shortly after entering the Tianling pool. Just yesterday, many humans had claimed to come to protect Xiang Chame. Bailey Jala slowly began recounting the events of the previous day. Poor Luo de Guanin was still in a daze, staring at the jade box in his arms when a gaping maw descended upon him. Xie Fei was also aware of the song. During his first encounter with Liang Yifei, he performed a costly yet effortless favor by arranging for Qi Wenru to appear on a National Day edition of the prestigious variety show. Liu Yanba may lack ambition, yet he is capable and willing to perform basic tasks to sustain himself. In Hanruo owned a car, a house, and a company. Not only could she ensure her own sustenance, but she could also afford a life of luxury if she so desired. As for this matter, Yi Nanfeng and Meng Lin had already discussed it in Thailand, and it now solely depended on Shun Tianqi's opinion. Being named a disciple of Sui Xiaotian brought her immense joy, and she believed that with her intelligence and capability, she would surely seize this opportunity. One must acknowledge that gaining admission to Huangpu Military Academy and achieving such accomplishments in her 20s was not solely due to her influential relatives. To be frank, the auction venue appeared somewhat shabby. However, the hundreds of single chairs placed within were nearly all occupied. Gentlemen, I believe it is prudent not to take action at this time, as there are many brothers gathered outside, and the police have long been alerted. Committing murder in broad daylight is a burden no one can bear, said the bear, recognizing the individual as a remarkably competent peacemaker with a gentle disposition and a thoughtful nature. In Chapter 54, the fluffy little creature scampered lightly to Monet's side, tugging at the beast's skin blanket with its tiny teeth, attempting to pull it down. Monet, fearing that the little one might dislodge its baby teeth, quickly removed the blanket from its mouth and cradled the small kitten in her arms, gently stroking its soft, fluffy fur. Little Meow, do not fuss. Mingming's brother is in a bad mood today. Shall we play together another day? The kitten nestled in I's embrace, tilting its little head in contemplation for a moment. It expressed in an indistinct manner that the fragrance it detected was entirely unlike what they had previously known. In their experience, scents were typically singular, yet the aroma now wafting through the air was a remarkable amalgamation of various fragrances. She pondered whether this object was meant for consumption, but who would dare to recklessly ingest something of unknown origin, deeming it a useless trinket and stowing it away in the Chinquan bag? He approached Su Q-ing with the intent of retrieving this item. Su or Ngu mused that this individual, known as H-ing Fi, was quite affluent, engaged in pig slaughter and wine selling, and hailing from Zho County in JZHU, which he believed to be a veritable certainty. With his own prescient understanding of Zh-ing Fi, combined with his own formidable aura, he was confident that Zh-ing Fi could not evade him. Indeed, it was his fault. He could discern that the brave warrior possessed a certain reliance on him, which was only natural when one found themselves alone in an entirely foreign realm. Even an enemy from the same homeland felt more familiar than those from this alien world. As for Yu-ing Zh's prowess, he was well aware that, even he would not dare to claim absolute victory, yet El Jinyang could effortlessly neutralize his offensive maneuvers, suggesting that your strength must surely not be inferior to his. Enxing chuckled, just as MD and his companions departed from the formation. Dun led 6 elders of the Du clan away from the alliance of Seeing L and Continent. Come here. Let me have a good look. WLing beckoned, and LQ approached her with swift strides. Upon hearing this, Ying trembled, feeling at a loss, her delicate eyes unsure of where to gaze. Finally, the coalition fleet of the 2-star empires appeared around Hu 11 Empire. Perhaps these empires had never intended to conceal their forces, advancing with an overwhelmingly large fleet. Should the money lane man be allowed to enter TNGZHU to unload cargo, he could very well emerge into the sea from TNGZHU, a coastal city, making it difficult for DSHN to locate him thereafter. The prince treats me exceedingly well, LYZHO said, her cheeks flushed, initially feeling somewhat anxious. She realized after sharing heartfelt confessions with Zh-ing Ru last night that he too harbored feelings for her. What? The competition hasn't concluded, and you've already begun to exchange flattery? K-ing approached with a smile. CHNF-ing exuded confidence and composure, while T&K-ing ZHL-ing's personality inclined him to avoid lurking in the ranks until the last moment to strike, preferring a more casual approach. LQing W, I lay on the sofa, clutching a nearby cushion, burying herself like an ostrich. At JNCH in high school, students still had classes, so filming could only commence during the winter break, naturally starting with the scenes at SH-ing HI. H-ing NGX shook her head, fearing that another glass of water would leave her unable to eat much, for she was genuinely hungry. Lt Oz's cheap outer robe had completely torn apart, leaving only the exquisite inner garments issued by her sect, revealing her arms and legs. On the platform before the rear cabin of a ship, ZHP NGJN sat regally on a tall chair, scanning the surrounding river surface with a telescope. Chapter 55. The Secret Poison Valley. A mere phrase of deception activated the system, a turn of events that Ling Chengen had not anticipated. However, the computed results exceeded her expectations slightly. Yet, the combined 20 acres of potatoes cultivated by the two tribes would scarcely suffice to provide winter rations for nearly 1,000 people. And they would also need to reserve seeds. The search for potato seeds must continue. After inspecting the tilled land, Ling Chengen ventured to the naturally occurring potato field. Ding P. was drenched in perspiration, trembling and too fearful to speak further, feeling as if calamity were imminent. This person was somewhat bewildered by Wigo's words, as he selected horses in the Emperor's stable, pondering the situation where all were the Emperor's beloved steeds. Yn Su In chose a half-open room, with another wooden door tightly shut nearby, from which faint breaths could be heard, clearly belonging to YLSHBI, whom he would not disturb. GWM gripped WM's wrist tightly, yet with all her strength, she could not budge WM's arm. WM and his companions stared blankly at the figure of SIG before them, realizing it was indeed SIG, not SI-Lu. In truth, the initial 15 levels of the labyrinth were not particularly complex, devoid of monster layers and lacking any traps. Just after he traversed a mountain of flames, he suddenly felt a jolt as a vortex appeared on his forehead, forming a brilliant flame, bringing him great joy as he recognized his successful cultivation of the giant clan's techniques, becoming a warrior of formidable strength. The advanced swordsmanship talent was directly absorbed by SH's super swordsmanship talent, and the intermediate agility enhancement specialty was also absorbed by his intermediate agility enhancement. An aura of cold ferocity enveloped him, as each step he took gathered a substantial amount of mysterious energy, pressing down towards the Earth's core. Before Xing could reach Ningeo, a silver light flashed. And being Ln's figure interposed itself between Xing and Ningeo. On one hand, Chingdl I drew from his experiences in his previous life, while on the other, he had fought in numerous battles. As long as he wasn't exceedingly foolish, he could discern some strategies. For others, acquiring a single purple Xian crystal would be a coveted achievement, one that would be the envy of all. He recalled that when he departed, the momentum of GOTN's ascent was quite formidable, barring any unforeseen events. He should have reached a position that he could only look up to and envy now. I do not know, but this is indeed absurd. Creating a species involves the realm of true divinity, Du JS remarked with a wry smile. LN, in a state of panic, naturally overlooked this detail, stepping forward to receive the papers with trembling hands. He felt restless and could only instruct his subordinates to keep a close watch, ensuring she did not leave again. Meanwhile, he had just learned of disturbances caused by strange beasts in his territory and had set out personally to resolve the matter. You are being overly polite. I happened to see you coming, so I had someone invite you, he said, nodding towards In and her brother. Chapter 56. The ancestral heavenly python. At that moment, under the blazing sun, the two found themselves without any shelter from the sun, but as Ling Chengen spoke, a shadow fell over them. Ling Chengen silently cursed his luck, switching the bone blade from his left hand to his right. And as Biqing contemplated a strategy, he acted decisively. The tip of the bone blade lightly flicked, and the silver-ringed black snake coiling up from behind Biqing was instantly severed in two at its brow. Biqing swiftly brushed aside the snake from his arm. Fijl then timely remarked, "Your Highness, that sword is indeed quite peculiar. Its sharpness is unlike anything I have ever encountered." He made this statement to provide an excuse for his earlier injury. "I'm awake. Give me a moment. I shall rise shortly," HSH said, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, swiftly arranging her attire before stepping out of bed. After washing up with Yir's assistance, she leisurely enjoyed her breakfast. Hearing my words, all the bodyguards and friends present raised their hands in agreement. subsequently directing their approving gazes towards D.O.D. Osh, awaiting his nod. W.K. Ing declared, "To come without reciprocation is impolite. You shall taste my iron rod." As he spoke, he leaped into the air, swinging his iron rod down upon S.I.T.S.U.'s head. Countless attacks rained down upon the king of the mud marsh, causing it to wail in despair, while the number of ranged mage goblins had not diminished. Nearly every 100 ordinary mage goblins could rival the fire attribute slime in terms of offensive capability. The tale of YNSHG reached a climax with the account of this great carrot gentleman. BG endured a night plagued by abdominal pain, tossing and turning until dawn, finally succumbing to sleep just as the first light appeared. LZX shook his shoulders, and BG understood, promptly climbing down his back to stealthily approach YNWing. At that moment, Lin Chengen retrieved her phone from her bag. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Dai Mei's brows furrowed instantly, and she hesitated. After a series of benevolent yet stirring words, the Grand Elder announced the departure to the first illusory Beast Academy. The current situation was evident to any discerning observer. Prince Rue had temporarily succumbed to Prince Shun, and who would dare to visit the Rue manor so brazenly? However, just as the two were about to leave, a mocking voice echoed through the air, causing their hearts to sink and their bodies to tremble. I have always known my father to be a kind and righteous man, yet I was unaware that it was precisely his benevolence during his lifetime that saved me again and again. Bao and ordered the guard stationed outside to aim the artillery at the elevator entrance, establishing a tight defense, and reiterated that they should not relent until the final moment. Sui demanded that they swiftly connect the power supply to the laboratory. If only Master Tao could come to oversee the company. Master Ing still felt that these two junior disciples were inadequate, and he resolved to call. Tao ran shortly. Ha ha ha. The moment Feng Moyen finished speaking, Ling Wuye and Hu Gu Rue burst into laughter, initially pondering what might be the cause, only to realize that Feng Moyen was joking at that very moment. Due to the distance, the fierce battle between Zhang Fei and El Bu raged on, oblivious to their surroundings. The news of Chu Haonan's grievous injury had already spread, and now the boss and his companions had arrived at the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Chapter 57. A Surge of Killing Intent. 11 understood that it must have been how their mother often called them while they were still in her womb. Not at all. It's much easier than before. So I shall take my leave. Long Dao waved his hand and turned to depart. Seoul Tower. Is this Nam Sin Park? Wow, so beautiful. Surrounded by lush greenery. The air was fresh and invigorating, prompting an involuntary exclamation from Tion. Thus, it could be said that this world is akin to an unknown powerful being. In a mere thought, created what exists. Although Su Jianxing was uncertain of the truth, he understood that even if it hadn't reached that extent, it was not far off. It was at this moment that Liao Chongqing's eyes shifted. Although the incitement of resentment had dissipated, the grievances and hatred within him remained, permeating his very bones and mingling with his blood. I shall teach her. Mu Ziqiu was not a loquacious individual, nor did she particularly enjoy the incessant chatter of Han Shanmei. Weighing her options, she figured that since she seldom visited the school, what harm was there in agreeing? After testing Yun Qingluo's forehead, which was no longer hot, she intended to place her on the bed, only to find herself unable to detach her arm from around her neck. Holding on tightly, as if she were a person adrift in water, clinging to a piece of wood for dear life. The reason he maintained his rapid pace was to ensure that only his opponent could keep up with him. At his current speed, and having led for so long, a practitioner of the ordinary Gu Yuan realm would certainly not be able to catch up with him. Finally, with the majority of the colorful, flowing orbs merged, he was astonished to discover that he had reached the pinnacle of the advanced hall level, on the verge of breaking into the palace level. At last, Wei Xia successfully reached the summit, feeling as though his life had undergone a sublime transformation, and his state of mind became more complete. While the practice was commendable, Ningxi appeared oblivious to how to cease, as his acupressure was indeed genuine. However, according to the boundaries of the holy mountain, a being of his formidable strength could not possibly leave. Yet why did he express himself in such a manner? Was he truly willing to sacrifice his millennium of cultivation for revenge? She curled up in the corner, her knee propped under her chin, resembling an infant. Her face was damp, and her misty eyes were scattered and disheveled. After such a bout of irritability, having entered the dining hall with an already empty stomach, she found herself unable to eat, exiting once again, leading the vehicle to halt before an upscale restaurant short while later. A series of emerald green beams shot forth as Tylos did not flinch, raising his large blade to deliver a powerful strike. Noticing the bearded captain hesitating, the members of the enforcement team raised their swords but did not decisively execute the soldier who had violated military regulations. After all, a golden-tier extraordinary being was not a low-tier extraordinary being, and he too felt a twinge of fear towards his adversary. With the strength of his clone, Lon Dun could easily slay demigods, but annihilating scores of demigod undead was no simple feat. Rivers, lakes, streams, and mountain springs became focal points of observation at Lon Dun's behest. He was no longer the naive individual who had first arrived in this world. He had matured, and now he firmly refused to allow anyone to tread upon him. Even the hidden faction lurking in the shadows. Could they be the same ones who had harmed Feng Shiroi years ago? Duan Muyuhua did not anticipate her sister would apologize to her, and after a brief moment of surprise, she suddenly burst into laughter. The unexpected mirth left Duanmu, Yuji, perplexed. During the afternoon work hours, Zhang Weiwei could distinctly sense that the atmosphere in that group was far more tranquil than in the morning. However, over the past 3 days, Ji Yunqi had been somewhat troubled, as ZMO called her every night, enjoying lengthy conversations that stretched for 10 to 20 minutes. Just as she wished to hang up, he would express that he had more to say, urging her not to disconnect. Many children had already gone missing, and it was difficult to ensure that their targets would not also fixate on her child. Gu Qingyin sought out Gu Guang, inquiring about Gu Guang's circumstances, which Qi Qingye had also investigated, revealing that they could not afford to let Gu Qingyin move out. This military deployment involved all the soldiers from Yinggu City, alongside the 4 major dark guards, Ling Feng, and Yi, and the members of the Han Min, led by Hualing. They slept until 5 in the afternoon, and upon awakening, they discovered that everyone else was already up. Even Dehua had arrived at some point, seated on the sofa in the hall, sipping tea and casually conversing with Shi Jiyu and Bayu. Chapter 58, The Nuclear Power of Force. Old Ma cast us a sidelong glance, his expression enigmatic. Yet he said nothing. Even now, I cannot be certain whether he truly saw us that night. She would rather witness the seductive allure of Xia Chu Jiao than the serene tranquility that lay before her. Yet why? Why did the emperor treat Xia Chu with such favor? Following them, he had revealed everything he knew, yet the subsequent events were somewhat unclear to him. A group of members from Jingling's sect had followed the troops to the front lines, but unexpectedly, the sect leader appeared within the commander's residence in Yundian City. In truth, Qiuyu intended to bide his time, awaiting the return of wrongdoers to abduct Ji Wei. He could not find peace of mind until he dealt with these miscreants. Feng Anning felt somewhat anxious, glancing frequently at the verification officer on stage. Meanwhile, it seemed that several dignitaries on the platform were embroiled in a dispute for some reason. He could not believe that Yin Shan Yong and Bai, accompanied by so many blood moon individuals, had departed purely on a whim. However, when he heard Mo Lingtian mention that he could buy him countless transformers, he felt genuinely elated. Each visit to the palace was invariably accompanied by some incident. Luo Shuyin remained somewhat vigilant, while Shun Miao was accustomed to it, having long known that the royal family did not harbor good intentions, which ironically made her less anxious. Get lost, Qiuyu shouted angrily, brandishing the Lonlin sword, which shimmered with golden light, transforming into a long serpent that lunged toward the crimson entity, tightening its grip around its long tongue in an instant. As soon as the words fell, the remaining dozen or so mercenaries, Jin Xian, suddenly sprang into action, rushing towards the Grand Protector in small groups. The destruction of the formation and the stronghold left Paradise Island bereft of its greatest support, while simultaneously alleviating the most significant trouble for him. He could attack or retreat at will, devising any strategy against Paradise Island at his discretion. Soon after, the pitch-black shadow space was disrupted, forcibly opening a breach. This allowed Feng Lu and his companions, who were born in the purple faction, to charge into the game, led by their robotic allies. towards the red wilderness of the blue faction. However, unlike Jin Taiyin and others who set out later, Li Shangxian always departed ahead of time. This approach was intended to ensure they arrived at the filming location early to establish a corresponding shooting process, facilitating the family members' understanding of their roles upon arrival. The presence of Daxian and Yang Yang raised questions. Guang Chengzi inquired with a tone of caution. With a confident strike, Sun Wukong's staff landed on Neza's 3 arms, instantly knocking away the golden bricks. Qian Kuan's circle and Yin Yang's sword. Caught off guard, Neza, realizing the restraint shown by his opponent, dared not continue the fight and had no choice but to retreat in pain. Was this the end for the Japanese Navy? Upon receiving the news, both Jiang Bailey and Yu Butai were profoundly shocked. Under the fierce energy storm, the golden holy shield in Sharon's hands suddenly bore several terrifying cracks. Observing her straining to maintain the defense, Li Ong couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, he had inadvertently enlightened her earlier, and her transformation allowed her to withstand this wave of devastating energy impact. Upon reaching such a realm as Wuming, he was naturally aware of the principles of leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses. The Beixiangwen primarily suppressed him with its profound realm and immense magical power. Yet he confronted it with his physical form, standing firm without yielding an inch. In the dimness, Zhang Biao, the squad leader, merely opened his eyes momentarily before closing them again to doze off. As soon as his feet left the dining hall, all the bowls and leftover food on the tables flew towards the back door. Suddenly, a gun barrel extended through the door crack. Fo Jie quickly rolled into a corner, and the bullet struck the wall behind her, followed immediately by another shot aimed at the corner where Lin Kuan was situated, the bullet narrowly grazing above his head. She understood that Wang Ling had kept her alive due to their pact in Baiwang Town, a year's commitment, after half a month of experiences there. Wang Shi slowly raised his hand, drawing everyone's gaze towards him, anticipating a greater surprise. Noticing the shock on the faces of the 3, a faint look of satisfaction emerged on the faces of several generals guarding them, evidently pleased that their subordinates did not embarrass themselves in front of outsiders at such a critical moment. As Ling Chengen was lowered, the sun was setting in the west. Yu Xiaoqian assisted in untying the 1,000 gene vines from her limbs, while Zhong Zhun lowered the other 3 foolish individuals hanging nearby. The trio fell to the ground like dumplings, and after cutting the vines from their wrists with a bone knife, Zhong Zhun clapped his hands and said, "You can untie the vines on your feet yourselves. I want to assist with such a trivial matter." After Bai Shi landed, she immediately retrieved a weapon from behind her waist. Was it possible that Jiang Mingchuan acted without the Jiang family's consent to kill me, fearing retaliation from my father and the Tang family? Thus, they dispatched Huang Shang to prevent my assassination? Furious, Huang Mao pulled out a pistol from his trousers and fired a shot toward Infong. After I attacked the flower demon, my setup of automatic combat for the fox and tiger had already taken action to shield me, yet I continued to calculate. At this moment, Cheng Etienne realized that this white horse was significantly different from others. After colliding with a jackal, a bloody protrusion on its forehead revealed a malformed horn. The old demon, having violated the rules by going out to assist Lien Lu, was justly fined, a completely reasonable consequence. And she held him back. The once elegantly dressed angel now donned only simple clothing, accentuating her figure. She communicated telepathically with the tall guardian angel. One cannot claim genius in this vast world. There are endless wonders. Little do we know that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. We are merely frogs at the bottom of a well, unaware of the broader world outside. Our achievements today are but trifles, Han Lang remarked. I clicked into the post that concerned me the most, the gold coin post, and found that the current exchange rate was 1100, meaning 1 gold coin equaled 100 yuan. However, as soon as the words left my mouth, I realized I had misspoken. They must have their secrets. In an instant, all the information about the Dragon Ball became clear to Tsung, yet he was unable to utilize it. Sure, Tianhai said, "What other plans could I have? Had I known, I wouldn't have gone to Huashan. At least I could have helped my family." As he spoke, he knelt down, saying, "Father, I am unfilial," tears streaming down his face. "Brother Chun, my sister studies finance. Perhaps she could lend a hand. Additionally, I plan to utilize these two 10,000-ton cargo ships rented in the United States to establish an ocean transportation company. What do you think, Wang Ziming? Despite her fervent strikes against his chest, Wang Xianlong remained unresponsive, his gaze dull as he tightened his embrace around her. Not good. Dong Zhanyun's expression changed dramatically. The darkness is still outside. Lu Jingshui also recalled the shadowy eagle sparrow they had initially overlooked. Suddenly, the shadowy eagle sparrow appeared behind the giant eagle, unleashing a devastating attack that brought the creature crashing down. A mere few steps taken allowed me to evade the trio's attack range. Wielding the fantastical twin, swords kept in my sword pouch, unleashing a gust of wind that sent branches and debris tumbling onto the three. I intend to construct a fortress similar to your Qingdao fortress. But I am quite impoverished, Chen Ning remarked with a smile. The furious wave of light swept through the tail of the fighter jet, a violent explosion initiating from the rear and engulfing the cockpit. That was Arthur's aircraft ambushed by the enemy, transforming into cosmic dust. This is good. We will no longer be constrained by others. Yet the technician Wu Peifu from the armory factory expressed a hint of disappointment. Zhuang Yao poured a qi replenishing pill from a porcelain bottle into the Fong Ding, and the pill, illuminated by blue light, immediately soared into the distance. As Wei Renjie found himself bewildered, the previously righteous and valiant figure of the fat man turned into one of appeasement, resembling a sycophant. Arya, distribute these to everyone. I will go with your elder brother to visit second uncle. Lin Yi handed the buns and steamed buns to Arya and others, allowing them to allocate the provisions. Noticing the time was still reasonable, I decided to head out to find my master. First, to report my safety, and second, to clarify some matters. However, Long Tianxiang remained oblivious that the 5 elements grand formation he had set up had sustained no damage from Manling's full strike, which astonished Manling. After Long Tianxiang and Wang Shuo left that place, silence enveloped them, both of them mute, yet unbeknownst to them, they were holding hands as they walked. With your mouth agape, the shadow is about to enter. Shangguan Che, with his handsome features, bore an air of mischief. I'm in my second year. You should still call me senior, Lu Yulu said sweetly. From here, heading northwest, it will take about 2 or 3 days of travel, Su Dali mentioned. Did you notice that? The service at this KFC is indeed atrocious. I initially came with the Dan, and it's necessary to rectify this. Let us go. We'll order something to eat. Yilin shrugged and walked toward the counter. Yi Junyi found herself in a predicament, having inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of wine. Just then, a sudden flurry of urgent voices resonated through the hall. Upon hearing this, Rui Wang turned his head, and Yi Junyi seized the opportunity to push the wine away and expel it from her mouth. She speculated that Cheng Ju's next remark would likely be, "If you truly have a boyfriend, bring him to show me." After a moment's contemplation, Lily dialed by Xiao Xing's number. An old classmate she hadn't been in contact with for quite some time. "I'm at the Zhang residence," he reported truthfully, a slight smile betraying his elation. A deluge of arrows rained down like a storm, targeting Princess Ziqing and the military officer by her side with ferocity. However, a sharp sound pierced the air, leaving by Ursi and Liam momentarily stunned, as did those behind them. Lily shifted her focus from the friend channel to the world around her. Indeed, many remarked that Lilith's possession of the complete set of equipment for aspiring heroes was a clear indication of being hacked, and the identity of the hacker was all too evident, having accompanied her in this foreign school for 4 years, while others cast envious glances. He alone understood that despite her acceptance of his kindness throughout those years, she had never truly entrusted her heart to him. His years in the business world had honed his skills in silence, composure, and disguise to perfection. Yet, it was only today that he realized she was the one who could stir the deepest strings of his heart. The apprentice priest had not once cast a glance at the grievously injured armored knights, and his haughty and disrespectful demeanor incited within me an overwhelming urge to confront him. My stealth technique pales in comparison to my juniors, whom I remarked with a self-deprecating tone. Haisain gradually unclenched his fists, a look of helplessness crossing his features as he rubbed the nape of his neck. After inquiring about the situation at Qibing Peak, Bai Tsangdong was pleasantly surprised. The Heart Demon realm, there was purely a test of one's mindset. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation, the stronger their Tao heart and the higher their realm. Hong Jun now harbored doubts about the creation jade plate, initially believing it to be his own fortune, but it seemed this golden finger lacked the power to defy the heavens. Yin Jian Lu Shilong swiftly altered the plan, deploying the remaining iron floating tower forward. These elite warriors, clad in iron, were difficult to kill due to their high blood volume and fearless demeanor. Thus they could delay time far better than players. Princess Ruin's eyes flickered. Her lips pursed higher as she sprang up, angrily lifting her skirt and stomping on the bluestone slabs as she dashed toward the courtyard. Her four braids dancing in the air. Emma Stone intended to use her body to entice someone tonight. It was merely a matter of success or failure. Noticing our weariness, Rita promptly offered up the tents for temporary rest. After learning to speak, it attempted to communicate with the coastal gray, only to find they neither understood its words nor reacted at all. The crowd, rolling up their sleeves, was eager to charge forward, but were restrained by those beside them, nearly losing control of the situation. Chapter 61, Exquisite Craftsmanship. How do you know this so clearly? Li Ling inquired, curiosity piqued. After several screenings, it stands to reason that as pioneers, we shouldn't have this knowledge, right? After investigating, Gue Bao examined again, but found nothing of worth, as it was merely mundane items, lacking any significant value. The relentless onslaught of legs created shadows that bore the might of the Hongduan Mountains, sweeping through the ranks with an overwhelming presence, completely enveloping Ling Yun. Witnessing the crown prince abandon them to flee, all the Mani soldiers lost their fighting spirit, weapons clattering to the ground as they knelt in despair, unable to escape. Tian Yuzi nodded, leading the white-haired beauty forward, his gaze no longer directed at Long Yin. Only a nobleman is entitled to build a castle. Sir Lev inherited his, a privilege beyond envy. Along the way, Yang Yi observed the rich lands of Lev's territory, far more fertile than Luaka County, dotted with vast pastures where magnificent horses were raised. The 5 members of Zino were left with only 3 more shoots. Once these were completed, if Han Gu so wished, she could debut at any moment. Lu Yi had already found the other actors, and whether they were needed rested solely on Han Ji's word. Xiang Yin finally understood why the guardian statue had changed so remarkably in just 3 years. The number of disciples had expanded, and naturally, the power of belief multiplied. This palace had appeared in his mind countless times, and he could no longer recall how many. Qian Yun smiled. This is golden silk, a precious item. This little bit costs 10 taels of silver. The other spiritual cultivators varied, some from the Jiang family, others from Nanhuang Peilon Valley, and some from Beichuanshu, none particularly formidable, all hesitant to refuse Yuan Biao from the Dao Realm's 7 stars. Luo, Su Cheng interjected, if you're flustered, it's no issue. But if you harbor ill intentions, don't blame the brothers for their lack of mercy. Quickly present it so Miss Wang Lan can have a good look. After the tedious banquet concluded, Princess Chong and her entourage hurried to the side hall, where they found Dr. Fong stationed outside, seemingly engaged in some task. To endure in this circle, the understanding of family and the support of fans are paramount. As he descended the steps, he caught sight of the gate behind Luo Jinhua, flickering once more, followed by a figure emerging. Time for a cold shower, Chu Fei shouted, raising his hands, rubbing here and there. This statement resonated profoundly with the students of the editing class, as they felt an exhilarating rush in their hearts. And in an instant, a window swung open. One day, Guotong encountered landlord Min San at the alley's entrance while shopping, warmly inviting him to his home for a visit. During the evening, they enjoyed stewed fish, warm wine, and white rice, with the landlord being exceptionally attentive, even paying the rent 2 weeks in advance. Qian Tianhan intentionally refrained from asking whether he was from the Divine Palace, instead questioning his rank. Lawrence was momentarily taken aback, inadvertently revealing his identity. In the rehearsal room, devoid of others, Erdi, though anxious, sat beside Zhou Xia, playfully asking for affection. Film is merely a commodity for entertainment. It should not be elevated to excessive heights, such as cleansing souls or refining sensibilities. Let the public choose deeper works for themselves. The Wei Kingdom did not emerge victorious either. In the end, they gained Daliang, while Han watched as part of Zheng's territory was annexed. Zhao broke alliances with Wei, and Zhongshan achieved independence. The rock-type's signature move involved hurling stones to attack airborne foes, inflicting damage while knocking them down to the ground. Chu Feng longed to push open the stone door and exit, but found himself unable to do so, suppressing his urgency. Though my attire may grow loose, I have no regrets. For her, I have withered away. Yang Yu embraced Pu Weitong, resting side by side with Yu Nu, gazing affectionately. Although the first floor also housed mid-tier and high-tier techniques, there were subtle differences when compared to the existence on the second floor. If I had truly wished to kill you, you would have already perished, Lin Huan remarked coldly with a smirk. Contrary to Feng Chen's expectations, one, with a calm demeanor, inadvertently knocked over a cup of spirit tea after she finished speaking. Besides that, Chu Tian gradually administered the remaining portions of the cleansing marrow pill to her, slowly transforming her physique, hoping that when she had the chance to embark on the path of cultivation, it would be smoother. As her words fell, Lin Huan and Bai Tian reappeared before Li Yadalin. Despite his arrogance, must concede that he remains unfathomably distant from the esteemed Jiuxing Jiansheng. It is evident that Lu Yuan received far more assistance from the Jiuxing Jiansheng than he did at the Tian Jiandai Hui. After all, martial arts schools are readily available. One merely needs to send personnel to set them up, install the necessary equipment, and once the resources are delivered, they can commence operations. The dark holy sword, imbued with tempestuous rage and holy power, cast shadows upon the void, causing the golden mist of blood energy to shy away in fear. Yi Zhaixing immediately recalled the ancient tomb they had fortuitously discovered in the desert of Ling Shao continent. The two errant officials, having suffered such a significant loss, could not contain their fury and swiftly rose to strike Liang Shiming. Ling Yu nodded and remarked upon her appearance, noting that she was currently in a state of disguise. Although he had attained the cultivation of a true immortal, he could still not see through it, believing that the upgraded transformation pill would yield even better results. However, such an assault proved utterly ineffective against Su Qi's protective gear, which not only withstood the attack, but also rebounded it, sending the large blade flying from his hand and causing his palm to burst. Chapter 62. Scarcity of Salt and Stone. I wonder how long you two young people intend to cling to each other, a sudden irate voice interjected. One day, a disheveled male patron entered, perhaps embittered by some grievance, as he expelled all guests from the tavern's first floor and unleashed his wrath upon the innkeeper. The two demons fought without discernment, oblivious to the fact that this realm of consciousness was an entirely independent space. How Xin helplessly observed the ongoing dispute between the father and son, ultimately leading to inconclusive results. Is it true that he is a dragon? The thought inexplicably surfaced in the mind of Cheng Nuo. It was discovered that the three university students reported by Yang Shi were indeed attending the same institution as Emoya. After all, if the matter of the blood-sucking werewolves were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil throughout the entirety of Huaxia. In a heartfelt moment, Nagano Hirohiko took Mochizuki Chiyuki's hand as they sat side by side, and Ruching continued her poison testing, hardly contemplating that such a simple act could lead the butler to conjure so many thoughts. Yi Feng, though currently without a solution, was already at the realm of land immortals and did not require assistance for the time being. It turned out that Wuji continent and Xiongtian continent were connected by the Demon God Mountain range, which appear to be far more expansive than commonly perceived. The moniker Zhang de Tu was originally bestowed by his master, who thought himself slow-witted and thus chose that name in hopes of enhancing his cognitive capacity. Qian Yu and CMO trained within the Huili mountain range, yet unbeknownst to them, Qin Bailin had sought her out several times. Consequently, every afternoon after classes, Huiyan Tang and Xiao Nai strolled hand in hand through the campus, relishing their leisurely days. Lin Yin cast a silent glance at Ji Shi, whose brief remark shattered all of Ji Shi's fantasies. Within Xian Yu's Sea of Souls, CMO suddenly sensed a disturbance, growing increasingly intense. The atmosphere became so stifling that it rendered one breathless, prompting Huiyan Tang to swiftly embrace her. All eyes turned towards him, while Li Gong's complexion paled. What was the fifth prince attempting to do? Meanwhile, the Sea Demon Emperor remained oblivious to these developments, his visage contorted in a sinister grimace. The surroundings were ablaze with light, akin to a great fire sweeping through the city, lively, flamboyant, and unrestrained. I wonder what expression you would wear upon realizing that Yu Qing is the object of Li Xiao's affections. It must be quite a spectacle. Farewell, beautiful world. Hu Tianxiang felt a twinge of pessimism, foreseeing his imminent downfall. Yang Chun, Yin suddenly looked up, and upon seeing her son call her name, Huomu could only close her mouth and nod, indicating for Yang Chun Yin to go out and ascertain the situation. Bai Ling also possessed the skill to craft rouge, thus discerning that Boss Jin's craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. What do you mean? If you have the capability, come up and see. I guarantee I'll break your legs. Lin Tianhan proclaimed arrogantly. Bai Fei was also rather soft-hearted. Otherwise, if Li Bing incessantly clung to him, he would surely have lost his temper. Yet Bai Fei refrained, indicating there was still room for negotiation. One fish was insufficient to feed so many. So Gao Jin resorted to his old tricks and soon caught over a dozen plump fish. However, as Feng Ling noted, if it were not for supernatural beings, should two individuals have been dragged away by wild beasts, there would at least be signs of a struggle, which made him doubt the circumstances. Furthermore, having not brought soldiers today, should Hubert and Adam engage in conflict, he could not guarantee Hubert's safety. What does it mean to have deeply offended someone? Was that deed committed by us? Who knows whom they have angered to have this misfortune thrust upon us? Director Song had perused a tome on the art of manipulation countless times, effortlessly swaying even the most steadfast. By the time Xie Siqi awoke, arrangements for Xie Zheng He's funeral were already underway. Han Dong, employing every means possible, discovered the location of the funeral and escorted the grief-stricken Xie Siqi to pay their respects. I can only attempt to summon my life bat. Whether it works or not remains to be seen. Feng Ling decided to halt. Only these two could inspire Zhao Ji to genuinely invest her feelings. Yet that individual, Lao Ai, was disobedient in private, clinging to her merely for power. A guest from the L residence, once endowed with power, turned against his own master. And Zhao Ji had no intention of complicating matters with El Wei. Upon entering the secret chamber, Gong Ming held the lifeless body of Yael, his eyes vacant, resembling a soulless being. Even upon the arrival of Xia Ji, Gong Ming did not rise to pay his respects. The radiance emanating from Qin Yin gradually dimmed, retreating into his being. When the room was plunged into complete darkness, he opened his eyes. Fortunately, although only separated by a row, the distance was not too close, and positioned slightly higher than theirs, he could avoid detection if he did not deliberately turn a look. Of course, what captivated everyone's attention was not the events of the past, but rather the initial statement made by Sun Yu. Looming Fei's intention was to seize the opportunity presented by the reduced guard presence at Castle Academy during the holiday to utilize his black card privileges, equivalent to a board member's, to access the ice cellar and once again engage with the embryo of the next generation species. Chapter 63. Triplets. Before becoming this so-called god of death, the tribulations endured were known only to Lin Tianxian himself. You're not from Gue Yuan Peak, so why do you care so much about him? Mo Fei raised an eyebrow in realization. However, Pan Zhun discerned that Li Yunchen's strength was not significantly superior to his own, leaving him still troubled. The blade instantaneously transformed into fine strands, gradually materializing from afar, as the ground was cleaved into fragments as if it were tofu. The events within the 100 Ghosts cave constituted a significant occurrence, stirring reactions from all parties involved. Other sect cultivators may have refrained from entangling themselves too deeply with 100 Ghosts cave, yet the esteemed figures within it could hardly remain at ease. Upon entering the room, Li Yunshan was met with a bone-chilling cold, the air frigid and piercing. Lin Shui Air informed him that this was an ice chamber specifically designed to suppress fire poison, with a dangerously low temperature. His comprehension of the myriad wonders of the world and the sword path deepened profoundly. The insights into swordsmanship were also greatly enhanced. Yibai chuckled softly, for it had been long since he last encountered the 3 sword bearers from Zhongzhou. They were likely awaiting him here, and now he might just be able to surprise them. What is the hidden divine body? Can it be consumed? Ku air poked and prodded at Li Yinshan. Her curiosity piqued. At this moment, Li Yunqing radiated a dazzling golden light, resembling a solar deity. Surrounding him was a protective sphere of golden light, and behind him, a golden city materialized. After 2 days passed, with not a whisper of news, the calm, indifferent facade on Mu Cheng's face began to crack, anxiety and concern stirring within him. However, on that night, he witnessed a streak of azure flame rise in the southwestern sky. From her memory, she understood the current state of Huangfu Daidu. It seemed his clone had vanished, and his true self had descended. His greatest fear was that a companion would seize the Kijishi first, as he had sensed their presence during the confrontation between the Thunder Sage and Chimu Wei. He silently cautioned himself, for he had never realized how deeply hidden his companion's medical prowess was. As they approached the Kijishi, he remained entirely oblivious. After a while, it was Fu Chu's turn. She simply prepared 2 vegetarian dishes for a mere 5 coins. Thus, the heads of the 5 great families gathered, with the Zhao and Qian families expressing intentions to ally with the Yun family. Xiaomu makes with disregarded by Yuan Nanfeng. Only after confirming that he was indeed uninjured did she exhale in relief and, raising her delicate fist, struck his chest with force. Furthermore, Lin Xiao had unreservedly taught him the long-lost Ghost Gate Needle, a kindness more precious than gold. In her endeavor to protect humanity, she sacrificed her youth and love. Yet all actions remained shrouded in secrecy, conducted only in the shadows. Huangfu Daidu appeared in Mu Furong's room within the Lucy courtyard, unceremoniously pushing her onto the bed. This crisis could only be resolved by uncovering the mastermind behind it, regardless of whether that individual was the true Lucifer or another entity. Naturally, no one would suspect that Long Feiyun's 3 fingers could leave any trace or harm upon such delicate, flawless legs. Yet soon after, Yun Zhongzi was suddenly taken aback. Why was he so concerned for Su Yuan? Could it be, as Su Yuan had suggested, that he had always harbored feelings for him? With this thought, Yun Zhongzi found himself lost in confusion, his gaze vacant. Eliminate them. Torture them to death. Crush them. Fu Yinjie and Gu Bapi knelt on the ground, continuously drawing circles and cursing the disciples of Bai Xuanzong. Consequently, Luo Feifei and her companions resumed drinking and rolling dice, while Muron Lanxin and Zhao Yinshu paid them no heed. Someone is ready to deliver a beating. Guangong gritted his teeth, articulating each word with emphasis. Living as neighbors, they often interacted at night. Even if the sea had altered one's appearance, the guards recognized him at a glance. With a thunderous roar, an anti-tank missile was launched, soaring past John and the others amidst their terrified expressions. What is this? Cheng Lingji's lips twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Surely, they wouldn't require her to wear that dress. Indeed, Qing Miao waved her hand, a fragment of silver gracefully landing in the bowl of the elder Mingmu. A sensation akin to a blade piercing flesh surged forth as blood sprayed onto Bao Bei's hand. Shalong's body went limp, his legs losing strength as he instinctively collapsed to the ground. Was that the Serpent King? Fang Hao gasped in shock. From a distance, he felt the Serpent King's gaze pierce through him, a chilling ferocity penetrating his heart, sending waves of terror throughout his body. Walking along a familiar street, Li Lin found it incomprehensible that he was there. This was not just any place, but Tokyo, the city he knew well. Albeit not the Tokyo he recognized. It was the Tokyo of 1992. The bear's paw beside him murmured in disbelief. Failing to deliver grain resulted in beatings. And some were even left maimed. Zheng Zhenglin had already retired. However, his influence remained formidable, his reputation soaring to unprecedented heights, making him a figure recognized by all. Yet, in the coming years, things would improve. The vast tea plantations were not to be underestimated, yielding hundreds of thousands of pounds of oil, sufficient for him to manage. If the market response in the first year was favorable, he would encourage the establishment of tea plantations in other suitable areas. In Chapter 64, He Likes You, the market that once held promise now barely survived in the wake of the 16 consoles released by Sega and Miracle Age. The gossiping girls, recalling Ming Yue's dismal plight, cast sympathetic glances at Chun'er. This list might yield news about Shangwan Jiqiong or even Yin Songhai. After all, if they had visited Earth, they would undoubtedly hold an esteemed rank in the martial arts realm. Who else dares to compete? The leader of the Sun and Moon Divine sect surveyed the surrounding cultivators with a murderous glare. For without external cultivators to restrain them, the Mountain Gate's restrictions would promptly target the Golden Dragon and its companions, leaving them nowhere to hide. Moreover, prior to acquiring Jiangyi, Ji Yuebai's most lethal weapons were actually bows and arrows, not the nameless celestial sword he currently wielded. Due to the inconvenience of transport, he had not brought his bow and arrows this time, making it difficult to unleash his full potential. That night, for reasons unknown, he was plagued by nightmares. Upon waking, the past remained vivid in his mind, leaving Yelanyu in a foul mood as she gently massaged her temples when she heard another voice behind her. Observing the Manila troops blocking the door with their guns, their previously unchanged expressions grew somber. The two raced through the shallow Crimson Star River, surrounded by a sea of light red matter, as if the flowing waters filled every space within the Star River. That makes sense. Let's try moving it. Lin Ai's eyes brightened, and with a swift draw of her sword, two beams of light cleaved through the pile of mechanical corpses. Transfer secret technique? What is that? Huashi noticed that Huoluan was no longer as agitated as before, prancing over to inquire without shame. Tianqi frowned. Why couldn't he hear Mu song here? And had the map not changed? He grasped by Mu's hand and led her forward, tapping a few times in front of him. The realms of immortals and demons entered unprecedented vigilance, and the playful demeanor of Donghua Emperor turned serious. Yun Qianji awoke after a full day of slumber. Rising, her head throbbed, as if it were about to explode. The crown princess rarely spoke such harsh words. Soon, word spread, and indeed, the children's cries ceased. The imperial physician then reported to the crown princess that the crown prince had been exhausted and caught a chill in the rain, requiring rest and recuperation. Let us begin, the madam commanded, descending from her chair to fan herself with a handkerchief. Zhao Yuhua gazed at her, momentarily captivated by her childlike innocence. His mood lifting as he smiled gently, rising to take her hand and stepping outside under the eaves, standing side by side as they gazed at the sky. It was said that there existed a cursed room, where unimaginable events transpired on nights of the full moon. While conversing with an elderly yet spirited man, he suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Upon looking up, the clear mirror purchased by the sisters reflected a radiant and graceful visage akin to a water lily. Surprisingly, the two indeed followed Luo Shi's orders and subdued the wildly struggling Wu Rue. This grand hall was, in fact, a treasure left behind by the founding emperor, capable of accommodating thousands. Although I have never seen the 9 palaces, the grandeur of this hall suggests it probably exists only in legends, akin to the 9 spirit palaces. Yu Qingxuang spoke earnestly. The two sat across from each other at the bar in the kitchen, enjoying a simple dinner. The occasional sounds of laughter and conversation rendered the night exceptionally cozy. He was not well versed in massage, relying on his previous experiences with foot baths. He began to knead the waist of the noblewoman with his thumbs. After all, he understood that these items were not priceless treasures. Using them as a makeshift pawn was merely a desperate measure. He could be Lin Shun? The researcher widened his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Of course, Luo, she was not merely bluffing, for in the previous round, he truly led all the Shi people out of the scene. Jing Xiangyang had not slept. After bathing, lacking clean garments to change into, he was left bare-chested, simply wrapped in a long bath towel belonging to Yunjing. He cherished Yu Qingqing. And over the past 2 years, Qiao Chuyan had transformed from an utterly clueless man into a dedicated husband, always present at home. In the delivery room, 2 physicians stood by, preparing hemostatic and invigorating medicines to continuously administer to me during the midwife's intervals. Don't run. Bai Chulian realized that the person before her was actually Ouyang Ming and, unable to dodge in time, had to twist and turn with Bai Chulian, her body being spun around violently. Chapter 65, Unable to Bite Down. In the hills along the river in Beihuang during April, the furrows were neatly lined up. Yu Shaoqing carried a basket with a layer of broad leaves at the bottom, and with his right hand, he scattered wood ash evenly into the dug furrows. Behind him followed 2 beastmen carrying large bamboo baskets, and a smaller one specifically tasked with placing the ash-mixed potato chunks into the furrows. Each potato spaced roughly 20 centimeters apart. Li Ling received it, tucking it away in his embrace, and the family exchanged heartfelt goodbyes. Li Ling mounted his horse, disregarding the lush white poplar branches lining the street, focusing ahead as he galloped westward. Outside Qianxing Medical Hall, on the main road, Du Yuan collected his gaze once more, bidding farewell to the uncles and aunts of Kong Town. At that moment, he also noticed their worried expressions, understanding that there were unspoken troubles weighing on them. Xiao Shan, having heard Ing Zhujiao Yu's words, recognized that he had achieved his desired effect, and casually remarked. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had always seen on television that meetings with certain executives required prior appointments. Yet he never imagined he would encounter such a situation himself, which filled him with a sense of novelty. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment, before Xietian offered Xiao Shan a reassuring smile. Yes, revered one. The vanguard spirit showed no signs of fear, rather than concern over the agony of the spirit. It was more worried about the prospect of fading into ash. Now everything was under the control of Mo Jiazuns, and with a single command, it lunged fiercely toward Du Yuan once more. In the bar, the music blared too loudly. Perhaps words were unnecessary, as body language sufficed. Gongsu and Ningzi, after hearing this, let a fierce glimmer flash in his eyes. Only decisive action could catch Xiao Shan off guard, leaving no room for hesitation, which aligned with Gongsu and Ningzi's ironclad demeanor. Sooner, although I'm not on the same level of cultivation as Senior Xiao Fei, I could never defeat him. Yet, through our recent battle, I gained immense insights. Xiao Yin remarked. In an instant, horrifying images flashed through Qin Shi's mind, depicting sisters who had failed their missions and suffered torment, leading to their demise, plunging her into an extraordinary fear. Lin Zheline maintained her composure, reluctantly withdrawing, fully aware of her standing. Despite her fame, she was merely an actress, while these two were a renowned director and an investor, individuals she could not afford to offend. Upon discovering that the man holding her was this gentleman, even the heavy scent of tobacco emanating from him became bearable. Could this be Love's ability to overlook flaws? Kicking this hesitant fellow into the city gate's passage, he then stood at the entrance, shielding his forehead with his hand while peering inside. Only after witnessing Sha Kuanglan riding the flowing fire in pursuit of Chu Qingyin did he finally smile and brush the dust off his hands. A heavy and powerful breath escaped Mu Tianshan's lips, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His hands continued to move, albeit at a painfully slow pace, as though mired in quicksand. Murong Yenner was selecting clothes when she noticed a seemingly honest and unassuming fellow eyeing her hungrily. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory outcome. Yi Tian nodded angrily. The war god was his roommate, with whom he had fought and faced challenges. Thus he considered him a brother, and a promise to a brother must be upheld. Chapter 66, The Jealousy of He. When Zhongzhen spoke, her gaze remained fixed upon her face, and only after noticing the tension dissipate from her brow did he support his chin with one hand, gazing intently at her. Are you truly losing sleep over such trivial matters? You do not strike me as the type, he remarked. Ling Chengen stared at him. What plans do you have for the future? Zhongzhen, unsure why the topic had shifted, remained composed. Wu Yu, after unleashing the wind strike, did not cease his assault. The Tian Dao ninth style, propelled by the five elements' divine power, was unleashed continuously. Compared to the absolute forbidden zones in the core area of Kunlun ruins, it was far from attracting the attention of the Grand Elder. The hill to the west, another public activity area for the school, required minimal construction. Plans to build a pavilion and corridor were in place for students and teachers to disperse and relax. Come ride in our carriage. It's quite bumpy on horseback, Xuanning suggested to Qin Miao Miao, who was on horseback. With a signal from the leading elder, the Yunzhou's power source erupted suddenly, darting toward the core area of the Zonglong Valley like an arrow released from a bowstring. Bai Jimu handed over a steaming plate of food to Gu Runin, while holding another serving meant for Max. A glimmer of cold malice flashed in his eyes. With a flick of his right finger, a silver needle shot forth, swiftly embedding itself in the neck of the bald man. After the frenzy of the flour cake had subsided, it was already quite late. Qin Miao Miao had washed up and gone to bed. Su Xingji, having changed clothes, swept away the earlier embarrassment and, raising his wine glass, toasted to the various cave masters, speaking with decorum and grace, exchanging cups with laughter, an epitome of a young gentleman. At the moment the blade struck her neck, the ninja's weapon was forced to halt. Even the chakras ceased. This question continually nagged at him, even as the blood flowing from his head was completely disregarded. In a few days, the peach orchard will also be nearly ready. This year, transforming these 2,000 acres will suffice. I plan to venture into the mountains. Can you manage other matters on your end? Wu Xie stated. Do not act on this matter just yet. Prepare the necessary items, and when the time is ripe, then take action. Understood? The eldest lady regained her senses, her previously bewildered gaze sharpening once more, resembling a sharp dagger glinting with cold light. Upon first laying eyes on this album, Mishu instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. However, at that moment in the hot spring hotel, as preparations were being made to leave, she did not dwell on the plot aspect, as her memories had long faded. In the shadows, Lung Ningen appeared behind Songxian, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile gracing her stunningly beautiful face, akin to the floating dawn on the horizon. Or perhaps the quiet bloom of a flower, each petal exquisite, translucent, and breathtaking. The explosive bloodline ninja should be named Sho, a ninja from Awagakure, whose signature technique was an explosive effect triggered upon striking the target. Later, he learned it was a direct order from Wang Luo, who believed that the Han ghost was not fully under his control, were it not for his high position drawing attention to every move. He might have dared to overstep boundaries, for it was likely that someone had already fallen from grace. In the days that followed, Yu Jianhui and Li Gruwei would study at the Yunxing Zhu family during the day, while Luo Shuren also joined in learning the characters. She appeared to be somewhat familiar, gazing cheerfully at the three assessment officials across from her. Seated to the right of Su Mo was the deputy minister of the organization department, Wang Miao. Yin Yuan, though reluctant to admit it, recognized the truth of the situation. No one would endorse a leader with merely initial-level spiritual power. This was not only a reverence for the strong, but also a trust in their capabilities. Only a powerful leader could serve as their guiding figure. Chapter 67, Given Face. 1 late-stage Yuan Ing, 2 mid-stage Yuan Ing, and 4 early-stage Yuan Ing. These are the likes of the Island Master and others. For this reason, during times of triumph, he would not soar above the ground, and in moments of despair, he would not be easily defeated. There was no rush. Matters had reached this point, and there would come a day when the truth would emerge. Ninghan offered words of comfort, her tone resolute. Yang Tian suddenly rose into the air, radiating a brilliant light, as an invisible, terrifying aura expanded like a tidal wave. The Wei family nodded. This time, there were only 8 participants in the auction, making it easy to distinguish the representatives of each family. If Lung Xiao were present, he would undoubtedly be unable to suppress his sarcasm at the sight of precious jade being tossed around carelessly by the young master of his family. The sight caused him considerable distress, and he barely resisted the urge to intervene. Such secret techniques were particularly nefarious. Many years prior, the 4 nations had reached an agreement to refrain from employing such ruthless methods in private. Long Ao controlled a landslide vortex, intensifying its power with demonic energy at the location of Yunchangxi. History could not be repeated. Chu Qidiang understood this well. The Ren Zhongwang system is inherently human, and he trusted it would not allow him to endure the pain of losing loved ones and close comrades again. Focusing on oneself sufficed. There is no need to heed the provocations of others. After all, apart from their own team, everyone else was an opponent. Such psychological warfare was quite common. Yi Shuangru's gentle words brought silence to Lu Shuling and the others. To the onlookers, it appeared the 3 had exhausted their true essence and ceased to struggle, which only heightened their excitement. It was not impossible. I meticulously analyzed the battle reports of this incident and the Bai Seizongli incident. Completing these tasks was not difficult, but achieving them unnoticed would likely require individuals of our caliber. Chen-Long nodded. However, Ghost Air publicly announced the declaration of war, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, how could a mere shabby guild withstand the challenge of powerful personnel? Even with the addition of the 77th deity, resistance seemed futile. Currently, the water vapor was spreading towards the point of collision, swiftly obstructing the waterway. The shores of the Persian Gulf were lined with wealthy Arabian cities, truly a land of gold and riches. Ultimately, the gaze shifted slowly, finally settling above the tail fox, enveloping it and the anti-material sniper rifle within its grasp. In the Dan Hall, however, there are no instructors for refining pills, leaving one to self-learn through personal effort. Su Junsheng stood anxiously to the side, urging, "Stop rambling. Get to the point. Why waste time on nonsense?" Compared to the notorious title of the Mad Fighting Demon, Chu preferred to refer to him as the Earthworm Warrior. In the end, he was sliced into more than 20 pieces, nearly enough to form 2 football teams. Zhou Fengshen parked the car in a private room, kicked the door open, and approached the table, lowering his head to place snacks one by one upon it. Artificial intelligence could discern human emotions and thoughts through subtle facial expressions, Lu Qi replied. Nearby, there were no reputable tailoring shops for Lu Sheng and Wu Bo, so Shangwan Feishue had no choice but to take the two into the city. However, the energy lock showed no response to Han Dongji, not even activating the brief possession feature. The youth followed Lin Feng quietly, picking up the items dropped by the players slain by Lin Feng. Hee. Now you understand the disparity between true energy and faceless energy. Even when I stand before you, you remain unaware of my true identity, Wu Shan chuckled. In truth, Lu Runyan did not intentionally put pressure on Tian Dali. The rules of Xingqian were indeed such, and even he had to adhere to the organization's coordination regarding his assignments. Lu DeBeos prepared a unique diving suit, crafted from shark skin into tight-fitting shorts. Although Lu Runyan boasted of his prowess, Tian Dali's submissive demeanor upon meeting him still made him feel somewhat smug. This figure, having lost all sanity, was left with only sorrow, anger, and pain in his eyes as he cursed the blonde. In that moment, I felt as if I had become Shaka, awakening a pair of eyes that had long forgotten how to be described. These jade stones can be selected for company operations, but do reserve some for cultivation, Lu Bin remarked, noticing Qiao Yu's prolonged silence. Having witnessed El Bu's strength, he believed he had finally found the divine general he sought. The barren land of Beishue, long overlooked by higher authorities, had at last revealed a true powerhouse. First of all, Kong Yutong was not experiencing significant hair loss, and secondly, it was improbable for such a small tough to fall out. In fact, the demon master who was slain by the 9-headed demon had some grievances of his own. He never expected to encounter Wang Long, who played by his own rules. As a result, he was unable to finish his sentence before being silenced by He Shuhua's glare, rendering him unable to speak further. From a moment Lin Ting learned that Yi Xiaofeng intended to invest in forming a team, she had consistently tried to persuade him otherwise. Moreover, the ability to assassinate personnel from other nations' embassies within Tianyin Kingdom indicated that such individuals were far from ordinary. I smiled faintly, though my heart was tumultuous, recalling the pure, light blue hue of the silver wind. Lin Feng placed Li Mengting gently on the bathroom floor and turned his head to remove the clothing covering her, avoiding gazing at her currently exposed form, instead addressing Li Wan. Once we reach the human realm, I'll lay low for a while. After the great calamity, I will seek you out. Yi Feng merely smiled, and then a brilliant azure glow erupted from his hands, enveloping yin air. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Lin Feng staggered, nearly colliding with the front of the vehicle. Clearly, Wu Jing had moved on from her father's situation. Only with clarity could she express such thoughts. In Wu Tai turned to glare at his opponent, but remained silent. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 68. Departure from Mutual Trade. You truly are one to hold grudges. Chang Tianxian coughed a few times, blood spilling from his mouth, yet a smile remained on his face. Ling Chengen pressed his foot down slightly, his gaze darkening. I am not jesting with you. Due to the pressure on his chest, Chang Tianxian struggled for breath, finally regaining composure once her foot lifted. Speak then. If you wish for me to be your beast husband, I would not be opposed. Ling Chengen's lips curled downward slightly. However, the Wuliang Dan absorbs the divine techniques of others with a certain failure rate. It does not guarantee success like one's own techniques. In past confrontations between David and Chaluba's factions, the soldiers on both sides exhibited low shooting accuracy. This statement surprised him. Why would this person help him? What benefit could it possibly yield? Furthermore, if word spread that he was working for this individual, Would he not be scorned by others? Would the Killer Alliance's reputation be for naught? Zhang Jun felt a mix of dissatisfaction and amusement at Yuan Feng's tone. Presently, the city of Rongqing, hailed as the land of abundance, was suffering from severe droughts, causing many farmers' crops to wither in the fields due to lack of water. Huang Bingsun struggled to keep his eyes open, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary ox head and horse face to escort him to reincarnation. In a bid to arrange for Li Xiaoye and Ouyang Lan to be together, this fellow had indeed concocted some devious schemes. Upon encountering Jia, despite her efforts to maintain a facade of tranquility, her dark circles and pallid skin betrayed the tumultuous struggles she had undoubtedly endured. The recent renovations in several private rooms of the nightclub meant workers would be entering with their tools, and the nightclub would not inspect these implements. Well, it was just a bump. You scare me too, so we're even. After much contemplation, Feng Li finally straightened her back and spoke. Su Jing, filled with grievances and indignation, managed to keep her emotions in check, lightly nodding and shifting aside to create space. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. Ultimately, as we fled, we encountered no obstacles nor any members of the student council, leaving us immensely relieved. In this moment, Guan Yu stood as a seasoned warrior, having faced countless battles and perilous situations. Since both parties were willing, there was little for others to comment on, and thus it was settled that Lu Shanju would marry, with Lu Fengshe moving into Lu Shang'an's home prior to the wedding. The sect meeting was held in Yangzhou Tianhai City, a splendid venue for sects to showcase their strengths and achieve renown. A commendable performance at this gathering would undoubtedly attract numerous talented individuals, offering the sect a remarkable opportunity for ascendance. Although Yi Jinyan provided her with an admirable stage to shine, who would willingly relinquish a better option? Chapter 69. The Enigmatic Serpent. The morning breeze in April is refreshing, carrying a hint of coolness. Ling Chengen, in a state of ennui, idly twirled a strand of the heavy truth's hair and remarked, I am not entirely certain. I know little about Bai Su. Within the confines of the Wan Jian prison, rules dictated that only a minute of respite was allowed after each challenge. Though brief, this interval proved sufficient for Lin Shi to regain some spiritual energy. My brother works so hard. I must strive as well, she silently encouraged herself. Bei Tengying firmly believed that her mother was the brightest star in the heavens, watching over her. Therefore, she too must live diligently, refusing to fall short of her brother. Yanzhe resided in the Lingyun Palace, meticulously guarded by the black armored army, with layers of security ensuring not even a fly could penetrate. All of Yanzhe's provisions were prepared by Su Yin and Wang Ji in rotation, without a single made to be found in the expansive palace. Lost in the throes of love, Luo Jinyan had long ceased to recall Chu Nanxiu, the one who first stirred her heart. One must also sympathize with General Gu, who managed such a vast company while yearning to see his beloved, hoping for reconciliation amidst their conflicts. Hello, is there something you need? Bei Tengying answered the phone, directly addressing the matter at hand without room for ambiguity. You want travel expenses? Absolutely not. Su Qing retorted with unwavering resolve, presenting an air of refusal to part with either funds or life. When she heard Haitian express disbelief regarding her identity and demand a clothes removal for verification, she complied without hesitation. The game boasted an impressive array of 15 systems and 149 gameplay styles, encompassing numerous classic elements from traditional online games while innovating new content. After undertaking this task, Wu Miao immediately concealed his accomplishments. Yet for He Ming, or rather, for his father, capturing him was merely a matter of time. Chun Tian's skin cracked like a molting serpent, and as his body trembled, the dry skin shattered, revealing a lighter bronze hue beneath. Moreover, could he possibly accommodate such a multitude of new recruits within his company, ensuring they receive fair compensation while also feeling a sense of achievement? Such proximity posed no danger for them. Yet for Wei Ershi, it proved challenging. Having traversed the cliff upon reaching the opposite platform, he faced a wall barely a meter high, prompting hesitation and forcing his gaze toward Duoj, observing the 7 spectral corpses and sensing the waves of death emanating from them. Xiao Yimo's face reflected shock as he murmured. By the second day of the beast attacks, Jizia and Cecilia had even prepared for the worst, at least for Cecilia. Death at the hands of monsters was unacceptable. Under the cheerful auspices of Wu Tingjun, the auction had progressed to its fourth round, with Guoxiong eagerly placing his bid. Chapter 70. The Toxic Lake of Salt. Ling Chengen raised a hand to lightly grasp his brow, inquiring, "So, the salt lake has not been found?" "It has," Baishi explained, realizing her misunderstanding from the tone of her voice. The hunting team had followed the clues provided, journeying northeast to locate the Hongying Salt Lake. The lake was vast, with many patches of bluish-white salt along its shores. However, the salt from this lake is inedible. Baishi conjured 7 blood-red chains that emerged from thin air, each entwined with a vast reservoir of energy. As the chains surged, the very fabric of space appeared to rupture, darting forth like blood-colored dragons. The elder followed closely behind, his energy swirling like a dragon, wreaking havoc as bloodlight surged from his palm, transforming into a crescent blade. Observing his irate demeanor, the onlookers chuckled, yet secretly marveled at this individual's immense physical strength. The silver moon whispered something in his ear, and the new Shah nodded, his expression revealing growing skepticism. Entering the city gates, familiar streets and shops greeted Xiao Yan, stirring a sense of nostalgia he had not felt in years. With a large army striding down the Grand Road, concealing their movements was impossible. Thus, before Zhao Yi's forces could enter the territory of Shiliang, Beigong Boyu had already received word from scouts. Song Yanju was about to explain when her husband's lips sealed her words, as he kissed her fervently. Crown Prince Wang had long been preoccupied with a grand fish tank at his great-grandfather's home, and he dashed up the stairs, step by step. After a moment, Yu Xianzi broke the stalemate, a hint of relief gracing her beautiful face as she hurriedly reached for her tears. As the other party's anger flared once more, and their destructive desires began to surface, Yi Lin had no choice but to take a risk to validate his hypothesis. Huang Weiyang was filled with mixed emotions, his eyes reddening. A loyal subject should not meet such a fate. The raging dragon Hesse roared skyward, the most robust of the 4 dragons created by Bakel. Known for its tempestuous nature, its weapon was its formidable body, and its roar was deafening, capable of shattering all. The group of boys stood tall, and I lowered my gaze to their shoes, scrutinizing the clothing beneath their uniforms and the watches on their wrists. Arriving before a great mountain, Sun Tian discovered that it was not particularly high, yet atop it, individuals were battling fiercely over a piece of jade bone. Upon witnessing Beihe and his companion emerge from the grave, drawing countless specters in their wake, the crowd was taken aback. This experiment content was classified, involving time and space, and could not be conducted under the royal banner. A disguise was essential. Without knowledge of a Shinigami's Zanpakuto abilities, one cannot definitively claim superiority over another Shinigami. Witnessing Chan Xian's demeanor, Li Wuxia gritted his teeth, disregarding Chan Xian's prior warning, and pointed directly at the figure. Chapter 71. The Exuberant Serpent. Ling Chengen said softly, truly. This beast world lacked everything. Ling Chengen inquired, the Eastern Sea? Indeed, the easternmost edge of the Beast Plains is the sea, and the water is salty. The coastal tribes should have no shortage of salt. Ling Chengen. Ling ventured far into the mountains this time, hunting being one aspect, while also seeking suitable medicinal materials. Niu Bingli sat on the ground, his hands bound behind him, mouth gagged, eyes covered, with only a tattered pair of underpants covering his body, albeit with a ragged piece of clothing thrown over him to shield his vital parts. It turned out that the 3 tasks proposed by Zhang Feng included the collection of certain resources after becoming core disciples of the Tiangang level, which encompassed special treasures that could be converted into freedom points, as well as equipment that could be absorbed in materials to repair the mechanical race's spacecraft. Without tethering it, Nan Rui walked outside, and the war beast followed suit. Upon exiting the military office, Nan Rui mounted her horse and commanded to follow, galloping westward. The 3 had indulged in revelry, yet as the night drew to a close, Wuxi remained clear-headed, while Li Kangxiang and Feng Rujian were already incapacitated. Each room was adorned with a particularly cozy ambience. Even those from Banshan village were left astonished. Though the furniture appeared old, it harmonized beautifully with the decor, evoking a sense of stepping into the abode of a once affluent family. Wu Xi and Mu Kuan had mentioned Qixing Valley before their demise, indicating that they were likely members of this organization, and Zhang Feng would not underestimate the situation. Meanwhile, the fool stood with feet together and hands spread wide, jabbing at the beehive with a wooden pole from a considerable distance. Of course, Song Qian knew he was a victim, as the red wine had been spiked. But the question remained, what was the drug? Though he had his suspicions, he had no inclination to investigate its nature. Was it truly a case of drunken indiscretion? The educational standards there were indeed mediocre, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship, as noted by the bamboo consultant. One Fanine stepped forward to inspect a letter that had yellowed with age, its characters somewhat blurred, but still conveying a general message. Murongsheng unexpectedly approached the HI soldiers, raising his arm and calling out, causing the assailants to pause, their countless eyes turning toward him. Chu Chi felt dazed, akin to being pressed down by a ghost, unable to move no matter what. She reached for the door to call for help, struggling for a while, only managing to emit a series of clucks. Her biological brother was gone, leaving her only with her not-so-blood-related but even closer second brother by her side. If it were truly a Xianyun vase, its value could very well place it among the top 5 globally in the realm of antique vases. Limi organized her thoughts and began to concoct potions alone, always so composed and remarkably astute. The mention of a young master of the CF family brought a somber expression to Zheng Mingshu and Li Yuheng, as they had grown up together but had since faced numerous upheavals. The power that had once merged with the human body now seemed on the brink of losing control and breaking free. Chapter 72, The Heavenly Python's Exotic Scent. For the upcoming trade in Shima, Tiangu, Shilin was represented by 28 individuals, while Hans Han arranged 30, adding the 3 from Yaluo and the temporary team member Chang Tianxin. A total of 62. The beastmen of the Hans Han tribe traveled by day and thus did not schedule night watches. The remaining 32 were divided into 3 batches by Ling Chengen. Each batch would rotate every 3 hours, ensuring that all could have time to rest. The first batch was led by Zhong Zhan, who at this moment had removed his mask, revealing a face so handsome it could scarcely be contained. On the journey, he unleashed another sword strike, a chill erupting forth, as an ice-blue sword light shot directly toward the blood-refining ancestor, turning everything it touched into ice sculptures. The sky was filled with falling branches and leaves, whipped into a frenzy by the fierce winds, resembling raindrops scattered across the heavens. Yingyi, disregarding the long knife on the ground, leapt swiftly toward the wall, vaulting over it and vanishing into the night. Each time they dined, Heiwa would ask if there was any food left, as if fearing it would vanish after consumption. It is not to say that the strength of the body rivals that of fine iron, nor that the skin possesses the hardness of steel. That notion is a laughable fallacy. Human strength lies in its formidable resilience and the vital energy coursing within, much like the protective soft armor in the cultivation realm, which, while supple, can withstand various forms of harm without faltering. Su Mingyuan had never saved the number of her acquaintance, yet that number was indelibly etched in her mind, not through deliberate memorization, but rather subconsciously ingrained. Hey, what do you think? I feel like Sun has been a bit impulsive this time, Jaimir Nelson whispered to Montalis, nudging him with his arm. Elder Zhou waved his hand, his expression serious, rare for him to impart a philosophical insight on cultivation, which even caught Elder Wu's attention, revealing a hint of surprise. Indeed, our Ely carriage service has only 2 people. A voice echoed from within the room. Su Jiangnan remained silent. In his recollection, the Wei family seemed to be akin to local emperors in Wei City, with only the Han family holding any significant standing. However, based on Wei Che's remarks, it appeared they had entangled themselves with some formidable characters. Xing Tian had always been audacious and brutal in his presence, and he had longed to deliver a sound thrashing to him. Encountering a young Xing Tian, he would not let such an excellent opportunity slip by. The tearing pain and his shattered body left him with aching limbs, drained of inner strength and power, rendering him incapable of resistance, merely at the mercy of his opponent. With the fracture of his second rib, an overwhelming agony surged forth, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. In a fleeting thought, Shui Wuhan devised a strategy, moving like smoke, ethereal and agile, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes from every direction towards Lin Yan. the Antarctic continent, a realm only the bravest explorers dare to challenge, had now become humanity's ark to a new world, with billions of humans gathered there, awaiting relocation to a safe place. Akin to the peaceful earth of the Pijun Wuxia, offered no time for Sidu Hung to react, abruptly lifting his chin and delivering a kick to his chest, forcing him to swallow the object in his mouth. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered around the palace, drawn by the discovery of the Yuan Beast Palace. Jun Wuxia took a deep breath. The biting cold, the damp cliffs, the ropes, and the rapidly depleting spiritual energy had already begun to wear her down. The occasional gusts of fierce wind only heightened her trepidation, leaving her no choice but to remain vigilant. However, the mention of a debt of gratitude suggested prior contact with the Grand Lord. You wretched servant, if you continue to withhold the truth, I shall have my husband deliver you to the authorities. Your collusion in stealing from this estate will not allow you to escape death. Jiangshir's threats aimed to frighten Zarer into revealing the whereabouts of her dowry. Japanese? Why would the Japanese want to abduct me? Gao Zierwei furrowed his brow in confusion as he looked at Ling Yunpeng. Lu Fui's garments, stained with the blood of vengeful spirits, transformed into dried red wax, indicating that the hall was now devoid of any living presence. Miao Miao speculated that the extraction of Jingqi from Li Zhuan implied that the 10th miss was indeed problematic. As a member of the Communist Party, Guisi understood the significance of this newspaper. It could awaken countless slumbering Chinese to the cause of resistance. At this juncture, what was lacking was not their advanced combat prowess, but rather an abundance of ordinary members of the Yanlong to sift through various regions for illicit entry points. Gu's pitiful gaze tugged at G's heartstrings. What has happened to the old man? He will eventually become one himself. He should just say he is fine. Xiaoyu was never one to concede defeat. Even in the face of a kiss, she refused to allow herself to surrender. Though the distance appeared short, in reality, it was far. Yet with a little more force on her toes, there was still a chance. The sun had yet to rise, and she hesitated to light a candle, leaving the room in complete darkness. Gu Jinli could not discern the words on the letter, yet she had long memorized them. Her delicate fingertips brushed across the paper as her lips silently mouthed the verses inscribed upon it. Chapter 74. A Failed Endeavor. Ling Chengen positioned himself before Chongzhen, pushing the obstructive Chongzhen aside, and with remarkable speed, he snapped a stone in half, propelling it toward the figure concealed in the shadows. Upon hearing Ling Chengen's voice, Chang Tianchen suddenly vanished from sight, while the bone blade forged from the bones of beasts sliced through the fleeing crowd like a bolt of lightning, targeting the enemy's location. Really? Indeed. The moment Wang Feng ceased discussing that topic, Tang Yun's expression brightened, and she no longer rushed to hang up the phone. As they approached the opponent's stone cave, the adversaries had already spotted their approach and began firing from the rocky entrance. Zhou Chao and his companions pressed their bodies against the stone wall to avoid being struck by bullets. It turned out that Ming had just shed her outer garment, leaving only a form-fitting white undergarment beneath her thin cotton clothing. Yusei had evidently changed attire, and, upon hearing Song Zheng's voice, mischievously flung open the door. All right, let us discuss it inside. Since losing his powers, Chenyu had grown particularly sensitive to the cold, especially on such frigid nights. After searching several rooms without success, Shang Wanju, taking her words to heart, grasped Chenyu's hand and, instead of meticulously searching the secret chamber, merely glanced around before proceeding to another room, where they finally discovered a distinct secret chamber. According to Qin Yi's plan, this was the moment to seize the 25,000 spirit stones. Even if 20 blue-clad figures suddenly appeared to obstruct the 10 crucial Fengwu warriors, it would not pose a significant issue. She approached Xinyuan Huang, intending to embrace him warmly, but was abruptly pulled into another's embrace. Recognizing the familiar scent, she knew instantly that the culprit was Shang Wanju and glared at him discontentedly. Let go. Lu Hui observed the unfolding scene with joy, which he stifled. For Lin, she was about to lead Yun Yan in a pincer attack against Yang Ji, flanking them from behind. The once dormant heart rekindled with hope. He wished to ask if she was enduring hardship. Would she consider coming to the demon realm? At least she would not be bullied there. Xiaofu had only Xia Yan Ran as a child, and with Xia Mu's early passing, His dual role as both father and mother led to her spoiled and willful nature. Just yesterday, the national master had diagnosed the emperor's pulse. Yet he failed to uncover what Murong Qiao had discovered. Nangong Chun struggled to keep pace with Luo Liwan, synchronizing their steps as they faced the rising sun. She feared that once she revealed her intentions, Yu Chun would become angered. After all, this silver medal could not be an ordinary item, and as someone who practiced cultivation, he could not be completely oblivious to the anomalies at home. He had never mentioned matters concerning his family, indicating he must have his reasons. Although no one could definitively accuse Li Mingran of the deed, everyone suspected her involvement. She had soured the brotherly relationships, and those who had once cherished her would now come to despise her. Bai Meng's incessant chatter filled his ears as Yili merely nodded along with closed eyes, unaware of the old man's words. Jing Zhao in Li Mingjie felt a chill run down his spine, his mind racing as he gazed at the scene before the curtain, his temples throbbing in sync with his anxiety, wondering what it all meant. Chapter 75, Portable Space. Truly ruthless. Chang Tianshan sighed as he held the woman in his grasp. In terms of ruthlessness, I am far inferior to you. Chang Tianshan leaned slightly back, lifting his chin and casting a glance at the finger nearly touching his nose. Raising an eyebrow with a smirk. While we may speak freely, the question remains how to openly confess our relationship to everyone. Despite these days of turmoil, Xiaoyi still found herself at a loss. Consequently, she had lost quite a bit of hair over it. Xian Xingzi requested that they use their spaceship to shield against the planetary artillery fire ahead, providing cover for the countless Gundams descending onto the battlefield of the Star of Dynasty. He instructed them to detonate the missiles stored within the space ring on this planet. While concerning himself with their ancestral dynasty, Xian Xingzi had already targeted them. Taisher Han Ling led the disciples of the Tian Kuai sect into the burial ground of the Iron Corpse Gate, a site housing a multitude of coffins belonging to the sect's powerful predecessors. Just as Xiaoyu picked up her chopsticks to eat, she paused at Luan Ye's sudden remark. The collision of 4 armored off-road vehicles, along with the Song brothers and the already deceased Henkert and his men, vanished in that instant. No, I am not looking for Wei Jun or Wu Zhan. I am directly seeking you. Feng Yiming offered no further explanation, merely gesturing for her to leave, pondering the influence of Xinghai technology and Zhanxiong Group in foreign lands. The fire god was not one to act with arrogance due to age, and I Ching displayed no signs of disrespect, maintaining decorum, unlike his demeanor toward Zhao Zijua. Chu Kuangren rarely showed a smile, yet this rare expression was tinged with mockery. In his final moments, the corpulent man beheld a swift flash of green light before his consciousness succumbed to utter silence. It is commendable that this sword alone could secure a place among the top 50 swordsmen in the world. Regrettably, your heart harbors excessive malice. Yet your sword possesses too much compassion. A compassionate sword kills, lamented the man, who shook his head while clutching a wine bottle. Unless during the dark years of war, it was rare for powerful sovereigns to be slain, as the repercussions were simply too significant. In their understanding, the louder the cries of a newborn, the healthier the infant, and the less likely it would succumb to premature death. You truly are a charming gentleman, Fei Ge. For the first time, I found myself yearning for a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Ah Pei smiled beautifully, her gaze fixed intently upon Chun Fei's face, and she couldn't help but plant a heavy kiss on his cheek, producing a soft sound. In an instant, the artwork was ruined, yet he remained restless, hastily crumpling the paper into a ball and discarding it into the spittoon, watching intently as the paper became soaked and the ink blurred before he finally sighed in relief. Feng Rong was taken aback, asking what he intended to do with Sanlang. She had 3 sons, all bearing the surname Helian, destined to inherit her grandfather's legacy. Meanwhile, Chi Wan, who had been lying beside you, quickly ran over to the busy Inuzuka Hannah, seemingly gripped by an innate fear of Ye's mother. However, the events of that night made her somewhat inclined to believe Yin Pin's words. Indeed, the emperor was utterly captivated by Shigue Pin, and even before she had done anything, he was already anxiously protective of her. As he passed away, the Empress Dowager gazed up at the gloomy sky, pondering that perhaps it was for the best. He could accompany his father, who would surely take care of him. Living without caring for his son, yet in death. Perhaps seeing his son by his side would soften his heart. Chapter 76. Shima Tiangu Zhongzhen's concerns were indeed valid, and they mirrored what Ling Chengen was contemplating. While the group was not particularly afraid of retaliation from Snow Wolf tribe, as the leader, she had to consider the safety of the entire supply team. The tribal conflict was secondary. Lin had already proven his formidable combat prowess by single-handedly defeating 4 tribes, compelling them to surrender, which underscored Lin's strength. Coupled with the formidable Han Shan tribe, even Su Kong would have to think twice before making another move. Thus, the 3 bishops began to employ divine techniques, directing their power toward the ground, preparing to blast open the tunnel Benjamin had used to escape. However, just as they commenced their incantation, a thunderous sound erupted from behind them. "Hey, Airy, I wager you haven't yet gotten off that black girl's belly." A teasing voice rang from the phone. "All right, Mr. M.O." As M.O. Xian's words settled, Wang Dalong in the front seat nodded and gripped the steering wheel, heading toward the destination M.O. Xian had mentioned. As M.O. Xian's dedicated driver, Wang Dalong was well acquainted with the properties under M.O. Xian's jurisdiction. Yet, Tai Wei remained motionless in the water, with not a single bubble rising to the surface. This indicated she was holding her breath and not drowning, which was a good sign. Yet Changshi couldn't shake off her worries. Regarding L. Jianyu's request, Chuyu had no objections and nodded in agreement. Yang Jian wielded his 3-pronged, double-edged knife to forcefully slice open the water prison that confined the Hound of Heaven, scooping it up in his right hand before swiftly ascending into the sky, seeking to escape the pure water river. Since Jin Ye's true form had ascended to the immortal realm, he rarely practiced overnight anymore. Seeing Lin Peng's resolute determination, he hesitated no longer, raising a finger to ignite a cluster of blue flames. However, now everything had changed. The exquisite Jishuandan before them ignited a flicker of hope. Not just this pill, but the presence of a prodigious alchemist capable of crafting exquisite Jishuandan at the tender age of 12. From Gu Luo, they envisioned the future dominance of the Qing family over Xianyu town. As the blue space blurred, it gradually came into focus, revealing a scene. After wandering the mountains for quite some time, Lin Peng found nothing of interest and did not encounter that mysterious passerby again, chuckling as he shook his head. Across from him, dozens of gazes fixated on the young girl, some filled with curiosity, others with scrutiny, some admiring her beauty, and others expressing disdain toward her snake-controlling abilities. Gui was fortunate to arrive just before the new wave began. The two sat in silence, each meditating to cultivate their state to its zenith. At this moment, progress had been made on the revolver side. He had learned online about a bank's safe deposit box key. After visiting no less than 5 banks, he finally located the key's owner. Lu Fan was taken aback, and upon selecting a particular character, Lu Ji burst into laughter, devoid of the demeanor befitting a renowned scholar. The remaining 4, Lu Yin, Lu Yu, Kai Yong, and Huang Wan, wore expressions of dismay, sighing in confusion. Chapter 77. Shima Dark Market Zhongzhen observed Ling Chengen's curious expression, feeling a tinge of peculiarity but recalling his own past experiences. Before the age of 16, he had never visited the central mutual market. The market was indeed bustling, yet the vibrancy masked significant dangers lurking beneath. Additionally, many unscrupulous individuals sought to abduct young beastmen within the market. Generally, skilled practitioners, upon entering the Changxing secret realm, would refine their divine abilities, discarding any negative traits and purifying their innate celestial forms in pursuit of immortality. After regaining his strength, the holy warrior took a moment to recuperate before systematically issuing commands. Although the team instance did not explicitly identify these more intricate entities, Luke Davroloto had offered a bounty for them. Indeed, Su Fuji's arrival was not in his true form, merely a projection. Moreover, even should his true form arrive, the nobleman would not necessarily be guaranteed victory against Su Fuji, as he had at least a 30% chance of success, due to the effects of the meditative practice's breakthrough into the second round of refining the life field. Ichio speculated that the individual who issued him the card likely misjudged the situation. After 4 days shrouded in gloom, the heavens finally parted to reveal the sun, bathing the earth in autumn's golden light. Chairman Jiang was once again rendered speechless with excitement, more so than when she first laid eyes on that golden card. He paused, letting out an ambiguous, pained laugh from his nostrils, uncertain of what to say next. Level 5 anomalous plants and beasts were currently known to be the most formidable entities. Level 6 had yet to be recorded, and should any anomalous plant or beast ascend to level 6, it would indeed be a terrifying event. Instantly, the entire estate erupted with screams, and hundreds of guards surged toward the commotion. As for Liu Erishio, his face drained of color, dark and terrifying. He uttered not a word, merely fixing Dragon Ao Tian with a cold, piercing gaze. Notify shitting. Prepare to send a 7th batch of 1 million demonic creatures to the Black Demon Hall. Howren commanded once more. This time, the Dark Demon God was set to act against him, and he too should ready himself to avoid a catastrophic misstep. After speaking, the 9 Nether Demon Emperor stepped into the void, and with that single step, those observing from a distance felt the very fabric of the void tremble, as torrents of terrifying chaotic currents burst forth from the horrifying rifts in the void. Chapter 78. Soaring salt prices. The kitchen held significant importance within the residence, as it catered to the daily meals of nearly 200 individuals. By authenticating with a real name account, one could apply for a live stream room, setting the room's detailed information and submitting it for official review, a process that required little effort. Typically, the big-faced man appeared to be a reclusive tycoon, yet he unexpectedly held such stature within the wood realm. Fortunately, Wang Feng was merely concerned for her son, and after a round of comforting words, her anger subsided. No. Yin Zhen held a cup, skimming the floating leaves with the lid, his gaze lowered, obscuring his emotions. Lin Han attempted to strike a skill at the bushes, but was narrowly evaded by a backward sidestep. Were it not for Fiji's presence, the impulsive Prince Qian and his companions would have rushed in to disperse the so-called Environmental Protection Group. Bai Huiron was somewhat astonished to see her mother emerge from the room, as the old lady had been complaining of discomfort for days and had barely left her chamber. Today was indeed an exception, highlighting Tian Qianqian's significance in her heart. As for the Taoist robe he wore, it followed a similar reasoning. His current identity is not that of a prominent sect member. Rather, the elaborate Taoist robe and artifacts he adorns are more of an eyesore. This is precisely why he hastily crafted the Taoist robe. The bomber once again released incendiary bombs within the target confirmed by the helicopter, followed by 2 airborne divisions rapidly descending from the sky. With the helicopter's artillery providing cover, all paratroopers landed on the ground without obstruction. It is truly absurd. If he truly cared, would Feng Zhao not have come to visit after being ill for so long? The others were also momentarily taken aback. Coercion? As I glanced at Wu Sun and Yu Li, curiosity and doubt crept into their expressions. Instantly, the gazes of several guards towards Ning Wei shifted, losing their previous caution. Very well, we shall set out tomorrow. Let Zhang Lian send take both Chongting and Gucheng. Wang Bing Zhao made a decisive statement. Boom, boom, boom. The nationalist artillery positions were engulfed in flames. A third of the 36 mountain guns were lost in the first round of Japanese fire. Initially, there was defiance. No. However, after repeated attempts, the soup served by Yu Li would suddenly vanish. Meanwhile, Wang Mama's complexion turned ashen as she finished reading through one ledger after another, and beads of sweat cascaded down her plump face. The Joan grass, with its myriad of herbal variations exceeding 1,000 types, rendered the examination within the Dan Dao steel illusion unprecedentedly challenging, requiring prolonged contemplation to answer each question. Yet, we clearly saw the words "free" written outside. Do not deceive me. Recalling Ru Li's warning about the plethora of swindlers in the divine realm, Zijin felt emboldened. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng emerged from the tree hollow, pointed a finger, and unleashed a wave of demonic energy that struck the body of the python-tailed lion. At the moment when significant changes were occurring within the higher echelons of Mu Yi, Xing Yi Bing found herself alone in the deadly forest of the CHN examination. As for claims of the sea breeze choking one's throat, the wind speed was hardly at level 3, and the fleet was sailing with the favorable winds. It turned out that classmate Helena had also learned the art of nonsensical rambling. This place was supposed to be abandoned. However, due to Shimura Danzo's covert actions. It remained intact. Bring him here, place him within my armor. He shall accompany me to the battlefield or barracks every day, Zhang Ziqing declared without hesitation. DMO, year required growth, and the best way to achieve that was to absorb the spiritual and magical energies of enemies on the battlefield. Ru Li donned the monkey mask upon her face for added amusement. Haha, husband, you look splendid in the fox mask, she teased, her expression lively and endearing. Xiao Yumin felt a shiver as she caught a glance from Mo Yu Jingchun. Although the weather was warm and gentle, it felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She traversed the playground and the scenic forest, fortunate not to encounter any patrolling instructors. She sauntered towards the rear section of the school, nearing the dormitory building. It must be noted that without a breakthrough in strength, his status within the organization would remain stagnant, and he had no desire to linger in fun as an inconspicuous infiltrator. In fact, during the era in which Lin lived, news of death from tetanus had become exceedingly rare, thanks to the modern society's increasingly advanced and refined medical technology. Meanwhile, Buzzer sprinted from the right low post, using Millsap as a shield to dash towards the right low post. Following the calamity, Chun Ping and his companions realized that the Maple Leaf Martial Arts Hall would inevitably fall, yet Du Kai could only offer them words of comfort, stirring a mix of emotions in Chun Ping and the others. However, Chun Ping's situation was no less optimistic. After all, they were up against a professional assassination company, and their exposure had provided the enemy with a clear target. Consequently, the enemy concentrated their firepower on Chun Ping and his group. Nevertheless, this was not the time to ponder such matters. She felt her internal energy being gradually siphoned into Su Qian's body. Only by transcending could one achieve an ineffable and profound understanding, allowing a trace of extraordinary power to manifest within the body. Pavard indeed handled the ball with his hand. At that moment, his arm had failed to remain close to his body, slightly increasing his defensive area. Lu Zihan reminded the opponent. Upon speaking, her brows furrowed slightly. The Master Sister's strength was formidable, having mastered the essence of the divination path inherited from their Ming Yu Holy Island, allowing her to predict the future and divine the way of heaven with uncanny abilities. The plump fellow, upon hearing this, fell silent in fear, yet trembled all over, his panic difficult to quell. At this moment, Shun Muyu felt a tremendous force within her body, striving to break free and leap forth. Yet, what Shun Muyu needed to do was to suppress this force with all her might, knowing that if allowed to escape, her power would ascend to the Void Realm. Chapter 79. Seeking Compensation. Still within the East Palace, as per your instructions, everything remains as usual. However, no abnormalities were detected, nor any contacts noted. The Crown Prince spoke, his brow furrowed. The century-old shaman suddenly swung a knife, severing the right hand of the shaman cleanly, then discarded the blade. Upon hearing Long Ya's words, those soldiers who had previously risen from the water had now knelt once more, heads bowed low, faces filled with shame, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. Yang Tianbo found his actions rather cold and overly theatrical. Did he think others couldn't see through a charade? Sigh. I will henceforth refer to such a person as a brother. It is a grave insult to my intelligence. The more he thought this way, the more inexplicably sorrowful he felt. Whether from the Holy Fire Church world, the Western world, or the Eastern United Empire, once arriving at the Eastern Royal City, they were swiftly subdued. It is essential to recognize that these guards are not mere peak experts of the Qinfa realm. Their cultivation has been honed through genuine combat on the battlefield, fundamentally different from those who merely train without practical experience. Upon hearing this, Wang Lao nearly cursed, feeling that both victory and defeat were being exploited by him. Yet he had the audacity to claim it was even, though Emperor Yongchang attempted to flee at once. It was evident he could not escape. How could his steed outrun the demonic blood knights led by General Fu Hongbing? As the temperature continued to drop, Mu Mian worried that Sheng might freeze, yet there was no means to send supplies as in modern times. Can you imagine? While watching an animated show, just as the mystery is about to be revealed, an advertisement suddenly pops up. The discomfort is palpable, backed by the immense influence of the Dong family from Jiangnan. Who in Yang City would dare to disrespect him? Although these families may appear weak, They are not like those rootless families from Jiangnan province. Upon hearing this, glancing at Su Hao's ambiguous smile, Jiang Che shuddered, hastily shaking his head and leaving the office. This is the shortest route to the Di Tsong's secret realm. The longer we delay, the greater the danger. There is no choice. Shui Ling Long exclaimed angrily, her eyes filled with displeasure. You family, do you truly wish to eradicate us completely? A voice filled with fury resonated from Yanshan City, as a robust figure suddenly soared out, standing before the army of cultivators. Long Jing's beautiful eyes sparkled with approval as she nodded, increasingly inclined to have Master Wu Xiang serve as the instructor for the Dragon Battle Squad. As for what decision Amelia would make next, the Wandering Lan was not particularly concerned. Just as he would not obstruct Ronnie's will, he felt the same towards Amelia. The sky echoed once more with an enchanting howl, as countless fire meteors tore through the void, descending from the heavens, instantly breaking the stalemate between the two skeletal kings and their adversaries. An unexpected incident occurred within the city, and the St. York Cathedral, serving as the headquarters, was bustling with activity. High-ranking undead continuously entered and exited to report on the situation, while also conveying various orders from the upper echelons of the council. Are we to begin sharpening our swords again? On liant incroyable, observing longues actions. Over the years of their acquaintance, both were well aware of each other's peculiarities. The most unfortunate was Sun In Shun, whose activities were just about to commence, yet he and the host had not even taken the stage. Suasi fully expanded his perception, ensuring that the knight before him could not eavesdrop on the voices of the two ladies. After bidding farewell to Yin Ping Ho, Madame Han summoned someone to inquire in detail about the earlier events, seeking clarity, particularly regarding whether Lu Fu Rong was akin to Jin Yuer. Today, Haichuan finally released the pent-up emotions that had been restrained for so long, leaving him feeling quite at ease and in high spirits. Reflecting on the current situation, with the north, west, and southeast besieging them, he pondered the implications if the southwest were to join in. What would happen to Mi Hui? Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, as the aura radiating from Wang Qi became exceedingly chaotic, oscillating between oppressive force, femininity, refreshing breezes, and a chilling, murderous intent. Typically, a practitioner of Tian Luo Di Wang at this level could only achieve an additional 900 gene of strength. However, the high gods discovered that with personal training, this limit could indeed be surpassed, whether by 10 or 20 gene. As long as there was improvement, they were willing to pursue it. Ultimately, Carl did not refuse to board the ship with Knight Han Bonnie, as he realized that the area encompassed by the magical seal of Silvertide City was unexpectedly vast, extending to 12 nautical miles off the coastline. This skill, compared to the previous transformation, lacked the instantaneous teleportation behind an enemy, yet offered a significant increase in movement speed. Between the two, at least in Yi Zhang's eyes, the enhancement in movement speed prevailed. 5 times the speed. What terror would that unleash? What kind of magical essence could possibly prevent the demise of the 5 elementalist with just 3 strikes? Zhang Jianhang, Amitskis, Pulet Si Jiandao, flipping him over to pin him beneath. Zheng Chun hang lavished kisses upon the soft, fragrant skin, relishing the sensation of burying his head in the crook of Shi Chen's neck, fervently marking that tender flesh with crimson impressions. Qin Haonan contemplated whether Fang Zhen could handle the situation. However, before he could finish his thought, Fang Zhen had already taken action. Chapter 80. Shamelessness. The Snake Mountain orc gazed at the retreating figure with sudden regret for his indiscretion in provoking the wrath of this formidable being. It was too late. Guang Si sighed heavily as he departed with several clan members, while Chang Tian Chen stood with crossed arms beneath a tree, his expression icy, disdainfully watching the others leave. Customers had filed complaints for not capturing the required footage, inundating various authorities, including the Public Security Bureau, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Investment Bureau, the Health Bureau, and even the Environmental Bureau. Wu Chengjing, intrigued, inquired of Duo Liang Shangzhe, calculating that as long as the other party's requests were not overly excessive, he could accommodate them. Should they provoke him, he suggested they take a moment to gauge the Martial Arts Association. Numerous wealthy individuals or their relatives had fallen victim to cancer, and this expensive oral medication could yield immediate results, curing any type of cancer. Shortly thereafter, he began considering which herbs could be utilized to concoct a similar elixir. During the trial, media reporters were present, and teacher Su noted them capturing images of me and Wen Su Yen. As the time for filming approached, on the eve of departure, Duo Ya and Huiyun Zhou each prepared their luggage. No one raised any objections, and with the recent demonstration of authority, none would dare challenge his face. There were no records of any violations or criminal activities, no marriages, no stable partners, nor any emotional entanglements. 3 iron-billed birds, caught off guard, were struck directly. Their bodies, though sturdy, were no match for the resilience of the sword-horned serpent, crushed beneath the heavy door, leaving them bloodied and mangled. Coupled with the previously acquired Yuan Shui sword technique, he obtained 3 volumes of spiritual classics, a truly bountiful reward. "You must reward me with such a kiss," Lung Chun Su remarked before pressing the accelerator and continuing to drive. Feeling the searing pain across his face, he was filled with confusion, desiring to understand what had transpired and why he had been injured. After all, they could not reach Lung Ji's level without him. They would likely never hear the subtle changes in melody so close to the pavilion. Just then, a large crowd surged into the meeting venue, clamoring and making their way toward Mo Shu. This was precisely to monitor the movements of the Zong Daoists in tandem with Kong Ming Zong, ready to adapt as necessary. The scarcity of alchemists compared to weapon forgers arose from the requirement for a practitioner to possess both fire and wood attributes within their body, unlike weapon forgers, who needed only fire attribute cultivators to learn the craft. The leader of the guards glanced at GMO, filled with shock, vigilance, and fear. Could it be that this individual had already reached the realm of Yunjian with just a sword chi? The sensation in his body felt remarkably strange and unfamiliar as he lay on the spacious balcony of the 3rd floor. Sun Wan pondered in confusion and distress, gently massaging his temples. Bah! Sister Wang shot a fierce glare at the screen showing in Yo, wishing she could leap out and kick him if not for being in combat mode. However, he was not a person who could transcend worldly desires, unable to maintain abstinence. Thus he could only grit his teeth and endure the torment. As you anticipated, were the brief yet weighty words that struck Sun Wan's heart like a hammer. Chapter 81. Fox, Fox. So, Great Chang Tian? Chen also wondered how she would respond. Leaping down from the pile of supplies and following Ling Cheng in like a little tail. Zheng Zhen glanced at the bone blade in her hand, hesitated for 2 seconds, and offered the bamboo cup he had set aside. Only this. To be honest, he disengaged the safety of the weapon in his hand, aiming at Jiang Feng's leg, his face adorned with a sarcastic, icy smile. Yet to her, this was merely a contest, not a deadly struggle. She had already lost. In the audience, fans waving support sticks shook their companions who had become entranced. Youth was a blessing. Even if a bit foolish, it could be forgiven. The white coat smiled, offering no explanation regarding the use of personnel at that level. From the moment the stone door opened, she rushed over in mere moments. Even if Qin Feng departed, they would inevitably cross paths. So where had he vanished? Because no matter how beautiful you are, a slime can transform to match your beauty and perhaps even surpass it with a better figure. Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, she struck his chest a few times. Upon seeing her flushed face, Gu Ting Xiao decided not to tease her further. Upon learning of the situation, Li Bing immediately began investigating in Luoyang, discovering that 28,000 acres of farmland had not been sown. Even the illustrious gun saint, in such an unexpected situation devoid of warning or time to react, found himself utterly helpless. Presently, the number of individuals kidnapping him was still minimal. Yet as the game progressed, the risk of everyone attempting to abduct him loomed large. As Mr. Wu's trusted aide, they were well aware of the family's affairs, knowing that the second son was most unruly, while Wu Run was a man of integrity and cleanliness, leading to incessant arguments whenever they met. And no way to mediate. Su Mu understood that Hu Shun possessed formidable martial arts skills. Should he lose control of his emotions, a severe beating was inevitable. The rotund figure opened the box, revealing it filled with glistening red beans, each one radiating a captivating sheen. At this moment, C2 Jingliang stood outside the operating room. gazing coldly at the illuminated sign that read operating room. A bitter smile crept onto his lips as he muttered, "Fan Xinsha from now on. May you never cross our paths again." This sentiment, in essence, indicated his resolution to no longer hold her accountable. Yu Feng devised a strategy to accompany Yi Jing in a game of Go throughout the afternoon, aiming to exhaust her mentally, thereby ensuring she would find solace and rest come evening. When Xianyi entered, he was met with a room overflowing with red paper, each adorned with bold and vibrant characters of good fortune. Despite some being unevenly written, the overall display radiated joy and festivity. Indeed, destroy her, in her heart and mind. He was already absent. He could not bear to witness her assisting a fool, robbing him of the glory that rightfully belonged to him. The Empress Dowager swayed, tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to smile, only for her lips to quiver, releasing her tears. She self-deprecatingly wiped her tears, inadvertently smearing her hand with blood. Qing Lian gasped, "Your Highness, you are bleeding." Yet the Empress Dowager remained in a daze, staring at the blood on her hand. Observers noted that Xia, appearing no older than 17 or 18, had already attained the rank of a third-grade official, specifically a chief assistant, despite being ranked fourth within the Central Command Office. Nevertheless, in terms of actual power, he was second only to the Commander-in-Chief. In Chapter 82, Qingyun Tuji, she raised her gaze, surprised by the gleam of excitement on her face. He had mentioned the domestication of the Panjiao cattle casually, unaware of her interest, considering her capabilities would allow her to easily hunt wild Panjiao cattle. Are domesticated Panjiao cattle expensive? Aske Ling Chengen. Baisi Punda. They are worth double that of a deceased prey, but considerably cheaper than salt stones. An adult bull would typically cost around 4 blue coins. Observing the teleportation talisman in Xiao Zhao's hand, Yin felt a familiar energy emanating from it. You still expect me to retrieve elixirs from him? Are you wishing for my demise? Yizhu's expression darkened suddenly. Countless sword scars filled Chun Feng's vision, transforming into intricate sword techniques, coalescing into sets of sword forms. While not profoundly advanced, these were treasures to Chun Feng, crucial to his understanding of the sword path. Exhaling heavily, Yang Jian's body felt the toll of the lengthy battle. He recalled his unfinished task. The circuit board was his true objective. Before long, a buzzing sound arose from behind him, as the monstrous insects began to surge forward. Yizhu shouted fiercely as a bolt of lightning erupted with a resounding crack. As petals rushed towards him, Linbo leaned back sharply, narrowly avoiding the attack. But the sword in his hand was dislodged by Tao Chuan's renewed force, arcing through the air before plunging into the ground. After Dong Feng Ying spoke, Wang Ho regained his composure. From such a distance from the auction stage, he was captivated by Li Shui's allure after just a few glances. The first creature to enter his sight was a monster known as Komodo, smaller than Mei Kai yet armed with exceptionally sharp claws. This creature bore a humanoid resemblance, a form that granted it a full array of lethal weaponry. Wang Ju spoke while retrieving a jade-like token from his pocket, intricately engraved with dragon and cloud patterns on one side, while the other remained blank, resembling Xiao Mingfeng's design, instructing him to meld his blood into it, as previously discussed. This indicated that the fourth Holy Grail War unfolding in Dongmu City had rendered the killer incapable of becoming a master, with the magical spirit's ranks shifting to those summonable by Sakura Matu. Unfazed, "Do you truly know this place?" Zhao Qiuyang followed, responding to the plump man's words with a cold huff. Shouyang's body was slightly hunched. The bullet that struck him was undoubtedly painful, and he pressed his right hand tightly against his abdomen, unable to stem the blood flow. The fierce clash between nearly 2,000 individuals ignited fervor among all present, as a rising gang faced off against the city's most formidable faction, leading to a newfound respect for each other's strength. Zimu. And Kuer shook Qin Zimu's arm, clinging to her last hope. Muyu Chun had been at odds with the Yin family for quite some time. Were it not for desperation, she would not have sought Qin Zimu. "Very well, as long as you are happy," Lily nodded, gazing at the expanse of magma stretching over 100 kilometers, extending his right hand to summon an enormous hand, akin to that of a deity, which suddenly appeared in the air. "All right, we will devise a strategy to confront the necromancer. By the way, Carl remains at the Holy Seas base, correct? Having received the mission information, he truly deemed it unnecessary to endure the lengthy discourse of the big-nosed cardinal, swiftly changing the subject. In Chapter 83, Chan Xiong Bai Ba, she observed the neatly arranged herbs on the stall, though she recognized few, prompting her to inquire of Ling Chen, who held a radish. What purpose do these herbs serve? Ling Chengen replied, they have various uses, including pest control, phlegm relief, cough suppression, and some are for treating constipation and aiding digestion. You of Han Mountain produce Xinhe grass and Dihu, do you not? If needed, we could exchange some for reserves to alleviate phlegm and dispel wind cold. Shang Wushuang focused her thoughts, collecting the remaining corrupted flesh of the trolls and the evil spirits into the Wanyao Ling, noticing the bustle around her. Ning, she was taken aback by how much effort the attendants had to exert for a mere meal. Fu Yu fell into contemplation. Perhaps he would never comprehend Gu Anhao's love, nor would he cease to believe that her current decision was misguided. Yet, who truly needed to understand Gu Anhao's intentions and affections? Resolving to make the most of her first year in this world, Ning, she aimed to bring joy to all those around her. Sun Jinsha, serving as the close confidant of the Yonghe Emperor, managed the inner palace and the Emperor's secret intelligence network, showcasing his formidable abilities. However, Sun Rue was most surprised by Lin Xiaojia's assignment, as she revealed that her task mirrored that of her brother. In my view, Bai Ge, you will undoubtedly need to gather gold. If you wish to acquire the finest equipment promptly, purchasing is essential. Alas, brother, you will regret this. Echoed the sentiments of both Dong Tianshi and Zhao Tianshi. Previously, after Lianer entered the palace, she felt discontent over Lianer's acquiescence to allow the Jiang family to become concubines, leading her to neglect any inquiries regarding Aunt Jiang for all these years. No, brother. I am willing. I'm more than willing. Huang Mao hastily waved his hands, reasoning that barking like a dog was far preferable to having his fingers severed. Losing a finger would last a lifetime, while mimicking a dog was merely a momentary loss of dignity, leading Huang Mao to unhesitatingly choose the latter. Lu Mingxian and Lu Mingfu gifted a hand-stitched longevity picture, with the characters written by Mr. Lan, and the sisters laboriously embroidered over the course of a month, as they could not offer anything more valuable. The old duke would hardly value such gifts, but it would serve as a token of their sincerity. Upon witnessing the panicked expressions of those around him, Yu Zhongyu hastily exited the scene, and no one dared to impede his departure. Very well, I shall teach you a few moves, so you may grasp the essence of true martial arts. Akita, he declared as he rose. Shun Outyin and the cultivators retreated several miles, and after some time, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, releasing a surge of power as two grand figures appeared, looking disheveled. Shin Fan, I like you. As she sensed the gazes of those around her, Lu Wire's heart raced. However, she was acutely aware that this was an extraordinary opportunity. If she let it slip by, regret would come too late. Thus, she raised her head, her resolute gaze fixed firmly on Shun Fan, and declared loudly, I am fine now. Why waste money unnecessarily? Xian, you should proceed to handle the discharge procedures immediately. Aunt Wang spoke to Xian at her side. Indeed, isn't this akin to the Buddhist principle of laying down the weapon and achieving enlightenment? Xiaoying quickly chimed in. Master, Tan Shun supported Yuan Wan, who gestured for Tan Shun to observe the situation in the water mirror. Chapter 84, The Fox Strikes Back. Ling Chengen cast a fleeting glance at him, swiftly flipping the meat and radish slices in the pan with his spatula, and inquired in a nonchalant tone, Did you sleep well? Rong Zhen touched the still damp ends of her hair and smiled. Consequently, they whispered among themselves, acknowledging that the child was correct. If an apology was due, the manager should be brought forth to offer a sincere one. The legendary warrior El Bu had finally met his demise, marking the irrevocable end of his fate as a warlord in the late Han dynasty. If you plead with this heir, I would not mind allowing you sisters to enter the Chong Ningbo residence with proper etiquette, Lu Jiming arrogantly proclaimed, confident that Gu Chaoyan would acquiesce to his proposal. I have no regrets. As long as she is your wife, I stand firm in my choice. Luo Qima gazed up at him. At this moment, even when confronted with beings of the first tier of human immortality and the fourth stage of ghost immortality, Possessing strategic acumen could assuredly lead to their demise. In the blink of an eye, the word death became unimpeded, transforming into a streak of lightning that struck Elder Ma's body. Chen engaged in sparring with Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Su, predominantly in foot combat, which he had never employed on the battlefield until now, as he initially tested its might. Thrusting his spear at Wu Di, unfazed by the formalities of apprenticeship, he graciously handed Gao Yuan a business card, encouraging him to visit his home whenever he could. Everyone was in high spirits, and noticing the time had passed 10, with the casino growing busier, Gao Yuan suggested they leave, while old Zhou and Boss Qian served tea to send them off. Especially the dark demon god, the great mage, and the roaring tiger, known for their penchant for bloody slaughter, flooded the screen with barges, obscuring much of the live broadcast. Jiao Hongzhu and Xianlai's expressions changed drastically, as notorious wanted individuals. They sensed that this unexpected visit, ostensibly for inspection, was perhaps aimed at locating them. The passengers, having sacrificed much to journey to the capital, could not simply depart. Thus they had no choice but to surrender their points, however disgruntled they felt. She glimpsed the slumbering Qin Rue beside her, initially startled, but moments later, her mind cleared. In contrast, the third-generation Thunder Shadow was consumed entirely by the flames of Amaterasu, yet within mere seconds. The remnants from the reincarnation of the earth coalesced back into the form of the third-generation Thunder Shadow. They might forego food, but the children could not. The rice jar at home was nearly empty. Without purchasing food to stave off hunger, how could this mother nourish her young child? However, it soon emerged that the recruits were all recent graduates, lacking experience in the core technology of chips. With Lin Huai's ability to manipulate the energies of two foreign conglomerates, a mere flick of his finger could render them devoid of burial grounds. And Yixin took a deep breath. She was typically adept at debate, yet now she wished to refrain from further explanation. He had indeed created a device that allowed entry into the five-dimensional space without death. Within, Gu Jifeng addressed Nishikawa Mihue. "Are you at the Internet CAF?" He promptly messaged his newly added friend with the nickname Fei, the Empire's Shadow, an organization founded by the founding emperor, an ancient force that has persisted for over 1,000 years. The last bastion guarding the empire? What nonsense is this? Chapter 85, The Serpent. Fei Yihan tilted his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, his cerulean eyes shimmering like an endless ocean, captivating Yanlan's gaze, drawing her into the blue sea he had woven. "Indeed, we were merely acquaintances before. Now is the time for action," Li Yi remarked with a cheeky grin. "Please come in." Upon hearing that voice, I sensed that this man was extraordinary. The confidence he exuded was not something an ordinary person could possess. While Thomas anxiously awaited the completion of Chu Xian's magical cannon launch, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, surpassing any previous life-threatening crisis. An utterly insurmountable death threat. After she finished speaking, I fell silent. It appeared that their intentions were indeed purposeful, seeking to control not only Benhai, but perhaps all of China. As a true Chinese man, I would certainly not allow such a thing to transpire. How could we permit the Japanese to wreak havoc on our own territory? Yi Junyi sat at the long table, frightened, propping herself up and leaning back. However, Rue Wang was unwilling to let her go, as he seized her chin, pouring wine into her mouth. "Forget it. No need for explanations. Let them think as they wish. As for my gender, some believe, while others doubt. Let them speculate," she mused. In October, while the Duke of Chao, Wan Yinyong, remained in Tokyo, he initiated a rebellion, claiming the throne in Liaoyang and renaming the era to dating, deposing Wan Yanliang, who continued southward amidst chaos in the rear courtyard. And Nuo, with extensive connections, could assist Xiao Ziqian in many areas, and it was precisely due to this accumulation of supportive effects that Xiao Ziqian grew increasingly appreciative of Nuo. His movements were somewhat coarse. Under the influence of sedatives, Zhou stirred slightly, mumbling indistinctly. A hoarse yet gentle voice suddenly reached his ear, akin to a thunderclap in clear skies, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he turned to seek the source. She gasped for breath, her heart racing, nervously scanning for Zhou Lu's figure, but finding none. Zhou nodded and agreed, passing by the mall to purchase a gift before heading to Professor Su's residence. However, when Jixiao rubbed her eyes and looked again, Han Zhan was still moving, but this time she realized that his movement was merely an unconscious action, something that occurs when a person is in a state of sleep or stupor. She patted her chest, realizing she was merely scaring herself. Adjusting the instrument, Xikong Bao subsequently activated its brief, autonomous driving function. Images of Tan Yunting and Dai La seated opposite one another flooded her mind. Initially, she believed it was mere coincidence until she spotted Dai La, convincing her it truly was a coincidence. Outside, conversations could be heard faintly through the door. After answering the phone, the manager began to grope Su Ninan indiscriminately, confiscating her phone before promptly shutting it off. She believed Zhou, he should have his own thoughts. Yet he showed none, perfunctorily stating that she should take charge of everything. As the vortex of energy surged, the fallen leaves danced in the absence of wind, forming a yellow-brown whirlwind that rapidly spiraled into his palm. This secret realm was indeed quite suitable for setting traps, Li Daoren mused, as he concealed his presence. Drawing near to the battleground, Luo Shui had just witnessed Qin Yang and Bing Xuanwu seemingly engaged in a transaction, prompting her to wonder whether Qin Yang had sold him out. Noticing the powerful figures from the secular world outside, once they entered Baishou town, they all resembled submissive children, not daring to utter a word. However, with this, Jin Xingjia's body could only descend freely in midair, unable to perform any other actions. Zhou Qing was also oblivious to whether she genuinely misunderstood Yi Fei's hint or was simply rejecting it. As he plummeted, Mo Chen desperately attempted to grasp the rocky wall. Yet it was slick with moss, situated in a dark and damp area. As soon as the words left his mouth, his classmates trembled like leaves, eagerly devouring their meals with fervor. Their strength is no less than that of Q Ing Ing, yet out of guilt, they lowered their heads before her. Two bolts of lightning intertwined, tearing apart the night sky, while the clear starry heavens were filled with thunder and lightning, leaving many in awe. WNCH shook her head. She was currently enjoying the meal prepared at JNSHY's request, which contained nearly 10 dishes, sufficient to satiate her appetite. The first thing Jing Yuan did upon arriving at the hotel was to change out of her casual attire into a fitted blouse and a strikingly sexy black silk skirt. Ying, already lacking in stamina, found his range of movement significantly reduced after 70 minutes, and his passing accuracy fell short of earlier standards. As the two teams lingered at the entrance of the players' tunnel, Wisting began to carelessly spout banter, eliciting laughter from his teammates. Chapter 86. The Fierce Battle with SH Ngu. The next morning, the supply team commenced packing, creating the illusion of preparing for their return journey. ZHN wished to explore the mutual market, having spent the previous morning sleeping and dealing with the Aishiying tribe in the afternoon, leaving no time to stroll through the market. The mutual market occurs only once a month, and missing this opportunity would mean waiting until the following month. To ensure that this ambush would not be in vain, ZHN needed to verify the status of those in the dark market and inquire about their return schedule and route. Consequently, the queue of people grew tense, each whispering anxiously among themselves. Indeed, I could do it too. Ha ha, this concealed dart, once coated with CHSH poison, is remarkably effective. Even a shot to the foot can be lethal. DNMGOZ chimed in. In truth, among the poisons collected in the Butterfly Valley, this is merely one type, alongside others like HNML and YNMSN, each more viciously perverse than the last. Li Djing found great utility in this vocal performance, thoroughly enjoying himself as he clapped along to the music, eventually panting as he concluded his performance and redirected his focus to the live television broadcast. Surrounding him were numerous tables and chairs, along with weapon racks displaying a variety of arms, from broad blades to long spears, all in abundance. Before entering the room, SMN glanced toward the shadow outside the courtyard, spotting a figure approximately 1.70 meters in height, with a slender build. Although she could not clearly see the face, she recognized who it was. It was always such a coincidence, prompting a slight raise of her eyebrows. Similarly, LUNF ing refrained from intervening in the exchange between SMN and the masked individual, seemingly aware that the other party should know the true identity of the masked man, hence her calm demeanor. She typically had no communication with YSHO, yet perhaps due to their shared bloodline, they could occasionally sense each other's emotions with a mere glance. On the plane, what was initially intended to be a charter flight ended up requiring a ticket purchase due to a lack of available aircraft. She had grown accustomed to going to the lower level of the junior teaching building after class, as it was the path J, NCH, and ZH would take. The elderly lady had previously mentioned that she might have indeed calculated the solar eclipse, which piqued her interest in him. After some time spent together, she increasingly felt that he was deeply enigmatic. WICZH was unsure how to explain things to her. He figured that once she saw him lively and well, she would naturally be at ease. Beside Ying Tuling, there lay a finely crafted coffin, which contained the remains of his deceased wife, HSH. In this era, opening a pawn shop and engaging in usury were nearly synonymous. Those who practiced such trades were deemed benevolent, employing enforcers to carry out acts of charity. Everyone knew that the current GU clan had long since become an appendage of the TICHS. Hearing these words, Professor Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow, questioning why this specter of a trust would not fade away. L remained composed, approaching him with a courteous greeting as the two men shook hands gently. Moreover, his feelings for HL and LN had long been depleted by her incessant, unreasonable outbursts. She disregarded the contents of the bundle and directly yanked something out. It was only when she discovered a white cloth bag within that she paused. The front line of nearly 1,000 cavalrymen was clad in iron armor, embodying the most elite heavy cavalry of the Mongolian forces, undaunted and unfazed. Even if the lead bullets from bird guns struck them, they could not penetrate their thick armor unless at close range. Li Ting paid no mind to the insults hurled at him. He leaped from the water basin to the window, noting that the flames outside were beginning to diminish, indicating that the fire would soon be extinguished. Chapter 87. A Taper Tale. At the same time, the giant MSHU shifted its attack direction. NCH ing T, NCH N, and ZH ing ZH and immediately sensed the change. L ing CH ing N, be careful. ZH ing ZH N called out, observing several swift black-furred giants armed with various weapons advancing towards her back. She wished to lend assistance, but was held back by two giant beastmen. CH ing TN CHN, undeterred, shed his half-human, half-beast form, transforming into a massive maw stretching several meters above, not very high, perhaps a little over 1 meter. Elsu's cousin climbed up first, then pulled both her and Elsu up. One in every 3 or 4 souls questioning the underworld would seek alternative paths, forcefully breaking through the illusions they had just conjured. This XY Oshu J-ing not only possessed breathtaking brilliance, but also had the potential to enhance one's cultivation. With such an item in possession, it was akin to carrying a cultivation sheet. While others might toil for 10 days, one would only require a day, achieving unparalleled strength. However, that half-piece of ink stick appeared somewhat peculiar, not only dark with flecks of starry light, but also emanating a soothing fragrance. What is wrong with hitting someone? I'm targeting you, MX declared, exuding an air of unreasonable defiance, clearly aligning with Ping Y. While ordinary individuals might not discern the presence of souls within a grave, this was not a concern for her grandfather, who could ascertain whether the tomb contained anyone without needing to excavate. The Suji Ojing P had always resided within her waist pouch, which had never leaked. If it had been opened, she would undoubtedly have sensed it. How could it have vanished without reason? When I saw the masked figure behind me gaze at the numerous corpses scattered about, delight gleamed in his eyes, as if he were observing the remains of children in an abandoned factory. As the QNLOTU approached, G Ing CH Ing, having risen to prominence since the crowning of the crown prince, suddenly fell ill. They claimed that your brother had harmed his fellow disciples and was taken away, confined to the isolation chamber, with the Grand Elder stating he would be escorted to TNM in F Ing on a chosen day. ZH Ing Z Ru furrowed his brow, studying Y and W Xness expression. Yet, He felt compelled to assess the emperor's ailment to determine whether he was beyond remedy, allowing Ji Ing Yu Q Ing and the others to prepare for the aftermath. What impure motives could there possibly be? If one were to speak of impurity, it would merely be due to your attractive appearance. This was Yn's second soul skill, Hu Ji Ing Zhyn, capable of coating parts of the body in solid granite, thus achieving both offensive and defensive capabilities. Yn volunteered to be the first to confront him, Ring F, largely due to this soul skill. Is there? Y Chuan inquired, observing J Ing Yn's hesitance, feeling something was amiss, but harboring no excessive suspicion. Regrettably, while this breeze appeared swift, it seemed to W Ing Yu as though it were moving at a snail's pace. Zhum, aiming to prevent Sh Ing from seizing the opportunity to strike Lit Ing, instantaneously appeared beside him, bracing himself against Sch Ing. Is this the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Why does it feel as though all her attacks are absorbed into cotton, leaving her with a myriad of issues? Old Li, seizing the opportunity presented by his grandson's family ties, turned to assist Chui as they valiantly fought against Cob, Ili In and Jing, Ling, and Yl Ing, simultaneously seizing the territories of Ch Ing Sh, Wl Ing, L Ing L Ing, and Gu Ying from J Ing Zhu. What does that mean? Although the rain had begun to fall, and it would likely lighten soon, it was still necessary to keep a candle lit. As the hall was deep and unlike ordinary dwellings, the dimming light called for illumination. At that moment, DTI Hall was ablaze with large candles providing light. Chapter 88. What are you afraid of? If he truly tortures these, it equates to inviting trouble upon himself. Even if today's events are steeped in coincidence, the Shun Kingongzi can conquer Tan with his singular strength. Despite being beset by misfortune, he manages to struggle for a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. Tao Yao felt as if the heavens had collapsed in an instant. She remained in a daze for a long while, unable to comprehend when used words. As he pondered, Lei Sheng had already attacked Yang Quan over 30 times, yet all his efforts were effortlessly countered by Yang Quan. This newly established management company over the past 2 years possesses commendable strength. Having invested in the record department, it also demonstrates considerable recording capabilities. The power of Mo-Ni Jun has grown unprecedentedly strong. Although it cannot yet rival Yang Quan, it significantly boosts the confidence of Mo-Ni duo. Hey sister, will you tell mom and dad about my relationship with Yi Kai-chung? What do you think their first reaction will be? Suju Ozang, not in a hurry to leave, continued watching Su Shiyun with curiosity. Chun Feng, why do you disturb my rest once again? I do not possess another censure, Wang Shenghua for you. Chui Sitagu slowly remarked as he gazed at the young man before him. What are you doing? Shi Gu gasped slightly as he was constricted, struggling a bit. Thus, even though Hai Tu's offensive surged like relentless waves, it did not inflict significant harm upon Shanling Jian. Moreover, what weighed heavily on Hai Tu's heart was the exceptional realm of Shanling Jian, vastly surpassing the standard Kong Ming period, with a superior grasp of timing in battle. What can I say to you? Is the stock market so entertaining? Wang Qin Yuan cast a disapproving glance at the downcast Chen Shimei. In truth, Lin Lin shared a close bond with him. They had been friends for years. While his acquaintance with Xia Chun, she was relatively new. However, he privately hoped that Xia Chun she would be with Tang Yubai, primarily due to the presence of one Xia Bao Bei. To you men, you have already taken a move. Is it not my turn now? Reciprocity is the essence of courtesy, Tang Xiao chuckled. Tang Tianyang's reaction left everyone present momentarily stunned, once again evoking admiration for his audacity. How many would dare to disregard the head of the Yi family, Yi Tsonglang, the leader of the Qi Shui Gang? In Yanghua, the Xian Fei held a string of Buddha beads in her hand, next to an aged bracelet, whose silver patterns had long faded, leaving only a smooth surface. As all divine weapons began to retreat simultaneously, the inherent issues of command made it challenging to maintain a unified pace. What was once a reasonably organized formation, albeit slightly disrupted by the charging 20-man fortress, swiftly devolved into chaos. Ning Zetian erupted in anger. However, upon recalling that they were all afflicted with sinister curses, He could not help but let out a few cold laughs, choosing not to speak further. You have been staring at my bosom since early morning. Such behavior is unbecoming of someone here, AI Lee stated candidly. All right. Luo's face still bore a hint of gloom as he replied. Following Yun, Shishi into his teacher, Ma Chi's magic tower in silence. As the door opened, Yin Zhao Tian discovered Yin Tian Ba and his companions regarding him with peculiar gazes, akin to observing a monster. Seeing Hu Sanyang capture two of his top generals, Hu Yin was consumed by fury, charging out of the formation towards her. He felt a cold, sinister chill upon contact, which did not resemble dark power. This chill was exceedingly strange. Upon witnessing the blood curse, the five were taken aback. However, with the arrow already on the string, they had no choice but to strike. Their fierce assault swiftly engulfed Yin Zhao Tian. With a tone tinged with guilt, Luja recalled witnessing Ji Ming Li over 2 years ago. Yet, regarding Charlotte, who had her body taken, he could offer no aid, ultimately relying on the assistance of Senior Yu Tian to escape successfully. Dongfang Ao Tian and the multicolored deadly owl exchanged concerned glances, both worried about the injuries of the King Kong ape. They clearly noted the peculiar phenomenon within the ice and fire realms, where the icy world extending for millions of miles possessed not a trace of spiritual energy, only the lethal chill of profound ice. Just as Yin Zhao Tian prepared to flee utilizing the recoil from Qing Tian's palm strike, Qing Tian's figure suddenly appeared before him, emotionless, delivering a palm strike towards Yin Zhao Tian. However, I believe that if there were more individuals who had spent time in Guangzhou, handling affairs, be they public or private, would become considerably more convenient. This is the passage from the to the. Han Yu spoke slowly, tinged with curiosity. The two frequently encountered one another unexpectedly. After several encounters, Xiaoyan gradually found himself moved by Lin Kuer's kindness, optimism, and resilience, growing increasingly fond of her. She was so frightened that she did not dare to act, yet Qi Min's composed demeanor was somewhat intimidating, leaving her in a dilemma. The maid stumbled, and scalding tea splashed from the cup, some of it landing on Yi Yuan Yi's chest. It seems we'll have to trouble Madame Shangwan to send someone on an errand. Jiang Yuan remarked, unable to refuse old Lady Lu's request, for she looked at her with eyes full of expectation, making it hard to decline. In truth, Lin Feng's choice was correct. That main pleasure boat was occupied by representatives from various sacred families and key personnel from this election. Additionally, Lin Feng, being a newcomer, would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, particularly since the elder by Luo Sheng's side was keeping a close watch. She was taken aback, not realizing it. Earlier, she had been too preoccupied with anger towards Du Yang, indeed, wasting a fine cup of wine. She no longer dwelled on past pains. As long as she had those she loved, and who loved her in return, she would be happy. Chapter 89. He is courting by Qing Chuan, come help. By Qing, he was unable to find external markings on the cubs, but detected a subtle scent that was easily overlooked. Bai Shi approached Bai Qingyu with a worried expression, peering at the huddled cubs, furrowing her brow. They have no markings. I've actually checked. What is the marking fragrance? Ling Chengen asked, puzzled. It turned out that the monkeys in the mountain rejoiced upon learning that Sun Wukong had erased their names from the Book of Life and Death. She initially intended to relay Ji Qiong's instructions to the Heavenly Emperor and others, but unexpectedly, as the battle between the Night God and Junlin commenced, significant changes unfolded. The driver muttered to himself for a while before falling silent, even turning off the car's music. Suddenly, a black fog enveloped the Earth Spirit. In mere moments, the Earth Spirit coughed up blood and perished. Let us not even mention that there is currently no legitimate wife in her household. Even if there were, elevating her to the status of a side consort for the Hifu Wang would be overly generous, making it seem as though the Yin Wang manor was attempting to curry favor with the Fu Wang manor. Thus, even if there were a legitimate wife, Lu's would be the most appropriate. Though only a few days had passed, the intimidation and dominance of these individuals had left an indelible mark on their psyche. Some lowered their heads, while others avoided the inquisitive gazes of Qinya. In the year 558 AD, Feng Bao passed away, and chaos erupted in Lingnan. Madame Xian quelled the turmoil and was honored as the Grand Lady of Shilongjun. With the establishment of the Sui dynasty, several counties in Lingnan collectively hailed Madame Xian as their leader, venerating her as the Holy Mother. Later, Madame Xian led the people of Ling Nan to allegiance, and the Sui dynasty conferred upon her the title of Lady of Qiao Kingdom. After her passing, she was posthumously honored as the Lady of Sincerity and Respect. She could distinctly feel Yi Tian's strength rapidly ascending, the only plausible explanation being that he had broken through to the late innate stage. It can be anticipated that, should there be a future, a third and fourth batch of trainees will undoubtedly emerge. Sifang Chuan Jian stood nearby. Asking too many questions might provoke his displeasure. After all the experiences, it can be confirmed that there is indeed something in the heavens, and it is none other than the legendary immortals. Given this, the second rumor becomes increasingly credible. Huakeisai, after all, is a seasoned veteran in the battle against viruses from the previous era. With her presence, assistance can be sought on numerous issues. Yi Tian silently observed Li Shuai Lao Zhu asserting dominance in the sky, showing little emotional fluctuation. It seems the relationship between the elves and the dwarves is indeed more intricate than it appears. However, the arrival of the dwarven king at Xingchen, who on such a day may simply be his misfortune. Chusheng Yanwei calculated the time, realizing that the grand performance was still a while away, and thus picked an apple to indulge in. Fortunately, I currently work at your pharmacy and am quite content with my life, Lu Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile. Suddenly, the column of destructive energy twisted abruptly, transforming into a vivid black dragon, its long body stretching 100 feet, with eyes radiating ferocity. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted between the two, sending Du Haibao flying, leaving a long trail on the ground. Feng Shi, just beginning to learn to walk, reveled in the chaos across the 6 realms, creating disturbances in the heavenly palace today, the eastern sea tomorrow, and the underworld the day after, stirring unrest both above and below, earning the moniker of the 6 realms calamity. Chapter 90, The Heavy Bombshell. The love security system could no longer contain itself, exclaiming at a rapid pace. You finally realized he is pursuing you. It's truly remarkable that someone as dense as you has awakened. Ling Chengen was initially enjoying a rare sight, but soon found his interest utterly extinguished by the clamorous exclamations from the system in his mind. He raised his right hand and gently rubbed his earlobe, speaking in a calm tone. I have no particular feelings for him. Chidaba is merely my distant nephew. I am too old now. Chidaba has prospects, capable of producing cement, and later secured a decent position in Shursen Mountain. He was helped up by Yang Fan, and the two slowly walked inside. The officer behind them, Qian Xie, wore a more peculiar expression as he recognized a familiar face. He would obstruct Roger solely because he deemed the matter too perilous, considering there were 5 high-level wizard apprentices involved. Yet, since Roger agreed to this endeavor, it indicated that he held a certain confidence in his ability to accomplish it. Thus, what was there to worry about? In his previous life, Ding Qishan, a promising newcomer in the Taoist realm, had managed to mire himself in troubles that harmed both himself and others. Upon striking, a scorching wave of 9 flames surged, transforming the entire forest into a colossal furnace. My friend, are you Taoist? I wonder if you can exorcise evil spirits? I was conversing with Qian-san when a middle-aged man, around 40, tapped my shoulder and inquired. Its effect was to summon a semicircular, solid stone wall from the ground, blocking attacks from almost every angle in a specific direction. The ransom proposed by Andre made Roger realize for the first time that his perspective was still rather limited, given its audacious demeanor. He clearly was not someone who worked for others. He was not the least bit intimidated by Jiang Cheng's ridicule regarding this cleaning service. Nevertheless, he would be left without earnings. Yang Fan ascended the platform, where the new Emperor Zhu Zihuan stood beside him, asking, "Why do you wish to depart, sir?" They walked through the snow, the crunching sound echoing. Normally, there should have been guards along the way, yet this path was eerily deserted. Chao Huachun followed closely behind, with Yang Fan holding an umbrella and 2 innate warriors serving as bodyguards. There was naturally no danger. In truth, Luo Yun's mood was far from the cheerful facade she intended to portray. While she appeared to engage in light-hearted banter with Huzi, she was deliberately distracting herself from constantly recalling that despicable heartbreaker. Therefore, one should not be overly arrogant. Just look at Wei Xian. Despite his considerable abilities, he now wears a face as dark as if he had consumed excrement and remained silent. Zhang Miao chuckled. No, Cao Cao has just retreated, like us. He is out of provisions, and no one's life is easy. However, when he returns, Mengda will likely fight desperately. If the Shurian beast undergoes mutation or awakens the bloodline of the Taotai, it can evolve into a soul eater beast. The two agreed, and were just preparing the umbrella and lantern to step out when a figure carrying a lantern approached from the corridor. Ziying could discern that Wang Yuan's chess skills had already caught up with his own. In recent matches against Wang Yuan, gaining the upper hand and ultimately winning had proven quite challenging. After the arrows were released, the arrows in the upper shaft of the launching slot automatically fell into the horizontal slot, and Ziying pushed the handle forward with his right hand, repeating the previous action, allowing the crossbow to fire continuously. As for the remaining clothes and jewelry of the old lady, they did not take them, allowing the eldest and third families to claim them. However, over the past year, the Taipu had not delayed the horse breeding in Longxi. The Qin army's cavalry continued to expand its ranks and train new recruits. Indeed, fear gripped her. She understood better than anyone how much of her current glory relied on herself and how much on her cousin. After today's events, these people would undoubtedly have shifting loyalties, and now they even dared to consider switching their flattery target in her presence, which was utterly dismissive of her. Chapter 91. Ambitious Intentions. Ling Chengen was in good spirits and decided to converse more with him. However, this wheat appeared taller than any he had previously encountered, likely due to different varieties. Regardless, you have rendered me a tremendous favor, with this patch of wheat resembling a small forest. It is certain that not even the Han Mountain and Shilin tribes, even if their populations multiplied several times, will have anyone starving during this winter. Ling Chengen quietly regarded Bai Qingyu. However, at this moment, the werewolves displayed a glint of excitement in their eyes, mingled with bloodlust and cruelty. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely a clone of Zhang Zhiping. At this critical juncture, Zhang Zhiping's true self acted once more, a thought triggering a surge of primordial energy that shielded them from the werewolf's claws. Just as this instance, Zhang and Zhao Zhong successfully leveraged Lu Hong's extreme suspicions and disdain toward the aristocratic families, employing a method of embellishment and explanation that caused Lu Hong to doubt them, a situation that the aristocratic families could not justify. Simultaneously, as Guan Yu exerted all his effort to suppress himself, a series of footsteps began to sound, drawing closer. Yi Kai chuckled again, stating lightly, "There are many things I know beyond this." Shen Xinyang suddenly fell silent. Ding Linglin would never play chess. Her elder brother Ding Lingyi was a master in the field, yet she could not even arrange the pieces. The pain was so numbing that there were no other emotions to be felt. Not wishing to be an eyesore here and let others witness her folly, she slowly raised her head to gaze at Wei Qilong. Hearing Yi Xian's stomach rumble, Panda also realized the time was getting late and leaned toward Yi Xian with a selfish motive, thinking that perhaps this man, who was of similar age to him, might become his father-in-law one day. He chuckled, eagerly awaiting Yi Xian to speak well of him in front of Wu Yu. The boots on his feet were made of leather from the desert, typically worn only by herdsmen in the wasteland. These boots, much like the desert dwellers, could withstand the elements and endure hardship. The next day, Qin Lai sought to have the original shoe store wrapped in oilcloth, with several metallic pipes set up outside, indicating that renovations were underway. In this era, most individuals venturing outside were those who could no longer endure their circumstances at home, compelled to seek sustenance. Those who lived comfortably at home were rarely inclined to travel far. Only a restless few were truly willing to venture into society. With a shout from Hu Lati, the Yunlong army launched their final assault. Qing Qing personally took the field, commanding the ambush, yet it was Zhang Xian who issued the orders. The former charged into battle at the front, striving to slay as many Yunlong soldiers as possible to alleviate the casualties of the Qi army. Li Tao gripped the dragon scale staff, his soul force surging and continuously flowing into the staff. Washan, filled with indignation, declared, "I still have a bit of money left. Let me lend you some to buy a gift for Renji. We cannot afford to lose face." As he spoke, he handed a bank card to Yi Feng, who initially declined, yet Guoshan's words compelled him to accept. Lin Yi observed Xia Jingqiu, noting how her youthful innocence was gradually shedding through various experiences, as her resolute, decisive character and a habit of concealing her true thoughts were slowly taking shape. Old man, do not worry about me. I have little time left. I must take risks that others cannot, endure hardships beyond the ordinary, to survive. Lin Yi remarked with a bitter smile. My sister, my family, those I love and who love me, are strictly off limits. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Chapter 92. Sunrise over the sea. Ling Chengen leaned against a haystack in contemplation, while Bai Qinyu, lying nearby, had already fallen into a deep slumber. Bai Qinyu's skin was exceptionally pale, even more so than her own, and the dark circles beneath her eyes were particularly pronounced, suggesting she had not rested well in recent days. Ling Chengen reclined against the wall, gazing up at the shafts of sunlight streaming through a hole above, his eyelids growing heavier. For instance, at this moment, Fukin was being surrounded by onlookers, given that he was bare-chested, revealing numerous scars. This battle had been exceedingly disgraceful, and it was no wonder that Wang Jun's face was flushed with embarrassment. Just as Wang Jun opened his mouth to explain, he was interrupted by Li Ziyuan, who calmly informed him that this matter ended here and was not his responsibility, allowing Wang Jun to breathe a sigh of relief. Long Xiaoyin was taken aback by Lu Yunqing's unexpected words, yet felt a wave of emotion. It signified that there were still people in this world who cared for him, and for that, he would have no regrets in this life. The Holy Prison Cavalry made a swift turn, avoiding the trap while drawing closer to the central platform, which was brightly lit. From a distance, one could discern a regal figure beneath the parasol crown. Hua Qingyi was initially startled to discover that the food here was expensive, but he concealed his reaction. He could afford 2 taels of silver, yet he would not squander it. Hu Guoshan currently lacked the energy to concern himself with He Guoxing and his men, who were merely longing for home, while Ma Wanzhong and Du Yuming's troops were genuinely fighting for their lives. An oppressive silence enveloped the world. The square lay in ruins, and the expressions of the monks from Xianmi Temple were heavy, tinged with confusion. Is your young master still in the mood to invite us to watch a play at this late hour? Xian Yin inquired, casting a glance at the portly A Fu. Having only met once, those who had seen through it all understood, recognizing that they refrained from harming him out of consideration for his status as a natural black disciple. Observers could tell that the natural black did not care for him. Yet, this brief encounter led him to perceive the youth as unexpectedly mysterious. Aware not only of his possession of the Taggart Desert's unique fire map, but also of his true identity. Is this captured with that dreadful phone? Li Hua shoved me, causing me to stagger back a couple of steps. However, after Tang she hung up the phone, she stole a glance at Qin Xian, feeling both curious and surprised. By this time, it was too late. She had just executed a 10-step strike and could not counter in time. Even though the interval between attacks and the 10-step strike was short, it still required a certain amount of time. After leaving, twilight approached, and the blood-red sunset cast a breathtaking beauty over the peak of Lawn Mountain. Inside the tea house, everyone engaged in lively discussions, the previously quiet room erupting into a hubbub. The dialogue between the two left Fengshang and Qiu Jieding in confusion. This doesn't make sense. We've all been together. Why can't I understand what they're saying? Fengshang remarked, glancing at Qiu Jieding, who was equally perplexed. Chen Longxiang mentioned he would likely linger in Rongcheng for about half a month, partly to recuperate and partly because he had promised Meng Tianlai, if I encounter any danger, he would undoubtedly intervene. Chapter 93. Egg yolk jellyfish. Let us head down and take a look. Ling Chengen twisted baking US judgment. If the situation turned dire, they would retreat. Moreover, they were searching the shore, and she had lived in a small fishing village by the sea during her childhood, making her somewhat familiar with the task. Bai Qinyu watched as she jumped down from branch, promptly following suit. As the two exited the woods and had yet to approach the seaside, they were immediately spotted by the Beastmen of the Shyness tribe, a group of adolescents. Their palm prints radiating the heat of molten gold and stone caused the temperature of the entire space to soar. This overwhelming aura was enough to instill terror, leaving them devoid of any fighting spirit. In a flurry of confusion, a flash of white light appeared in the left hand. At the very moment the sect leader, Zhong, met his demise, Yi Fan within the crystal ball nearly lost consciousness, his fists wildly striking in all directions. At that moment, the silent youth in black suddenly gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment, not at Yi Fan himself, but at what lay behind him, his pupils contracting with alarm. Seemingly indifferent to his own life or death, as if convinced he would not perish here. Jiang Changsu followed slowly behind the Jin sisters until they boarded a taxi and vanished from his sight. Zhang Meng, she abruptly opened her eyes, discovering that Jiang Changsu's clothes were strewn on the ground, while he himself was in the bathroom, whistling and taking a shower, appearing to be in excellent spirits. Although the potency of this medicine was commendable and relatively common, for a prominent family like the Lin family, acquiring the 3 types of elixirs was quite feasible. However, the frenzied elixir in Lin Li's possession was the most challenging for the Lin family to procure, not for any other reason, but due to their stringent requirements for its users. Does this mean I've inexplicably gained a cousin? Nan Gong Ran stared at the errant phone Luo Yu, shivers running down her spine. Gazing at the incredulous expression of the black cat, Yi Fan was equally stunned, realizing that merely relying on a single foundational technique allowed him to stand against dozens of contemporaneous strong contenders. Do you wish for that Xiao Lang to be utterly trivial before you? The expressionless voice of the Guasian cultivator echoed. This is far more obedient than Huang Rong. Had it been her, she would likely have kicked herself off the bed. Moving forward, they simply needed to methodically release a series of films and collaborate on some projects, greatly increasing their chances of becoming action film titans. Congratulations on receiving a 5-star rating, gaining the opponent's detective ability, experience points reaching 80, effective immediately. She collapsed in laughter upon leaning against Fu Hanyu's shoulder, her other hand uncontrollably striking his opposite shoulder. Glenn Rayner was undoubtedly aware of the reasons behind Glenn's fervor. His past was spent battling in the shadows, where he cared little for life itself. However, he had since come to understand everything, which explained his current disdain for Dazar's actions. Entangled in this web of cause and effect, Chang Ling could not candidly disassociate these karmic burdens from herself. Even when she softly recited her path atop the imperial city of Hizhou, a significant part of her sentiments stemmed from those distorted shadows. He had researched the history of Fizi Lake. Although there was little documentation regarding this village, he did uncover some vital information. In the next instant, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the windbreak array set by Shun Zicheng collapsed, revealing a hint of pain on Shun Qing's face. Her right hand's index and middle fingers charred, with the tips even exposing bone. Chapter 94. The children at the shore, after Ling Cheng-in and Bai Qingyu emerged from the forest, they directly proceeded to the seaside. At this moment, it had only been half an hour since dawn, likely just around 6:30. This was the optimal time for gathering and fishing along shore. As per the old chieftain and the seafarers, the egg-yolk jellyfish would abundantly appear in coastal waters around 10 in the morning. Around 8 o'clock, the appearance of the Danhuang water jellyfish began to unfold gradually. Ling Chengen wished to observe the Danhuang jellyfish, while Qinjin recalled this, and, despite the excruciating headache, immersed his consciousness once more into the sea of awareness. Tai Xian and Su Yu exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of lamentation. Just moments prior, the esteemed Jinren had rebuffed their requests, and now a tragic scene unfolded before them. 3 days later, Tai Xian and Chu Royin prepared to set off for Jiutai Mountain, while Bai Ling'er, eager for the impending excitement, clamored to accompany them. Chu Royun, unable to withstand her disciples' persistent pleas, reluctantly consented. I am perfectly fine. I have been practicing the riding techniques you taught me. How could anything be amiss? Yishio replied with a smile as he sat up. Upon realizing that the dark mist posed no genuine danger beyond its peculiar nature, the group's tense demeanor relaxed considerably. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Shangguan Ming'er felt an overwhelming surge of battle intent upon hearing Yunhao's words, inwardly cursing him as a fool. Cao Cao understood that exposing Bao Xian was inevitable and would inevitably bring about adverse consequences for himself. However, the surprising demeanor of the plump target he encountered today left him somewhat apprehensive, leading him to refrain from instructing his subordinates to act hastily. As thoughts crossed Su Chen's mind, He felt a resonance with the Wuzishan and subsequently cast it gently away. The issue lies in my distrust of you, Wang Ping remarked, aware that these individuals would inevitably voice such sentiments unless they wished to become mere breeding tools. Yet, much like the river will not run dry due to a dam breach, the dispersed consciousness would, in a mysterious manner, reassemble, akin to underground currents converging and vaporous clouds forming rain, achieving a flawless cycle between heaven and earth. His ability to simultaneously command two entirely different techniques with such ease would surely elicit applause from even the likes of Minghui Yanluo or Yan Furen. The courtyard trees swayed gently. Although he had witnessed many enigmatic structures at the Sun Wheel altar without understanding their history, one could glean no valuable information merely from superficial appearances. Lin Yuxuan initially sought to tease Wu Kai, but had no genuine desire for anything further. Upon hearing Wu Kai take the initiative, she was startled and quickly donned her attire, coyly stating, "Darling, if you wish, come find me in the office later. I cannot accompany you now," and promptly headed toward the bathroom. A thought flashed through Wei Feng's mind, and he quickly tugged at the phoenix of hellfire, revealing its magnificent curves that trembled before him, signifying exceptional elasticity and suppleness. After controlling several Bart demon to combat the Bulab, Duo Luo thoroughly recognized the disparity between himself and the Beloyan demon. Truth be told, the true prowess of the Beloyan demon had likely yet to be revealed, as it employed abilities typical of ordinary Beloyan demons. Tong Patian and the others had no objections, having heard Shun Qinghong's words, as they were not keen on encountering anyone else here. Strangely, despite the tremors, the matriarchs maintained their poise and continued to dance. Chapter 95. Mildly toxic yet edible. As they approached the Sea Spirit tribe, Bai Qingyu touched her arm and whispered, "We have already searched here and found no sea salt. Even if they were willing to trade with us, they would have no means of procuring it in the short term. I have heard that only certain unique beaches yield sea salt. The mountain-dwelling beastmen by the sea do not lack salt, as they rely heavily on seawater and do not seek salt stones. It is customary for princes to receive titles based on their kingdoms, while county princes are named after their counties, without the use of honorific titles. However, Qin Dun's foolishness, while shameful to the royal family, is ultimately a human failing. A father can only feel pity and not believe such misfortune is a divine punishment for moral failings." As the impact on Ziyun Yi paused, Ziyun Yi, not one to be easily intimidated, roared in anger, advancing rather than retreating, launching another attack. Ultimately, Name and I are ninjas of Mai, prioritizing the village above all else. However, if a day comes when we can be of assistance, we will not shy away. "Miss, are you looking for me?" The tall man, though robust, did not exhibit the typical fervor of men when gazing at Shui Tunlan. Instead, his eyes reflected only admiration, his demeanor earnest. Xiang and Gongsun Chong furrowed their brows, contemplating how to dissuade him from his reckless path. After much scheming, Chen Mo aimed to stabilize the chaotic situation, allowing him to escape the primordial realm in pursuit of the Hongmeng world, for no amount of effort in the primordial realm would yield further progress. Over the past few days, Liang Er had been somewhat troubled. His own affairs were burdensome enough, and Lu Jun persistently implored him to find a minor craftsman, dispatching someone daily to urge him. I could feel my hand had been bitten, and if this continued, he might well gnaw off a piece of flesh. Last night, after leaving Shangguan Yunling's residence, the carriage ride home was marked by an unbroken silence. Only the demeanor of the maid and myself had shifted entirely. Nodding silently, she ultimately chose to change the subject, as this matter left her feeling rather embarrassed. After Li Jinya left, Su Mianmian finally felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to remain vigilant against prying eyes. Tang Zishuan initially sought to resist, but after being kissed, her ability to think evaporated, and she surrendered to the kiss, disregarding everything else. Thus, she merely needed to extend her neck slightly to effortlessly nibble at the man's neck, opening her mouth to begin nibbling gently, ensuring her touch left no marks. Though she spoke with a smile and a gentle tone, Yi Zhonggang discerned the underlying sarcasm within. "Jew, I did not have enough to eat tonight. I know of a dessert shop nearby. Would you accompany me?" Tang Weiya inquired cheerfully, her smile radiant as she addressed Li Fengjue. Master Nyin endured the pain of her body being nearly torn apart, gradually propping herself up to observe the ongoing skirmish. Such matters exist? Xiao Yicheng was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as pensive thoughts crossed his mind, having forgotten that Yu Jinglan was now a married individual. Truly, this man's audacity was proportionate to his intellect in the marketplace. The current celestial alliance, truly, seems to be declining with each passing generation. A cold voice echoed from the divine bone. Chapter 96. Sea Spirit Beastman. The system noted her gaze fixed upon the enormous jellyfish, her eyes still swirling with curiosity, indicating that she had not completely given up hope. In truth, there exists a straightforward method to eliminate such jellyfish and prevent them from releasing a multitude of eggs upon death. What method? Simply retrieve them and place them in a location devoid of seawater. Then, let them dry in the sun, the system replied casually, though this approach would prove labor-intensive. As these jellyfish were not small, Qianzhan turned his gaze towards the serious elder, who feigned calmness, attempting to appear unaffected. He coughed lightly, his eyes darting elsewhere. In the afternoon, after Sushi attended class, she returned to visit Qingning, greeting her warmly and bustling about with tea and refreshments. Yet, Jin Xingguang insisted that the old woman accept his offerings with an expression that brooked no refusal, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed and prompting her to purchase an abundance of fine wine and delicacies. Unbeknownst to the black-clad cultivator, the youth had not ventured far before halting his ascent up the mountain. He turned around, gazing calmly in the direction from which the black-clad figure had departed, his expression devoid of the earlier helplessness and hatred. As it was a demonic beast, and its spiritual sense was not particularly formidable. It struggled to independently refine the storage bag. It merely controlled it through spiritual power. Yet this unfilial descendant had now become the entire family head, adeptly preserving his foundation amidst chaotic times. Jiang Tunin blocked Jin Sheng's number, sitting in a chair with an expression as cold as ice, reminiscent of a lotus flower. I can reward you with 3 servants and 3 fields. Ing Zichu raised the stakes once again. Yang Lu's eyes suddenly reddened, tears threatening to spill, and clad in white. With her long hair cascading down her back, she appeared remarkably endearing. The 4 entered the city through the Tenghua city gate, the sun having long set, darkness encroaching. The streets were bustling with throngs of people, vibrant lights illuminating the scene, carriages flowing like a river. Of course, this pertained only to the family of 3. Hu Yanyan was unaware of her second sister's circumstances at home. Cheng Shui felt disheartened as the person departed, having hoped to make a friend. She lowered her head in response to Fu Wei's words, uncertain if she had truly absorbed them. Although Dog Brother was equally puzzled by Mu Yang's sincerity towards Luo Yu, it could sense that Mu Yang's affection was genuine and pure. The silhouette of the broken bridge gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing entirely. A beam of light broke through the horizon, swiftly illuminating the darkness. Feng Quan promptly expressed his stance, acknowledging that while the Ministry of Rites might not possess as much wealth as the Ministry of Works, it was still a sincere gesture. Long Yingtang's transmission was crystal clear to Peng Lai, who immediately branded Long Yingtang as a villain, drawing a direct correlation. Coercing participation in the martial arts conference led to Feng Feili's demise. The once favored Ro Guipin now found herself seated at the left hand of Empress Zhu, followed by the childless Chao Guipin and the pregnant Lingbin. The Yang family was increasingly anxious, as she had always been open with Mama Rong and the confidants of Chen Jinkai's family, who knew how long their loyalty would endure under scrutiny. Emperor Yongin felt a sense of discontent. As the emperor, the highest representative of the Shun dynasty's power, he often found his desires unfulfilled in matters of intimacy. In Chapter 97, Sun-Dried Salt Fields, upon noticing Hai Xing's attention had shifted from delicacies to salt production, Ling Chengen ceased the pretense, picking up a twig to sketch in the dirt. The most common method of producing salt from seawater was solar evaporation. Yet the seawater contained numerous impurities detrimental to health, necessitating a series of steps to isolate these contaminants before yielding edible salt. What is the distinction between salt fields and naturally formed salt flats? An arrow connected hearts. lingering in the air for several seconds before each heart vanished with a crisp pop, prompting the crowd to erupt in cheers. Their master had not deceived them. Transforming their bodies did not require their deaths, merely a painful process. After being recruited by Prince Chang'an, Kaizé seemed to exude newfound confidence, spreading his arms wide, eyes shining as if he truly beheld a great rock soaring in the sky. This rock represented his own embodiment. The commoners, still unacquainted with the Star King level of power, marveled at such figures almost divine in presence. This was indeed unexpected. At that moment, Su Jingyao seized the opportunity, commanding all magicians to unleash their skills against the frenzied blade wielders, resulting in a series of fierce strikes that depleted over 1,000 hit points. However, now was not the time for such discussions. It was crucial to make everyone aware of the current error. Should they continue, they would plunge deeper into the mine, severely diminishing their lifespans. The guard, upon hearing Xie Xiqing's words, was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated anyone would dare challenge Princess Anping. For the people of the Wang family walked boldly in the imperial city, and anyone who dared utter a dissenting word could expect not to see the dawn of the next day. Feeling relieved, Wang Ji smiled. I will first prescribe you a calming medicine. After you drink it, sleep well. Tomorrow morning, I will provide you with a tonic to nurture your heart, which you should take in the morning and at noon, allowing you to be discharged by afternoon. The following day, Xiao Tianxi received intelligence from spies in Jingjiang City, gaining a fundamental understanding of the city's situation and military deployment. He needed to finalize the order of the songs and select a title track for the album. It was notoriously challenging to choose a lead single for Chen Chufan's album due to the eclectic nature of his songs. Selecting one would seem unfair to the others. Tianhao laughed heartily upon seeing Tong Xiao hurriedly dressing, joining her in putting on his trousers, though his shirt was thoroughly soaked, leaving him bare from the waist up as they made their way towards the riverbank. These various reasons not only prompted Chen Chufan's journey to Han Island, but also positioned him as one of the island's most beloved singers, making the warm reception at the airport unsurprising. In an instant, the crowd divided into two factions, one advocating for staunch defense, the other for retreat to avoid confrontation with the undead army. Mu Yaping stood tall, declaring, "Commander Yin, since I have chosen to serve the nation in the military, I will dedicate my efforts to assist you in achieving great feats." Flattery is commonplace, yet when spoken by Mu Yaping, it sounded remarkably natural and pleasing. Yin Shishan beamed with delight, still holding onto Mu Yaping's hand. In Chapter 98, Cautious Probe, Ling Chengen pondered for a moment before ultimately accepting the proposal. This way, he could promptly obtain system rewards. If fortunate, he might discover the locations of the salt mines surrounding the Shilin tribe, eliminating the need to wait for over half a month. After all, the salt shortage was becoming increasingly dire. If she could not procure new salt before the tribe's reserves were exhausted, unrest would surely follow. Bai Qingyu felt invigorated upon receiving her assurance. "Do you think I would believe that?" Xiang Yu chuckled, entirely devoid of any tension. At that moment, most of Li Chongling's attention was focused on Luo Tianyi. The Crimson Alliance was a colossal entity within the Federation, particularly prominent in the Xing Tian star domain. Thwarting the plans of its president and dissuading the heir Lucio Buffon was no trivial matter. Zhang Yi kicked off the ground, disappearing in an instant, reappearing before a fleeing security guard with a teasing smile, then swiftly executing a kick. The identity of the individual he referred to remained a mystery in the hearts of many. Suddenly, Hua Hongxing exclaimed in astonishment, sensing a gradual surge of power within his body. Though the plump woman spoke harshly, she endeared herself to me, knowing my preferences. I watched the girl in a short skirt dancing, her expression aloof, even disdainful, yet inwardly, I was overjoyed. The chubby fellow awkwardly smiled. Her candidness reminded him of their initial encounter, where he had jokingly asked if she secretly entertained clients, to which Emily bluntly replied, "I'm not someone you can afford." Zhou Tianling drew closer, her bright, enchanting eyes fixated on my lips, unable to tear her gaze away. The intoxicating female hormones clouded her judgment, leading her to pin me against the sofa. "Your home still possesses a miraculous herb, does it not?" Qin Feng felt somewhat embarrassed to speak up. If he consumed this herb, his vital energy would undoubtedly surge. However, after falling asleep, he experienced a rather peculiar dream. In this dream, he found himself lying in bed when a cat suddenly appeared at the window, a black cat that incessantly meowed at him. Meanwhile, Gubei burst into the bathroom, stripped down, and doused himself with cold water from the showerhead. The colossal beast, a giant mammoth, had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Linghai realm, its strength only slightly inferior to that of the cloaked man, who was, after all, a genius on the spiritual ranking. Sheng Lin patted his shoulder and smiled. Both of them gazing at Qin Feng for quite some time, their faces full of admiration. Although the path of cultivation is long, once I reach the foundation establishment stage, I will be able to concoct elixirs and practice various secret techniques and mystical powers at an astonishing pace. Qin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he observed Shun Jiamei's demeanor. It seemed as if she had discerned something, and he worried that she might take action against Tanya to assist Xia Bingbing, which would lead to troublesome consequences. The citizens of Tianlan City were also filled with trepidation, fearing they had been reported and that officials would come to detain them. In Chapter 99, Ling Chen gently pinched the soft lobe of his ear, one hand cradling the nape of his neck. And just as his lips were about to brush against the tip of his nose, he abruptly turned to gaze out the window. A massive head poked through the floral curtain, crowned with a bulging round mass, and a pair of bright yellow eyes curiously observed the two individuals before the window. Suddenly, it let out a loud cry and flapped its wings, landing on a tree branch outside, extending its tongue to lick the back of Ling Chengen's head. This incident was largely thanks to Zhener. Otherwise, the outcome might have been unpredictable. I am quite curious. Zhener, how did you manage to get Zhang Guang to speak? The crown prince's gaze was fixated on Hua Zhan, as if attempting to see through her very being. And go, there is still a bowl in the kitchen. Please eat a little to fill your stomach. Dinner will surely be late, Mu Mian advised. You see, this is experience, Zhao Wanxing said smugly, glancing at Wu Zheng and deliberately puffing out her ample bosom. It is far superior to those revolting succubi and ghouls you associate with. The voice of the heart demon reverberated in the minds of many demon lords, the sarcasm and disdain in its words laid bare without any attempt at concealment. Just as I was hastily departing, I suddenly realized I was ensnared by the demon suppression array and could not escape. The gamble had succeeded. In 3 years, I would have no worries for food and clothing, reaping the rewards effortlessly. Should I fail, the team would disband, and with their expertise as high-level talents, they would still secure good employment elsewhere. Enough of this. I shall not waste further words with you. Mu Mian rolled her eyes. This spiritual spring water must not be carelessly utilized, lest one's demise be exposed. Mu Rong Qinsheng had arisen early, clad in a nightgown. After a brief wash, without applying makeup, she carried nutritious breakfast to her boudoir. Mo Fu Ling's complexion flushed, her voice suddenly turning stern as she admonished, Demon, I warn you to release me at once, or you will regret it. Mo Fu Ling, often sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted, had learned to be duplicitous. However, having finally reunited with her mother and sister, she felt remorse for not being able to provide them a better life through her own efforts. Now, even remaining by their side for a little longer seemed impossible. The thought of her sister relying solely on her own strength to protect herself and her child in the prince's residence weighed heavily on Dai Zhang's heart. The eldest shouted angrily, Fourth brother, shut your mouth. Unfortunately, despite the forcefulness of his words, his voice was as hoarse and unpleasant as a broken gong. Shi Qinyu unsheathed his sword and swiftly struck. The cocoon was severed, and as I had predicted, it yielded nothing of value, only the remains of some creature, devoid of any spiritual essence. Daizhong vaguely suspected that Xiamin's benevolence towards Daijin and himself might be driven by ulterior motives, and that their mother could very well be a pawn in her hands, used to manipulate the siblings. Saibins understood that if they could not breach the enemy's camp successfully, the Han army's reinforcements would spell disaster. With 300,000 troops, who could say how many would survive to reach Babylon? Upon receiving the order from Ardashir, they mobilized the war elephants and steeds to charge forward. On another front, although Xie Min suffered a setback regarding the prince, the emperor did not retaliate against her in any significant way, not even a nominal punishment, indicating that her standing alongside Jing Shun remained unshaken. Do you recall that day at your home when you competed against a tree merely to catch a glimpse of me? I am fully aware. We share a deep connection, a bond forged through countless lifetimes as husband and wife. This I am certain of. In chapter 100, he strained to control every movable part of his body, his eyelids drooping slightly, his entire being appearing particularly despondent and fragmented, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts in an attempt to distract himself. Had he been defeated by the Yin family? Was the Rong family's commercial operation inferior to that of the Yin family? Did the Rong family lack talented individuals compared to the Yin family? Or was the quality of the Rong family's products subpar? Zhang Jiaze was taken aback, lowering his gaze to his filthy attire, realizing the impropriety, and silently turned to leave. This beam of light was excessively long. Nearly everyone was merely taking chances, save for Yang Yu and his companions. The songs and dances resumed, and the three engaged in light-hearted banter, exchanging drinks. Yet, each person's thoughts had shifted from before. But was it truly so that she, Bo Xinlan, was destined to be exploited and humiliated? She focused her gaze and spotted a colossal creature, its length nearly 30 meters, its neck towering at least 10 meters high, with 4 legs resembling pillars that were at least 3 or 4 meters tall. Long Chen's punch Jing Jian raised his head in astonishment, not to mention that such a proposal would lead him into a perilous pit, starkly betraying himself. He truly wished to inquire whether he truly appeared to be a Na'vi fool with an abundance of wealth. Chapter 101, The Night Banquet Ritual. Ilan explained feebly that it was a unique technique of the Yungu healers, used for treatment. The first day required considerable effort, but the following days would be much easier. Upon finishing her words, she stumbled slightly. Was there truly something to celebrate? The Empress smiled on the surface, yet her smile did not reach her eyes, revealing a glimmer of coldness. As the 5 of them appeared, Jin Gei Zi immediately erupted with joy, hastily calling for others to join. Soon after, Zhan Xinran and Tai Chiu arrived as well. For reasons unknown, Cold Moon's grandparents had broken through their bottleneck and commenced their cultivation, focusing on the path of spirit callers, emphasizing the nurturing of the heart and self-healing. The voice vanished. Even if she harbored immense questions within, it was destined that answers would not be forthcoming at that moment. Qing Mengyan gently unfurled her long, light blue eyelashes, then resolutely closed her eyes. Given this, do you still intend to cling to your so-called mission until your demise, only to receive a few praises from the divine and subsequently earn the admiration of future generations on this continent? Yi Ku'er spoke with a tone of mockery, yet more so lamenting the fate they had sealed for themselves. With just a single listen, he could play it back, and the notes were indistinguishable from contemporary songs. If there were any differences, it was merely that his notes were somewhat forceful, resonating deeply. The hot-blooded righteousness decision could only be cultivated here, divided into the sections of quiet cultivation and slaughter, emphasizing the union of yin and yang. The group soared through the air for a while, with Yi Sai-er and Lina also alighting upon the backs of the 2 divine beasts. After some time, Jiang Man joined them as well. However, divine beasts remained divine beasts. Even if their cultivation level was inferior to that of humans, their stamina and endurance surpassed human capabilities, allowing them to carry so many without difficulty. Lu Rubmei slightly closed her eyes, and in an instant, a murderous aura spread around her. Upon hearing this, everyone began to contemplate, momentarily regretting that they had not seized such an exceptional opportunity. As he spoke, his figure flickered and appeared beside Qin, delivering a palm strike, causing the starlight to shatter, as if the world of stars were collapsing and the void was succumbing. After school in the afternoon, Qin Feng rode his bicycle to the staff dormitory, and before long, he saw Ning Lan emerge from the corridor. Had he known earlier that Ling Wuxia possessed the power of thunder, his attitude would not have been as it had been before. If Ling Wuxia were to disregard him now and unleash a thunderous assault, his mind would certainly suffer severe injuries. How delightful! Hong Er clapped her hands in laughter, as Shui Pan's gambling luck was notoriously dreadful, having never won in card games or horse racing. Everyone enjoyed playing with Shui Pan. Who wouldn't welcome someone willing to part with their money? This middle-aged man was very familiar to him, for within the royal family, there existed portraits of these 2 men that had been preserved for centuries, as they had long been searching for this individual. This outing was highly confidential, with no outsiders aware. Yet, Xiao Zheng did not forget to inform Yishirong that the duration of the secret excursion could not be prolonged, as the country could not conceal matters for too long. After checking once without results, these individuals would subconsciously relax, believing themselves to be safe. The peculiar occurrences within the house began with the appearance of blood characters on the calendar, inscribed with the word death beneath the 15th. Today was the 14th, and that date seemed to hold special significance for Su Ruwei. Xiao Jieyu had once inquired about it, but Su Ruwei had steadfastly refused to speak, even expressing her unwillingness to hear about that date. President and the stock prices of the entertainment company have been continuously declining. The conglomerate has seemingly hinted at a suppressive stance towards the entertainment sector. May I ask, President and will your group completely suppress the entertainment company? A young reporter inquired of An Liang regarding economic matters. This individual had been imprisoned for too long. Upon seeing meat, his eyes gleamed with hunger, and he rushed towards it. The man was equally elegant and handsome, especially after being tempered by the passage of time, exuding a unique charm akin to aged wine, growing more fragrant with each passing year. His clothing was tattered, and his face bore bruises, rendering him utterly disheveled. Most of the young women were like Mei Shi, either having their cultivation crippled or being expelled from their families. Long Shun initially believed the hunters would come only in the morning, as the boatman had indicated. At that moment, Shun Qianshan brought over the cut jade tablet, and Yang Haoyan, holding the tablet, took his leave with Lu Ruobing. Now, everyone was unable to remain calm. Their eyelids twitched wildly as they stared at Yang Haoyan in shock. After speaking, Yu Xinxin turned and exited the room, intending to search for Meng Huai by the lake, only to see Meng Huai and Meng Shifeng approaching her. Imitating what they had seen, the children exchanged glances, with Jia Geng setting an example, and the two younger sisters discarding their sleeves. Aunt Wang Er's family was truly commendable, making Yu Xinxin feel a tad embarrassed. It was as if yesterday, when confronted with the appearance of the golden lion and the infernal tyrannosaurus, she had directly burrowed into the ground for safety, and this place was just outside the school, remarkably close to her. Dong Shunyi and Rong Jiaojiao were known as the twin beauties of Luoyang, naturally possessing exquisite beauty, yet depended on whom they were compared to. Su Qiao had not anticipated that he would truly act with such ruthlessness. It seemed that his previous tolerance of her whimsical suppression was likely due to his lack of restored power. Now, devouring half a hospital's inhabitants was sufficient for him to regain his peak condition. Previously, Chen Yuer thought her family was being excessive, but at this moment, a single thought occupied her mind. Chapter 102. Fall asleep instantly. Dancing was an exceedingly unfamiliar endeavor for Ling Chengen. His gaze consistently circled around her, his outstretched arms long and powerful, subtly encircling her from afar. Yet the moment he was about to touch her upper arm, he swiftly drew back, resembling a startled rabbit or a fluttering butterfly. Su Wandai felt a chill run down her spine, as the individual before her seemed to exude immense pressure, suffocating her breath. If he were to covet this fleeting advantage, he might ultimately achieve nothing, becoming a frog at the bottom of a well, having glimpsed the vast world outside, yet unable to climb out. Rather, it was a sense of helplessness, knowing he would surely win, yet still striving to produce a surprise victory that he was uncertain of. Zhang Li and the others were enjoying ice cream in the shop, laughing and chatting joyfully, while Tao Sheng sat beside them, somewhat awkward. Why? Mu Xingqiwei could not comprehend. He had never wronged Su Wandai in any way, treating her better than any concubine, transferring all his affection for Su Luiying onto her. Why, then, did she still wish to part ways with him? In talent upgrade, one could utilize stars to enhance the capabilities of one's defense towers or strengthen spells. Luiying. As soon as Su Luiying arrived, Dongfang Ingyun rushed over, seizing her hand. Only the royal family and the top 10 prestigious families possessed the ability for long-distance teleportation. Ordinary families could scarcely witness such phenomena. Currently, among the major forces accompanying Jiang, the Mu Jinhua faction was undoubtedly the most formidable, yet within this strongest faction, there were no lack of intrigues and rivalries, with each individual reluctant to allow others to monopolize Boss Mu's favor. This summer, the Lakers made a shocking move that stunned the entire league. first signing the mailman Carl Malone to a minimum salary contract, then acquiring the glove Gary Payton with a mid-level deal, forming an unprecedented super quartet. Mo Jingli observed this scene. The anger that had been suppressed with great difficulty surged once more, and he could no longer contain himself, striding forward, brushing aside Mo Yufei's attempt to stop him. However, while elephants are quadrupeds, giant zombies are bipedal. Structurally, they are worlds apart, resulting in the giant zombies having disproportionately large feet, measuring at least a meter long, capable of crushing anything beneath them. Miaoer presented a teacup to Jiang Yujing, who gently raised her hand to accept it, bringing it to her nose for a delicate sniff. Instantly, she felt a refreshing clarity, her demeanor softening to reveal a hint of languor as she raised her gaze to the figure seated below. Coincidentally, that person was also observing her. Although she felt a certain disadvantage in terms of presence, Dongfang's expression showed no sign of yielding. This was not only due to the presence of an object that could restrain his adversary, but also stemmed from his unyielding spirit. Tong Fei and Mo Jingli observed Tong Fei's eyes, where unspoken words were reflected. He helped Tong Fei to her feet. Poor Song Xiuji could only find a restroom to change, emerging shortly after, having taken less than 10 minutes. It must be said, his words were becoming increasingly enigmatic. However, while he spoke thus, Bai Sujin grew more silent with each word, leaving the snow demon increasingly perplexed. Yushi tightly grasped Junwen's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from her. And in that moment, a wave of happiness enveloped her. Chapter 103, Mechanical Intelligence Tribe. What the task rewards. The system decided that this was not the moment to broach any disheartening topics, especially since its host was rather unenthusiastic about completing tasks. Having made a slight advancement in the main storyline, it began to harbor a glimmer of hope for the future. Half-divine realm? Chengen also caught this key term, secretly assessing the two formidable warriors standing in the sky, and a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Yes, Dian si not that, using it to mask her own expression. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from outside. After a faint rustling behind the screen, silence ensued. How shall we resolve this? Yi Tian felt a chill deep within, gradually understanding Jian San's meaning. At this moment, everything appeared fine, but starting today, as the realm ascended, the body would erupt into violent action, which could prove fatal. Zhang Dan found himself at a loss, and just then, an urgent alarm echoed, with ambulances and police cars arriving almost simultaneously. Shun Fuhu naturally heard the shouts from Hua Erbao and others. He scoffed, saying, "Do zitting, do take care of yourself," and promptly hung up the phone. "I guarantee I shall break your legs." Mu Fei's fingers had yet to brush against Mo Shibei's hand when he felt a blur before his eyes. Mo Shibei unexpectedly slipped from his embrace like a fish, leaving him immobilized, his body squatting with arms outstretched. A sudden ouch was heard as Qin Zheng, who had just managed to rise from the ground, was astonished to see Wu Qi being inadvertently cut across the cheek by the sword of the moon illusion lord. "Indeed, I shall assist him," the village chief boomed, exuding an air of wealth and authority. "For the sake of our acquaintance, just 5 taels of silver will suffice." Ru Tian Weiyun raised his head, flicked his fingers, and struck a pose he deemed quite cool. Uncertain, the town mayor of Jiwu asked which team was being backed, fully aware that the betting had concluded some time ago, and the early finish was merely due to malicious meddling during the competition. Upon hearing this, many agreed it was quite reasonable, for the significant numerical disadvantage was indeed a valid excuse. The voice of this individual carried an overwhelming and tyrannical aura. His roar echoed like thunder, reverberating even 30 miles away in the imperial city. With her intelligence, she could have predicted everything. Yet, her overwhelming desire for love clouded her judgment at this critical moment for her nation's survival, leading her to abandon Jianghua. Then, facing the square, she parted her lips. Her soft yet penetrating voice, inconceivable from her seemingly delicate frame, captivated the masses. Lan Lier, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disdain. In her view, a general lacking formidable close combat skills was simply unfit. If he were a mage, it would be understandable, but Derue, being an archer, was deeply disappointing. Explosive sounds followed in quick succession, and in an instant, before the chaotic hand of the heavenly hand, a luminous hand enveloped in lightning and chaotic energy emerged. After viewing this, Yihan chose to exchange immediately, as the blue electric tyrant armor possessed the ability to unleash an attack equivalent to the full force of a 9th-level martial king. Chapter 104, Tribe Integration. I wish to ask, is there a problem? Su Duan asserted with an air of authority. I merely seek solace. No need to escort me. Yin Sheng turned and continued on his path, with Xiong Hai and Xiong Tao trailing protectively behind. The heavenly court, partially concealed in the mist, revealed itself, from which 3 teams comparable in scale to the first appearing heavenly soldiers rushed forth. Is it our strength that allows those who can choose to leave us at critical moments? I countered her. The previously separated firewood stick aside. The treasure known as the blood-eating pearl glimmered vibrantly, its pure red radiance demanding attention. Wang Chun struggled to wield his dual swords, retreating while fending off the frenzied assaults of the Demon King and Ariel. When an extraterrestrial spacecraft materialized before him, the shock was immense. Kai Shuesher momentarily lost focus, quickly recalling the mission he bore. We leave, Luo Lan said with a cold snort, transforming into a stream of light as he fled the Luo Lan tribe, distancing himself to avoid bringing calamity upon his own people. The advantage of weaponry could not compensate for the gap in strength. Capturing Lu Jiangang proved challenging, let alone fending off attacks. Zhang Shan's true energy surged within, erupting in a moment of thought. Guo Quan encountered a wounded undead warrior at the martial emperor level, whose strength had not yet fully recovered, rendering him merely a mid to late stage martial lord. If he were weaker, his injuries might be more severe or even fatal. Yesterday's Sarufei Rijan was exceedingly busy, burdened with several important matters requiring his decisions. Within the Research Institute, Lin Feng and Ago handed over 2 large bags of red fruits to Gong Yongyang. Zhang Jie ultimately could not comprehend, pondering, what is wrong with people today? Is pure love truly so elusive? This is far too casual. Who do you think you are? Why concern yourself with so much? Aren't you tired of it? He questioned Jiang Mo with a harsh tone. According to reason, many places should have established survivor camps like Tiancheng and Jing City, sweeping away nearby zombies. It was as though one wielded the demon-slaying sword like a cleaver, intending to reduce Zhang Shan to a pulp. After all, this individual was indeed the ultimate boss in the Heavenly Gate internal conflict scenario. Did she really intend to challenge him? Reflecting on last night, when he dueled Master Fan from the distant Tianxiang FO via television across thousands of miles, Yang Ning glanced up at the streetlight above. Just then, an invisible force surged forth, causing Liang Ting's eyes to burst, while his limbs and body were firmly pinned to the ground. The water line clashed with the blue-violet blade, Aura, severing the latter in 2, with the remaining water line unabated, slashing towards Li Che. Indeed, as he mentioned, Ming had already learned of Bai Mu Shuang's intentions to act against Ming Tang. Yet, Wang Xiu remained composed, not swayed, upon hearing her words. She smiled faintly and prepared to leave. He understood why it was called riding the wind. It was akin to using the wind as a means of transportation. Someone might inquire, what if it were a vacuum, with no air to generate wind? We proclaim, this is not science. This is metaphysics, devoid of physical principles. After all, it is impossible for one to fully empathize with another. Few enjoy continually hearing about others' affairs. This is undoubtedly a man of depth beneath a rough exterior, far from the recklessness he appears to embody. The ancestors rubbed their throbbing temples. No wonder it was a cerebral drama. After watching, one truly felt as if their brain might ignite. Before Chuan Mu Along could sound the alarm, a cacophony of gunfire erupted on either side of the troop, accompanied by a rain of bullets that cascaded down upon them. As practitioners of the sword path, everyone understood that the 4 great realms of swordsmanship were merely stepping stones, hinting at even higher realms yet to be discovered. Speculations abounded, but they remained vague, elusive concepts that defied verbal expression. At that moment, several surveillance monitors shattered simultaneously, yet the final images revealed no anomalies. The Zhuan soared approximately 500 to 600 miles before commanding the army to slow their pace, proceeding steadily while contemplating the next territory to conquer. What constitutes genius? Everyone present, including Zhang Wei, could be deemed a genius, as long as they exerted effort. Divine inspiration would eventually bless them with an epiphany. The singularly unusual phenomenon was the ice and snow storm that had enveloped the city, capable of tearing a human apart, which had ceased that morning. The formidable abilities of the few present unleashed terrifying attacks, but the backlash left them reeling. After the illusion left by the cult leader was obliterated by Laozi, Shigandang and his companions had just completed their own formidable feats, elevating their powers to their utmost limits. Now, it remained to be seen if they could withstand the sage's onslaught. As the largest pharmacy in Hangzhou, Baohatang had yet to open, yet a considerable crowd awaited outside to procure medicine. The Mike Star knows no night. The only explanation for the darkening sky was the summoning of Shunlong using a Dragon Ball, altering the celestial phenomena. Xiao Zhan's body inexplicably tilted, effortlessly completing a spin, and with a swift motion, he struck Du Wang's face with his palm. Chapter 105. He's new home. Looking at the sky, it seemed likely that rain would fall all day. Chong Zhen sat at the table, placing his chopsticks before him, turning to gaze at the menacing clouds outside. Heave a deep sigh. Yu Shaoqian served the rice and sat beside him, speaking slowly. Rain is actually beneficial for the growth of potatoes, if it doesn't rain soon. I was considering hiring someone to water them. Chongzhen nodded in agreement. The man before him possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes, shimmering with mirth, as if in his gaze there existed only oneself, casting an alluring shadow that captivated the heart. You flatter me, he replied modestly. My forging technique is only at a level where I can barely create magical artifacts. I am far from mastering it. Xiao Nu added weakly. In an instant, the group hastily departed with Zhou, Shiyun, and his son, evidently intent on following Zhou Qingfan's guidance. Shen Bichu then encountered the composed and poised Sima Suisheng, akin to green pines and emerald bamboos, alongside Mei Zian, her eyes flashing with tension and wariness. Gradually, it morphed into a gigantic, menacing crimson azura, its body scaled and bloodied. Glancing at Yi Bai, it sensed a profound malevolence akin to other azuras, albeit with faintly white eyes. Not here, Yi Bai understood the implication, recognizing that there existed worlds beyond this one. The Taodai Old Demon's skeletal mountain crashed into the immense azure cauldron hurled by Duguji, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. A certain pig expressed its discontent, yet felt powerless against the master of the Tower of Creation. It turned its head away, fearing it might succumb to the urge to attack. The plump young lad, accompanied by a hound, leaped as the surroundings transformed into a crimson purgatory. In response to Zhang Yan's accusations, Liao Shiqing remained utterly composed. All the money I should have spent on her went to Weixian Food Factory. My ability to send her abroad for further studies is my final act of kindness. Consequently, Xiaoya had not yet entered the village when keen-eyed individuals spotted him, crying out that he was a murderer and urging villagers to apprehend him. Master, there is no need to stoop to her level. If you become angry at her casual remarks, she will only feel more triumphant. Believing her words to be true, Nian Er commented with a hint of protective concern. It was uncertain who shouted, but the previously boisterous crowd fell silent in an instant. According to tradition, among the 3 stones in the finals, one would be of relatively easy valuation, while the other 2 would present challenges even for the masters of the Gemstone Association. In Ivan's view, due to the similarities between the 2 major cuisines, many delightful cooking methods from Su cuisine could be seamlessly adapted into Cantonese culinary practices. Zhou Xian also politely offered, "My mother asked me to be your driver and bring you some items," lifting the bag he carried. For him, witnessing the apathy of people in later generations, the thoughtfulness of Tyne Yo, whom he met for the first time today, in the context of sharing a meal, genuinely moved him. Old Lin's heartfelt words were sincere. He genuinely cared for Qian Yang, who was well aware of this. He too wished to excel in combat, minimizing damage. Yet, he could not engage in battle in earnest collaboration with others. That was his bottom line. Zhang Qingxiang was a remarkably kind lieutenant. Though she struggled with words and failed to express her feelings due to her nature, her secret affection for Zhang Shanyong was known to all in the Sacred Flame Legion. Chapter 106. Cat's Worries. Ling Chengen noticed by Qingyu's body suddenly stiffen and turned to see his furrowed brow. What is it? Nothing, by Qingyu shook his head, moving his head away from her shoulder, suddenly asking, what do you think of Chang Tianchen? Ling Chengen glanced at the window across from her, sensing Chang Tianchen's approach, but was momentarily unclear about by Qingyu's intent. What aspect do you mean? Chao Qinghai felt helpless as he was besieged by the spittle of these individuals. Each one was a figure several levels above him. After the 4 major resource sites were seized by adventurers, the uses of the resources produced there became known to them. The northern deep cold glaciers produced ice crystals, which, due to their natural medicinal properties, rightfully became the best resource. Lost in nostalgic reminiscence, he then succumbed to dreams of the night. The morning sun warmed the day, as city dwellers and vehicles moved like a long dragon. Why should we inform her about our family matters? Upon mentioning Song Zishuan, Song Qingyu's expression darkened. It was not that the hungry ghost realm was unwilling to summon all its pets, but originally there were 5 external obstruction ghosts, one of which was killed by an unknown assailant, transforming it into an unparalleled fiend using the prisoner ghost array. There were 2 others that he had to reserve for guarding his hungry ghost array, not to be easily utilized. No money, no money. Why did you borrow money in the first place? One man said viciously. Ultimately, the Japanese sought all 3, and in the end, they exchanged 2 unique professions for the archer and assassin classes. Watching Hua Linxue depart, Sheng Lu felt profound regret for his past actions toward her. Haha, someone else is coming. A voice echoed as Zhang Suishan made his appearance here. What's wrong? Dong Zhua, seeing me put down my chopsticks and appear dejected, inquired curiously. I don't know yet. I suspect so. Mumu pouted, having never believed he could end up with a romantic partner. In the spacious room, a round mattress lay in the center, with no furniture surrounding it. In Jinglinjian, numerous grim reapers hover above the rooftops, their gaze collectively fixed upon the howling winds and tumultuous earth below. Yulong Tian appears somewhat distracted. Although this is not his first visit, he did not observe the surroundings closely before. Upon closer inspection, it seems that the ceilings nearby are equipped with cameras. Pan Yingying and her companions proceed without pause. While the envoy does not linger long in Yuan City, Gong Shiyu and his party merely stay for a night before setting off towards Yindu. After the left envoy finishes his statement, his voice gradually dissipates into the ether, leaving only Lu Qingyu, who wears an expression of unrestrained joy. Shui Ruoyin furrows her brow, suspecting that the fluctuations in Xia Tian's vital energy may be the cause of the decline in the yin-yang jade's quality. Lin Tian has just arrived. Instead of flying directly to the Ouyang residence, he disembarks outside the 3rd ring of Tianfu City and boards a bus. Since his initial arrival at the front lines from Qingyuan, where the Beijing military camp prohibited alcohol, Yan Kuei has altered his fondness for drinking, rarely indulging unless absolutely necessary, and certainly not partaking in solitary drinking. Chapter 107. A family outing. The rain has persisted for 2 days, forcing Ling Chengen, who wishes to inspect the salt mines, to remain indoors, occupying himself by crafting with Bai Qingyu. While career progress is slow, the home renovation proceeds at a swift pace, largely due to Bai Qingyu's remarkable intelligence and ability to draw inferences. Initially, Ling Chengen guided the construction of the bed frame, but with leftover scraps of wood, he has taught himself to make small cabinets. Ling Chengen squats nearby, observing the majestic willow tree at the foot of Yaoshan, its trunk so large that several adults could not encircle it. According to local lore, this tree has existed for several centuries. When Li Xian wandered around the outskirts of the deep mountains, he could still see some crushed footprints, but as he ventured deeper, all traces of human activity vanished, leaving behind a tranquil scene devoid of life. A killer flicks his dagger upward with his right hand, swiftly catching it with his left before slashing at Jiang Chang's throat. Fang Rong is unaware that her voice has grown somewhat strained. Yet her conscience whispers, "Do you not feel pain for deceiving me so?" A terrifying punch lands squarely on Wang Chong, the black flame shield shattering upon impact. The force of the blow evident in his incredulous expression. A gentle mountain breeze, infused with strands of spiritual energy, sweeps from afar, lifting Li Changqing's hair and garments, softening the furrow in his brow. At least during his wanderings in the Day and Moon Empire, Gu Moming had not encountered many 12-year-old level 2 soul masters. Beside him, Bo Yi also places great importance on this matter, providing Luo Tian with a herb to consume and steadfastly remaining by his side throughout the hour. Gu Moming's spiritual essence resides within this eye, nodding in satisfaction as he perceives the world no longer rejects his presence. The Holy Sun Cross slash is the attack she now unleashes, imbued with divine effects. It possesses not only formidable power, but also the capacity for continuous burning by holy flames, making her angelic martial soul particularly effective against certain evil soul masters. Gazing into Lin Su's eager eyes, Ji Ziqiu parts his lips, struggling to articulate a refusal. Reluctantly, Mingxi retrieves a powerful energy transmission wheel from the supernatural realm, placing it into the hands of Shun Tu Yuntian with a twinge of reluctance. I speak the truth, if you do not believe me. You may call your boyfriend to inquire, Ji Yuqiao asserts earnestly. All present gain a clearer understanding of just how formidable Xiao Xian is, capable of resolving matters with Dai Mu Bai in a single encounter. At that moment, she shakes a freshly concocted potion, catching sight of Hong Mengxian crouching nearby, inspecting the ground for debris. It seems someone has leaked the news, as the entire city learns of Min Zhao's independence overnight. The following day, Scarred Ku appeared in the city, not alone, but accompanied by the Faceless Man, Yi, and Shui Yaoyang, along with 5 elite soldiers under Shui Yaoyang's command. His name is Zhang Jioling, the current Purple Robe, Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain and ranked 9th among the 9 great divine gates of Longhua. As the words fell, Lu Ping, Long Outyin, Niu Qingshan, and Wei Lujuan slowly emerged from behind the arms cache. I watch Yang Zilong, my fists clenched tightly. For a fleeting moment, I contemplate throwing a punch, yet I refrain, knowing the time is not yet ripe. Chapter 108. The Western Egret's Enigma, as Fei is female. For her convenience in caring for Su Weihua, Yu Shaoqing ensures that Su Weihua's bee skin skirt is worn snugly. Su Weihua observes Yu Shaoqing as he divides medicinal powder, his gaze fixed on his hands, remaining silent. Yu Shaoqing is aware of his scrutiny and understands the tedium of lying in bed all day. Yet he feels powerless to change the situation. If you have something to say, you may do so before I leave. Su Weihua rests his cheek on his arm. Everyone calls out in unison, gasping, laughing, and shouting in excitement, as the two leap over the wall. Bai He is incredulous, staring at the mass of energy before him, momentarily suppressing his murderous intent, consumed by curiosity. That evening, Mei Yulong hosts a banquet to welcome the returning disciples, having already regarded Li Yihong as part of the Guangfu sect, inviting him to partake in the festivities. Red Hair, seeing that black hair is unharmed, whispers a few words in the tongue of wild men to him, guiding Li Yihong ahead. However, Lu Jie pays no heed to his words. Just as the enemy is about to be drenched in blood, suddenly his vision blurs, his jade flute slicing through the air without making contact. Upon closer inspection, Li Yihong remains in place, unmoved, yet the jade flute has not touched him. The purple spirit ghost light is a pair of exceptional artifacts, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, typically concealed within the holder's mouth, emerging only in critical moments. He had initially hoped to catch the purple evil Ghost King off guard by combining the power of Feng Ji's sword energy with Zhimei's sword technique, believing he could achieve a significant victory. Looking at the calendar on the table, I ponder why sure Jie has been away for so long. With every call going straight to voicemail, my head aches terribly. It feels as if it might split. Lan Mengqi writhes in his embrace, distressed. Within the silent rice cooker lies the electronic brain, crafted by Chun Zheng over the span of 15 days using equal weight of 0 crystal. According to my mother, one needs a certain level of magical power to break through the seal of memory, and with no foundation, it proves exceedingly challenging. Mo whines. As formations cannot endure indefinitely, Chu Feng refrains from setting up overly complex arrays, opting instead for a conventional confinement formation enhanced by an additional layer of transformation, integrating it with a concealed array to draw upon the Earth's veins. Yet the upward curve of his lips invites scrutiny, for it carries a hint of danger. I shall not forgive any who betray me. Di Taifei's resentment deepens. As of today, she fears she cannot escape death. Yet even in death, she intends to drag Junxi along with her. As for her, she was never truly allied, her past actions driven by unavoidable circumstances. Gong Tianbao slowly opens his eyes, the murderous intent that had erupted from his gaze swiftly retracting and dissipating. The Nandao Dojo stands proud as a monumental force within the entire Guangxi province, a power no one dares to provoke. Ming Luo's lips gradually curl into a faint smile, having not missed the stunning reaction in Qing Wu's eyes, which satisfies him greatly. With your worth, you think you can drag me down with you? Go to hell sooner rather than later, a member of the Fire Fiend scoffs. Then engages in battle with Su Xingzhou. Once, someone recklessly caused a disturbance at the Nightingale Bar, only to be met with Chun Chong, who brutally incapacitated them and cast them out, demonstrating his formidable nature. The grand wedding of Qin Feng has indeed made a significant impact beneath the Taimi Peak. Numerous law enforcement disciples have already settled here, and even Qin Tian has encountered 2 acquaintances. Chapter 109. Prisoner of the Dead, place upon hearing the term Yudi. Wu Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, subsequently lowering his head to scrutinize the terrain below. Could it truly be Shilu Yudi? At that moment, Wu Zhuo realized he had yet to inquire about the purpose of their journey. Sister N, what brings you to Yudi? Ling Chengen gently patted the nape of her bag and pointed in a direction. We will land there. Wu Zhuo observed that Ling Chen did not seem to be here for leisure, her expression laden with concern as she gazed at Lin Mo, who had fallen silent. She was uncertain of Zhu Tianyin's confidence, knowing that both Bolt and his disciple Blake possessed considerable strength, yet she ultimately resolved to trust Zhu Tianyin. A sound akin to withered trees being crushed emanated from one of the watchtowers. Chu Chun stood there, silently attuned to the immense power coursing through his body, the explosive energy within his flesh igniting an impulse to challenge an unparalleled genius. Upon entering, Gu Weiwei lifted the long-settled water and took the nearby medicine, her hands trembling slightly. Chu Chan spoke earnestly about this matter. Perhaps he was the only kin that Xia Xian had left in this world. Shira looked at the emperor with palpable excitement, longing to rush over, embrace him, and assure him of her safety, yet she found herself unable to act on these desires. Before Li Ronghua could intervene, someone had already taken the initiative. It was Li Qiui, who had been standing aside, anxiously awaiting Li Ronghua's assistance. At this moment, it became evident that Li Qiui was trembling with anger, far more enraged than if she had suffered an injustice herself. At that moment, Taylor and Jennifer removed their sunglasses, while Zhu Tianyun embraced Jennifer, his lips occupied by Taylor. The cameraman, initially intending to shift focus, playfully redirected the lens towards Zhu Tianyun, knowing that both Taylor Swift and Jennifer Lawrence were globally recognized stars. Suddenly, the white garment transformed into mist, surging forth to obscure his form, enveloping the already indistinct Chu Chun, rendering him even more extraordinary and elusive. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the middle-aged man finally slowly opened his eyes, his previously murky gaze now radiant, resembling 2 of the brightest black pearls. From their technology, it was evident that the equipment of the human empire was far from optimal, merely sufficient to contend with the primitive tribes of beastmen. However, the ambition of the empire's upper echelons was extraordinarily grand, clearly unsatisfied with the status quo. Perhaps upstairs, pointed Annie, perched on his shoulder towards a winding staircase ascending into the distance. Commander Isha, please lie down inside. We need to conduct further examinations on your body. The extracted data will be utilized to enhance the physical condition of other nemesis. The floating crystal will stated gently. The vast majority of Chinese painters have turned to creating comic strips, New Year paintings, or advertising designs, with only a select few, such as Qi Baishe, managing to survive solely through the sale of their works, albeit at meager prices. Lin Wei chose not to meet with Wu Tingxiu and Feilin Suya. To them, Lin Wei was now an inconsequential presence. Why encourage merchants to profit while simultaneously suppressing grain prices in Dengzhou? Isn't that contradictory? Cheng Jingjing mused, aware that she could not exist in a vacuum, and was informed about the fluctuating grain prices in Dengzhou. Brothers of the Tao? Who can represent the Tao? How many brothers are there in the Tao? The Yangtian Alliance does not require brothers from the Tao. Yifeng, clad in a black suit with a somewhat British flair, his slightly long hair obscuring half his brow, stepped out of the Yangtian building. The War King across the way immediately executed a skill, Holy Shield Strike, and upon spotting the blind monk's ambush, he leapt onto the blind monk with agility. Chapter 110. Mysterious rebirth. The man lying on the ground was caked in blood, his limbs pierced by chains, a massive crimson chain encircling his collarbone, and a stone ring tightly clamped around his neck, with iron cables crisscrossing his chest, abdomen, and legs, firmly anchoring him to the ground. Ling Chengen gazed at the dried blood on the ground, slowly kneeling to touch the bloodstains with her fingertips. From the state and color of the blood, it was apparent that this individual had been trapped here for at least half a month. Indeed, I believe we can deal with the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the young, as per the general suggestions. However, regarding the able-bodied, can we propose to incorporate them into our court's military? Cao Cao remarked at that moment. Wu Enki was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what has happened to Zhulan? Why has she turned her back on me? Before long, a disciple from the outer court of the headquarters astonished the entire assembly once more. It was only natural. How could the vast headquarters be outperformed by the disciples of the branch? Perhaps it was then that they learned of my impending journey to Penglai Villa, prompting them to ambush me midway. Yet, after so many years, I harbor little resentment now, Lu Qi whispered. The news of the gathering of kings at the Door of Desire had already spread throughout the entire Xinglan ancient land. The capital of Desire, Modu, was abuzz, with countless devoted pilgrims flocking to this grand metropolis to behold the glory of the Holy Emperor and the Holy Kings. However, the deputy hesitated as he glanced at Kong Sumi. They had come as guard for Tang Jian, and given Kong Sumi skills, if he were to be left alone with Tang Jian, there would be no way for Tang Jian to prevent any ill intentions. After all, she had already achieved her purpose for coming here. To find her favorite and least favorite animals, whether she strolled or not, was inconsequential. Furthermore, this time he also intended to speak with Guiqiming about the machines he had previously employed, which, while not healing the vegetables of the vegetable planet, had a wide array of functions that he recognized as being essential. Tian Mao suddenly bent down, forcefully tossing his cloak behind him. The cloak billowed, revealing a wooden box and iron chains strapped to his back. Coupled with the resolute gaze peering from beneath his pure black hood, he appeared strikingly formidable. He was unlikely to engage in bungee jumping again. After all, some experiences only needed to be endured once. Perhaps there were other means to unwind? Of course, Wei Jinyan was not foolish enough to kill Wei Hanlong directly. Instead, he severed his limbs and marred his self-proclaimed handsome visage. Ultimately, he dragged Wei Hanlong into a latrine, holding him down for a full 10 breaths before releasing his grip. As he gazed intently, the three-legged golden crow lying on the carpet suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light so intense that Xiao Xian and Yu Shisan could not discern the objects upon the carpet. This time, Xiao Xian had matters to attend to outside, and she could not hinder him. Once the tasks were completed, he would accompany her at home, which was indeed splendid. Yu Chuan sighed, lamenting his suffering. His voice, stripped of its previous intimidation, softened like the gentle rain of March. Then, with a crack, the overwhelming destructive force shattered, exploding in a cataclysmic display. A few formally organized soldiers were rummaging through the corpses, collecting the wooden plaques bearing names and places of origin that hung from their chests. Grandfather, please go to my house. My grandmother, my mother, and my uncle are all good people. Yu may not comprehend much, but she understands the essence of kindness. Chapter 111. Sun Guihong Ling Chengen felt a sense of familiarity with the description, as though it were someone previously discussed by Chang Tianxin and Chongzhen. Though they had been at a distance, her spiritual energy had consistently enveloped the encampment, allowing her to overhear their idle chatter. Was this the noble youth who escaped from the Upper Qing Sun Valley in the southern Beast Plains? In ragged attire, the issue lies with A.O. Guanhai, who appears sufficiently qualified to assume the role of steward. However, Mengyang harbors profound uncertainties regarding whether this steward might usurp the rightful owner, deceive them, or conspire with outsiders. Wang Sheng and Amu successfully extricated a Jin and Xing Fei from Mo Li Hua, and they embarked on their journey. In accordance with their prior arrangements, Wang Sheng reported the progress of the situation to Gong Ping. In a rugged vehicle, General Ram's convoy advanced under protection, while on the opposite roadside, the enemy officers awaited their arrival. After some pleasantries, General Ram's vehicle proceeded forward. As the dense black mist dispersed, the members of the Yulong Tuan were left astonished, bewildered by the inexplicable events. And numerous zombie crystal cores had been hastily stuffed into their pockets without a second thought. I yearned to avoid excessive interactions and merely wished to pay my respects at my mother's grave. With chopsticks lightly tracing the rim of the bowl, Liu Yunxuan's gaze revealed an intricate blend of emotions, tinged with melancholy. The shell of the spirit beast gleamed like forged metal, radiating a blinding light. Behind it, two elongated appendages swayed gently. His esteemed master conveyed that ancient divine beasts require substantial spiritual energy from human warriors when choosing to inhabit them. The 9-transformation golden silkworm, upon first entering Chun Howard's body, absorbed all the fire attribute spiritual energy left by his yin-yang stone. Thus, I perceive that her true purpose in seeking destiny lies in her desire to transfer all her power to it, enabling destiny to act on her behalf and to discern the purpose of one's existence in this world, as the essence of time and space articulated. Amid the anticipatory gazes of all present, no unforeseen complications arose this time, yet the biological submarine, oblivious to its surroundings, plunged headlong into the barbed wire and became ensnared. Fei Liangyan mused that Shi, being a diligent student, would undoubtedly excel in academics. Consequently, he resolved to seek Shi's assistance to bolster his studies and avoid failing. Chairman Chun, what benefits can we derive from the collaborative development of the Bibu Gulf Economic Zone? The German envoy, Herrhausen, stated candidly. Cease your frivolities and focus on driving. Daoran feigned annoyance, his grip tightening around the diary in his hand, unable to suppress his excitement. Upon reaching the blood pool's apex, the statue abruptly halted. In the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. Wagaga! At that moment, Chiyu could not help but roar in fury. As a demonic deity, he had always controlled the destinies of others. When had he become a mere pawn in another's game? This sudden turn of events left the crowd astounded. And Tan Yang's pupils constricted sharply. While others may not grasp Tan Lao's strength, he knew all too well. Within the imperial palace, Regent Zai Feng, after concluding a furious reprimand, asked, "What are your thoughts on quelling the Japanese government's protests and navigating through this crisis?" "Very well. You two continue your night market stall here. I shall take my leave." Anti-air, unwilling to endure Gu Anning's hypocritical facade any longer, rose to depart. In Chapter 112, the allure of the demon's possession beckons. However, the extraction of salt from saline springs necessitates prior preparations. First, a filtering fabric must be sourced as a substitute. Next, lime must be calcined, requiring the construction of a high-temperature kiln. Additionally, soy milk or rice milk is needed, thus necessitating the procurement of either leguminous plants or rice. Feiyu? No, that individual possesses an extraordinary prowess. Such strength cannot belong to Feiyu. Moreover, he had intentionally concealed his most adept swordsmanship, which he had resorted to only under duress, indicating his knowledge far surpasses that of Feiyu. Qin Xinghao wore a stern expression, lost in thought. He had not quite grasped what Zhao Yinxiao had just said, but he was certain she was withholding something from him. What had provoked such intensity in this individual? Gu Shirong pondered, clutching his abdomen. Feng Yihan, though nominally his sister, would ultimately treat Ai Mei with a degree of restraint. It is implausible for the demon realm to face annihilation. Even if the divine and demonic realms allied with the human world, the demon realm would not succumb. Initially, he believed his elite green-armored troops to be invincible. Yet, before they could officially deploy, they had already suffered devastating losses, nearly leading to their disintegration. No one could doubt that the bustling streets were awash with the flow of vast amounts of gold coins at every moment. This, at the very least, demonstrated that Count Eugenie had not completely lost her sanity and was still willing to adhere to noble customs. Old Wang not only saved her, but was also the first to treat her kindly after his own misfortunes, and his kindness was offered unconditionally. Xiaoqin drove to Dongqing West Street, an area previously inaccessible to cars. At his suggestion, The construction team reconfigured the pathways to accommodate two vehicles side by side, much to the delight of the West Street residents. Fear, Rodai gently caressed her lover's elegantly sculpted cheek, her other hand tenderly resting on his brow. No matter how many years pass, I will always be afraid, forever haunted by this face that I miss even in mere contemplation. It resembled a cunning cricket concealed in the lush grass of a scorching summer, producing a sound far more subdued than its kind, akin to the sound of something foreign brushing against withering vines and dried grass. Of course, what brought Yang Xiaodan the greatest joy was the advancement in their relationship. Indeed, the intimacy they shared sometimes made her feel a sense of bashfulness. "He is my friend," Xiaoyao introduced Wang, Ku to Ku Ba, who nodded in acknowledgement. Lang Ri lifted the hand that Luo Bing held onto, her snow-white fingers clasping his firmly, her delicate nails pressing into his fingers. "Less chatter," the officer huffed, swiftly apprehending Yen Wuka and escorting him to the police vehicle, leaving the unfortunate Yen Wuka bewildered as he was taken to the police station. Zhou Lao trailed behind Yinan, hands clasped behind his back, refusing even to turn his head as he uttered these words. In truth, without Yang Lang's prompting, he had nearly deduced that Yi Chuxin harbored feelings for him. Now, he merely sought confirmation. During class, he maintained a degree of decorum. Despite being in a relationship and feeling somewhat exhilarated, he recognized that the more exhilarated one feels, the more one must exercise restraint. Upon his first use of Susen, Uchiha Chung was able to directly employ its second form, albeit with a slight discomfort in his eyes. In Chapter 113, the forced contract unfolds, with spiritual energy coursing through his veins, staunching the bleeding from his wound. At that moment, Imoka suddenly sensed an ominous presence advancing towards him. Indeed, the individual in the photograph, Luo, languished on the couch, staring at the bandage encircling her foot, her expression one of utter desolation. "Oh no, it's a cursed insect." Upon sensing the swiftly approaching creature, Imoka's complexion shifted dramatically. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant, aware that an Yin-Yang practitioner was no ordinary warrior, or else he would have faced dire consequences due to negligence. Presently, his intent in presenting the jade was to ascertain whether a master-level expert, like himself, could also perceive the spiritual energy within the jade. Nevertheless, he dared not venture too deeply into the forest, but instead continued to circle the periphery. Wandering without a map in such woods posed significant risks. Is there an alternative method? Jiang Yu pondered, curiosity and anticipation gleaming in her eyes. As the sun ascended, the moon, powerless, descended, and as the moon rose, the sun sank beneath the horizon. Today, regardless of who you are, you shall meet your end here. The fierce flames of the purple demon surged forth, the whirlwind swirling the violet flames around him like armor, while a substantial portion of the flames flowed, like a torrential river, towards Li Bai. Originally, the Sanqing intended to distance themselves from this place. Yet the influx of visitors rendered their early departure unfeasible. However, just as Lin Shi stepped out with the second wave, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the unsettling crimson hue on the bed. "No, my strength is undeniably the strongest," Elder Liang bellowed, directing his hands towards the malevolent figure. "This vehicle belongs to my wife," Shun Yun explained, glancing at the rearview mirror before starting the engine and heading home. "Rest assured, this time you have engaged our evil shark team to eliminate a foe. It will be a mere trifle," a confident black man remarked, patting Lung Xiao on the shoulder. Mu Qingrong was taken aback and hurriedly flattered, as she was well aware of her grandfather's temperament. "Where are you going? Your injury has yet to heal. Dr. Li has stated that aside from resting, you cannot go anywhere." Yi Junqing interjected, as Yao Moen passed over Master Qiao's note. "As long as you're fine, I shall practice my skills in the woods," Yi Yong declared before exiting the courtyard. Hearing this poem again stirred within her youthful aspiration for the future, overwhelming her with emotion. How is it that all the good fortune has befallen that scheming ice-cold face of Bai Li Chen Feng? What does Chu Yunqi truly admire about him? Upon issuing the command, he sensed something amiss, and Yang Ping stared in shock, eyes wide, at the fallen subordinates, their souls evidently shaken. Guyu tucked the sound-transmitting talisman into his robe, shaking his head in disbelief before continuing his exploration of the cave. How could Li Mei, in her state, be pushed around? She could hardly endure such treatment. You, Han Shui, are being unreasonable. There must be limits. Can you truly harm a patient? Do human lives mean so little to you? Luo Qi shot him a glare from behind, acknowledging his gesture but reluctantly trailing after him. Her gaze fixed on Chu Tianyu's back. After awakening, she remained in a hazy state in the hospital for 3 days. During this time, apart from seeing Han Yiqian on the day she regained consciousness, she had not encountered him again, though thoughts of him often crossed her mind. She never mentioned him to anyone nor inquired about him. With a loud shout, Xianzhuzi swung his sword, causing flames to erupt violently around him. The emperor dined silently, indifferent to the dishes presented by the serving eunuchs, all of which he mixed together and consumed in a hurried manner. Han Yiqian smiled, casting a sidelong glance at her, his handsome profile sharply defined against the night. Unexpectedly, he was prematurely exposed by the divine being, a crisis that would be difficult to resolve for him. Initially lacking hope for the third prince's situation, Lord Tian felt even more despondent, believing that the third prince had no chance left. Yet, observing the poised Chu Ran trio ahead, he clenched his fists, suppressing his trepidation and striding forward with confidence. Jiming Lixiang casually mentioned her family matters, rendering her deskmate's expression one of disbelief. It seems it isn't as difficult as I imagined. Watching the rapidly depleting health bar and her dancing health and shield values, Shurjiu felt increasingly at ease. I'm also quite curious about what other peculiarities exist here, Zhou Yushu added. Gu Huaiji numbly rolled his eyes and slowly reached for his phone, Su Qingyi's name immediately catching his gaze, prompting a smile to grace his features. Ji Yanxi dressed and stepped outside to prepare breakfast, while Su Qingyi sluggishly rose to wash up and change, the marks on her body revealing the fervor of their night together. Chun Ling approached, making a sound as she appeared before him in her silk short-sleeved nightgown, her hair slightly disheveled, likely due to an uncomfortable sleeping position. Upon hearing the news, Yuan Shao stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, finally regaining his composure as the soldiers gathered. Consequently, Xia Qiwan found herself in the possession of Bu Zhanfeng, which might not be a bad turn of events for the crown prince. The aforementioned circumstances comprise half of what Junli had intended to convey during her journey, while the other half stemmed from Mama Liao confirming her identity. You shouldn't go out at this hour. It could worsen your illness, Yang Guangbei frowned. By the time Qiao Mingjin assisted Mingqi in washing, Yu Zhongyao had already brought a bucket of hot water before him. Chapter 114, Never Betray. The moment she fell into the stream, a colossal iridescent serpent raised its massive head, its cold, piercing gaze fixed on Yu Hong, its scarlet tongue flicking menacingly. Even while coiled in the water, the flames enveloping its scales burned fiercely, exuding an aura of danger and eeriness. Yu Hong slowly rose from his position, the surrounding flora appearing to come to life at the moment he lifted his gaze, growing rapidly and wildly. Even the 3 trees at the Ling family's entrance, serving as tree houses, seemed animated. Mo Tian shook his head, ostensibly to excuse Mo Jinyuan, but in reality, he was exerting every effort to discredit him. Regardless, Su Nan, feeling guilty as a thief, hesitantly pushed open the door, only to hear a voice nearby. All right, then I shall await the outcome. This feeling of anticipation is rather pleasant. Xian Yuanlin could not disregard his mother's words and had to seek the head of the family, the emperor, once he spoke. Even Xian Yuan Mengru could not defy him. Here, Zhao Yu looked bewildered, facing the downward-sloping stream, finding no sign of a cave entrance. Moreover, using his divine sense, he was unable to detect anything unusual. She shot a glare at Grandma Chao, convinced that she had leaked their plans. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yunma know they would arrive at the entrance of Huishan Temple at this hour? The Empress clearly perceived this as well, her brow slightly furrowing. Jianan, do not be disrespectful, she stated first. Du Rua, look at me and clarify what child you are referring to. He genuinely could not comprehend how the topic of children had arisen so abruptly. Should he refuse to cooperate? It was entirely possible that Mo Qianing would indeed take drastic measures against him. Damn it! Yi Qingsheng cursed inwardly. Raising her eyes, she found all gazes fixed upon her. Each individual wore specially crafted metallic masks, appearing menacing while offering considerable protection. As the eldest and most seasoned member of the 5 merchant groups in the capital, Brant officially organized the inaugural cooperative meeting among the 5 major merchant alliances today. In truth, not only Chen Haoran, but also all senior members of Qi Dao were quite fond of this newcomer. Wherever he was, laughter was sure to follow. The coachman hesitated, but, unable to quell his curiosity, devised a means to stretch his arm and gently knock on the carriage door. If you lack the ambition to achieve merit and conquer the world, desiring instead to live as a commoner, or if your capabilities only suffice for a commoner's life, then being born in the Song dynasty is akin to having accrued merits over several lifetimes. In other dynasties, the lives of common folk were far less fortunate. I have carefully observed the fireball that fell from the sky last time, and it has not vanished. Murong Shue's voice came from behind. The Taoist finished a melody and turned to Cha-Cha. Are you two here to pay your respects? His eyes remained as tranquil as water, seemingly oblivious to the large camera in front of Cha-Cha. I heard the lotus flowers at Yinyu Lake are in full bloom and exceedingly beautiful, so I invited her along. At its core, her fear lay in the possibility that Su Lin might one day turn the tables, proving her judgment to be lacking, a situation she most dreaded confronting. Chapter 115, Rejected. Ling Chengen swatted his hand away, exasperated. Are you not aware of how perilous your situation is? Although I am unaware of the magnitude of your previous troubles, it is evident from the circumstances surrounding our first encounter that your adversaries are not to be underestimated. Associating with you is bound to invite complications. Despite the allure of your promises, I cherish my life and have no desire to entangle my family, or even Shilin, in calamities. Ling Chengen picked up the Xiujian, while Jizia and Yifu boarded the airship heading towards the buffer zone, leaving others behind in Xinhuan City, including Zirwaya. The situation took a turn a few days later, as Lilith adopted a new perspective to contemplate Tifa's actions. If she were Tifa, what would she do? Did they volunteer for this? With the barriers having executed the wounded, the miners were frantically searching for their loved ones. Lu Mang found it hard to believe that these individuals would act for the nobility who seldom acknowledged them, only collecting taxes. What a coincidence! Upon seeing Shiny, Yin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. I instructed you to summon everyone from the Zhanhuan gang immediately, stating that someone attacked your headquarters. And now they are needed for support. Zifeng's icy voice echoed again, as he released his foot from the man beneath him. Su Han found himself in a dead end. The path of cultivation largely unfolds naturally. His understanding of Taoist incantations was far from complete, rendering his efforts to advance a struggle. To kill the poor does not make one rich. If bullying others could lead to wealth, I would assert that for the vast majority, it is not a matter of wanting or not wanting to do so, but rather what is achievable or not. Xian Mingxian's expression regained its tranquility as he articulated this issue without a hint of emotion. Presently, both Zhang Ning and Zhu Daong possessed the ability to conduct mental scans. Invisible individuals would be detected when unable to approach. Bishop Di Kaya, are you jesting? Departing from Xingyao City now? Upon hearing Di Kaya's command, several attendants exchanged bewildered glances. Unsurprisingly, this sudden test of will became the most discussed topic among all. Do not worry. Lin Tian's crops from last season sold for quite a sum, providing him with ample confidence. What you're doing, Lin Tian, is exceedingly perilous. Do you realize this? Shinjikiki began to chastise Lin Tian once everyone had dispersed. Lin Tian held a spoon, busily stirring the dish, yet it was evident that Yang Deseo's expression was dim. Jin Lin struck the colossal palm shadow with his sword, lacking any visible sword energy, yet wielded his Wuchen sword with an inconceivable speed. This time, he had learned to refrain from pulling her, instead keeping his hands in his pockets, deliberately angling his elbow towards her, just as he resolved to seize her. Xiao Rao executed a swift maneuver, tightly embracing him, her hairpin discreetly poised against the fatal spot at the back of his head, awaiting negotiations. Yank Madem, Yuyist. Meow meow. I too hold you dear. It is indeed a coincidence that my future sister-in-law will be entering the family next month. I had intended to invite you to the wedding banquet, yet here we are, meeting in advance. Associating with such individuals is indeed beneficial. At the very least, If you respect her, she will return a fraction of that respect. Chapter 116, Particularly Wounded. Ling Chengen felt somewhat speechless, wanting to roll his eyes but deeming it inappropriate. If I had encountered it, would I be asking you? The Beastmen of Baishiyuan predominantly don garments crafted from animal hides. Yu Hung paused for a few seconds, lowering his head in contemplation. So that is how it is. He entered from Nanshoyuan. Regardless, both Xinqi Fort and Bajiao Fort are situated within the realm of present-day Xinzhou, specifically Xinqi County. A face even more grotesque than that of Fantes surged with brutal rage. As Figuli's gaze shifted, sharpening like a blade directed at Frederick, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Jian summoned all his focus, managing to evade the fatal strike of the opponent's energy at the last moment, while his sword clashed vehemently against the giant's sword descending upon him. Do not weep. Zhong Yun's faint voice struck Yu Daoqing like thunder, as she incredulously raised her head to see Zhong Yun blinking at her. What stirred Lu Shiqing the most was the military's allocation of the entire civilian market to Galaxy Industries. The military of Huaxia totals only around 2.5 million, and even with the addition of the armed police's 1.8 million, it barely reaches 3 to 4 million, while civilians number in the billions. The disparity in profit is unmistakable. Dongsheng Wai, known as the Xinluai, oversees regions including Guizhou to the expansive terrains of Daqingshan. Additionally, not far from the Xinluai lies Yulanwei. However, male priests do possess some exceptions. For instance, the priest before him donned a robe embroidered with the emblem of a hand-wielding lightning, signifying his role as a priest of the valiant deity Hai Ruonis, who sacrifices healing capabilities to enhance order spells. The opponent hastily conjured an earth-based magical shield. Yet Li Xian's thunderstorm was not so easily thwarted. It is important to note that among the second-tier sects, the most numerous golden elixirs belong to the artifact refining sect, which reportedly sent 11 golden elixirs to participate in the treasure-seeking competition in the secret realm. Both clenched their fists tightly, harboring a sense of unwillingness, their fiery gazes fixated on Deng Chongqing, loathing the triumphant expression on this treacherous man's face, wishing they could slay him with a single strike. She was unaware. At that time, she believed that after the divorce, she and Yi would have no further connection. Chen Guhong struggled against the hand covering her mouth, writhing in resistance, her teeth failing to bite down on his fingers, resorting instead to rolling her eyes in protest. From the outset, Nangong he had never contemplated coercion or bribery. Acquiring these resources from him was beneficial, and if he truly refused to part with them, Nangong he would not resort to force. The third prince may have bet on Cheng Jinju's victory, but regardless of the sum he wagered, it ultimately bore little relation to Cheng Jinju's performance, let alone the profit of 10,000 taels of silver. This further illustrated that the third prince merely sought to lend a name to provide funds. If one were to compare the attacks of Foundation establishment cultivators to heavy machine guns, then the assaults of golden elixir cultivators would be akin to a never-ending barrage from artillery. Chapter 117. Yun Yi is poisonous. I have no scheduling conflicts. Sister Hua has great confidence in this film. To be honest, I was initially resistant, but after reading the script, I became quite fond of it. I am willing to invest as much time as necessary for filming, Li Bingbing expressed. Xia Wuji smiled wryly, gritting his teeth, retrieving healing elixirs for internal and external application, commencing a prolonged recovery journey within the cave that spanned over half a month. If previously, Nangong used reluctant agreement to accompany Nangong Li to demand shark meat stemmed merely from instinctual cravings, now she was even more eager to sample it, curious whether the shark flesh could indeed enhance a warrior's cultivation. Meanwhile, Wu Fan swiftly teleported beyond the confines of the formation, targeting the central palace with his 9-fiend soul blade, feigning a strike, while the Qian palace unleashed a peculiar weapon. To his surprise, Wu Fan directly handed over the 9-fiend soul blade, which Qian palace eagerly accepted, recognizing it as an extraordinary item, filling his heart with elation. All present, be they from a Mingjiao or the 6 major sects, held their breaths, fixated on the two, deeply concerned for the safety of their comrades. Regrettably, that beam of light, seemingly ethereal, proved remarkably solid, effectively barring those outside, as time had expired for the latecomers, rendering them ineligible to participate in the divine banquet. Injuries to the clavicle can be exceedingly troublesome, and Yuan Xian's condition is particularly grave, having sustained a fracture that necessitated the insertion of steel rods and nails. After a prolonged period of recuperation, it has only just begun to heal. Any excessive emotional upheaval could result in further complications. The group of wolf-like creatures, each armed with weapons, some cloaked in furs or clad in various armors, looms ominously. Rather than retreating, Shimin Kuangfei approached them and took a seat on a nearby chair. "You are no match for him. It is my fault for seeking you out in the northern mining district that day," he admitted. Luo Shi held her broken sword aloft, her hand already stained with blood from the blade's edge. Fortunately, Mu Lin, a skilled apothecary, treated him as a friend, providing elixirs for his cultivation. Deeply moved, he had taken on the role of Mu Lin's protector, only to find that ultimately, Mu Lin had treated him like a mere commodity, handing him over to Lin Xian. Beside her, Yun Ke gazed at the energy entities in the sky, radiating a scorching warmth that illuminated the earth more brightly than her own world. The lush trees and the vibrant scent of life compelled her to inhale deeply, savoring the delightful sensation. Despite lowering her stance and offering generous terms, she failed to capture AI Buna's attention and instead provoked him, igniting the ire of the White Queen. Steve Austin counted to 9, then feigned a dry throat. Pausing dramatically, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed, rousing the old man who had been dozing in the captain's chair. Outside, the heat was oppressive, while the room exuded a gentle coolness, providing a refreshing contrast. Those at the foot of the mountain were equally astonished as Ningyu advanced like a monster, just a step away from confronting the 4 prodigious figures of the ancient clan. 5 beams of sunlight struck the dismal cosmo, a mocking smirk barely forming when another 5 dazzling rays erupted from AI Buna's concealed fingers, hurtling toward him like bolts of lightning. Regrettably, I could not halt my advance, and my sword lunged fiercely at Tao. Tao evaded just in time, and as I thrust to the left, Tao deftly dodged again, while Pu seized me and pushed me aside. Despite being merely a wisp of primordial spirit, Mu Shengjie possessed formidable strength, poised to eradicate the unstable element, named Wu Ming, to eliminate future threats. The house was a modest accumulation of efforts by Uncle Dangue during his lifetime. Though it held little monetary value, it represented a cherished thought. As long as the house stood, Yi Shanghan felt a sense of belonging. How to deal with this individual? As the crisis subsided, Sharon, wielding a golden axe, approached the stone bridge to join me, casting a condescending glance at the defeated Aloha king sprawled on the ground. Her disdain unmistakable. The centipede, though dead, remained unyielding. A sudden thought gripped Shi, casting a stern gaze upon the ghouls below, their eyes tightly shut. The others nearby were aware of the situation and refrained from attempting to persuade him or offer counsel. Ultimately, even if Yi Shanghan were to assume the role of director of the Chinese medicine special class, Chun Bangxia would have no leverage over him, provided he did not frequently skip classes. The stones of fear transformed into ecstatic commands in his mind, as long as the 2 serpent spirits could feed here. The approaching monstrosities, witnessing the duo's prowess, hesitated to charge recklessly, instead maintaining their distance and engaging us in a tactical dance. This back and forth indeed rendered their fervent assaults somewhat wasted. As she loosened her belt, despite Yi Shanghan's best efforts to maintain composure, his breathing inevitably quickened. The Gong family was under the control of her father, Gong Yingza, while the Yin family was managed by Yin Yifeng. She was not meant to intervene. Yet the hidden hand of the DRC National Security Bureau stirred the pot. Chapter 118. Teaming up for fish. Having just finished a hearty meal, Bao Bao was disinclined to move. Ling Chengen sighed in frustration, ultimately allowing Wu Zhuo to lead them out. Following Yu Heng's directions, Wu Zhuo flew southwest until they exited the territory of the stone forest. Yu Hong had consistently avoided her at school. Today was particularly unfortunate. As he encountered her in the dining hall, Tian watched as I polished off my plate, swallowing hard as she hesitantly asked if I needed anything more. Releasing his grip on Ruan Meng's eyes, a glimmer of life returned to her gaze, making her seem more appealing. While angrily shouting, Ying Lili shook her head like a rattle, playfully striking an Yi Luan with her long ponytails. Ji Nuoxin glanced up at Xiao Yin, her lips moving as if to speak, yet unsure of what to say. Upon hearing Ban Ruo's irate words, Hu finally reacted, bursting into laughter before swiftly adopting a serious demeanor. The arrival of Li Lin and his team caused a flicker of panic among the enemy soldiers, compounded by their concern for their comrades, leading to rampant speculation. Mother is moving to another place. He Mu cast a glance at He Jingchu and then at He Mu Bai, hesitant to speak out of turn. Just as the front desk was about to greet Ji Yinma, her eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing his gentle voice. The benefits prompted Di Mongxing to disregard the fact that Yin Miao resided within the Tian Kueishing sphere of influence and proceed with their plans. System, ding dong. Congratulations. Player by Mu, for becoming the first city lord. Please name your city shortly. She voluntarily withdrew from the palace for the sake of the Liu family, fearing that any misfortune befalling the emperor would lead to his wrath being directed at the attending physician, thereby endangering the Liu family. Empress Qin's heart ached as she thought of She lying in bed, tears slowly welling in her eyes, which she struggled to hold back. Madame Gong, there is no need for haste. This ailment can certainly be cured. Gong Yiqi was not the first case of tuberculosis she encountered in Dachun. She had previously treated several patients during her time at Zixia Mountain, all with excellent results. In a moment of confusion, Jin Xiu was at a loss, unsure of what exactly Zhang Mama had done to provoke the old lady's ire, rendering her unable to offer any counsel as she silently knelt down to clean up the shattered teacups scattered across the floor. Su Mu felt a pang of shame. After all, it was he who had inadvertently leaked the news of Xiao Xiucai's fortune, leading to the current predicament. Very well. Ling Wushuang blinked her beautiful eyes and responded, allowing the foolish king to pull her inside, where she sat at the vanity. Having experienced beatings and kicks before, such treatment was not new to her. With a swift flick of her left hand, the sword arced past, striking from an unexpected angle, the blade piercing flesh and blood gushing forth. The last time he lost his memory, he failed to protect her properly. Over the past 6 years, she had endured immense suffering. Therefore, in this lifetime, he vowed never to forget her again. Sun Hu observed that Ed seemed somewhat confused and patiently explained things to him, realizing that winning Ed's favor would enhance their collaboration. To produce such a quantity of magical potions from a single batch was a prospect that would alleviate any future concerns regarding magical elixirs. Chapter 119. The Ling Chengen breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this, refraining from further probing, as she would never allow Wu Zhuo to use any catalyst that could jeopardize his foundation. However, a crucial thought soon crossed her mind. Did the catalyst for awakening abilities imply that everyone possessed the potential for such an awakening? Yet why, when potential existed, did they all awaken to the same type of ability? Yu Heng gently rubbed his right thumb, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Xiaban Gui indeed holds great respect for Ji Huizhang, but that does not imply he can deceive him. Since the appearance of Ji Huizhang, he has already discerned the schemes of Wu Du Yao Ji with considerable accuracy. No matter the perspective, he cannot depart at this moment. The pseudo-ghost level death only yielded a level 190 ancient immortal artifact, and although there are 2 items, they possess no extraordinary effects or properties. As Xiaban Gui's gesture fell, Yu Xian appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Her mechanism slightly raised, and the Soul Chaser vehicle landed with a resounding thud in the center of the riverbank. The solitary poisonous skeleton archer, sensing danger, immediately unleashed a volley of toxic arrows, all aimed at the summoned creatures, inflicting thousands of damage. As Tian Qi conversed with the queen, the rain from the heavens intensified, beginning as a fine drizzle before transforming into a deluge, with droplets merging and cascading down like the tears of a sorrowful soul. Miao Zhuyang opened the door to find a rake lying on the bed, an unexpected excitement washing over him. How could he not have anticipated the presence of the rake? It was no surprise, considering the rake's penchant for wandering aimlessly, which led Miao Zhuyang to overlook it entirely. The Vietnam Aluminum Company is a joint venture with numerous partner enterprises across Huaxia. Mei Yinshui has already gathered the relevant information. A young gentleman, clad in white, materialized amidst the tempestuous winds, skillfully playing a jade flute while dancing gracefully under the thunder and lightning, augmenting the breathtaking chaos with an ethereal quality. Take good care of him if you like him. Some things are beyond the capabilities of brothers. The plump man departed, his broad back reflecting a mix of reluctance, unspoken sentiments, and a sense of relief. Wudi's journey aimed to address matters concerning the paper mill, and my Jiachi articulated the difficulties faced by the headquarters. The focus of everyone's attention shifted to who would command the blood prison camp and the 3 allied teams, one of which was Enhanced Battalion. As it became apparent that Zhang Shiyuan intended to leverage this supper to determine the future allegiance of the troops, the young man, dressed in the white military uniform of the Luo Yu Kingdom, possessed a clean and handsome appearance, yet the slightly aggressive smile on his face undermined his otherwise honest image. The arrival of Li Hui's army undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the Wu army, a formidable force of 100,000, shrouding the battlefield in darkness. Faced with an overwhelming number, who could muster the courage to triumph? Lu Sun advocated for surrender, Gu Yong urged retreat, while Wu Ji insisted on combat, leading to significant discord among the 3 leaders of the Wu army at Chaisang. Now remained oblivious, but cherished both daddy and mommy, expressing a desire not to be without them. Little did he know, only a handful of individuals in this world could command the respect of the Halian Zunjia. Chapter 120. Duel in the cow pen. After a brief hesitation, Ling Shaoxi dashed towards the cattle driving team while carrying Kong Ming, prioritizing her own safety. Lei Sang's swift actions divided the group into 2. One faction accompanied the Lei Niu tribe's beastmen, while the other set out to summon the tribe's beastmen to clear the territory for raising the horned cattle. You have mistaken the person. The one you seek to accuse is my teacher. And do you believe me to be a scoundrel who betrays my master? Zan puis contenance shifted abruptly, his tone rising in pitch. The crux of the issue lay not in whether eggs were a meat or vegetable dish, but rather why, despite purchasing an abundance of ingredients, one would only opt to cook with eggs. He found himself utterly perplexed, setting aside other matters. The disparity in metallic materials between our nation and the United States is glaring, with many specialized alloys exhibiting vastly different ductility. Mo Ruji had evidently anticipated Qing Shuang's arrival, her expression betraying no surprise as she coldly glanced at Qing Shuang before turning her head away, adopting a demeanor of disinterest. Tomorrow marks the day of the imperial examination. I will enter the palace to report and observe the situation before further deliberation. Zhou Yanru was in a state of anxious urgency, a gust of night wind sweeping through, causing him to shiver as he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he noticed a multitude of figures approaching from the distance, their imposing presence coupled with a formidable aura. Qing Shuang offered a faint smile, hastily inviting Zheng Xiao Song to take a seat, subsequently recounting the events that transpired after the fire incident in detail, leading to a shared moment of reflection between the two. Once you arrive at the foot of Shimu City, inform them that Songshang's residence has been breached, and the Lord requests your presence to report and deceive them into opening the gates of Shimu City. Do you understand? Songshang Yiguang instructed the compliant Shixiang Gaojiu. All skill effects have multiplied 5-fold. Chun, who rejoiced, believing that if not for the upgrade requirements, transforming from a mere fan to a true admirer, the eagle eye skill would undoubtedly become even more formidable. However, Asma's father has always treated him well, and due to the nature of the task, Konoha's Jonin would certainly do everything to safeguard him. If I were to force you into performing this task for him, would you then desire my demise? The youth inquired of Shimen. Tang Kuqing chimed in, who says I can't interfere. You belong to me, and I shall not permit any man to lay a hand on you. At that moment, a disturbance emanated from the depths of the cave, causing ripples to arise in the waters of Hua Jiu's Sea of Consciousness. Nevertheless, the Hongming Immortal City bears the heavy responsibility of nurturing the next generation for the cultivation realm. Thus, the presence of the Enforcement Institute strictly prohibits such occurrences. As for the Zhong Dui Dao, it can be said that beneath the watchful eyes of the Qinglong Mansion, Lu Wuchun has arranged the most unruly Yuan Yong and the most powerful Zhong Long within Zhong Dui Dao, suggesting an intent to monitor their actions. which both individuals undoubtedly comprehend. You have two choices. Either leave immediately, or I shall make you disappear. Upon hearing this, Tang Fan feigned ignorance to the other's cold remarks, instead fixating his starry gaze upon the individual's eyes. Tang Chen, accustomed to earning substantial profits, felt a pang of regret after a year of delays, fearing that Yin Feng might no longer want her, and thus hurried to seize that position. To be honest, in that scenario, you alone are the true invisible man. In that environment, you alone would not arouse suspicion. Elder Feng also observed Ling Xian's actions, though she was more perceptive, noticing the resolute intent gleaming in Ling Xian's eyes. In his furious rage, the force behind his palm seemed to draw upon the source of the devil within him, and should it connect, Liemo would likely be reduced to dust. 300 million. Room number 7 was the first to ring the bell and place a bid, followed closely by a flurry of bell rings as previously silent rooms began to compete. Chapter 121. The weary bird returns home a tall, slightly slender youth. While contending with the horned cattle, felt his thin muscles tense suddenly. Shi Rue maintained a forward-leaning posture, his legs positioned one in front of the other against the ground. As the horned cattle charged towards him, his feet left deep impressions in the earth. However, he only slid a short distance before his body abruptly stabilized. Anticipating the unfamiliar presence of the bull, the rustling of the nearby grass caught his attention, causing him to narrow his eyes and signal the convoy to halt. As the entire group of bodyguards drew their weapons, bracing for confrontation. Let's explore the marketplace. Didn't Nangong just distribute the rewards? Would you care to join? Bai Yin suggested. Qianzong Waning is a highly advanced movement technique within the Xinghan sect. Without sufficient cultivation, one cannot practice it. Even if Qin Hao comprehended the rules, it would be of no use. Upon entering the misty forest, Li Nai Xin was utterly astonished. If the spiritual energy of Shi Ni's demon realm was 1,000-fold greater than that of his previous world, then this place represented a 10,000-fold enhancement of Shi Ni's demon realm's energy. Jiang Chun, Feng Yan, and Shi Tian remained behind to hunt down some remnants and organize the materials, as this had been Yin Lu's base for many years. And there were still many valuable items to be found. These would naturally be considered spoils of war and needed to be collected meticulously. His heart raced, entirely unaware of the young man's intentions, yet he found himself compelled to follow him. Now, he, relying on the grand formation, meanders through the belly of the mountain, enjoying a considerable degree of freedom as long as he does not bump into anyone. The progress bar currently stands at 43. Although slow, it appears to be advancing smoothly. Pei Dong also relishes this process, urging to maintain this momentum and push a little further, so they can unleash something extraordinary. Wang Fei called out. I glanced at Che Yandogu, noticing her chest rising and falling rapidly, a clear indication of her fury. What do you mean by you? And what do I mean by I? Now, strip down. Both you and Tong Yao. Take off your outer garments, Yin Zhun said coldly. A small portion of the onlookers, young clan members, gazed with a hint of admiration. Lu Yu felt a sense of enjoyment from such gazes. Upon reading the letter, Princess Jialan was not only shocked, but also filled with dread. Her entry into the left Xian Wang's residence was highly confidential. Who could possibly wish to harm her or her parents? Princess Jialan found herself utterly perplexed. The trio noticed this scene as well, their spirits jolted. What had once been despair now flickered with a glimmer of hope. They also realized that the target of the stone thrown from a distance was likely the head wolf, which had just emitted a low growl. The people in the room looked at me with puzzled expressions, except for Lu Yunji and Yao Yi, who regarded me with a hint of schadenfreude. The others seemed bewildered, and even Dong Feng, the elder, cast a doubtful glance in my direction. However, a soft call soon dispelled their confusion. In that case, I will absorb the spiritual power of the spirit stone, and you will shatter it, Ming Chu said, glancing from the spirit stone to him. Generally, only upon reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm can one hope to break through to the innate realm. And the success of this breakthrough is also contingent upon the strength of internal energy and spiritual cultivation. The deeper the spiritual cultivation and the more robust the internal energy, the higher the probability of successfully breaking through to the innate realm, though this is not an absolute guarantee. In Raoyong, somewhat fastidious, had just exited a room, taking care to wipe his shoes with a towel. Yet now, he found himself splashed with water again, which greatly displeased him. However, noticing the two drenched lunatics, he promptly disregarded them, pressed a button to unlock his Porsche, and settled inside. In the driver's seat, Lu Dehua sighed, casting aside the black star he held in his left hand onto the crane's platform, then slowly maneuvering his remaining functional left hand out of the vehicle. Chapter 122. Reluctant madness. The variety was indeed beyond Ling Chengen's expectations. However, she quickly regained her composure, for the legume family itself is quite extensive. Ling Chengen categorized the seeds, noting that half of the bean varieties were medicinal herbs, such as huangqi and ganqiao, along with kuchun, jumingzi, and ercha. There were also edible varieties, but her primary focus was on finding soybeans. Qian Duo slammed the table. Having grasped the essence of Mo Fei's words despite not understanding everything, and began to formulate ideas to perfect the battlefield of the gods. Having walked only a few steps, she caught sight of a corpse within the collapsed building. The flames had charred the walls and roof of the house, leaving the body blackened and grotesque. From the remnants of the corpse, it appeared to be that of an adult barbarian male. Today, after rising, the Qi surveyed the camp and discovered the paper he had written, observing the few patched tents and dilapidated carts around him. He was filled with passion as he delivered the aforementioned speech amidst the desolate atmosphere and disheartened members of the gang. Due to the unique nature of Bing Mei, the aromatic hydrocarbons in its flowers easily alter their structure when mixed with other substances, resulting in a completely different fragrance in the final perfume, the man patiently explained. There are rumors that corpse oil possesses certain toxic properties, and logically, it should not be mixed with edible oil. He understood the principle of preserving the Green Mountains to avoid the fear of lacking firewood. To fight to the death with him at this moment seemed somewhat unwise. Leaning back against the seat, he pushed his feet onto the steering wheel, using the leverage to slide into the back seat. No, this matter must be addressed. Your freedom belongs to you alone. I understand that I can be somewhat naive at times, perhaps without much significance. Yes, I can empathize with you. In fact, we are all victims of persecution, filled with anticipation, yet deceived by the government's sweet words. This is the fundamental issue with this country. Is it the military's doing? The Qi nodded in agreement. The convoy slowly entered, with villagers standing guard on both sides, seemingly paying their respects and occasionally waving greetings. Wang Chongyang and Hai Huona continued their walk until they reached the former Jia Ding Prefecture Yamen, now bearing the sign of the Wusong's own Bing Fu. Had she not previously observed him arranging the formation, she would surely have thought she was hallucinating. At this moment, Hong Jun Laozu's face was ashen, as if reprimanding Jin Mao Hong, who roared defiantly at him, seemingly unafraid. All right, I will give you a week. If Lu Chuan has not improved by then, we will take him away. You have no objections, do you? Qingqing Ao Shui pressed on relentlessly. Using the power of the inner Dan to activate the time-space disk should be successful, though once the inner Dan is extracted, he will instantly disintegrate, achieving premature enlightenment. It is important to note that Zhao Qing Song used the term significant, which left everyone puzzled. What level could Zhao Qing Song possibly be at that we would not know? What important matters could he have? It seeped into the fine sand beneath the snow, leaving no trace. Just as Chun Yin extended his hand, he could not touch it in time and could only let it fall. Staring at the photo on the phone screen, my heart raced and my mind buzzed, momentarily blank. The Dark Lord had issued a death order. The souls arriving could be fought but not consumed, lest they incur terrifying punishment. I sensed the murderous intent. I believed his words. Even if Taoist Yun were present, it would not be difficult for him to kill me. He could transform Taoist Yun into a corpse, indicating his strength surpassed that of Taoist Yun. If he were truly pushed to the edge, we might all perish. Chapter 123. Stone Mill Soy Milk. The following morning, Ling Chengen woke naturally. As she moved slightly, the person beside her, still asleep, groggily inquired, "Are you getting up?" Ling Chengen looked up at him, who lay back, his hand resting on his brow, his voice a bit hoarse, eyes still closed. "You continue sleeping. I can't stay in bed any longer." Her biological clock was quite accurate, waking her every morning at dawn. Since she could not fall back asleep, She preferred to get up and stretch. Eve's hand glided slowly across my face, devoid of any emotion or pause, sending a chill down my spine, fearing she might suddenly strangle me. He felt a fiery pain from the pill he had just swallowed, although he had lost the internal power he had cultivated for years. The nagging pain from his hidden injuries had vanished. He now seemed to have taken on a new body, as if everything had begun anew. Young Leffen was infuriated. Having rescued her from a group of lecherous men, he received no thanks and was instead harshly scolded. Was there any justice in this? Most infuriating was being likened to scoundrels like Zhao Jianhua, tarnishing his character. Bai Shui had broken through the window, eager to see who possessed such skill and timing to deliver a lethal blow. Jump when I tell you to jump. Stop dawdling, or I'll have to help you, Zhao Shui Xian said, smiling at young Leffen on the ground. Yuan Hao, he hit you. From now on, I feel nothing but hatred for you, no love. My heart is dead, so no matter what happens, I will not feel a trace of sorrow. I must ensure your father is healed, enduring whatever suffering it takes until the day he recovers. Tu Jun longed to leap up to assert his presence, but alas, his weight kept him bound to the earth, and he could only silently weep. Although under normal circumstances, all individuals should be mobilized. Considering that this incident is likely akin to previous occurrences involving the demons, it is imperative to thoroughly analyze the information before proceeding. Your Majesty, the condition of Lord Zhao is rather dire. His health has never been robust, and with age weighing upon him, the recent bout of coughing up blood has exacerbated his situation. I estimate, as Lu Tai hesitantly remarked, each duck cage bears a label. The female ducks are neatly arranged while the male ducks scurry about aimlessly. Use your brain. I shall inform you now. Not only must you refrain from interfering, but you should also keep your distance as far as possible. Should I catch you scheming in secret, I will not hesitate to take action, he said, cracking his knuckles ominously. After uttering these words, his face flushed again. How could he know whether Guidala's undergarments were intact? They had already begun their retreat. Thus, by the time the two arrived at the Dinosaur Research Center, it was desolate and empty. Today's behavior of Canmo was rather peculiar, from speech to actions. Something strange must have transpired within him. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to rise and seek someone to confide in. Suddenly, the door creaked open and a figure swiftly entered. However, before they could devise a comprehensive plan, the door of the venue swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome individual. To gather all the necessary items for arranging the Zhou Tian Gue Yuan formation in such a confined space is indeed a formidable task. Chapter 124. Salt Spring Stew. Before departing, Ling Chengen made a stop at the Han Mountain tribe. As Wu Zhua guided her into the territory of Han Mountain, a gray crane soared from a distance. Judging solely by its beastly form, Ling Chengen found it difficult to discern the identity of the orc from the Han Mountain tribe. With a soft call, the gray crane landed in the nearby thicket, and soon a young man with a head full of braids leaped from the bushes, smiling as he waved at them. Ling Shizhang, you have come to find Shigu. Haven to you? How impressive, truly remarkable. To understand the art of soul manipulation at such a young age. No wonder he could vanquish the four Shura. Indeed, it seems I shall capture a significant prey today. The corpse emitted a chilling sound, appearing quite terrifying. As he spoke, Lin Xiaohan rummaged through his storage bag, retrieving various items long forgotten. These were spoils from previous encounters with numerous opponents, and although some were genuinely valuable treasures, Lin Xiaohan had never paid them much heed. Big brother, the old man has indeed consented. If you don't believe me, you can call him now and ask. Tonight, he is in the training room and surely has not slept, Huang Yinshan affirmed, as this was an agreement he had made with the Su family. Originally intending to annihilate the entire Qin family, they now found themselves kneeling at the doorstep of the Qin family, before the feet of Qin Yun, like dogs. A loud roar erupted, a potent aura emanating from the demon race, and several guards were instantly hurled away by the formidable demon warrior. It was all that scoundrel's fault for running off without a care while the family was ransacked. No longer? If you have no need for it, you can see that we can now procure clothing identical to yours. Do you not owe us something? Chuyang remarked coolly. Upon entering the room, he unceremoniously plopped down on the sofa, showing no regard for decorum. As the third princess mourned, Chun Long spoke without reservation. He had experienced various sorrows himself and understood the princess's plight, but was more aware that she must regain her composure at this moment. Standing quietly, Yi Tsangtian's gaze was tranquil, his eyes as still as a deep well. The profound energy within him gradually surged, and the shape of the golden spear began to form in his hands, emanating an overwhelming power and boundless killing intent that spread outward. Noticing Ji Rongyu did not remove the ring immediately, Yin Xinyu felt a weight lift from his heart. In the east courtyard, within an unremarkable room, a young man wore a look of delight, for at last, amidst Yi Tsangtian's arduous search, he had discovered a foundational divine pattern. The Jiang family had become a chaotic mess after Jiang Sanshaonai fainted. The scandal regarding Jiang Xiaoxiao's convoluted origins transformed from a secret into a widely known fact among all members of the Jiang family. The title and name were clearly not coincidental. There are no such coincidences in this world. If it truly were Yang Lanner's desire, there was no reason for him to contend with her. It was as if the entire family's fortune had been monopolized by Luo Peishan and their faction. With long eyelashes fluttering slightly, the smile at the corner of Yi Linglong's mouth shattered her remaining composure. Shaking her head vigorously, she no longer cared for the consequences and dipped the whip in cold water. It is said that the Yaoshan sect, in a display of its grandeur as the foremost sect in the North Realm, decided to offer the victors a chance to experience the Yao Shindao River's insights. However, this was Qing Fu Fong, and given prior precedents, there should not be any issues. Chapter 125. Courtesy before combat. As the three alighted, those seated upon the stones turned their gazes towards them. Ling Chengen watched as Bai Qingyu approached, extending the medium-sized bee skin bag in his hands with a radiant smile. Take a look. Bai Qingyu paused momentarily before accepting the bag, smiling as he responded, You seem to be in high spirits. Is this salt? Open it and see. Ling replied, This ability to forsake one's humanity and become neither human nor ghost would not be learned, even if offered to Yi Xiaofeng. The 5 wolf disciples immediately felt a surge of energy, standing tall and proud as if preparing for a march. They formed ranks under the leadership of the Wolf Master. Advancing forward, the 3 of them had not contemplated the deeper implications, unaware that this was intricately linked to Guan Yu's fate, which seemed exceedingly mystical. Originally, Yi Xuanhuan had been seething with anger due to the actions of Qiu Ruoshi the previous day, and now this man's unrelenting reprimand only fueled the flames of anger within him. Many of those who perished beneath the inn were renowned figures from major sects, some even possessing considerable repute within the cultivation world. It served as an auxiliary function, akin to the freezing and stunning skills found in the Game Honor of Kings. Yet, upon reconsideration, Lu Yunfei had already reached his limits. Even if there were hidden agendas, what could he possibly do? Good. Let's eat first. Zhao Feng laughed heartily, acknowledging that it was indeed getting late, and he had risen later than usual. The cameras scattered across the mountains and fields were controlled by Scorpion. If they intended to kill, they would not broadcast the entire process to everyone. The Lord gazed worriedly at the battlefield, casting an inquiring glance towards Ma Chao and Guan Yu. Lin Yucheng and Lin Qian watched as Xiaoyu departed, fully aware that their next encounter might not occur for several 100,000 years. The large orange cat lazily leaped down from atop the giant dog's head, striding to the edge of the arena with an air of sovereign authority, signaling Shi Mo to come forward as if a monarch surveying his realm. Comfortably seated in his hands, eyes wide and imposing. Old Yang, there is something I need to ask of you, Pei Shaoqing mumbled while shoveling food into his mouth. The others, like a rallying call, swiftly applied stealth talismans to themselves, coordinating through their intercoms as they glided towards their respective positions. The east wind outside the curtain breaks the dream, while the curtain rises to reveal the arrival of spring. A branch of sparse shadows stirs between the eaves. The cold mandarin ducks and frosty moon descend upon the railing. Hearing of the beauty of Shouyang, the morning makeup washed away, leaving only the faintest blush. Poor fragile bones are but a shadow of their former selves, whose long flute is lost, resonating through the jade tower as chill. Following the warm-up from the previous match, he felt the surge of energy, disregarding the others' faces, showcasing his formidable physical prowess. Over the years, dark beings have sought the fragmented worlds they lost contact with, unleashing immense power. The calculation process appears deceptively simple, yet the values involved are overwhelmingly vast and diverse, comprising both numerators and denominators. Upon encountering this problem, some professors nodded, while others shook their heads, leading to a divergence of opinions. The nurse received a heavy blow to her head, blood gushing forth, and her eyes rolling back. She was left in a state of utter confusion. In the pig pen, 5 large pigs stood over half a meter tall, weighing more than 160 gene, their appearance lean, yet their actual weight unfathomable. At this moment, Chun Xiang's beauty was striking. Her enchanting cheeks, so mature they seemed capable of yielding water, truly a tantalizing sight. In Chapter 126, the illness is completely cured. It is evident that the name Zhao Su must not be mentioned. As for what name to give the child, Zhao Xian found himself at a loss. However, with a leap, the space around him shattered in his consciousness, and Yi Er gradually drifted farther away, no matter how hard he tried. He could only watch as she was engulfed by the thick fog. Yin Teen nodded, her movements so subtle they were nearly imperceptible, yet beside her, Artemis revealed a smile. If it were reduced to 10 taels of gold or less, it would be reasonable and could be explained to individuals like Bai Qingren. A string of 10 copper coins equaled 1 tael, barely enough for 2 cups of the cheapest wine at Fengiula, clearly a generous offering. Ultimately, it was an illusion, a mirage conjured by the demons across from him. The Monkey King cast his gaze towards them, noticing a glimmer of pity and regret in their eyes, which then transformed into unwavering resolve. What was he pitying? What was he lamenting? Why was he so resolute? Suddenly, the Monkey King's body trembled. Yet in that fleeting moment, he caught an odd glance, as if those bright eyes were saying, "I helped you once. Now it is your turn to assist me." Such an outcome, including the awareness of those like Changqi and Fujian that he was Fan Qing Zhou, was unforeseen by anyone. The Holy Emerald Planet is a world where land occupies 70%, while oceans make up merely 30%. Many individuals go their entire lives without ever witnessing the sea, making aquariums particularly popular on this planet. What does this mean? Zheng Qi licked his lips, sensing that the situation was dire, even if he did not fully understand. The Yuan Ying of Tian Ci sect let out a sinister laugh, refusing to retreat as he conjured a 10-zhang-long illusory battle blade. Lin Yuan Fan was in seclusion, and they dared not disturb him, fearing his wrath. With urgent news from outside, the two had no choice but to brace themselves and step out, notifying the Shan family and the Special Events Department to come quickly. Why is it that I can think of things that others cannot? Why can I find targets at a glance while others struggle? It seems that if we cannot find anything by tomorrow, we must first seek a water source. Ming Shui said this while opening her water flask, distributing her water among the other two. Perhaps Mo Fu is not a good person, but under his reign, the unsuspecting populace lives relatively well. When Lin Wanxiu arrived at Chuxiu Park, the sky had already darkened completely. In the park square, numerous elderly individuals danced under the lights, creating a lively atmosphere. The trend was unstoppable. After all, aside from a few household servants and private soldiers, most soldiers followed Yuan Shao due to their loyalty to General He Jin, who had promoted them, and their reliance on He Jin's nephew, Crown Prince Liu Bian. I turned to Shueli, who looked equally puzzled, clearly grappling with the same questions as I. On this side, Zongba, who had not yet engaged in a major battle with the Han army, had already grasped the situation. Meanwhile, those far away in Liangzhou, having clashed with the Liangzhou Han army under Fu Quan several times, were beginning to discern the current state of affairs. Once they survived, the transformation of their bodies could be described as revolutionary. Regardless of how one defined it, his current form bore no resemblance to that of humanity, perhaps only in appearance and shape. After the vehicle halted, Yishur exited the passenger seat, still exhibiting the same old habits, continuing his trademark nose-picking gesture. Roar! The Martian sage glared fiercely at Tsung Yi, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. The threat posed by Tsung Yi's extreme radiance was terrifying, leaving the Martian sage feeling somewhat apprehensive. I nodded in agreement, allowing Ji Tingyu to open the car door for me. As I stepped out, my legs felt weak from the earlier fright, that sense of terror lingering in my heart. My gaze involuntarily followed Ran's movements. This outcome was not what I had anticipated. Meanwhile, on the other side stood my somewhat ambiguous stepson, handsome with long legs and an appealing physique. Adept at charming the ladies. She wished to avoid entanglements with Mo&D, but found it impossible to sidestep him. Fearing he might resort to violence again, I hastily called Zhao Lin, informing her that I was training in martial arts and could not be reached for a month. The dragon is the most fragile creature in the world. Gui Dao's piercing gaze fixed on the king of the underworld. Hearing these technical terms, I felt utterly lost, tears streaming down my face. Though I could fathom Aya's bad mood, I pondered what had caused C's distress. As Dongfang Yuqing listened, her brow furrowed tighter, and she spoke to the voice-activated lock, which responded by opening the door. "Have you eaten?" Ouyang Lian inquired casually, his gaze fixed on Mu Lingxi's profile, seemingly intrigued by what made her so captivating, igniting a long-lost sense of impulse within him. Yet among the Ling Yin sect, the most reserved in the presence of the elder Chun San was undoubtedly the leader, Guan Xing. In Chapter 127, An Eye for an Eye, Li Zi's entire focus was on Liang Shan, fearing that her rejection might raise his suspicions. Noticing no displeasure on his face, she breathed a sigh of relief and reflexively replied. At that moment, several elders erupted in anger, and Feng Changgu, undeterred, stood against 6, while Gong Wuho set his sights on the severely injured elder from the Lu family. Meanwhile, the Taoist of the Divine Mountain and Ding Yu Hua stood in the courtyard, the latter wielding a sword and attentively listening to her master's teachings. Though Chun Qian heard this name for the first time, from Wang Wenhai's earlier introduction, he guessed she was the renowned singer mentioned yesterday. Liang Shan Jun's face flushed with embarrassment as he mumbled a response, realizing it was his first visit to a brothel, and unexpectedly, it was in the underworld. When the South American fleet set sail from South America, it comprised 2,000 warships, yet by the time they reached the empire on which the sun never sets, only about 1,700 remained, having lost nearly 300 vessels along the way. Over the course of 3 months at sea, the number of fallen soldiers exceeded 100,000. Lin Wanxiu initially aimed to make Liu Bei Ran feel inferior and retreat, but his expression did not reflect that, leaving her somewhat perplexed. The third possibility is that these 4 rooms are merely a facade, luring us into exploration. Initially, our exploration yielded no ghosts. But now that we have dispatched the spirits, even if we enter safely, the outcome remains perilous. They must have been killed by that staff member. Just listen to that irrational voice, Feng Hua remarked, ignoring He Haikuo's jest and speaking with a stoic expression. Not much, a leader called. You go ahead and press the elevator button. I'll be there shortly. Liu Yufei thought nothing of it and followed my instructions, exiting the stairwell and heading straight for the elevator hall. Concerned about my sister-in-law's erratic behavior and her safety, I followed her outside, noticing she had already exited the courtyard, her back appearing quite dejected. "Hey, are you not coming out?" Ling Long gently parted the curtain, her curious head peeking through the gap. Qin Lung leaned closer to her ear, softly urging her not to open her eyes, as he took in Yutong's hand and began to walk slowly. And Yutong trusted him implicitly, smiling as she nodded and followed him with her eyes closed, untroubled by the prospect of stumbling. Instead, her heart brimmed with joy. When Zissou brought the pastries, several children, laden with treats, departed under the escort of the palace guards. "Jack, I understand your intentions. Do you wish to place yourself in peril only to emerge reborn? Yet you underestimate the formidable might of the heavenly prison. In the realm of Tiandao, one cultivates life itself." The 6 demon stars imparted another lesson to Jack and his companions. The dark land vanished, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never graced the western regions. After a splendid night, a sunlit tomorrow inevitably dawns. We do not fear the darkness, for beyond it lies the dawn. Yifan felt a chill in his heart, a shiver creeping down his spine, sensing a terrifying presence lurking behind him, watching intently. The members of the church were acutely aware that if they did not unite, those associated with Yang Tao would inevitably turn against them. Yi Ran spoke in a cool tone, her brow radiant with a sacred glow, her demeanor extraordinary. Once the sea of true essence was fully condensed to the 8th layer, the devouring power abruptly halted. Countless strands of true essence surged violently within Yang Tao, causing his dantian to tremble. His complexion turned pale, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. The flower fairy cake seemed to contain the essence of 100 celestial blossoms, harmoniously intertwined, its fragrance imbued with a delightful sweetness, tinged with a hint of tartness that sent shivers through the soul. Was it necessary to shed one's garments if one were to descend? A low murmur escaped him, and then the god of death's gaze shifted, signaling the blood demon, as he ambled about, seemingly aimless, perhaps deliberately evading something. Luo Hao could sense the passage of time here, as if he were traversing the river of time itself, witnessing the rise and fall of countless races, ultimately returning to silence and void. He gazed at the multitude of countless practitioners of various races around him, recalling the ancient heavenly palace, where they had refrained from slaughtering their kin, instead using others' hands to fulfill their blood sacrifices. Lu Ruxa gasped. Though unsure of why Xiao Wei had initially stood up for her, she could sense it might have something to do with Yang Tao. Thus, she preferred to believe that his pushing her away was not due to the conspiracies that made her feel increasingly uneasy, nor was it a calculated move for the sake of imperial power, nor was it out of concern for her. Chapter 128. Preparing for harvest in the past half-month. Bai Qingyu had visited her several times, confirming that she was safe and thriving in the Highland tribe, thus ceasing his frequent visits. The evening sun cast its golden rays upon the stony shore, where the rocks, heated throughout the day, still exuded warmth underfoot. When Bao Bao saw Ling Chengen wave his hand, she immediately flapped her wings and soared into the sky. Outside the window, the night deepened, and the neon lights of the streets flickered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting the bustling yet dazzling side of the city. He believed this was no mere coincidence. Perhaps this journey to Kunlun would mark another turning point in his life. I possess divine power. None shall defeat me. King Kilialad roared, as blue flames coalesced into a long spear, hurtling towards the position of the flame warrior. She dashed out of the living room, her speed propelling her 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. You have just arrived and are unaware of many things. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me, Lu Xiaoyan remarked, though his gaze remained fixed on Wen Shi. Captain Wan, do you have any medicine for lung infections? He asked nervously, his eyes filled with hope. Undoubtedly, in the contest of reputation at this poetry gathering, the two of them had suffered a devastating defeat. The legendary auxiliary profession allows one to bind themselves with another, sharing attributes and abilities, providing remote support, provided the other party has not yet formed a bond. Jiang Yi was correct. These star arts were rare treasures, and if discovered by others, would surely incite fierce competition. He looked around. Even with Zhang Yud and his men attending to them, he still felt the grand hall of Fengxian Palace was overwhelmingly vast, too empty, leaving his heart feeling hollow. Since the practitioners were ready, it was time to commence work. The acquisition of land and project approval for the first and second phases was straightforward, as these projects were not starting from scratch. The previous owner had already completed the land acquisition and related permits. It appeared that Klyakov was not a fool, but his next words startled Zhou Chu considerably. No, I was merely jesting with you. My skin is thick, but yours is the thinnest. What else do you wish to play at? Yang Leffen found himself at a loss for words, wishing to slap himself, as he pondered how her skin could be thin while Yu's was as thin as paper. And Li Xiao had no skin at all. Someone touched their nose, mourning the heavy left side of their face, slowly rising. The figure before her, Huan Luo, seemed to struggle, their gaze flickering between clarity and confusion, raising and lowering the ancient sword in a chaotic manner. Rilid, somewhat agitated, tore off his suit and tossed it onto the sofa, slowly moving toward the bed. Bailuashi pulled her back, saying, "Help me get ready. I wish to see who this beauty is that made Guofeiyu so eager to marry her." Fan Jian was drenched in cold sweat. As if a faucet had been turned on, his body bending further, hunched like a shrimp, trembling with fear as he stammered, "I shall never do it again." With that, he turned and fled, stumbling several times, nearly falling. But fortunately, a subordinate of Fan Man caught him, or he would have certainly tumbled like a dog in the dirt. If Jiang Yi fails to win in the internal selection battle, sharpening his blade, he will never be able to rival by mate Daozuan in the future. Chapter 129. Jealousy. The dinner was exceptionally sumptuous, featuring giant lobsters served as sashimi, along with a less-than-ideal version of sweet and sour fish and steamed large yellow croaker. The staple was shrimp porridge accompanied by a small quantity of steamed buns. Mingwei immediately sensed that Zhao Wang had likely said something inappropriate, displeasing the empress. While worried, Zhao Kuo only knew that his side was acting as a feint, unaware of where his father's true strike lay, nor whether his father's army still lingered in Kuxian, leaving him anxious. May I implore you not to let him bleed? He was wrong. Yet he does not deserve death, Jiang Jingtong implored. Zhao Kuo was not Mingyue's subordinate. However, they had shared life and death experiences, forming a deep bond akin to sworn brothers. Upon returning from the conquest of Yin, he received a new appointment to serve as a captain under Su Li in Taiyuan, and on this day, he came to bid farewell to the Lord of Chang'an, coincidentally encountering this matter, thus eagerly participating. "Princess, are you all right?" Xian inquired, her hands rubbing Xiao Shiwei's. Her eyes reddening with moisture, her back feeling a chill. Yet he found that his stellar force did not shatter the ring, prompting him to instinctively increase his strength. Yet the result remained the same. The ring remained intact, leading to his growing frustration, and he exerted even more power. Jiang Xinyu recalled the time before she entered the palace when Zhu sent by Nangong Tian had incessantly instructed her on these rituals and etiquette, leaving her occasionally feeling vexed. Yet she had no choice but to learn. Their presence here indicated that they were indeed different from those who had possibly gone mad. Fang Weiyong followed behind him, torn between offering advice and refraining from doing so. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose silence. "What do you intend to do?" Biluo inquired, her tone inadvertently laced with anxiety as she gazed at the approaching Tang Yi. Since the moment she discovered Tang Yi was still alive, her heart had been engulfed by fear, and now, witnessing him draw nearer only intensified her trepidation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the emperor and empress exited the palace, their carriage en route to the crown prince's residence. Along the way, they beheld a scene where white clouds, illuminated by sunlight, appeared to take the form of dragons and phoenixes soaring through the sky. Magpies flocked from all directions, chattering excitedly in the city, while numerous citizens gathered to admire the spectacle. Reflecting on this, Huang Zisher felt a slight easing of his mood, grateful that he was not alone in receiving such praise. Upon hearing the servant's report, Li Qingyao's first instinct was to glance at her man, her gaze suggesting a suspicion that Long Runaway might have fathered a child outside. The implications were unmistakable. Long Weihu understood the subtle meaning behind Long Lengrue's demeanor. With a dark expression, he seemed to realize that Long Lengruei had long been aware of the situation, and Li Qingyao was undoubtedly in the know. Long Weihu shot a sharp glance at her. In the 26th minute of the match, Xiang Chuan Jinzi attempted a through ball to his center forward, Van Persie, but unexpectedly, Van Persie failed to intercept it. Instead, Liverpool's center back, Venetia, seized the opportunity to make a sudden tackle, intercepting the ball before Van Persie could make contact. In her previous life, Lin Xian had a somewhat strained relationship with the Duchess of Anong. However, they had always maintained a cordial facade. How had things escalated to such a degree now? The more he pondered, the more Guanxing felt his suspicions were well-founded. He was undoubtedly being manipulated. Tang Jingji observed him fidgeting, alternating between sitting and pacing in circles. He considered offering advice, but found it inappropriate. "Take care of yourselves," Mr. Ban Shan nodded, his expression tinged with sorrow as he withdrew from the carriage. Chapter 130. Beast Tide Warning. While Bai Qingyu was bathing, Ling Chengen had already risen and departed. Zhong Zhan's gaze fell upon her left shoulder, and he clicked his tongue. "That guy must be a dog." Ling Chengen glanced at the bite mark on his shoulder, feeling somewhat speechless. He placed his right hand on his shoulder and shot him a sidelong glance. "What? Do you want to have a bite with him?" Moreover, there was an introduction letter inside another bag, which could be used to modify specialized vehicles. Establishing a guild is akin to entrepreneurship. Possessing exceptional talent alone is insufficient. It requires substantial investment. This is why organizations like Huang Wujia, Yihong Tianxia, and Zhihong Sun, as well as Binglan Jixian, have rapidly ascended to the top ranks. Yishao believed his own strength and entrepreneurial talent were on par with theirs. The forest where the Falcon Assassin organization resided could be described as a tropical rainforest. Upon entering, one would hear the songs of birds and the chirping of insects. However, this time, Jiang Chun noticed a disquieting silence enveloping the forest, an eerie stillness that sent shivers down his spine. With this thought, the young man casually entered his candidate number and password, clicked to check, and leaned back. Nevertheless, the advantage of having a large crowd finally manifested. As one layer of defense was breached, another was immediately reinforced. Under the collective strength of the crowd, they successfully weathered the lightning tribulation once more. One Jinxiong realized that Zheng Lizhu was subtly reminding him to approach the truth concealed within Auntie Ba's heart by considering the ages of Wenda and Uncle Jiao. Although the elder in the upper-level sacred realm was indeed stronger than the Six Peaks, his mental prowess was significantly lacking. Perhaps many citizens held a benevolent attitude towards this. Yet the multitude of suitors pursuing the two naturally bred discontent among many, leading to varied reactions across the different strata of Gushu City. Intense pain surged through every nerve of Xia Lu, who felt as though his heart had turned to ash. It was over. Everything had come to an end. Indeed, the moon was not an ordinary individual, and surpassing levels of challenge was no trivial matter. Their ability to remain there signified their capacity for self-preservation. He must trust them, and he must believe in them. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your leniency. I believe Junior Brother Yi is more suited to remain at Su Tian Peak, spoke the brother known as Feng Yu, his tone exceedingly polite. Chunjua turned his body technique, observing the densely packed beasts, his expression unwavering. What did the royal family matter? Previously, he had been able to eliminate royal figures with a single combined strike of 3 swords. His only weakness lay in the excessive consumption that rendered him unable to sustain several blows. Please, I am on the verge of madness. If this continues, I cannot guarantee that I will not say something harsh. No, it does not hurt, replied Yi Wuyue. After a gentle press from Dong Li Meiyong, Yi Wuyue winced in pain. The key was that the refreshing scent lingered in the bright sunshine, suggesting that this villa was likely often unoccupied. The second-rate master immediately unleashed his full strength, directing all his power into the long spear. Could it be that from the beginning to the end, Yun Qing was merely a figment of Yun Yang's unreciprocated affections? Was she nothing more than a phantom scapegoat? Although I am merely a wisp of a soul. Such words send chills down my spine. This young woman, possessing such ethereal beauty, spoke with a venomous tongue. How could my father possibly know such a person? I could not comprehend how the man, who had just appeared dejected, now exuded vitality, completely unlike someone who had just been beaten. Chapter 131. Battle-damaged fox. Zhongzhen hurried towards the refugee zone of the tribe, carrying 2 pendants. However, as he rounded a corner of the stone wall, a pitch-black beast with crimson eyes suddenly lunged at him from above. His heart leapt to his throat, and instinctively, he pushed off the right stone wall and leaped to the left, narrowly avoiding the swiftly approaching creature. That beast was a black panther. It was twice the size of an ordinary one, with thick fur and elongated fangs measuring a full 50 centimeters. The exquisite wine intoxicated him, leading to a blissful reverie, but suddenly, everything beautiful vanished, leaving the old man genuinely anxious. Focusing on creating special effects with distinct Huaxia characteristics to serve Huaxia cinema. The immense market demand represents a gold mine waiting to be unearthed. Although Yu Siqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, she offered no resistance. In truth, she relished the sensation of being cherished by her beloved. If not for Lu Rian being present, she would have eagerly reciprocated Lin Feng's affections. Over the next 3 nights, Feng Wu and her companions stealthily explored the palace, with Bai Ziheng joining them. 5 extraordinary experts, equipped with a map, found themselves without a single clue. Their expressions grave as they sat in Feng Wu's room. Then stay at Grandma's house for a few more days. She will prepare delicious meals for you every day. Lin Feng's words brought a smile to Wu Qingji's face, making her beam with delight. Perhaps it was the anxiety of returning home. The parents she had yearned for were just beyond that slightly worn door, yet Jing hesitated to enter, nervously watching the door, awaiting the arrival of her aged father and mother. The battle planes soared like eagles under the sunlight, their large oblique windows resembling keen eyes, exuding an eerie presence. If what the goat beard claimed were true, then Jiang Feng's actions could only be described as utterly disgraceful. Lin Feng lightly struck out with his palm, a gentle force cascading from his hand, dissipating the sharpness of the claw's strike. He then used this technique to counter Haley's assault. The soft palm technique possessed minimal offensive power but exhibited remarkable deflection capabilities, consuming little energy, making it ideal for dealing with Haley. Wei Qingqing had recently been troubled by her occasional transformations into Xiao Xiling. By chance, she encountered Chun and felt compelled to discuss this matter with him, thus inviting him to a private conversation in a quiet room. Since the battle with Fan Liang, many prominent figures from Donghua continent who could not conform to established norms had vacated the Earth Spirit's secret realm, leaving no one to obstruct King Chu's brilliance. Yin Zhendong, what are you thinking? That will be fine. Yin Mu reprimanded Yin Zhendong, her voice sharp. The shadow incessantly encroaches upon the black hole, causing the fabric of space to fragment, while turbulent currents intensify in ferocity. Within the darkness, strands of colorful light flicker, gradually dissolving the black hole. Simultaneously, confronted by the incoming stones, Lei Yao, seemingly overwhelmed, frantically waves at the flying debris after transforming the precious deep violet energy into a mist. Sima Zhao nods, patiently awaiting developments, while another guard swiftly leads him to a resting place, subsequently preparing a pot of hot tea before withdrawing. On the day the young man arrived, she had been stealthily drugged by the mute maid, rendering her powerless and confined to her bed. In the past, this was the very reason that no one dared approach Zhou Tian. However, Zhou Tian was exceedingly content with this situation, for in his eyes, a true strong man ought to be solitary and defiant. The river we now behold is known as Zi Lai He, holding significant meaning for our Miao people. This bridge is referred to as Ming and Xiao. Ouyang Qinyu assumed the role of a guide, elucidating the aquatic city's environment and customs to the newly arrived by Qi and his companions. Chapter 132, 3 Defensive Lines. Ming Yao's thoughts wandered aimlessly until Jiao's sword awakened, violently slamming the table, producing a cacophony of noise. In the court, it was common knowledge that Su Huairua had encountered trouble, with the perpetrator undoubtedly being the regent Wang Xiaojingyan. Zihan shook her head, stating no. Those garments are exquisite. I wish to create some nightwear and menswear. Xian Air, puzzled, refrained from further inquiries, quietly observing the clothing that Zihan sketched. Zhouji village discerned that Qin Mu possessed only a single firearm, while his own bodyguards typically carried two, should Qin Mu discard his weapon into the abyss. The threat it posed would vanish, sealing his fate. Suddenly, a colossal tornado descended from the heavens, accompanied by a torrential downpour akin to the rhythm of drums. The factory scale continued to expand, with daily production of nutrient solutions increasing, yet it still fell short of demand. His singular ambition was to undermine Guo Jinyu. Yet Guo Jinyu, in a self-destructive turn, provoked widespread ire. It appeared that Ma Chao had repeatedly sought Ma Teng's approval to lead troops to confront the Xianbei in a renewed conflict, only to be met with refusal. Even as Ma Chao endeavored to meet Ma Teng again, the latter evaded him. Confounded, Ma Chao turned to Yao Cheng for counsel. Well then, Xiao Di, are you satisfied? Kuan Luan paused, regarding Yang Xiao with a half-smile, speaking softly. However, now it seemed that Xia Haoshuan had silently advanced to the fourth peak, prompting his arrival. Yi Hao was apprehensive of a day when nurturing a tiger would result in calamity, fearing the unity of these families against him. He was indifferent to such human sentiments. Ultimately, it was the arrogance of being at the pinnacle of the divine realm that led him to avoid entanglements with individuals like Feng Huo Lian Cheng. One presence of Luo Han was sufficient. A notification chimed in his ear. The night's strong stone, 3 days hence, the Fire God Palace shall open its doors to disciples. To join the Fire God Palace, please bring 1 to 3 celestial-grade fire gems or other treasures deemed worthy. The Longhu Golden Armored Swordsman, Celestial Beast, level 8. The Longhu Immortal Island had stationed these elemental golden armored swordsmen to safeguard the Longhu Spring. What truly caused Ing Fei to hesitate was the disarray within his army, which could not be commanded with the same finesse as those of the Central Plains. The auction hall's cultivators were astounded, even more so than Lin Ao. Yet such dark professions could only be wielded by a select few. Wu Wudi, upon hearing this, was shocked by the historical inaccuracies, lamenting the generations that had misconstrued the legacy of the martial god, and felt a profound reverence for this legendary ancient powerhouse. The supervisor left a stern remark for the technicians before hastily exiting. Outside awaited an array of matters to manage, media and networks, all demanding his attention, as he must steer public opinion in a favorable direction. I am intensely curious about the magnitude of power that can be derived from the absorption of divine essence amidst demonic energy. Yi gazed curiously at Dirac before smiling. Wang Fan perceived it as strikingly reminiscent of his essence, one that could both soar and radiate light. He had ascended to within 300 meters of the summit of the Blade Peak, yet the environment here was anything but bearable for the average person. Only a madman would venture here without cause, seeking trouble. The attendant followed directions, leading Bab to the bedroom. The two shared a prior acquaintance, and thus met without discomfort. Upon Qin Juanxi's entrance, the elder was taken aback, for during their last encounter, he had seen Qin Juanxi's prowess clearly, yet now, he could discern nothing of his strength. At the forefront of the cavalry, a young man sat astride a grand steed. He appeared to be in his late 20s, tall and handsome, sporting a trimmed beard that lent him an air of nonchalance, accentuating his rebellious gaze. Xia Shuiyao watched the receding Lei Yu with a complex expression, not anticipating such a turn of events today. To dominate Qingzhou was undoubtedly a remarkable fortune. It seemed she had indeed encountered a benefactor. He had always been averse to verbosity, and now, since Feng Yuanxin desired it, he was compelled to embark on the search. Lu Yu hurriedly took the letter, opening it to reveal contents that furrowed his brow in concern. Zhu Ke and Xianwu did not breach the boundary array, but launched their assault externally. One unleashed a blazing crimson inferno, while the other exhaled a dense, heavy black light, the two contrasting elements piercing through the cold blood. 3 monks approached, with the leader bearing a visage marked by excess, a 3-inch scar running across his left cheek like a grotesque worm, enhancing his menacing presence.